My village, the setting sun is like blood. At the ninja school, a ninjutsu examination is underway. Clone technique. A young boy wearing a jacket emblazoned with the Yuzebo clan crest easily completes the test. Yaluka nodded in satisfaction. Truly worthy of being Zhuozhu, bearing the name Uchiha. Among all students in this grade, his scores were the best across the board. In fact, Benshu, who ranked second, was very excellent. But there was one thing that made the homeroom teacher Yaluka gnash his teeth. Reporting. Talk of the devil, and he doth appear. Come in. Yaluka was very angry. Benshu, you usually being late is one thing, but today's exam directly determines whether you can obtain the qualification to become a ninja. Can you ever take something seriously? Teacher, look what you're saying. You are also a head of a household, so you must understand the hardships of life. If I don't take good care of my small spinach plot in the back mountain, you'll have nothing but the wind to drink. Yaluka's face was covered in black lines. Damn it, how could he scold him? Call the kid ignorant. At such a young age he already started making a living for himself. How inspiring was that? Although what he did was very simple, but then think about that Mingrun. The bottom student, not to mention he was the most mischievous in the whole village. As for Benshu, apart from being late, there was simply nothing to scold him for. Mingrun shrank his neck, feeling a chill for no reason. Yaluka helplessly shook his head. Forget it, take your seat. Benshu grinned and walked in. Actually, he was a time traveler. 2 months ago, while doing needlework looking at the wedding dress of Chutian in the final episode of Naruto, Benshu traveled to the Naruto world and awakened the 007 welfare system. Spending money could make him stronger. System interface. After returning to his seat, Benshu opened the system. The 4 big characters glowing in rainbow colors recharge entrance were as ridiculous as Pinduoduo. In the Naruto world, 1 Rio, 1 system dollar. Then there was the extremely tempting system store. Clone Technique 20000 Rio, Shadow Clone Technique 2000000 Rio, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique 2000000 Rio. Advanced Shuriken Jutsu 1000000 Rio, Konoha Whirlwind 1000000 Rio. 1 Tomo Sharingan 1000000 Rio, 2 Tomo 1000000 Rio, 3 Tomo 1000000 Rio. From then on, every time the Sharingan evolved, another 0 was added, all the way to the Rinnegan 100 billion. There were also various dojutsu of the Sharingan, each clearly priced, but without exception the unit was in billions. Even the so-called Eternal Flame Amaterasu, the technique that had never actually burned anyone to death, cost 100 million. As for Kamui Koto Amatsukami Izanaji Izanami Chibaku Tensei Rinna Tensei. Ha, tens of billions, hundreds of billions. This is a joke. And various Kekkei Genkai, ice release, lava release, melt release, crystal release, boil release, all 500 million. Compared to these ridiculously expensive ones would release at 50 billion, the same price as Chibaku Tensei, seemed kind of reasonable. Also techniques like Tsunade's creation rebirth and Kimamaro's special jutsu, sorry, the unit isn't even in billions, they aren't worthy of the awesomeness of their owners. According to the world setting, only Jinchuriki and ninjas with special bloodline limits were born with extremely huge amounts of chakra. Ordinary people. They could only increase it slowly through daily practice. Benshu was an ordinary person. As for chakra capacity, training was out of the question, never in this life. There was only one method by it. Rather than spending time training chakra, it's better to spend it earning money. For example, 0. 01 Cuba level chakra 10 million Rio. 0. 1 Cuba level 100 million Rio. Cuba level 1 billion Rio. The reality was that drank missions paid between 500 and 10000 Rio, crank between 5000 and 50000, or rank between 80000 and 12000. And in this peacetime, high-level missions were rare. Besides, with Benshu's current strength, even rank was hard. To exchange for Onetamo Sharingan through missions would take forever. However, the most conscientious item in the system store was a special product, Popeye Spinach 500 Rio and Spinach Seeds 5 Rio. In addition, the system also gifted max-level farming talent. Helpless Benshu embarked on the path of combining school and farming. Benshu spent half a month using his max-level farming talent to open a field at the back mountain dedicated to planting spinach. The growth cycle of this spinach was 1 month, and there was only 1 day left until harvest. This was all his hope right now. Late. Not only late, he also left a clone in the field to watch over it. He was afraid others would steal the vegetables. However, his current chakra capacity was still very small, and maintaining a clone for a long time was very difficult. Thinking of the hardship of nearly 2 months that would be over tomorrow, Benshu relaxed and unknowingly fell asleep on the desk, snoring loudly. Several gazes immediately looked over. Is Benshu just that confident? Everyone else is taking the exam, why doesn't he have any tension? Dinksy secretly stuffed a potato chip into his mouth. Jingye said Zhuozhu got full marks for the clone technique, but Benshu's clone technique is also so proficient. It's unfair if he also gets full marks. Zhuozhu listened to the murmurs around him and clenched his fists. Why, when he had worked so hard, was he still no match for that guy? The exam continued in front of the classroom. Mingrun. Why can't you learn the clone technique? Is this the determination to become Hokage? The whole classroom was filled with laughter at Mingrun. Scolding didn't work, so Yaluka could only helplessly call out the next name. Benshu. The classmates laughed loudly, but after a long time Benshu didn't come out. They all looked toward his seat. Ah. It's ripe. My vegetables are ripe. Shutian, don't rush, wait for me a little longer. Who? As the classmates all looked over, Kirshen's small face turned as red as an apple. She quickly withdrew her small hand that was pushing Benshu. Oh no, what to do? Benshu was dreaming of me even in his sleep. He must like me, right? Benshu. Yaluka's voice rose an octave. It seemed even the whole building shook. Benshu finally woke up slowly. What's wrong? No, where's the big spinach in my hand? It was then that Benshu suddenly noticed the gazes of those around him. Being late plus sleeping during the exam. Oops. Wasn't this dangerously pushing the limits? Benshu. You're getting bolder and bolder. Everyone else is staying extremely tense for the exam. You. Yaluka's eyes could spit fire. Hurry up and come take the exam. What are you looking at? Irika stared at Benshu sitting on the king's throne in the back row, casually grabbed a piece of chalk and threw it over. The students along the chalk's path all ducked their heads, afraid of being hit. Smack. The chalk was caught directly by Benshu's hand. He yawned lazily and said, is it really necessary to test the clone technique? Everyone in the Hidden Leaf Village knows that there's a clone brother of mine in the back mountain helping me watch the vegetable garden. Even Sasuke can't maintain a clone for this long, right? You might as well just give me a full mark and save the trouble. Holy crap, is this a big shot? Going head-to-head with Iruka Sensei. Choji had been about to stuff another chip into his mouth, but his hand froze in midair. Naruto, who had just been scolded, quickly forgot his pain and gave Benshu a thumbs up. Awesome. Hinata poked Benshu and whispered, Benshu-kun, just apologize. Benshu grinned and said to Hinata, I didn't do anything wrong, it's the truth. Irika couldn't take it anymore. This exam felt like he was begging Benshu to take it. With that attitude, he still wants full marks. Just then Sasuke stood up and said, Sensei, just give him full marks. But it shouldn't be free. I hope you can increase the difficulty of the subsequent tasks. Please use the exam standards of a jōnin to test us. Not the level of a school graduation exam. After saying that, Sasuke interlocked his fingers and sat down. No. Absolutely not. Iruka Sensei can't agree. Naruto was the first to oppose. He had always been the bottom student, wouldn't this make him look even worse? Soon other kids also began to complain. No. Otherwise he'll have trouble even graduating. Gods are fighting, why drag a loser like me into it? This. Irika was also troubled. The suggestion was good, but there was no precedent and he couldn't change the plan on the spot. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had been watching the exam through the telescope technique and couldn't help shaking his head. Sigh, this child's talent is truly astonishing, even surpassing the genius of the Uchiha clan. If only he were more diligent. Yuzuki Yugo said, no, that's not quite right. When this kid Benshu tends to his spinach field, he's very diligent. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and said, all right, go tell Irika to agree to Sasuke's proposal. However, it will only apply to these two children. The rest will follow the normal schedule. It's late today. Resume the exam tomorrow. Yes. Yuzuki Yugo vanished instantly. I want to see what use this spinach has. After waiting for a month, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also curious. And so today's exam was postponed. But for Benshu, tonight was a sleepless night. Harvesting vegetables, then turning them into easy-to preserve cans. As for materials and labor, the neighboring obeisan's helped solve everything. This is truly personal charm. The next day, on the small street in front of Benshu's house, a wheelbarrow loaded with spinach cans was parked. Benshu made sure the cans were secured, then said to the neighbor ladies who had helped all night, obeisans, you go back first. I can handle it. Alright, then take this rice ball with you to eat at school. A warm current flowed through Benshu's heart. Without being polite, he carefully placed the lunchbox with the rice ball among the cans, grinned and said, after I sell the spinach, you'll definitely buy gifts for the obeisans. After saying that, Benshu pushed the wheelbarrow, which was taller than himself, towards the market. Watching Benshu leave one obeisan side, this kid Benshu was really likable. If only my child were half as sensible as him. Speaking of which, can he sell at that price? A few obeisans were both worried and helpless. Meanwhile, Benshu had slowly arrived in the middle of the market. The huge size difference between the wheelbarrow and Benshu immediately attracted many people's attention. Isn't that Benshu? Uncle wants to be the first to support your business. Great, great. Benshu, having set up, felt very pleased seeing so many people. The night's hard work was worth it. He smiled and placed the prepared signboard beside him, all green pollution-free vegetables. Men eat and become immensely strong, women eat and get beautified. Children eat and grow taller every day, elderly eat and prolong life. Even bedridden patients can get up and jump a couple times. Original price 100000 Rio. New product promotion. 90 off only 10000 Rio. Jinkala spinach, you deserve it. The uncle who had wanted to support the business looked at the price full of exasperation and said, is your spinach made of gold? Benshu straightened his neck and said, my cans are more precious than gold. I guarantee these spinach cans are absolutely worth every penny. Hearing this, more onlookers gathered completely surrounding the spot. Just then the flamboyant Ebisu squeezed through the crowd, leaned close to Benshu's ear and asked, can it cure back pain? Benshu chuckled and quickly said, Ebisu-sensei. Rest assured. You'll be satisfied. If it doesn't work, no charge. Good. Then I'll be your first customer today. Saying that, Ebisu handed Benshu 5 2000 Rio notes, then opened a can in front of everyone and ate it. The taste is a bit weird. But I feel boundless power. Suddenly Ebisu's slightly tight clothes expanded like being inflated and veins bulged on his forehead. This scene immediately scared the surrounding people, making them step back repeatedly. The nearby vendors didn't even bother to pack up their goods, quickly fleeing. The surrounding villagers saw Ebisu like this and talked among themselves. This spinach can is this powerful. It really does make you immensely strong, just like the ad said. This effect, this power is even stronger than eating a whole bottle of vitality pills. I'm tempted. Aren't you afraid your wife will beat you to death first? Ebisu now felt his head full of excitement, his back no longer ached, his legs no longer sore, he was capable again. The next moment he couldn't help but do a few somersaults on the spot, but still felt he had too much strength to burn. He felt that the surrounding people were limiting his performance. Benshu barely suppressed his laughter and reminded, quickly use the shadow clone technique. Have them all somersault together to burn off energy faster. Ebisu quickly followed suit. Puff puff puff. A large number of clones almost blocked the entire 50-meter wide street. Then all the clones started somersaulting in place, showing off their majesty. The villagers who had just been frightened were now amused, a Tokabetsu jōnin performing monkey tricks online. No, this was clearly making a fool of himself. Benshu saw the situation and shouted loudly, Ebisu-sensei, tell me loudly. Is 10000 Rio worth it? Worth it. Definitely. Definitely worth it, all the Ebisu clones shouted. In the market, as the sun slowly rose, the temperature increased. Ebisu had been somersaulting so much that sweat was flying everywhere, and he shouted, Benshu, I can't stop at all. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed into the crystal ball, frowned and said, leave one person at their post unchanged, the rest of you follow me. The situation at Benshu's place is growing increasingly complex. It cannot be allowed to develop unchecked. Reluctantly, Sarutobi had no choice but to personally make a trip. At the market, the villagers were enjoying the spectacle of the monkey show when suddenly several Anbu members appeared among the Ebisu clones. The Anbu shinobi swiftly dispersed Ebisu's clones one by one. Thanks, guys. Ebisu's giant windmill finally came to a halt and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, panting, he said, Benshu, remember to save a few for me. I'll pay you back when I get my salary this month. Benshu, remember to save a few for me. I'll pay you back when I get my salary this month. Just then Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared. Before he could say a word, Ebisu dashed off in a flash, afraid of being nagged. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, then smiled at Benshu and said, give me 2 cans of spinach. No way, money first, goods later. Benshu put his hands on his hips, refusing to compromise even though Sarutobi was the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, shook his head and handed Benshu 2 20,000 Rio notes. The Hokage himself bought it. So it's genuine. Wow, I regret not buying one earlier. I'm going back to get my secret stash. Benshu, save one for me. Seeing the Hokage buy one, and with Ebisu as a prime example, the villagers finally acknowledged Benshu's spinach cans. Benshu handed the spinach can to Sarutobi, all the while scheming about how to market the spinach, how to get the Hokage on board. Rip, before he noticed, Sarutobi had already opened the can and eaten it. No. Benshu slapped his forehead. Why is everyone so impatient? Don't blame me then. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed instantly. His chakra burst out uncontrollably, overturning countless stalls on both sides of the street. Dust filled the air. Sarutobi was shocked. How could he not control this surging power? Benshu looked at the terrifying aura around Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he dyed his hair yellow, could he claim to have turned into a Super Saiyan? Suddenly an Anbu shinobi pressed a blade against Benshu's neck. Speak. What did you feed the Hokage? Yugo. Don't hurt him. Take this child away from me lest I harm him. Yugo. Yuzuki Yugo. The beautiful purple-haired woman. Feeling the cold dagger at his neck, Benshu curled his lips, deliberately pretending to tremble, and leaned back. Oh, so soft. No, it hurts. Benshu rested his head on her soft hand, speaking fearfully. You little brat. Yugo blushed slightly, sheathed her dagger, and in a flash carried Benshu away to safety. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his teeth, his body trembling. If not for the Hokage's robe being large enough, everyone would have seen his current disheveled state. The civilians were evacuated by the surrounding shinobi. Leave 2 men, 1 to organize and bring these cans to my office, the other to guard the remaining spinach at Benshu's house. Yes. At the Hokage's command, 1 Umbu vanished instantly. Yugo, give Benshu 20,000 ryo, then follow me. No delays. Benshu, don't forget you have the ninja exam. I look forward to the day you become a shinobi. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen flickered and disappeared. If not for the fear that his uncontrollable aura would damage the surrounding houses, he would have moved even faster. Order was gradually restored in the streets. Seeing the Hokage fleeing in such a sorry state, many couldn't help but laugh. Yuzuki Yugo, a loyal Hokage supporter, said coldly to Benshu, if anything happens to the Hokage today, even if you're a child, my blade will cut you down. As the long sword slid back into its sheath, Benshu chuckled. My spinach is truly good stuff. If you don't believe me, beautiful sister, why not try it? Seeing Benshu's cheeky grin, Yuzuki Yugo snorted coldly, tossed him 2 banknotes and followed Sarutobi's orders. TCH, who are you trying to scare? As if I'm really a child. Benshu pocketed the 3/10 Sanrio notes and strolled leisurely toward the ninja academy. Meanwhile, inside Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, the Popeye spinach was working wonders. Every cell in his body was rejoicing, stimulated by chakra utterly beyond mental control. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen sprinted all the way to the valley of the end, diving under the waterfall. The immense water pressure helped ease the surging blood a little. But it lasted only a few seconds. His chakra burst out uncontrollably, the overflowing energy parting the waterfall, creating a vacuum. No, I've reached my limit. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Poof 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 poof, several clones appeared beside him. Water style water wave. Earth style earth dragon bullet. Fire style phoenix sage fire technique. Wind style great breakthrough. Lightning style lightning ball. Each clone released a different chakra nature. The jutsu they used were chosen to burn chakra as fast as possible. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was astonished to discover that his control over jutsu had improved. Even the notoriously difficult wind and lightning natures were no exception. Realizing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped to a tree that would take 3 men to embrace and began pounding it like a punching bag. Indeed, my physical strength has increased. Chakra has tripled. Mental strength is up by 30%. Muscle strength has doubled or tripled. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the changes in his body, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. How could this be? Even the most secretive military ration pills of Konoha couldn't do this. Most terrifying of all, this spinach can had no side effects except for a nosebleed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was in turmoil. This child's spinach is too dangerous. It must never leak out. If it does, it could even spark a war between nations. Sigh. Sarutobi composed himself, his expression complex. Why does a common child's spinach possess such terrifying properties? Could it be a power he had never heard of? A Kekii Genkai of farming. No, this is likely a Kekii Toda or even a Kekii Mora level of power. Who's there? At that moment an Umbu appeared. Sarutobi, seeing his nearly naked withered body, blushed, vanished in a flash. At the ninja academy on the playground, Irika was about to explode. He looked around but could not find Benshu's shadow anywhere. Benshu. Where did he run off to now? Just then Benshu leisurely walked through the academy gate, waving at everyone. Teacher, were you looking for me? Irika's rage could no longer be suppressed. He immediately slapped the report card in his hand onto Benshu's face. Whoosh. Substitution jutsu. Benshu dodged it and continued walking toward them. Seeing Benshu's timely reaction, Irika's anger subsided a bit. He said in a deep voice, come over and prepare. We will conduct the assessment immediately. Sasuke also stepped forward. The other students made way for the 2 protagonists of the day. Benshu walked over and said, Iruka-sensei, I want to withdraw from the exam. As Benshu's words fell, the entire examination ground fell into dead silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All examinees stared at him in utter shock. Irika stood frozen, his face marked with disbelief. You. What did you say? At that moment Naruto suddenly charged forward and threw a punch at Benshu, only to have his fist caught directly. Yo, Naruto, quite bold today, daring to take a swing at me. Stop fooling around. Irika roared, but Naruto paid no heed and said angrily, what the hell are you talking about? You are so strong. Why would you give up? All along I've regarded you as the goal I must surpass, and now you just give up like that. What exactly do you think of being a ninja? Benshu-kun. Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? With Benshukun's strength he could definitely pass the exam with flying colors. Ino was utterly baffled. Why? Sakura was also frantic. Sasuke sneered coward. Iruka said gravely, give me a reason. Benshu grinned and said simple, because I am strong. Right, Iruka-sensei. Right, Iruka-sensei. Right. Iruka felt Benshu's voice echoing in his mind. Gradually Benshu's expression seemed so endearing, bringing him a sense of profound comfort. Unconsciously Iruka felt the leaves drifting and insects fluttering in slow motion. Even his own thoughts and movements slowed as if he were a tree or a pillar. Clatter. Iruka's pen fell to the ground without him even noticing. Iruka-sensei. What's wrong with you? Naruto immediately sensed something amiss. He rushed over and shook Iruka vigorously, but Iruka remained dazed. Then Naruto turned to Benshu and demanded, you did this. It must be you. What have you done to Iruka-sensei? Look at you all so ignorant. It's just a simple genjutsu. What's the big deal? Indeed, having just earned 30,000 Ryo, Benshu exchanged it for a basic genjutsu. Quite handy. Genjutsu. Sakura gasped, covering her mouth. Shikamaru, usually taciturn, couldn't help but say genjutsu is insidious. Even a jōnin, if caught off guard, can instantly lose combat capability once trapped. This. Benshu is our age, right? Did he start training from the womb? Naruto was dumbfounded. Release. Yuzuki Yugo suddenly appeared, dispelling the genjutsu on Iruka, her eyes cold as she stared at Benshu. Kid. How could you do something like this? Since it was only a basic genjutsu, it didn't affect Iruka much. After waking up, Iruka looked at Benshu for a long time without speaking. Even without defending, Benshu had executed the technique without giving any indication of his movements. Iruka didn't realize it until Yuzuki Yugo dispelled the genjutsu. Carefully recalling Benshu's actions, Iruka couldn't figure out how he had pulled off that move. Iruka-sensei, do I still need the assessment? Benshu smiled. Iruka gave a wry smile. This kid, even just in genjutsu, was already better than him. Moreover, Benshu's other abilities were not weak either. Thus Iruka had no choice but to say helplessly, indeed, it's not necessary. Yuzuki Yugo glared at Benshu and said to Iruka, Iruka-sensei, you're too lenient with this kid. Iruka laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Having an outstanding student like Benshu makes me overjoyed. Exempting the exam is fine, but the problem is he doesn't want to be a ninja. I really can't talk him out of it. Yuzuki Yugo said coldly, the Hokage says he's going to give this kid a special lesson. As for what he just did, let the Hokage handle it. Iruka was delighted. This solved his biggest headache. He quickly said to Benshu, seriously, Benshu, being personally guided by the Hokage is something many dream of. You're so lucky. Go with Miss Yugo and behave yourself. However, Benshu countered, yo, so fast. Is the Hokage already back? Yuzuki Yugeo's face changed. She forced an ugly smile and said, thanks to you. The Hokage came back safely. Iruka didn't understand the situation, but he felt the atmosphere was off. Hiss. Benshu drew in a sharp breath. He felt that going with Yuzuki Yugo would not bode well. Benshu said seriously, ahem, I suddenly think the exam is fine. Please let me complete the assessment. No. Iruka and Yuzuki Yugo refused in unison. Naruto immediately threw an arm around Benshu's shoulder and said, congratulations on getting the Hokage's personal guidance. I'm not that lucky. I envy you. Benshu-kun is amazing. Hinata's cheeks flushed, her eyes full of adoring stars. Benshu-kun, go on. When you come back, share your learning experience with us. Sakura urged, almost pushing him. Benshu hesitated. This was clearly a trap. Was he going to deliver himself? Just as Benshu was about to refuse, Yuzuki Yugo said, the Hokage said he'll handle the sales of your spinach cans. He wants to discuss it with you. Iruka asked curiously, isn't it just spinach? Does it need the Hokage to find a market for it? Yuzuki Yugo explained his spinach is not ordinary. It can explosively enhance strength. Iruka remained puzzled. Isn't that just a military ration pill? Yuzuki Yugo smiled wryly. How to put it? Similar in nature, but that spinach can even double the Hokage's power. It's terrifying. Iruka looked at Benshu incredulously, only to see him dash to the academy gate in a flash. Sister Yugo, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Yuzuki Yugo froze for a moment, then shook her head in exasperation and went after him. Hey Iruka-sensei, what's a military ration pill? Naruto asked. But Iruka didn't answer. He was too busy wondering how a mere spinach could boost the Hokage's power. Double. At the Hokage's office. Benshu could swear that the sprint from the academy to the Hokage's building was the fastest head ever moved in this world. He hadn't been this eager even when going to the spinach field. Bang. Yuzuki Yugeo's hand about to knock froze midair. The office door burst open and there was Hiruzen Sarutobi leaning on his desk, groaning in pain with a troubled expression. Yuzuki Yugao quickly turned to Benshu and scolded, "You can't just barge into the Hokage's office. Next time you do that, I'll have you arrested." But Benshu ignored her and instead grinned mischievously at Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, my spinach is indeed nourishing, but at your age you should take care of yourself." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hiruzen cleared his throat, awkwardly straightened up and walked toward his chair with his hands behind his back, a little flustered. He thought sitting down would make things normal. Yuzuki Yugao watched him and recalled Benshu's claim that the spinach could restore a man's vigor. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. The third Hokage's expression now was exactly the same as someone indulging in a private life. In a simple report, Yuzuki Yuin shared her experiences at the Ninja Academy. Therefore, Iroha-sensei hopes that Lord Hokage can properly guide this student. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. This little rascal was indeed not to be underestimated. "If you don't want to be a ninja, how about you just follow me? I will accept you as my direct disciple. As long as it's something I know, I can teach you whatever you want. What do you think?" Before Benshu could respond, Yuzuki Yuin hurriedly interjected, "No, absolutely not. How could Lord Hokage accept this brat as a disciple? With him around, other than causing you daily trouble, what use could he possibly have? Besides, today he even made you eat." As she trailed off, Yuzuki Yuin's voice grew softer. It was hard for her to say the word sheep drug. Benshu chuckled, realizing that this beautiful woman was quite perceptive. He teasingly remarked, "Sister Yuin, as you saw after Lord Hokage ate that spinach canned food, he looked 10 years younger. If you were to have one, even if it's not as clear as Lord Hokage returning to the age of 16, wouldn't be a problem at all." "I won't." Yuzuki Yuin's pretty face grew increasingly red. This drool-inducing expression delighted Benshu, although his current young body couldn't show any reaction. However, seeing a beautiful woman display such shyness was truly a sight to behold. At that moment, a little devil visible only to Benshu was grinning mischievously on his head. "This is what you get for putting a knife to my neck earlier." Benshu felt a bit relieved, sensing an improvement in his mood, and then said, "Lord Hokage, let's set aside the discussion about accepting disciples for now. Could you first help me correct the villagers' various nonsensical speculations about the spinach canned food?" At this time, everyone was pondering the effects of the spinach canned food. Seizing the opportunity, if the Hokage were to clarify the effects of the spinach canned food, it could leverage that popularity for a wave of advertising. If the villagers treated this spinach canned food as a disaster, how could one possibly profit? "This is a minor issue. Yuin, go and issue an announcement right now. From my tests, consuming this spinach increases chakra by about 3 times, mental strength by approximately 30%, and muscle strength can surpass its original limits roughly between 2 to 3 depending on the individual. As for side effects, aside from needing to release the suddenly increased energy immediately, there are no other issues. How could it increase so much with only a few precautions? Lord Hokage, am I hearing this right?" Yuzuki Yuin looked at Benshu with disbelief. This little spinach could actually double the power of a shadow-level ninja. "Am I lying? Hurry up and make the announcement. Otherwise we won't be able to discuss anything regarding this brat." After receiving confirmation from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuzuki Yuin's gaze toward Benshu shifted. Though their time together had been brief, Benshu always gave off a carefree vibe. Yet paradoxically, he was not weak at all, and the spinach held immense strategic significance. Benshu was shrouded in an air of mystery. Yuzuki Yuin took a deep look at Benshu before leaving. "Yes, Lord Hokage." After she departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Benshu and asked, "Now that it's just the two of us, tell me, where did this spinach come from?" Benshu laughed, realizing he was indeed being scrutinized. "Of course it's grown in the ground. Who in the village doesn't know that?" Pretending to be confused while clearly understanding, Benshu wondered what Hiruzen wanted to extract from him. No way. But he also realized he needed to quickly increase his own strength. Only then could he have enough leverage to converse on equal terms with these big shots. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding Benshu's extremely detailed personal information. From his parents' experiences to Benshu's growth journey, every detail was accounted for. The information proved that Benshu was completely innocent enough to have no reason to betray Konohagakure. Because of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside his suspicions. After closing the file, he calmly lit his pipe. "Forget it, let's not discuss this. What do you truly think about becoming my disciple? I'd like to inquire about the salary. Apprentices surely can't work for free, can they?" Cough. Cough. Benshu's sudden question nearly choked Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old smoker. The third Hokage was internally overwhelmed with a tempest of thoughts. "I'm a Hokage accepting you as my disciple, and you're not just thanking me but talking about salary. Are you kidding me? But isn't this little brat being treated too unfairly?" Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. "I'll pay you the standard for a chōnin. Once you reach jōnin level, it'll multiply tenfold, 200,000 a month. You can also take on missions when you have no tasks here. The rewards will be distributed according to the mission contribution, and there won't be any handling fees." The Anbu ninjas lurking nearby were stunned. The Hokage was discussing work benefits with a child barely 10 years old. No way, that's too low. 5 months wouldn't even cover what I make selling a can of spinach. I make a fortune selling spinach every month, there's no way I'm doing this. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though Benshu had just ripped off his face and thrown it to the ground to be stepped on. Shallow. At that moment Yuzuki Yuin returned and shot Benshu an angry glare. Benshu was puzzled. Why was this girl always at odds with him? Was it just because he had fed Hokage some spinach? Why treat him like a sworn enemy? But with her looks, demeanor and the way she was reviewed on the site, it was impossible for him to truly be angry. With a naive expression Benshu said, I'm just trying to make a living, how can that be called shallow? Yuzuki Yuin finally understood. This kid may be small but his ability to choke people was unprecedented. Benshu had numerous reasons for not wanting to be a ninja. Right now Konoha appeared calm on the surface, yet there were too many hidden dangers. The gates of Konoha had been kicked open several times, with the most outrageous being Pain, who could carry multiple buildings with a sack of rice. Konoha could be easily toppled and not even the ground would be spared. With a system in place he could earn money to fulfill his dreams. Why go through so many twists and turns? Anything unrelated to making money would be skipped. Seeing Benshu's attitude so resolute, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to give up and said, alright, I suppose I've been intimidated by you. Let's consider the matter of accepting you as a disciple closed. If you have any questions regarding cultivation in the future, feel free to ask me. But there's one thing, you must give Grandpa some face. No way. Sarutobi Hiruzen was baffled. He hadn't even said anything yet, so why was it a direct refusal? Benshu could tell from Sarutobi's demeanor that he was definitely trying to haggle, so he nipped that idea in the bud. If it's about the price of the spinach cans, then no negotiation. 10% off is my absolute bottom line, there's no room to lower it further. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. Why was it so difficult to discuss anything with this kid? But he simply couldn't resist the allure of the spinach cans. They were a treasure that could double a ninja's strength. Thus, having experienced it firsthand, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the tagline Benshu had written was absolutely flawless. Realistic. This was without a doubt the most realistic slogan Sarutobi Hiruzen had ever seen. Its only flaw, if it could be called a flaw, was the price, which was steep. By now the spinach cans had been tacitly classified by Sarutobi Hiruzen as a strategic resource exclusive to Konoha. Could this ability be? Suddenly Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of a possibility. He casually set his pipe on the table and walked toward Benshu. Wait, don't move. Let me examine your body. Benshu didn't believe for a second that Sarutobi Hiruzen genuinely wanted to check his health. The third Hokage probably wanted to probe his chakra nature or perhaps confirm something. Regardless, Benshu was certain that given his current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no reason to play tricks on a child like him. Go ahead and check if you like. Check away. Unfazed, Benshu simply cooperated. Yuzuki Yugo was startled, thinking the third Hokage had taken a liking to taking him as a disciple. She hurriedly said, Lord Hokage, you're not. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a hand signaling Yuzuki Yugo to be silent. After a long moment he frowned. This can't be right. Yuzuki Yugo, without any regard for Benshu's feelings, asked directly, Lord Hokage, what is Benshu's aptitude like? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. In terms of physical fitness, he's passable, roughly average. After the examination, Sarutobi Hiruzen was deeply disappointed. Earlier Sarutobi Hiruzen had suspected the spinach might be related to wood release, but after inspection he found it had nothing to do with wood release. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's soft sigh, Benshu sneered inwardly, if I let you uncover my secret that easily, that would be something else. Having found nothing, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been wearing a grave expression, immediately put on a smile. By the way, you said your spinach produces a harvest every month with such high yield. Isn't the price of 10,000 ryo each a bit too high? I'm planning to buy in bulk. How about giving your grandpa a half-price deal? Then he'll take all you have. How about this, you give me half price and as long as you have stock he'll buy it all, okay? Benshu shook his head firmly. Grandpa Hokage, it's not that I don't want to. You know the effects of this spinach. When something is rare, it's precious. The price I set is very reasonable. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed. At this price, apart from me buying in bulk on behalf of the village, if you try to sell it yourself, the chance of selling quickly is zero. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish, Benshu waved his hand. Lord Hokage, are you sure? Reminded by Benshu, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that his own eagerness for the spinach cans had already proven the item's worth at the Hokage level. Moreover, at the market, if he, the Hokage, hadn't intervened, Benshu might have sold out on the spot. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking of another way to negotiate with Benshu, the door of the Hokage's office was slammed open. Who was Benshu? A burly man appeared, so broad-shouldered that he could barely fit through the door. It was Akimichi Choza, the head of the Akimichi clan. He saw Sarutobi Hiruzen pacing anxiously while a child sitting on the sofa looked completely at ease. Struck by the stark contrast, Akimichi Choza paused for a moment, then said, Lord Hokage, my apologies. Should I go out and knock first? Sarutobi Hiruzen realized he had been a bit flustered. He quickly straightened his robes. Ahem, no need. Koza Dono, what brings you here? Akimichi Choza bowed to the Hokage, then walked excitedly to Benshu and gave a deep 90-degree bow, startling Benshu. After straightening up, Choza asked, "Are those spinach cans still available? The Akimichi clan wants to buy all the spinach cans." Ah. Sarutobi Hiruzen then remembered that these cans were indeed very useful for the Akimichi clan. More precisely, they provided an extraordinary boost to all users of transformation techniques. Especially for power-type ninjas, the overall enhancement could approach a terrifying triple increase. The Akimichi clan had their own secret pills, but those were costly and had severe side effects, nowhere near comparable to the spinach. Benshu was secretly delighted. This Akimichi Choza was a godsend. He stood up and said with a smile, "Clan head, you're straightforward. I'll sell you this batch. But I have one request." Hearing Benshu's response, Akimichi Choza beamed with joy and quickly said, "Mr. Benshu, please tell me directly. As long as it's within my power, I won't hesitate." Benshu laughed. This man looked rough, but his words were quite pleasing, a middle-aged man in his 30s calling him Mr. This also demonstrated Choza's sincerity in business, unlike a certain old monkey who was always trying to set traps. This batch of spinach cans is just a trial product. In the future, it'll expand the planting area. This small-scale operation of mine won't be sustainable. I've heard that the Akimichi clan is quite skilled in construction. So I'd like to offer the price of 10 spinach cans to ask the clan head to help build a canning factory. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. What exactly was this kid planning? With such a precious item, you want to mass-produce it. Next, are you planning to sell it to other countries? This clearly crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's line. Before Akimichi Choza could reply, Sarutobi Hiruzen said sternly, "I'm telling you now, these spinach cans are absolutely not allowed to leave the village. Otherwise it could threaten the security of our village." Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's firm stance, Benshu didn't want to give up. He grinned and said, "Only with higher production can we lower the price for everyone, right? Also, the real price of my spinach cans should be 100,000 ryo each. Selling them to our own people at 10,000 ryo each is already a huge favor. But if I sell to other villages, I won't give discounts. I'll even raise the price." The few people in the Hokage's office, including the third Hokage himself, were all listening to Benshu's fluent discourse. 100,000 ryo is only the starting price. If they are willing to buy, doesn't it also indirectly weaken their financial strength? Besides what I've mentioned earlier, we can also manipulate the quality of the products specifically exported. And this standard is determined by me alone. So regarding this matter, please think it over carefully, Lord Hokage. Do not crush this plan outright. Towards the end, Benshu's tone gradually turned serious and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen handled matters mildly, he was not much different from that Danzo when it came to matters that could affect the village's structure. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Benshu for a long time, not knowing what to say. The matter involved too many factors. Even though Benshu's plan considered all aspects, Hiruzen dared not make a hasty decision. So Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons. Yuzuki Yugo was filled with shock. How could this child, not yet 10 years old, handle matters not only with multiple considerations but also firmly grasp the benefits in his own hands? If this were placed on herself, would she come up with a better plan than this child? Yuzuki Yugo couldn't help but silently lament. It was time to reassess her view of Benshu. Akimichi Choza simply thought Benshu's ability to consider so many things was impressive. As long as he could sell him the canned food, he didn't care about anything else. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, "The issue of whether to export remains to be discussed. Let me know when the factory is built and report the production capacity to me promptly. Only when these are done well can I grant you permission. Also leave me a spinach can so I can discuss it with other senior Konoha officials." Benshu smiled and said the factory is no problem, but... Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought, Akimichi Choza, fearing Benshu might change his mind, handed over a large bill of 1 million ryo as a deposit. At that moment, Benshu dangled the million ryo note in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing the situation, Akimichi Choza quickly said, "With our clan's capabilities, rest assured we will follow Lord Hokage's requirement. Once the next batch of spinach cans is shipped, we will deliver the freshest ones to you immediately." Sarutobi Hiruzen's teeth ached, so they were determined not to give him even one. Just as he was about to order Yuzuki Yugo to see them out, Akimichi Choza said weakly, "Lord Hokage, could our clan's goods be given to us first?" Benshu smiled and said, "Clan leader Choza, for the sake of a pleasant cooperation, I have to plead on behalf of Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage has taken great pains to test and advertise my spinach cans. Even without great merit, there is still hard work. Could you leave one can for Lord Hokage as a reward for his efforts?" "Of course, no problem." Akimichi Choza was full of question marks. "So you make the money, you play the good guy, and then I pay." But 10,000 ryo is just 10,000 ryo. Spending his own money to leave a good impression on the Hokage wasn't a loss. Forcibly not a loss. Benshu added, "I also want to thank Sister Yugo and the other ninja uncles for ensuring my spinach cans didn't suffer any mishaps in my absence." After speaking, Benshu gave a slight bow to Yuzuki Yugo. Yuzuki Yugo, who had changed her impression of Benshu, muttered to herself, "This kid's mouth is quite sweet." Calling her sister sounded really pleasant. She scolded with a smile, "So aren't you going to reward me with a spinach can?" Benshu shook his head like a rattledrum no can do. If I give one to Sister Yugo, then Lord Hokage will ask for several more. I don't mind, but now these spinach cans belong to the Akimichi. If word gets out that Lord Hokage is always taking advantage, it won't sound good. Sarutobi Hiruzen had dark lines on his forehead. In your impression of me, am I that fond of taking advantage? Benshu smirked. I just knew Lord Hokage wouldn't argue with a child like me. Then Benshu turned to Akimichi Choza and said, Clan leader Choza, why don't you quickly thank Lord Hokage for his generosity? Akimichi Choza felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what. Just as Akimichi Choza was about to thank him as Benshu suggested, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand repeatedly. No need, no need. Yugo, show them the way. Just looking at this brat gives me a headache. With that, Benshu followed Yuzuki Yugo out humming a tune as he walked. Soon only Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in the Hokage's office. Through the window he watched Akimichi Choza, who had enlarged himself using the expansion technique, grab the wheelbarrow with one hand as if picking up a snack. Benshu was sitting on Akimichi Choza's shoulder. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was filled with mixed emotions and he murmured to himself, I feel like I can no longer understand this kid. Forget it, leave him be. Lin Jiao. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's summons, a figure wearing a bullhorn mask silently appeared in the Hokage's office, prostrating before the desk on one knee. Any movements from Danzo? Reporting to Lord Hokage for now. At that moment Danzo, leaning on his cane, walked in slowly. Hiruzen, you intend to keep such a big matter from me? Why would I hide it? You already know now. Instead, let me ask you, is there something you need from me? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, expressionlessly tossing the burden back. Danzo laughed instead. I'm just here to remind you that I cannot fully guarantee there are no spies in our village. Sooner or later the appearance of such items will become known to other villages. Before we are fully prepared to resist a united attack from other villages against Konoha. No matter how important this item is, it cannot outweigh the safety of Konoha, can it? Especially if the resources fall into the hands of someone beyond our control. If this child's threat exceeds the benefits he brings, I believe Lord Hokage will make the right trade-off. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. Are you teaching me how to do my job? At the same time Hiruzen's robes fluttered without wind and his entire aura sharpened. Though I am old, I still have a few years left to protect these children as they grow. As long as I live, I will never allow the tragedies of the past to repeat. Hiruzen's heart was heavy. There was a time when Konoha was abundant with talents, 100 flowers blooming. But now. Oh. I see. You don't actually think this Benshu will become a fourth Hokage, do you? Danzo laughed, his face full of mockery. Lin Jiao stood by, cold sweat trickling down his back as he listened to the two titans clash. Yuanfei Risen slammed his hand on the table and pointed it to Wanzang, roaring, I warn you, you had better restrain yourself. These youngsters of this generation. You are not to touch a single one of them, especially Benshu. In stark contrast to Yuanfei's fury, Wanzang remained remarkably composed. Very well, but I must also remind you, if your actions lead to a crisis in my, do not blame me. Enough, I won't argue with you. I need 1 can of that spinach to take back for research. Yuanfei Risen without any hesitation tossed his only can to Tuanzang. Then leaning on his cane, Tuanzang slowly walked away. Lord Hokage, shouldn't we assign someone to protect Benshu exclusively? Lin Jiao had dared not utter a word while the two leaders discussed matters, and only now after Tuanzang's departure did he make this suggestion. Let Xian go. She has crossed paths with Benshu before and they will get along better. Understood. I'll go inform her immediately. On the other side, Benshu, having returned home, was not idle either. He first went to repay all his debts, then paid the wages to the Obasan neighbors who had helped him, along with thoughtful little gifts he had carefully selected. In this way he could secure a sustainable relationship with the Obasans, whom he would rely on until the factory was built. Due to the limited time last night, he had arranged with Zhou Daodingsua to deliver the remaining spinach 2 days later. This time, knowing there was money to be made, more Obasans were willing to help Benshu. After a hard afternoon's work, they produced over 200 more cans of spinach. At long last, all of this batch of spinach was fully taken care of. The total revenue was about 5 million liang. The 2,500 liang spent on seeds was merely a drop in the bucket. Afterward, Benshu collapsed directly onto his bed. Staring at the ceiling, he pondered his next steps. The top-tier ninjutsu in the system were powerful, but they were utterly unsuitable for his current dire poverty. Indeed, the incoming 5 million silver liang was no small sum, but it was nothing in front of the system. Moreover, after exchanging for ninjutsu, there was the limitation of chakra capacity. Thus the most urgent task was to enhance his chakra first. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained 5 million system points. Daily special shop is now open. Today's special 1 unit of Kakashi's chakra capacity, 1 million liang. Warm tip: the growth cycle of Popeye's spinach can be shortened. This sudden notification made Benshu spring up from the bed. But just as he wanted to ask the system what method could ripen it faster, the system's answer was only 4 words: no comment. Forget it, I'll figure it out tomorrow. Sleep, sleep. Saying so, Benshu flopped into bed and fell asleep, not giving the bed a moment to react. Meanwhile 100 meters east of Benshu's house on the rooftop of another building. Several figures clad in night clothes crouched there. A silver-haired man in black said Tengu no. 2. Repeat our mission objective. Steal the vegetables. Tengu no. 2 replied weakly. Kakashi, you can feel the heat of youth by doing a handstand run around the village. There's no need to eat those things. Akai wore a mask but his thick eyebrows were too conspicuous. Who is Kakashi? I'm Tengu no. 1. You are Tengu no. 2. Don't get it wrong. Kakashi's silver hair was equally obvious. I also don't think that stuff can be as miraculous as Lord Hokage says. Asuma, who disdained to hide his identity, firmly believed that a real man should dare to act and take responsibility. As for code names, he had already discarded them. You followed me here and still ask that. It's fine if you don't come along. If you're as rich as Dingswa, go ahead and buy it. Asuma had initially tried to light a cigarette to ease his embarrassment, but the flame was blocked by his mask. Then Asuma simply tore off the mask, tossed it aside and puffed away. Kakashi was exasperated. Why did he have teammates like these? Thus he began to have doubts about today's operation. Even if the Hokage acknowledged the spinach's efficacy, how could that compare to what he had personally experienced? So Kakashi had immediately gathered the few jōnin who were temporarily free from missions. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by such terrifying effects? Upon learning the news, Akai, Asuma and Hong immediately insisted on joining. Kakashi checked the moon's position, estimating the time was about right and all the lights in Benshu's direction had gone out. He then asked Shiri Hong Tengu no. For go scout and make sure the fat sheep isn't awake. If he's not asleep, use some genjutsu if necessary. Also confirm whether anyone is guarding the fat sheep and be quick. Okay. Shiri Hong swiftly approached Benshu's house. After ensuring it was safe, she immediately sent back the signal. Kakashi, Kai and Asuma followed suit. Kakashi couldn't resist teasing Akai, weren't you going to burn your youth by running handstands? How come you're running faster than me? I won't waste a single second of youth. Aren't I burning it now? Ho ho. Kakashi watched Akai's swiftly departing figure and couldn't be bothered to retort. No matter what he said, Akai would always have the last word. On the other side, Mayushien, who had originally been responsible only for guiding, was pulled by Benshu to pack spinach cans all afternoon, leaving her reeking of greens from head to toe. As soon as she returned to the umbu, she was told she had to come guard Benshu. Walking toward Benshu's house under the moonlight, Mayushien had already begun to worry about her future. Sigh, this kid is really a handful, but following him should make life more interesting. At Benshu's house, the vegetable stealing squad executed their plan. Kakashi kept watch. Shiri Hong monitored Benshu and the other two were in charge of bagging. But just as Shiri Hong crept to Benshu's bedside, she saw his two round eyes staring at her. Clack! The light in the room suddenly turned on. Benshu slowly sat up from the bed. At the same time, Chiodao Dingswa, a giant as big as a mountain, stood at the doorway. It was he who had turned on the light. Benshu said, "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Dingswa. No trouble at all, it's the least I could do." Shiri Hong, caught red-handed, awkwardly backed away and joined the rest of the squad. Shiri Hong discreetly nudged Asuma, signaling that they should make a quiet escape. But Chiodao Dingswa spoke slowly as a token of gratitude to Mr. Benshu for his assistance to the Chiodao clan. Our clan now serves as Mr. Benshu's personal guard corps. Don't try to run, our clansmen are waiting outside. Asuma and Mate Kai could only force a wry grin as they turned around. In their hearts, however, shock surged. Had he known all along that they would come? Elsewhere on the rooftop, Kakashi muttered a curse under his breath and prepared to flee. At that very moment, Mao Weishien arrived at the entrance of Benshu's house. Mr. Kakashi. Where might you be headed? Ah. Miss Shien, what a splendid night. The weather is truly beautiful. I came out to admire the moon. Mao Weishien looked up at the moon just as a cloud drifted by and obscured it. Kakashi, save me. Suddenly Mate Kai roared, his voice ringing clearly down the street. Kakashi, what the hell? Mao Weishien had already been suspicious when she spotted Kakashi, and Mate Kai's bellow gave her the perfect excuse to act. Mr. Kakashi. Shall we go? Sigh. Kakashi could only obediently jump down from the roof. Once inside the courtyard, he couldn't help but admire. The quality of these hidden sentries is truly outstanding. Mao Weishien remarked, for these ninjas to earn such praise from a former ANBU like you, Senior Kakashi, the people that young Benshu has recruited must be exceptionally skilled. Yes. Indeed. Kakashi inwardly lamented that he should have been more cautious today and not rushed his reconnaissance in a bit to save time. Otherwise he wouldn't have been caught red-handed. When Mao Weishien and Kakashi reached Benshu's room, Chiodao Dingswa stood guard like a gatekeeper. It was then that Mao Weishien understood, so these were members of the Chiodao clan. That explained everything. Chiodao Dingswa laughed heartily upon seeing Kakashi. No way, Kakashi, how did you end up? Now I get it. This must be the bond between you and Mate Kai. The moment he was caught, the first person he called was you. Sharing adversity and facing death together. True brothers. True brothers indeed. Kakashi's forehead darkened with veins. Why did those words true brothers suddenly carry an odd undertone? Mate Kai with a look of resentment shuffled slowly toward Kakashi and said weakly, Kakashi. You're doing well. Kakashi doing well. I'm doing well, your sister. Kakashi wanted nothing more to do with this useless teammate, so he moved to stand beside Shirihon, putting as much distance as possible between himself and Mate Kai. Benshu smiled when he saw Maui Shien. Sister Shien, what brings you here? The Lord Hokage was worried about you, so he sent me to look after you. Jodaodingswa and the other 4 Jōnin suddenly glanced at each other. The 4 elite ninjas now realized that their operation today had been a grave mistake. They should have anticipated this. Benshu, young as he was, had already shown himself to be different from other children of his age. How could the Lord Hokage simply leave him unattended? Even judging solely from the effects of the Spinach cans, it was only natural for the Hokage to assign an elite ANBU to protect Benshu. But that was beside the point. Given the preparations Benshu had made on his own, the 4, Kakashi included, couldn't even get past this first hurdle. Maui Shien continued, it seems that even if I hadn't come you wouldn't have had any trouble here. What I didn't expect though was that 4 elite Jōnin would all set their sights on you. Benshu shook his head. It can't be helped, this is my irrepressible charm. Maui Shien chuckled, more like the charm of your spinach cans. She affectionately ruffled Benshu's hair, then her expression turned cold as she faced the vegetable thieving squad. Mr. Kakashi, as my senior to have done such a thing, it truly pains me. Jodaodingswa chimed in, and you Kai and the others, stealing a child's belongings. That really crosses the line. Kai scratched his head. Well, I've been a bit strapped for cash lately. I had no choice but. Strapped? You expect me to believe that a Jōnin can't scrape together 10,000 ryo? Maui Shien wasn't buying Mate Kai's nonsense. Kakashi was speechless. Mate Kai, you're acting like a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water. Are you just asking them to turn on you? Shirihon saw the writing on the wall. Today's outcome wasn't so much about their flawed planning. Rather, everything had been under Benshu's control from the start. Their supposedly flawless plan was riddled with holes. Detailed reconnaissance. If the Chodao clan's elite could be detected so easily, the clan would have perished back in the Warring States era. Shirihon let out a long sigh. Benshu, what we did today was wrong. I'll accept whatever punishment you decide. Kakashi, Mate Kai and Asuma watched as Shirihon admitted her fault. But the 3 of them found it extremely hard to swallow their pride, apologizing to a child when they were Jōnin. Benshu glanced at the 3 still hesitating, then asked Maui Shien, how does the Lord Hokage usually handle cases like this? Maui Shien replied with a stony face, burglary of this severity must be dealt with strictly. I suggest we take the offenders to the Lord Hokage immediately to confess. I'm sure the Hokage will deliver a verdict that satisfies you. Kakashi frowned deeply. Now that Maui Shien had arrived, the situation had completely slipped beyond his expectations and he could see no way out. But on second thought, throughout this whole affair, Jodaodingswa and Maui Shien had been following Benshu's lead, supporting him like perfect assistants. The one truly in charge was Benshu himself. Was this really a child not even 10 years old? Compared with others his age, Sasuke was somewhat mature, but he didn't possess Benshu's meticulous scheming. As for Naruto, he spent all his time pulling pranks. Even the boy from the Nara clan couldn't have set up such an elaborate trap. It was as if they were being lured into it step by step. Asuma panicked. Benshu. Brother Benshu, could you put in a good word for us? If my old man finds out I did this, hell beat me black and blue. I'd even be willing to work for a day, 3 days, a whole week. Benshu was inwardly overjoyed. He had just been thinking that Maui Shien played the bad cop role perfectly, and now Asuma had delivered yet another assist. How could he not take full advantage? Kakashi pressed a hand to his forehead. Asuma, you're an elite Jōnin, a grown man, getting this stared by your father. Really? I am also willing to grow spinach. Kurenai stated directly. Asuma said me too. Might Guy followed me too. Kakashi had remained silent all this while. After much deliberation he could think of no other alternative. In the end he had no choice but to compromise. Benshu, suppressing the urge to high-five Choza Akimichi and Yuga Yuzuki, chuckled and said, listen, if you all do well I won't treat you senior members unfairly. After working for me for 1 day for free, from then on you'll receive 1 can every 2 days as wages. And I promise that whatever happened today will be treated as if it never occurred. Benshu deeply understood the beauty of sustainable development. A carrot and a stick worked wonders. So what if they were Jōnin? As long as the allure of spinach cans remained they had to obey. The 4 of them widened their eyes. Was this actually possible? Asuma laughed heartily. Brother Benshu is a good man. A truly good man. If there's ever anything you need me for, Asuma, just say the word. Just hope the cans come with the wages. The other 3 glared at Asuma. What a genius you are. Were they truly afraid of lagging behind and flattery worried the cans wouldn't arrive? But Asuma didn't care. What were teammates? So what if he licked boots? Hadn't they heard the saying? If you flatter hard enough everything will come your way. It might not work on women but when the target is a brother it's sure to succeed. It was just like back in school when you wanted lunch, all you had to do was call your roommate dad and you could lie comfortably in the dorm waiting for food. So can we work a few more days just to get a few more cans as wages? Might Guy pressed. Benshu walked directly to the corner where the spinach cans were stacked, took 4 and handed one to each person. With a sincere expression he said, from now on work with me. I guarantee that you seniors will soon achieve freedom. Asuma and Might Guy, who had previously looked down on Benshu, now gazed at him as if he were a long-lost brother. Even the tsundere Kakashi was now conquered by the spinach can, no exception. Thus the 4 of them bid farewell to Benshu with tears of gratitude. After watching Kakashi and the others walk far away, Yuga Yuzuki couldn't help but burst into laughter. How about it? I played my part well, didn't I? Benshu laughed heartily. Sister Yuga really gets me. Our chemistry is simply amazing. If it weren't for you scaring them today I probably would have had to give each of them an extra can to seal the deal. Josa Akimichi scratched his head puzzled. I thought Benshu knew Kakashi and the others were coming back all along. How could your chemistry be that good? Benshu and Yugo exchanged knowing smiles and said in unison, secret. The 4 elite jōnin left Benshu's house and walked along the street. Kakashi stared at the spinach can in his hand, feeling something was off. Suddenly he said, Kai, we are jōnin, right? Might Guy was puzzled, not knowing why Kakashi was asking what he already knew. Yes, what's the matter? Then why are we working for a genin? Asuma said, probably because these cans smell too good. Is there a way to get the cans without paying and without work? Kurenai glanced at Kakashi and said, well, there is. We tried it, got caught, so we still have to work. Kakashi deduced and had an epiphany. Working for the delicious cans, that's working is delicious, right? Led by Kakashi, the other 3 suddenly saw the light. They looked at the cans in their hands and sighed in unison, working is indeed delicious. The next morning. Hokage's office. Benshu and Yugo arrived early and coincidentally ran into Benshu's 4 big brothers. They were Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai. Under the influence of Kakashi's working is delicious theorem, the 4 had already set their hearts on the back mountain spinach field. Thus they had to ask for leave. What? All 4 of you want time off? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked suspiciously at the 4, then at Benshu, who seemed eager to go home as soon as he entered the office. What madness had possessed these 4? Asking for leave together. Could this be that kid's doing again? You 4 elite jōnin, you're abandoning your teams. Not taking missions. And you ask for a whole week off. What are the dozen or so students supposed to do while you're gone? Asuma saw his father getting angry and quickly said with great emotion, we're going to help Benshu grow vegetables. Hiruzen's face turned dark immediately. The fresh graduates would be arriving soon. And you as their mentors are going to farm vegetables. Aren't you afraid that the students assigned to you will stab you in the back? Before training even begins you're already falling behind compared to others. Hiruzen was too furious to speak. Asuma thought his father was still considering, so he continued, it was only yesterday that we realized how moving this child Benshu truly is. His growth is an inspiring book that moved me to tears streaming down my face. Hiruzen wanted to slap himself. How had he fathered such a thing? What nonsense are you spouting? Who do you think you are? Don't I know my own son? You're asking for leave just because you want the spinach cans from Benshu, aren't you? The 4 of them immediately looked crestfallen. How had they been seen through so quickly? Hiruzen was shaking with rage. Fine, fine. I didn't expect it to really be for this reason. Hiruzen glared fiercely at Benshu but couldn't say anything to him, so he vented his anger on the 4 jōnin. You want to delay the teaching progress of this season's graduates for such a reason? I tell you no. Way. And all 4 of you are seasoned jōnin, can't you tell what's important? Might Guy. You're the worst. You're already a teacher. If you take leave, what are the 3 kids in your class supposed to do? This leave is denied. Hiruzen was frustrated. It seemed that anything involving Benshu led to nothing good. After being thoroughly scolded by Hiruzen, the 4 jōnin looked helpless. And today was the day genin teams were formed with most jōnin gathered together. Jōnin said, Kakashi, how did you end up like this? Kakashi was extremely embarrassed by the question, but he didn't want to explain, he just wanted to figure out how to get the leave first. It was the least he could do to repay Benshu's generosity in giving them that spinach can. 10,000 Ryo. How could they not act? It would weigh on their conscience. Benshu wanted to laugh at the dejected look of the 4 jōnin. At this moment they resembled troubled youths trying to con a teacher into letting them skip class to hit the internet cafe. Report. Just as Kakashi and his team were at a loss, Irika arrived with the graduates of the current Ninja Academy class. Naruto saw Benshu dash out of the line and rushed towards him. Hey Benshu. Have you decided to become a ninja? Benshu looked puzzled. Didn't I say I don't want to be a ninja? Ha, How can the Hokage be so useless? Can't even convince you. Naruto shot a resentful glare at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen's face darkened. What does this have to do with me? If Benshu doesn't want to be a ninja, why are you glaring at me? Sakura sighed deeply. Oh no. I wanted to be in the same squad as Benshu-kun. Ino also sighed. Alas, the Inoshikacho team will definitely be together, but it's a pity. Ino sighed along. Quiet. Iruka commanded, and all the students immediately quieted down and quickly formed a line. Iruka hadn't expected that even the Hokage couldn't persuade this stubborn kid, he sighed regretfully. At that moment Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Benshu, whatever it is, tell me first. Benshu said apologetically, how about we do the team assignments first? It's not fair to keep everyone waiting for me. Naruto whispered, then at least get off the sofa. Benshu deliberately leaned back and crossed his legs. Hiruzen winced at the sight, eager to send this troublemaker away first so the team assignments could proceed smoothly. Hiruzen snapped, stop the nonsense, hurry up. Benshu coughed, Grandpa Hokage, I want the mountain behind the village. Wait, that mountain is important. I can't give it to you. Hiruzen frowned. Don't rush, Grandpa Hokage, let me finish. I guarantee that whenever you need to buy spinach cans they'll give you a 10% discount. As soon as Benshu finished speaking, the Hokage's office went silent. Immediately everyone burst into laughter. Naruto jumped out again, clutching his stomach with laughter. Ha ha ha. Benshu, are you still dreaming? With such a big mountain, how could the Hokage possibly let you plant spinach? His former classmates all sneered at his foolishness. Only Hinata felt uncomfortable seeing everyone targeting Benshu. She kept twisting the hem of her clothes with her small hands. But Benshu seemed unconcerned, leaning back on the sofa indifferently. Hiruzen's two words deal instantly silenced the office. He agreed. The Hokage really agreed. Lord Hokage, are you sure? Yuzuki Yugao couldn't believe it. Just a discount of 1,000 ryo and he gave away the entire mountain. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and nodded. He had seen how terrible this brat could be. If he refused, Benshu might just find another buyer and leave the Hokage hanging again. Hiruzen was certain that Benshu could arrange it so that everyone in the village had cans except the Hokage himself. All of Benshu's former classmates were dumbfounded. Was this person who just conned the Hokage really their classmate? Most unbelievable of all, the Hokage had actually agreed. Sasuke clenched his fists. Benshu had unknowingly reached a level where he could speak with the Hokage as an equal. How frustrating. Ino and Sakura, on the other hand, had stars in their eyes, full of admiration. The jōnin and Iruka were also astonished the Hokage had actually taken such an obvious loss. Lord Hokage, wouldn't you like to reconsider? Yuzuki Yugao advised. Iruka joined in. If you give the mountain to this kid, he'll certainly ruin it. Jōnin said the strategic significance of the back mountain is immense. It absolutely cannot be turned into farmland that would severely impact our village's defense. Jōnin B said exactly. The forests of the back mountain are the best natural barrier. Our ninjas can use these trees for camouflage and ambushes. Benshu smiled. Sorry, but I've already thought of all that. You people probably haven't seen what it means to be multi-layered. Kakashi and the others quickly stepped forward. This was Benshu giving them a chance to shine. Yugi Kurenai said, except for Guy, the three of us have decent sensory abilities. Taking turns, we can definitely handle it. Cough, but don't you have a time shortage? Iruka said. Benshu smiled. Iruka-sensei, if the seniors say it's possible, then it's definitely fine. Isn't it inappropriate for you to interfere with the seniors' personal lives? Thus the arguments from all of you against giving me the mountain collapse on their own, don't they? Or is it that Kakashi and the others are not strong enough to serve as scouts for the mountain? At that moment Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Fine, fine. I'll give you 5 days. After that, teach your teams properly. Very well, Benshu, now that the mountain is yours, you must ensure that defense doesn't falter. Benshu smiled. Got it, leave it to me. After settling the mountain issue, they proceeded with the team assignments. Benshu immediately dragged Yuzuki Yugao to the back mountain and began planning. A month later, the second batch of spinach finally arrived. It must be said, jōnin are amazing. Clearing the mountain. Guy delivered a kick. Too many trees. Asuma used fire style ash pile burning. Then Kakashi copied it with his Sharingan and efficiency skyrocketed. Finally Kakashi used water style to extinguish the fire. It was a bit draining. But after Benshu forced a spinach can into Kakashi, the problem vanished instantly. Throughout the month Benshu hadn't bought any daily chakra specials, so his chakra remained stagnant. After this batch of goods was completely purchased by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Benshu received over 100 million system points, all for this moment. 0. 1 Kurama level chakra volume exchange. Exchange. Exchange now. 100 million ryo. 0. 1 Kurama level chakra obtained. Benshu had long envied Naruto. The little chakra that occasionally leaked from Kurama's seal was enough to let Naruto's shadow clones run wildly all over the mountain. This 1/10 of the Ninetales chakra was at least 50 times Kakashi's chakra. Then Benshu spent 1,000,000 Ryo to upgrade his basic shuriken jutsu. After all, Konoha would be peaceful for a long time. There was no rush for ninjutsu. Having exchanged for chakra, Benshu was itching to experience the thrill of unlimited chakra. By the way, at this time aren't Kakashi and the other instructors tormenting my lovely classmates? Benshu's eyes gleamed. Wasn't this the smell of opportunity? With that thought, Benshu quickly got off the bed, jumped out the window and headed straight for the mountain. Hey! Benshu, have lunch before you go. Yuzuki Yugo, who was preparing lunch, saw Benshu slip away and quickly untied her apron to follow him. Leaf Park. Kakashi looked at the panting Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura. Giving up. Naruto said with a look of resentment, hey. You made us work as laborers for a month and now you train us like this right away. Where's your conscience? This remark made Kakashi laugh despite himself. I'm a teacher and even I have to work as a laborer. Just some weeding and you feel wronged. It seems you haven't realized the true meaning of labor. Afternoon extra training instructor Might Guy. Naruto immediately deflated. Sasuke said coldly, idiot. Don't drag us into having no lunch. Just then Benshu suddenly jumped out and spread a large tablecloth on the ground. Then he neatly arranged a pile of spinach cans on the cloth. Then he started hawking. Can't pass the test. Lacking stamina. Not enough chakra. Golden soil spinach can just one can. All worries vanish. Kakashi had a head full of question marks. Are you setting up shop right in front of my face? Benshu continued, limited time 30 discount, only 3,000 Ryo each. Guaranteed to pass all of Kakashi's tests. If you don't pass, no charge. Naruto was the first to protest. 3,000 Ryo each. Wasn't it always 1,000 Ryo? Why don't you just rob us? Benshu let out a long sigh and said, these were originally meant for my own use. I struggled for a long time before deciding to sell them. Now I'm even offering door-to-door service and you're still complaining. Besides, Kakashi is so mean. Unlike me, I only care about my classmates. Kakashi suddenly felt that Benshu was being so bitchy. Seeing that the three didn't move, Benshu added, I see you're probably worried about the spinach can's effectiveness. Benshu beckoned Naruto over. But Naruto Tsundere as ever turned his head away. I'll give you a discount. Only then did Naruto trot over happily and Benshu whispered a few words to him. Are you sure? Seeing Naruto's skeptical face, Benshu sighed and said discount. Right away. Reminded Naruto dashed off to do Benshu's bidding. Kakashi-sensei, please wait a moment. Kakashi couldn't figure out what Benshu was up to. Soon people began to arrive. Yo brother, Benshu is challenging Kakashi. Asuma asked with a laugh. Yuhi Kurenai asked Kakashi, is it for real? Don't tell me Benshuken hired you as an actor. Kakashi shrugged and said he didn't tell me his plan earlier, only now do I learn Benshu wants to challenge me. Oh. As the members of Kurenai's and Asuma's teams looked at Benshu in confusion. Asuma burst out laughing. You want to challenge Kakashi for that reason? You're too naive. Oh. Is that so? Let's see the results. Facing Asuma and Kurenai's doubt, Benshu showed no sign of panic. Seeing Benshu's confident expression, Kakashi was slightly annoyed, but there was no way he would actually use jōnin level skills. Kakashi said calmly, I want to use large-scale ninjutsu. Whenever you're ready we can start. As he spoke, he pulled a book out of his pocket. Kakashi, isn't it a bit inappropriate to read that book on an occasion like this? Asuma kindly warned. Yuhi Kurenai awkwardly turned away. Benshu, however, gave a cheeky grin without showing any respect. Hey Kakashi, can't you read your dirty book where people can't see you? Shouldn't dirty books be read secretly in a corner? I've never seen anyone read them so openly. You must have some serious issues. Being a pervert is one thing, but have you no shame? Kakashi's eyes went wide. This is. Looks like I need to have a proper chat with the Hokage and rethink your moral integrity as a teacher. And then decide whether to entrust these fresh graduates to you. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi put away the book, then said, I originally planned to read and give you one hand, but it seems you don't need that. No matter how good-natured Kakashi was, he decided to have a proper talk with Benshu. The other instructors all held their foreheads. That's Benshu for you. Such a troublemaker. They say hit but not the face, expose but not the weakness. Benshu goes Alan. Benshu didn't care. Acting cool in front of me. Don't you see, if the protagonist gives you a chance? You like reading Make Out Paradise, huh? Then of course you want mine, Social Death. Naruto started cheering for Benshu. Sakura joined in, desperately hoping Benshu would stand up for her. Kakashi's and him starting. After walking far away from his stall, Benshu took out a stack of scrolls and placed them on the ground. Then he formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Poof 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 poof. 4 clones appeared. Each of Benshu's clones picked up a scroll and quickly encircled Kakashi. Kakashi said, with Naruto as such a good example, you still use shadow clone technique when you're outmatched. Kakashi-sensei, don't rush. Benshu smiled. The next moment his real body and the 4 clones each picked up one of the scrolls on the ground. Summoning technique. Poof 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 poof. Holy crap. Fuma Shuriken. Where did this kid get that? Asuma couldn't help cursing. Fuma Shuriken were extremely lethal but also very hard to control. Even when just unfolded and placed on the ground they were almost 2/3 of Benshu's height. Was Benshu really planning to fight with those? Naruto's eyes lit up. That thing is so cool. Sasuke sneered. As if it's easy to control. Wouldn't be surprised if you cut yourself. The Uchiha clan Shuriken Jutsu was a masterpiece, so in Sasuke's eyes Benshu using this technique was a clown's move. Virun Benshu threw 5 Fuma Shuriken simultaneously, positions 2 and 4 of the 5-point star targeting left and right, positions 3 and 5 sealing up and down. Sealing off all possible escape routes for Kakashi. So fast. The Fuma Shuriken sliced through the air like chainsaws. If they hit you'd be dead or crippled. Not good. Kakashi, who had originally intended to give up one hand, now realized how naive his approach was. If he had still been holding the book he would have been minced into meat. Kakashi looked back at the log left by his substitution jutsu, which had been sliced into pieces by the Fuma Shuriken, and shuddered. Sasuke's pupils shrank. This is fucking over the top. How could Benshu's arm strength be this explosive? Watching Benshu's maneuver, Sasuke thought that if he merely threw the Wind Demon Shuriken with all his might he could do it too. But to control so many clones to operate simultaneously like Benshu did, sealing off all the enemy's escape routes, that was a technique beyond his wildest dreams. Naruto and Sakura could only stare in awe. Kurenai drew in a sharp breath and exclaimed, judging by how effortlessly Benshu moves, this clearly isn't even his limit. Asuma stubbed out his cigarette, his expression grave as he watched Benshu. I originally thought Benshu was certainly at Chunin level. But now just with this Wind Demon Shuriken technique Benshu is undoubtedly qualified for the position of Tokubetsu Jōnin. The 6 young ninjas of Konoha overheard their conversation. Hearing his own teacher praise Benshu so highly, Kiba curled his lip in displeasure. Why was there such a gap between them when they had all just graduated from the ninja academy? Just then Benshu said unhurriedly, Kakashi-sensei, nice use of the substitution technique. Keep it up. As he spoke, each of his 5 figures tilted a can of spinach and swallowed it in one gulp. With 5 more popping sounds, each figure now wielded an additional Wind Demon Shuriken. At this moment Benshu resembled an executioner, spinning the twin Wind Demon Shurikens with a fierce whistle. This was Benshu's first time experiencing the sensation of a spinach, and the surging chakra was indeed uncomfortable. Yet this very feeling ignited a fierce fighting spirit within him. Kakashi am starting. Once again 5 figures occupied the corners, but this time the attack density doubled. Moreover, the speed of the flying shurikens doubled as well, turning into blurs in the air. This is bad. Kakashi quickly lifted his forehead protector, activating the Sharingan as he began a frantic dodge. There was no chance to use the substitution technique at all. Without resorting to a large-scale defensive ninjutsu, Kakashi had no way to block the attack now. Seeing Kakashi scrambling so awkwardly, Naruto was overjoyed. He turned and patted Sasuke on the shoulder, saying, Sasuke, I'll definitely buy you that can. Then you can play with Wind Demon Shurikens like that too. Ha ha ha. But Sasuke had no time to deal with this airhead guy because his own eyes couldn't keep up with the movements of the two combatants. Unconsciously Sasuke clenched his fist. Asuma and Kurenai watched the battle with solemn expressions. Benshu's control over these 10 big windmills was truly terrifying. Every time Kakashi tried to breach a point in one direction, Benshu would immediately abandon that clone and swiftly replace it with a substitute. Meanwhile, the other 4 figures would quickly adjust according to Kakashi's position. Hard-pressed Kakashi was constantly trapped by Benshu at the center of the pentagram Wind Demon Shuriken formation. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Dodging madly, Kakashi dropped to one knee and slammed his palm onto the ground, raising 4 earth walls. I surrender. Then 10 Wind Demon Shurikens embedded themselves into the earthen walls. Afterward, Kakashi dispelled the technique. Yuga Uzuki had long since arrived at the corner of Konoha Park but had not stepped forward. When she saw Kakashi defeated by Benshu, she could no longer stay put. Shocked, Yugo immediately turned and ran to report the situation to the Hokage. Seeing Kakashi panting heavily, Asuma burst into laughter. Kakashi, you loser, you can't even beat Benshu. Ha ha ha, I am dying of laughter. Kakashi shot a glance at Asuma and said coldly, you think you can do better? Kakashi missed the best offensive opportunity. But in actual combat, given the lethality of the Wind Demon Shuriken, even a Jōnin would have to stay out of its way. As long as the distance is right, Benshu will always adjust to a favorable attack position. By then. Of course, if you're confident you can raise 4 earth flow walls as quickly as Kakashi did, then never mind what I said. Asuma was left speechless by Kurenai's rebuttal. Kakashi clapped his hands and added, and there's the spinach enhanced physical ability and ample chakra support. Benshu chuckled and cupped his hands. Senpai, flatter me. Then he created several more clones. Each clone took a can and went around to the young ninjas of Konoha hawking them one by one. Everyone who's tried it says it's great. Naruto want one. I don't have any money. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. 2 cans. Hey, race the money. Sasuke stepped forward and handed the money to Benshu. Benshu quickly passed 2 cans to Sasuke. Thanks for your patronage. Sakura watched Sasuke with eager anticipation, but the next moment she was disappointed. Don't hold us back, Sasuke said coldly. Naruto held the spinach can in his hand, deeply moved. Sasuke, you're so good. This. Benshu was so startled that he quickly ran away, leaving Sakura with a dark face standing in the wind like a statue. As Benshu peddled his wares, the 3 jōnin didn't stop him. Instead, they stepped aside to discuss. Asuma said quietly, Kakashi, you really played that well. I'm impressed. Why can't such a good opportunity to gain goodwill ever come to me? Playing. Who's playing? Kakashi looked at Asuma in bewilderment. Asuma gave a thumbs up and said, alright, I'm impressed. In no time, except for Choji, whose family had sent him to buy some, everyone else had to purchase from Benshu. Hinata even bought 2 cans. Altogether Benshu made a direct profit of 270000 Ryo. Well, you guys continue training. I'll head back now. Have a good session. The young ninjas of Konoha watched Benshu's retreating figure and then looked at the cans in their hands, feeling that something was off. Damn, that was way too shady. Seeing that Benshu's business was done, Asuma and Kurenai led their teams back the way they— Benshu counted the thick stack of bills ecstatic. He hummed a little tune while packing up his mat. Today is a good day, a day for making money. Naruto was irritated by Benshu's humming and said directly, Kakashi, can we change places? Kakashi only then noticed that aside from Sakura still standing in a daze, Naruto and Sasuke were both filled with resentment. He had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, as Benshu packed up and was about to go home to taste Zion's cooking, the system's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has developed a new money-making model. Reward 1 Invincible Stall Mat. Invincible Stall Mat. Within its coverage, invincibility is absolutely established. Coming to his senses, Benshu stared incredulously at the blue and white checkered mat in his hand. This thing had become a life-saving artifact. Benshu, not believing it, pulled out a kunai and stabbed the stall mat with all his might. A grating sound made him shudder. It felt like scratching a steel plate. The stall mat was completely unscathed. It didn't even leave a mark. A few days later at Benshu's home, Mao Yuxian gazed at the lunch she had meticulously prepared, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Benshuku, in time to eat. On the other side, Benshu lay in bed clutching the blanket, muttering incessantly to himself. With a dedicated worker to tend his vegetable fields, he had become a veritable idle overseer. During the day, when he had nothing to do, he would set up a stall and peddle his wares to the young ninjas of Konoha. Then at noon, when Sarutobi Hiruzen was busiest, he would inevitably be found lurking in the Hokage's office. Don't ask why, he was after the export license. Benshu opened his drowsy eyes and saw Mao Yuxian clad in a light blue housecoat and a beige apron calling him to rise. He couldn't help but sigh. This is the life of a deity. If the Hokage knew you were still asleep at this hour, he would weep with emotion, Mao Yuxian said with a smile. Benshu sat up abruptly, threw on his clothes carelessly and leaped off the bed. Then with a smug expression he declared, Sister Shien, haven't you discovered my most precious quality after all this time? Quality. Being sensible and hardworking. No, I am the embodiment of perseverance. At the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a pile of documents nearly half his height on his left, each requiring his personal approval. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking made Sarutobi Hiruzen startle and immediately leap to his feet. Guards. Guards. Quickly find that document authorizing the export. Originally the Hokage's office had only one person, but with Sarutobi Hiruzen's shout, 5 Umbu members suddenly emerged to assist in the search. Hokage Grandpa, are you there? I'm coming in. Benshu bellowed, then pushed open the door and strode into the Hokage's office. Instantly a redan white figure darted in front of Benshu and slapped a scroll against his chest. Hokage. Hokage Grandpa. Benshu was utterly bewildered. What's wrong with Hokage Grandpa? Mao Yuxian covered her mouth with a smirk, thinking to herself, you should ask yourself that. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, the paperwork is all done, no conditions except that you can't make things easy for the countries we're not exporting to. Then Benshu saw the Hokage's gesture signaling him to leave. Mao Yuxian laughed uncontrollably beside him. See? Look what you've reduced the Hokage. Benshu scratched his head awkwardly, then asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage Grandpa, can't you at least give me a standard? Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing that the brat finally wasn't trying to brainwash him, let out a long breath and said slowly, 2 days ago you said exporting would help the village's economy. Yesterday you said it would weaken the other country's strength. Today you insisted I must trust your will of fire, that what you do will never harm the village. Well, how did you like the central theme I summed up as your student? Ha 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 ha. Mao Yuxian couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. She quickly clamped her hand over her mouth and dashed out the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words were interrupted by Mao Yuzayan's laughter. He took a deep breath and continued. The village's higher-ups all agreed that you can certainly handle it. Well, any other questions? If not, I have official business to attend to. No need to see you out. Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed Benshu by the scruff of his neck and unceremoniously escorted him out. Bang! The door of the Hokage's office slammed shut. Benshu's forehead was covered in black lines. Isn't this a bit too much? Sis. Sister Shien, we're done. Ha. Ha ha ha. Al. All right. Sarutobi Hiruzen's irritation grew with every sound of Mao Yuzayan's laughter. Was it that funny me being tormented by this kid? Before Benshu and the others could take a few steps, Sarutobi Hiruzen's roar echoed, Mao Yushien. You've lost half a month's salary. Mao Yuzayan's face instantly fell. Just then Kakashi arrived with Team 7. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, which carried through the corridor, happened to reach the ears of Kakashi and his team. Kakashi asked in confusion, Miss Shien, what's? Mao Yuzayan's face flushed crimson. Being mortified in public was one thing, but having an acquaintance witness it was another. Benshu explained with a straight face, oh, the Hokage is so stingy he doesn't even want to pay Sister Zion's salary now, he just wants to exploit me. You'd better watch out, Kakashizen. Kakashi's forehead was lined with question marks. Who in all of Konoha could possibly exploit you? Naruto spotted the scroll in Benshu's hand and asked curiously, Benshu-kun, did you just take a mission? It's the export license for my spinach cans. Sakura's eyes lit up. Are you planning to go abroad for business? Before Benshu could answer, Kakashi asked, do you have a target country for export yet? Benshu shook his head. Then it's perfect, we Team 7 just took an escort mission to the Land of Waves. Want to come along? That way we can look out for each other. Benshu's eyes sparkled. Was this the point where he aligned with the original storyline? His business mind immediately began turning. With Kakashi and Mao Yushien around, safety wasn't an issue. If he could establish a foothold in the Land of Waves, he could use it as a springboard to explore the Land of Water. But that was secondary. The real prize was Zabuza Momochi of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen and Haku with his ice release. Both were splendid talents. The demon Zabuza could handle his business errands, while Haku, with his ice release, would make the perfect cold chain logistics manager. How fitting. His calculations done, Benshu let out a slight chuckle and said, all right then. Kakashi nodded, sensing the mischievous intent behind the boy's grin, and said, I have one condition, 1 can of spinach as a protection fee. Benshu was taken aback. He had anticipated Kakashi would demand a can as payment, but that the requirement was so meager. Had he been exploited by him for too long? Benshu grinned and extended his hand. Deal. Great. Benshu-kun can come with us. Sakura said happily. Sasuke. We're gaining more comrades. Naruto exclaimed. Poof. And so Benshu and Mao Yushien followed Kakashi and Team 7 back into the Hokage's office. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard their plan, he immediately gave his approval. Watching their departing figures, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally gone. On the way to the Land of Waves, the road was muddy after yesterday's rain. Among the group, Naruto appeared the most lively, as it was his first mission away from Konoha. Many things on the road piqued Naruto's curiosity. Watch where you're going, he exclaimed. In his clumsiness, he stepped into a puddle and splashed mud onto Sasuke. I didn't do it on purpose. Watch it. Sasuke, look out. Watch it. Sasuke. Kakashi rubbed his forehead, wondering if these two would fight at the slightest disagreement. Just as everyone focused on the impending conflict between Sasuke and Naruto, 4 ninjas wearing diving masks suddenly emerged from a puddle behind them. Each of the 4 ninjas wielded serrated whips and swiftly bound Kakashi. In the next moment they exerted force simultaneously and Kakashi's form was instantly torn apart. Kakashi. Naruto stood frozen, his limbs stiff as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Mizuki quickly drew her katana, protecting Benshu behind her without moving an inch. The attack was swift, and seeing Naruto standing still, 2 ninjas immediately targeted him. The other 2 focused on Dasna. As Naruto watched the serrated whips closing in, his mind went blank. Clang. Clang. 2 shurikens flew, targeting the heads of the 2 ninjas attacking Naruto, forcing them to dodge. Immediately after, Benshu slapped Naruto on the shoulder. Idiot, what are you waiting for? Sakura, quick to react, positioned herself in front of Dasna. But she was equally scared and didn't know what to do, instinctively raising her arms in front of her. Not good. Benshu threw 2 shurikens, predicting the attacker's path to buy time for help. However, in the next moment, instead of becoming mincemeat, Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of Sakura, grabbing the necks of both attackers and twisting. Swoosh. The 2 shurikens accurately pierced into the bodies of the attackers. Without needing to assist Sakura, Benshu swiftly dealt with the 2 assailants. The crimson on the ground made Benshu involuntarily retch. Despite being a transmigrator, it was his first time taking a life. In this regard he felt less capable than the three young strong ones in this chaotic world. At that moment Mizuki thought Benshu resembled a normal child. The battle came quickly and left even faster. Seeing Kakashi again, Naruto relaxed slightly only to turn and notice a broken piece of wood on the ground. A substitution technique. Benshu patted Naruto's shoulder saying nothing more and returned to Mizuki's side. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and said, "I didn't expect you to stand still." "Your reactions were all quite impressive, deserving of encouragement," he added to Sasuke and Sakura. Mizuki then turned to Benshu and said, "You also bought everyone a lot of time. It's surprising to see you looking so distressed." Benshu finally calmed down and said, "Sister Yuin, please don't tease me." Kakashi quickly scanned the bodies of the fallen, finding no clues. He then said, "This is definitely mist ninjas. They've infiltrated the land of fire. It's a bit excessive. Dasna, this mission doesn't seem to be a crank after all, does it?" Dasna was sweating profusely, unable to bear to look at Kakashi in silence. Seeing this, Benshu hurriedly said, "Kakashi-sensei, Dasna must have his own difficulties. Please don't make it hard for him. Isn't this opportunity to train the 7th team a great chance? A sudden situation during a ninja mission is completely normal. We can't just give up because of this. The boss has spoken, so I must follow," Kakashi said without reservation. But then he turned to Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura and said, "I'm giving you a chance. Since the mission has changed, you can return and report. I won't stop." Naruto lowered his head and said nothing. Sakura asked, "What about this mission?" "Failure." Kakashi stated the outcome directly. "There's no way I'm giving up. I'm going to become Hokage. Kakashi-sensei, I won't go back," Naruto declared earnestly, determination evident in his eyes. However, Benshu found this scene amusing. "Just as expected from you, Naruto. Otherwise, when we arrive in the land of waves, there won't be enough people to help me sell goods." Kakashi nodded, saying, "That's the spirit. Let's go." The group set off again. The next day after yesterday's events, the 7th team had a much better mindset. After safely arriving in the land of waves, Benshu continuously observed the surroundings on the way to Dasna's house. However, the scenery was too bleak. Benshu no longer hoped to expand business. He only wished to bring back his business manager and cold chain administrator. At this point, Dasna could faintly see the village's smoke. The journey had been uneventful, and as they neared their destination, Dasna's mood lightened, saying to everyone, "We'll go around this lake and after a small hill we'll be at my house." "Mr. Dasna, the road isn't quite as..." Naruto began, but before he could finish, a dark shadow suddenly flew towards them with a whistling wind. "Get down." Everyone quickly ducked. A giant cleaver embedded itself in a tree trunk. A figure crouched on the handle and slowly said, "Konoha ninjas. I advise you not to interfere." Mizuki recognized the executioner's blade immediately and said, "Zabuza Momochi, we in Konoha mean you no harm. First we encountered your ambush and now we face your attack. Isn't the mist being a bit excessive?" Zabuza laughed. "It seems this enemy has some skill. Are you coming one by one or together?" With a whoosh, Zabuza drew the executioner's blade, landing on the ground with the tip pointing directly at Mizuki. "Wait." In the tense atmosphere, Benshu suddenly stepped forward. "Mr. Zabuza, I'm the CEO of Konoha's Benshu Group. How about working for us? I guarantee the treatment will satisfy you." Zabuza glanced at Benshu, then asked Kakashi, "Hey, is the purple-haired girl bringing a fool on a mission?" Kakashi snorted and replied, "Our CEO is sincerely recruiting. Don't be ungrateful." Confronted by Zabuza's taunts, Benshu asked Kakashi in confusion, "Don't I look like a corporate boss?" Kakashi barely suppressed the urge to call him a landlord and nodded instead. "Fine. Go Pikachu." With that, Benshu tossed 2 cans of spinach to Kakashi and said, "One for demonstration, the other is payment." Kakashi looked at the 2 spinach cans in his hands and was overjoyed. This trip had already paid off. Whatever a Pikachu was, he would deal with it first. "Zabuza, since our boss sees you as a talent, he'll spare your life in the coming fight." The demon Zabuza was amused by Kakashi's words. "I've heard you're a formidable copy ninja, but I never knew you were so arrogant. Let your strength speak." Kakashi snorted with disdain. Although he was not a battle fanatic, getting a free spinach can to test his abilities was a great opportunity. Moreover, with Yuzuki Yugo backing him, he had no worries about being ambushed from behind. Freed from such concerns, Kakashi could go all out. Yuzuki Yugo led the others back, leaving ample space for the 2 combatants. Kakashi prepared and said, "Miss Yugo, Mr. Tazuna and Boss Benshu are in your care. Team 7, prepare for battle. Keep formation and don't scatter." "Yes." Everyone took their positions as instructed. Sasuke, already impatient, stood 10 meters behind Kakashi. Sakura and Naruto flanked him at 2 corners, forming a triangle. No matter which corner was attacked, it would receive immediate support from the other 2. "I was going to send you all off quickly, but now who'll let you die slowly in fear?" Water release, hidden mist technique. Just as Kakashi sought an opening to attack, thick fog instantly shrouded everyone's vision. Hiss. This is quite troublesome. As expected of the demon Zabuza, his hidden mist technique is truly remarkable. Suddenly Kakashi felt a sharp gust of wind at his lower back pressing his clothes tight against his skin. Clang! Kakashi spun around and blocked the enormous executioner's blade with two kunai. The impact forced Kakashi back several steps but he steadied himself and snorted, "Is that all the strength you have?" Zabuza struck once and retreated, denying Kakashi any chance to engage. "Not bad. You're worthy of a serious fight from me. Alright, you've seen my taijutsu. Now let me show you our boss treasure." With that Kakashi tilted his head back and downed the spinach can. Zabuza did not attack. He too was curious about what could impress a jōnin. Kakashi's aura surged. His biggest limitation had always been chakra reserves, but now an endless stream of power flooded through him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kakashi exhaled a vortex of flames, dissipating much of the mist. "You think you can break my hidden mist with this? Naive." Indeed, the fire technique had little effect. Not far from the battlefield lay a lake, giving Zabuza a natural advantage. Kakashi's true aim with the fire release was merely to test how much his chakra had increased. Once done, the mist closed in again. Zabuza struck again, but this time Kakashi was already prepared for the assault. "You can't beat me. Come work for my boss." Zabuza's blade swung down, but Kakashi sensed it in advance and met the attack head-on. A grating sound rang out as the executioner's blade was locked in place by Kakashi's two kunai, unable to advance an inch. "How did your strength increase so much?" Zabuza was stunned. "I told you the pay is good stuff. You just wouldn't believe me." Kakashi continued his psychological warfare. Benshu shouted from the side, "Kakashi used the employee discount. For anyone else the price is 20 times that." "Zabuza, think it over. The more you work the more you earn. Everything you suffered in the Blood Mist Village is impossible here. You can build a better life through your own efforts, no oppression, no conflict." Zabuza wavered. The Mist Village was known as the Blood Mist. He had earned his place among the 7 ninja swordsmen by stepping over the corpses of dozens of his peers. Such a life held no joy. It turned a man into a machine, a merciless killing machine. What should have been an intense jōnin battle turned into a verbal duel between Benshu and Zabuza. Yuzuki Yugo frowned and said, "People from the mist, the higher they rise the more blood they've spilled. Letting them work for you is unrealistic. Even if they agreed, I wouldn't feel at ease." Benshu refused to give up. "Sister Yugao, just watch." He yelled again, "You're so strong, why stoop to being a bandit? The water country doesn't appreciate you, but I'm sincerely recruiting you." Zabuza's advancing footsteps halted abruptly. With a clang he drove the executioner's blade into the ground and dispelled the mist. Sunlight bathed the land once more. Team 7 stood dumbfounded. Wasn't there supposed to be a fight? Their hearts had been in their throats and now the mist rose and fell without a battle. It just ended. Fire release, great fireball technique. Zabuza stared at Kakashi in confusion. "Didn't I stop? What are you doing?" Kakashi was spewing flames, too preoccupied to answer Zabuza. He was deeply frustrated. Zabuza had no intention of continuing the fight, but Kakashi had excess chakra from the spinach can with nowhere to go. The simplest solution was to act as a flamethrower. So Kakashi ran toward the small lake, firing flames as he went. He had to avoid accidentally starting a forest fire. Zabuza watched Kakashi run past him, growing more. Sensing the tension, Benshu quickly walked over to explain, afraid of scaring off the talent he had nearly secured. Zabuza exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that stuff really that miraculous?" Without hesitation Benshu tossed him a can. "Try it yourself. But fair warning, this can cost 100,000 ryo. 100,000. Zabuza's white bandages nearly burst from his wide-open mouth. Then he looked back at Kakashi, still spewing flames at the lake, and pocketed the spinach can as if it were a treasure. "From now on I'm with you." A smile curled Benshu's lips. He had secured a business manager. Ding, jōnin worker 1 item unlocked, confidence restoring big papaya. Ding detected that the host has recruited an elite jōnin worker, unlocked item, confidence restoring papaya candy. Confidence restoring papaya candy, each use of 1 confidence restoring papaya candy, the effect lasts for 3 days. The poorer the foundation of a female user, the greater the cup increase and the more obvious the effect. For male users it directly enhances appearance, saving ugly bastards. For those already handsome it infinitely enhances their attractiveness to the opposite sex. P.S. The host has eternal priority. Item price 5,000 taels. Papaya seed price 50 taels. Benshu heard the system prompt, his eyes immediately lit up. Although 5,000 taels was painful, he still directly exchanged 1 and tossed it into his mouth. Xiaoying happened to glance at Benshu's side, her pretty face blushing, nervously touching her hair. How could Benshu? How could he seem even more handsome? But Benshu didn't notice Xiaoying's gaze, thinking how to prove that the 5,000 taels were not spent in vain. Suddenly Benshu had a bold idea. "Xianji, I need to talk to you about something." Maui Shiyan turned her head, staring at Benshu in a daze. "She? Xianji?" Maui Shiyan cried out in surprise, then realized what was happening to her. Why was her heart beating so fast? "No, what's wrong with me?" He's just a child. Benshu felt gleeful inside. Was the effect that obvious? Wah! What is it? Xianji, let me feed you a candy. Mao Weixian just looked at Benshu unconsciously squatting down to cooperate. In the end she didn't even know how Benshu managed to put the candy into her mouth. Benshu on the other hand was silently counting the time. When it reached about the 10th second, Mao Weixian suddenly felt something wrong. She quickly twisted her body to the back. This coat is so tight. The big white rabbit was so uncomfortably constrained that Mao Weixian simply unbuttoned it. This. Benshu. What did you feed me? Mao Weixian asked Benshu with a blushing face. Benshu's eyes went straight. Holy shit. Was the effect this obvious? Could it not bounce so much? It's dazzling. Mao Weixian was wearing Leaf's special tight-fitting suit underneath, so seductive. Ahem, Xianji, you should thank me. Others would give anything to have it but can't. Hoof. I'm not talking to you. On the other side, Kakashi came back after spouting fire. But when everyone looked at Kakashi they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Kakashi looked confused. What are you looking at me for? What's so funny? Mingren directly laughed out loud. Kakashi-sensei, your current hairstyle is really handsome. Upon hearing that, Kakashi realized something was wrong. Clone technique. Holy shit. Kakashi looked at his clone across from him, touching his hair in disbelief. Only then did he realize that prolonged use of fire release had the heat wave directly scorch his punk hairstyle bald. Instantly transformed into a middle-aged Mediterranean. Benshu smiled and said, Kakashi-sensei, I didn't expect you to have such skills. From now on, if there's no barbershop run by you and Leaf, I won't go to any other. Kakashi's art style instantly turned black and white. It's over my cool and wise image. Dezina quickly handed his sun hat to Kakashi. Kakashi thanked repeatedly, and that made it a little better. Just then a young man wearing a mask with the mist-hidden village emblem suddenly appeared in front of Zaibuzan and stood still without a word. The people around didn't ask much from the mask. They knew it was one of Zaibuzan's underlings. Zaibuzan looked at Kakashi and said, What done with your acrobatics? Hoof. If I weren't afraid that my hat would fly off during a fight and make you laugh to death, I'd definitely punch you first. Benshu realized that once you get to know Kakashi, he's also a big goofball. However, this eased the tense atmosphere from before. 2 hours later. Under Dezina's guidance they finally arrived at the destination. But Zaibuzan's appearance immediately aroused the villagers' hostility. The elderly women and children first entered the houses while the younger men picked up their hose axes and such, directly blocking the group's path. No matter how Dezina explained, the villagers wouldn't listen. Even Kakashi didn't know what to do inside. Since we've delivered the person, let's go back. Benshu refused. That won't do. The market isn't completely unexpandable. How can we just go back so easily? Mao Weixian sighed and said, given the situation now, we probably can't even get a meal. Not to mention a place to stay. Better give up. Benshu, ignoring Kakashi and Mao Weixian, asked Zaibuzan in a deep voice. You know the lair of the local plutocrats, right? Zaibuzan nodded and said, I know. They used to hire me. Bastards. The villagers heard Zaibuzan's words, but fearing the huge blade in his hand that was almost taller than a person, they could only pick up stones and dirt clods on the spot and throw them at the group. Zaibuzan gripped his decapitating greatsword tighter and by directly raised a thin ice wall in front of everyone. This ice wall protected everyone while not obstructing their view. At this move, Kakashi and Mao Weixian's expressions turned serious, so this masked kid was also a master. Plutocrats. Anyone who blocks my business'll take them all down. Benshu shouted loudly, and the eyes of everyone around turned to him. The next moment the villagers burst into laughter. The sound of mockery was endless. Where did this brat come from? So ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Dezina. Where did you find these people? They're probably scammers, right? Everyone quiet. Dezina roared, and the villagers instantly fell silent. Dezina turned to face Benshu and directly bent at the waist. I beg you. As long as you can kill those plutocrats. Well, give anything. The villagers stared blankly at Dezina. Just then a child ran out and said, Grandpa. Don't trust ninjas. Then the rest of the villagers also started to persuade. But Dezina remained in this posture without moving. The scene suddenly fell silent. Kakashi frowned and said, Benshu, this is beyond the scope of our mission. Mao Weixian also said with an unpleasant expression, right, we're not familiar with this place. It would be very dangerous. Benshu waved his hand and said, Xianji, I'm sorry. Kakashi, can you handle a can? Deal. Hearing Benshu say that destroying the corporate tycoon would earn a Spinach, Zaibuzan directly turned his head and asked, what if I go alone and take them down? Can I get two? Benshu. Hey. Zaibuzan, what's wrong with you? Do you want to fight? Are you openly robbing? Seeing Zaibuzan about to argue, Benshu rubbed his temples and said there will be plenty of opportunities. For me right now the most important thing is time. Don't argue, everyone will get something. Hearing this, Mingren jumped out. Benshu then am going too. Kakashi pressed down his sun hat and grabbed Mingren by the scruff of his neck, lifting him aside. You need to protect the villagers while we go cause trouble. Hearing Kakashi say this, Mingren could only pick up a twig and hide in a corner drawing circles. Alright, Zai Bujan, lead the way. Let's go. Then the following scene unfolded. Benshu swaggered in front, followed by Zai Bujan carrying his giant sword and by wearing a mask. Also Kakashi with his sun hat pulled low and the purple-haired beauty Mao Yushien. The villagers watched as Benshu and the others left. One of them patted his neighbor on the shoulder and said, "Hey. Have they never considered us as existing?" The sudden voice made the group of villagers so embarrassed they wished they could crawl into a crack in the ground. They were so ignored that they felt utterly insignificant. At this moment Dezina straightened up. Inali ran over and asked Grandpa, "Who is that big brother who doesn't seem much older than me? Why does it seem like all the adults are listening to him?" Another villager also asked, "Exactly, there are only 5 of them and they claim they're going to destroy such a powerful tycoon. Who are they really?" Dezina gazed at the 5 shrinking silhouettes in the distance, then said with a deep look, "They are gods sent to save us." A vast complex of mansions located beside the busiest port in the northeastern part of the Wave Country. Under Zai Bujan's guidance, this was the destination of Benshu and the others. "Is this not Mr. Zai Bujan? May I ask who these people are?" A guard at the gate asked deferentially. "I am bringing them as powerful experts to meet Kaduo. Hurry and report." Hearing this, the guard quickly ran inside to report. "Has Mr. Zai Bujan returned? How was it? How was today's haul?" A short stout man of about 150 centimeters walked out. Upon seeing Benshu and the others, he slightly frowned. "Lee Shinobi. Are they also rogue ninja?" Benshu frowned slightly. "Why is this guy's mouth so foul?" Without another word, Zai Bujan directly placed his decapitating sword on Kaduo's neck, not about to miss this chance to show off. Then he said, "Let's talk, my boss has business with you." Zai Bujan, you actually betrayed." Zai Bujan shook his sword slightly and immediately a puddle of liquid appeared below Kaduo. Kaduo had been through many grand scenes, but when had he ever had a blade at his throat? He was so frightened that he felt his limbs go weak, his body completely out of control. His mind went blank as he stared at the child in front of him who was slowly tossing a kunai in his hand. This damn kid is Zai Bujan's boss. Seeing this, Benshu pinched his nose and stepped back, his face full of disgust as he said, "Why are you so easily frightened? Alright, I'll say this only once. Hand over all your money and I'll spare your life. Otherwise death." The surrounding guards saw their boss held like this and dared not move. Fear was in their eyes. Just who the hell is this deity that appeared out of nowhere? Even Zai Bujan with his formidable strength is now obediently listening. This kid doesn't even seem 10 years old. What gives him the right? Zai Bujan is the demon of the hidden mist. After all the preferential treatment Kaduo gave him, is he really inferior to this child? Kaduo's mind was in a daze. The boss Zai Bujan mentioned is really this kid in front of him. Impossible. No. Absolutely impossible. Kaduo deceived himself, still clinging to a sliver of hope, as he said to Zai Bujan, "If you think my payment is too low, we can negotiate." "How much did he give you?" "He'll give you double, how about that?" "Yo, not listening, huh?" Benshu said with a sinister smile. "Zai Bujan, teach him the rules." "Yes." Zai Bujan's hand trembled and the blade slanted downward. One of Kaduo's arms was instantly severed from its owner. The scene became even more oppressive. Kaduo's heart-wrenching roar caused everyone inside the mansion to frantically scatter like rats before an earthquake. "Teacher Kakashi, please control the people inside the mansion. Don't let them take my money away." "Yes." Kakashi vanished in an instant. The people surrounding the leaf group at the gate were shaking uncontrollably, their cleaver-wielding hands trembling like epileptic seizures. Thighs, Lord I. We don't dare to oppose you. Can you let us go?" As he finished, the man's hand jerked as if burned by fire and the cleaver clattered to the ground. Yes, my lord. We were all forced here by Kaduo. I have a wife, children, and an old mother to take care of. Please spare our lives." Kakashi displayed his might inside the mansion and soon it quieted down. These people knew that without Benshu's permission no one would be able to escape. The commotion attracted nearby villagers. "Little hero. Kill them." Before long the crowd grew larger and larger, illustrating the proverb, "When a wall collapses everyone pushes it down." The villagers long oppressed by Kaduo saw that under Benshu's orders a few powerful experts subdued Kaduo in minutes. They all became supporters of Benshu. "My patience is gone," Benshu said coldly. No. With a swipe of his blade Zai Bujan split Kaduo in two. "Let's go, Zai Bujan. Well, collect the spoils. Zaibu shouldered his decapitating sword and followed Benshu into the mansion. Mao Yuxian did not move or speak throughout. Even after Benshu and Zaibu had left, she remained standing there stunned. Such presence. Such an unflappable mindset. Benshu's silhouette seemed so towering. Sister Shiyan, come help me out. And tomorrow I have to go see the daimyo to discuss business. Watching Benshu's radiant smile under the sunset, Mao Yuxian smiled. Isn't this still the child she was protecting? I'm waiting for your orders, little hero. Benshu scratched his head and said, hero or not, I just know there's money to pocket. In the Hokage's office of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the stack of thank you letters on his desk, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. That kid. Always managing to surprise me. Irika, what do you think? Months had passed, yet Irika recalled the graduation exam as if it were yesterday. He gave a wry smile. At first I felt sorry for Benshu for not becoming a ninja. But now I see that this child's excellence reassures everyone no matter where he goes. Just then an ANBU ninja materialized in the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage Benshu and his team have returned, but what? Hiruzen felt a sense of foreboding. Aside from the mission members, they brought back two others. One of them is Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist and a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. And a young boy with what seems to be a Kekei Genkai ice release. What? Hiruzen Sarutobi shot up from his seat in shock. Where are they? At the village gate. We haven't let them in yet. Hiruzen vanished from the office in an instant. Irika sighed helplessly. That kid, as always. Looks like the Hokage has his work cut out for him. At the gates of Konoha, Kakashi. I've been waiting for you. Let's have a youthful duel. Upon hearing that Kakashi had returned, Might Guy dashed to the gate immediately. But the moment he saw Zabuza hefting the decapitating carrot, his expression darkened. Konoha whirlwind. Haku instantly intervened, conjuring several blocks of ice to shield Zabuza. Yet the ice could not stop Might Guy's ferocious kick. Clang. Zabuza blocked the attack solidly with his blade. Benshu commanded in a low voice, Mr. Guy, stand down. Might Guy would have pressed on, but Kakashi flashed beside him, gripping his shoulder. They're with Benshu. But Might Guy's fists clenched, yet he restrained himself. Just then Hiruzen arrived, trailed by 3 ANBU. Benshu, I need an explanation. Benshu furrowed his brow. Maybe he should have informed them beforehand. They're my people. Please treat them as guests, Grandpa Hokage. Not as enemies. Benshu glanced at Might Guy. Zabuza spread his hands. Seems Konoha doesn't welcome us. Boss Benshu, I'd like to stay, but it looks like that's not happening. At that moment Yugugo Yuzuki stepped forward with a stern expression. Lord Hokage, please reconsider. These two are utterly loyal to Benshu. I vouch for them. Hiruzen frowned deeply but finally relented. Very well. Yugugo, find accommodations for our guests. Benshu, come with me. Might Guy tried to object, but Kakashi held him fast. In the Hokage's office, Benshu made himself at home as usual, settling into a seat. So how much did you earn this time? Hiruzen broke the silence. Benshu coughed awkwardly. Grandpa Hokage, you're thinking too small. It's not about earning money. It's about helping with post-disaster reconstruction in the Wave Country. Hiruzen shook his head in resignation. So next you'll sell spinach cans to Wave Country? Benshu shook his head mysteriously. Hiruzen looked puzzled. What, you're planning to expand the market? Fine, I won't keep you guessing. Benshu walked to the desk. The Chunin exams are coming up, aren't they? So I need to prepare stock for that occasion. What? Hiruzen's hand about to light his pipe froze midair. Then he burst out laughing. You've got a real head for business, kid. Ever since your first batch of spinach, every product sells out immediately. If this keeps up, our village will produce a tycoon who rivals a nation's wealth. Benshu's face was full of melancholy. Grandpa Hokage, you shouldn't say that. I'm not interested in money. What I miss most are my school days, working hard every day and playing with my classmates. But now, the joy is gone. Hiruzen's forehead creased. You're not interested in money. Who are you kidding? Now I have a bigger dream to make business easier for everyone under heaven. This dream starts with my Benshu group. Hiruzen looked at the child barely taller than the desk, speaking with such fervor, and felt a tumult of emotions. He remembered just months ago haggling over a tenth of the profit from spinach cans. Now the boy had the ambition to build a global business empire. The Wave Country was not just a beginning, it was the first step for the Benshu group. How could he not be astounded? Hiruzen sighed, inwardly grateful that this boy was in Konoha. Ha ha ha. Good. Grandpa supports you. Benshu grinned. Then my Benshu group is officially established. My Benshu group will be the sole sponsor of the Chunin exams. I'll leave all the arrangements to you, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen smiled wryly. How about I take a 10% cut? 20 cans of spinach. No bargaining. Fine. You win. Hiruzen shook his head. With the deal done, Benshu turned and bolted, fearing Hiruzen might change his mind. Also add a long-term mission for 50 more people tomorrow. Come back here and explain yourself. But Benshu had already vanished. At Benshu's house, Zabuza looked displeased. Boss, you really played me. Those endless fields of spinach, I thought they were something precious. Benshu coughed in embarrassment. Exclusive supply isn't that precious. Yugugo was doubled over with laughter. Forget it, I won't argue. Now that I'm stuck with you, just don't short my salary and Haku's. Then get to work and start stockpiling like crazy. Go Zabuza. Benshu encouraged. TCH. Zabuza clicked his tongue and headed to the back mountain. When only two remained, Yugugo's cheeks flushed. I'd like to work for you too, Benshu. As for payment, just give me that candy you gave me the other day. 2 months later, the Chunin exam arrived as scheduled. All villages dispatched their outstanding genin to participate. However, at this time my village had undergone tremendous changes. All these changes originated from Benshu's coin power. On every main street of my village, advertisements of the Benshu group were hung. Want to experience the thrill of skyrocketing strength? Grab a can of Gene-Kila spinach. For energy drinks, I only trust Benshu spinach juice. The dream of millions of women. Reclaim your confidence with Big Papaya. Let you hold your head high and chest out. Papaya candy, small energy, unlimited. Handsome self. Men also have the right to pursue beauty. Shoju walked down the road with a gloomy face. Even the signposts directing the route were covered with advertisements. It was so damn brainwashing. Even more terrifying, there was a loudspeaker shouting every now and then. Thus, even if one wanted to bypass the main streets, they simply couldn't escape the torment of the advertisements. What AI Luo said coldly, let's go check it out. Kanjio Lang replied with a troubled face, no. That might not be a good idea. However, in the next moment, under a single glance from What AI Luo, Kanjio Lang fell silent. Having stocked up for 2 months, this very moment was the time for Benshu to make a huge profit. To that end, Benshu directly rented all the shops on both sides of the largest trading street. He himself simply spread out a cloth on the ground and sat right in the center of the street. In addition, there were 2 deliverymen, the demon Zaibu Zhan and the ice release buy. Don't miss out if you happen to pass by. Limited edition products of Benshu Group. Make the exam no longer a problem. Isn't that Tao Di Zaibu Zhan of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist? How did you stoop to being a bodyguard for a street vendor in Mai? Hearing this, Zaibu Zhan directly lifted the executioner's blade that stood beside him. Put it down. Don't you know the customer is king? If you have grievances, keep them to yourself. Benshu spoke and Zaibu Zhan withdrew accordingly. That genin from the rain country was terrified, but seeing that Zaibu Zhan didn't make a move, he dared not continue provoking. Who exactly is this kid? How come even one of the 7 ninja swordsmen obeys him obediently? Being able to have such a top jōnin as a subordinate, this kid must be a young master of some clan, right? That's a laugh. Please use some brains when you speak, okay? Regardless of how they speculated about Benshu's identity, the foreign ninja all knew one thing. Benshu was not to be messed with. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they at least had to ask if the executioner's blade in Zaibu Zhan's hand agreed. Only then did everyone shift their attention to Benshu's stall. A piece of ragged cloth that could be seen in any fabric shop, on which were placed various processed products. Spinach was made into cans, juiced into spinach juice, and there were spinach balls, spinach soda, etc. As for the Reclaim Confidence Big Papaya, there were the most basic candy as well as papaya milkshake, papaya date cake, papaya milk tea, papaya ice cream, etc. In general, the spinach products were more oriented towards better preservation. The papaya products, on the other hand, tended to be various desserts suitable for female customers. Moreover, Bai was beside them, continuously using ice release to keep the products at a refreshingly cool state. But the most terrifying thing was the price tags under these products. All uniformly priced at 100,000 Rio. Without exception. And the effects of the items made the onlookers maintain a cautious attitude. At this moment, a suddenly appearing customer made Benshu's expression change. Hey kid, did you add 2 extra zeros to your price? Kanjio Lang looked at Benshu with a hostile expression. Zaibu Zhan's executioner's blade was directly lifted. Zaibu Zhan, how many times have I told you? The customer is king. Put the sword down. Benshu said with a dark face to Zaibu Zhan. Clank. The executioner's blade was thrust back into the ground by Zaibu Zhan. Then Benshu gave a satisfied smile, turned to Kanjio Lang and said, sorry, my brother here is just like this, easily gets nervous. Don't mind him. What? What did you say just now? Say it again. Kanjio Lang was full of black lines. Have you ever seen anyone casually lift a broadsword taller than a person at the customer? If you want to set up a stall, then just do it. Why bring such strong killing intent? After making such a big show he suddenly became much more polite. Sir, isn't the price of your goods a bit too expensive? Wai Luo stared coldly at Benshu, directly picked up a spinach juice and drank it down. The drink was cool and refreshing and tasted good, but in the next moment the raccoon's eyes bulged wide. Benshu laughed. Aha, isn't this the first sale? The shop is open. In fact, if one observed carefully, there were no my villagers on this street at all were genin from outside participating in the Chunin exam. All the torment of advertisements was precisely to lure them here. As for Mui's own people, they wouldn't fall for Benshu's trick. Due to the terrifying effects of the spinach cans, all spinach products on this street had only 1/6 of the original's potency. But even so, they had the advantage of being free of side effects. Wai Luo clearly felt his chakra surge by 50%. Others might not care, but as the Jinchuriki of Shikaka he felt it very keenly. The fierce power belonging to the tailed beast made everyone on the street's hearts tremble. Wai Luo, what's wrong? Kanjio Lang quickly shouted, afraid that Wai Luo would fall asleep and release the terrifying thing. I'm fine. Wai Luo quickly controlled his aura. Benshu also breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully this was the low-end version, otherwise the one-tail would go berserk. Good heavens, they wouldn't even need to wait for Dishiwan to invade the one-tail would have already destroyed it. But this scene made everyone think it was the effect of the spinach can, and then the spinach products on this street were frantically grabbed up. Wai Luo was even more generous, directly asking for 20 of them. That was a full 2 million Rio. Benshu was so delighted that he wanted to pat Wai Luo's head. What a good teammate. But right after Wai Luo and Kanjio Lang left, Shoju quietly asked Benshu, this papaya stuff, how does it work? Benshu saw that Shoju was about to make a move. This was the Princess of Sunagate, here a big moneymaker. Benshu quickly assured her in a low voice, of course it works, but one piece only lasts 3 days. I recommend buying some extra small candies to keep. Shoju gritted her teeth, crouched down, directly grabbed a papaya jelly and stuffed it into her mouth. Why does it taste weird? Boom boom. Right before Benshu's eyes he saw 2 balloons visibly inflate. Shoju, due to the sudden imbalance of load, fell forward. Benshu instinctively caught her, fast and accurate. Oh my god. Full of fulfillment. Temari stood frozen, yet at the very moment she looked up she saw an extremely handsome man. She felt as if her entire head had become like a boiling kettle, utterly filled with the pounding of her own heart. Benshu was also stunned, but he was completely immersed in the beauty of the moment. A crisp slap echoed piercingly sharp even amidst the noisy street. Everyone's gaze immediately turned toward this spot. Just then some sisters who had been hesitating at the stall saw Temari, who had been nourished by the papaya, and their eyes gleamed with golden light. Wow. Is it that effective? Little boss, not bad. Enough said. Ice cream and milk tea, I'll eat until I puke. Boss, pack it up for me. Benshu thought to himself, one diarrhea-inducing trick a day. A conscientious merchant. After all this time I finally have a solution. Temari was squeezed out by countless women and Benshu felt an unsettling chill from their resentful stares. But business suddenly exploded and his attention was drawn entirely to the money. Everyone, please don't push. All the shops on this street sell these products. Benshu urged kindly while collecting money. As business boomed, everyone noticed the incredibly handsome young boss. People were willing to queue longer just to buy from Benshu. But this was hard on Benshu's 2 assistants. Bai stopped pretending and became a ruthless ice block making machine. Zabuza, being tall and strong, handled the heavy lifting without hesitation. The Hokage's office. At that moment Hiruzen Sarutobi gave his final instructions, reminding everyone to stay vigilant during this period. Then, with one phase finally complete, all that remained was to wait for the plan to unfold step by step. I wonder how that brat is doing. Thinking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi took out the crystal ball and used the telescope technique. Holy crap. It's been less than half a day. Can you not be this extravagant? Hiruzen Sarutobi was utterly shocked by what he saw. He witnessed a sight of money overflowing uncontrollably. Storing cash in sacks, what a sight. Regret. I regret. If only I had demanded a 10% share from that kid. How could I have been so bewitched by that brat, letting him fob me off with 20 cans of spinach? While Hiruzen Sarutobi was lamenting Konoha's main commercial street, Noah was now the Benshu Group exclusive avenue. Originally the villagers knew that the spinach products Benshu sold today were meant to trick outsiders, so they didn't come near the street. But once the good effects of the papaya spread like wildfire, even knowing that Benshu, the cheating scoundrel, had no conscience when selling, the temptation of confidence was simply irresistible. Benshu. I want a papaya candy. Naruto finally pushed through the crowd and squeezed to the stall. Who the hell is this blonde punk? Doesn't he know how to queue? Oh, cutting the line with such arrogance, sisters beat him. And so before Benshu could reply, Naruto was thrown out in a parabolic arc. Another result, one side of his face swollen and 2 black eyes. Just then Sakura arrived. Naruto hurried over cheerfully. Sakura-kun, good afternoon. Sakura looked disgusted and didn't even bother to acknowledge him. She had clearly seen how Naruto was flung out. Naruto shed bitter tears. Was it so hard to try to feel handsome? He had walked the entire street without finding a single place that offered a discount or credit. He thought of asking Benshu for some leniency, but Sakura was very shy. After learning about Benshu's new product, she came immediately. Seeing the crowd, she tapped a female ninja ahead and whispered, "Sister, does this stuff really work?" The young lady about 16 glanced at Sakura's chest and blurted, So flat. How can there be someone this flat?" This exclamation drew the gaze of countless women. Sakura wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "Sisters, let this girl go first. She's really pitiful." The women at the front looked back in bewilderment, but after glancing at Sakura they all stepped aside without exception. Everyone sighed, and their sympathetic gazes made Sakura want to flee immediately. But a female ninja about the same age as Yuzuki Yugo pushed Sakura from behind toward Benshu's stall. Isn't this Sakura-kun?" Benshu looked at her flushed face and grinned. "You came at the right time today, here. Don't be shy." Benshu handed her a papaya candy. Sakura didn't dare to take it. Her face reddened as she whispered, I have no money. I just came to take a look. I'll go now." "Sister. That's not right. A confident girl is the most beautiful. This big sister will buy it for you." Judging by her headband, she was a ninja from Kusagakure, very enthusiastic. Benshu was delighted. He hadn't planned to give it away for free, so having money was even better. After receiving the candy, Sakura happily said thank you. Then she sincerely thanked the older sister from Kusagakure before leaving contentedly. At Benshu's house, where he once stored spinach, there were now several sacks full of bills. All were crisp 100,000 Rio notes, a result of the uniform 100,000 Rio price. Benshu opened one sack and sniffed the scent of money. Cough, scamming. No, the feeling of earning money is fantastic. After paying his 2 helpers with spinach cans and giving them bonuses for basic living expenses, this was the day's profit. Then Benshu converted it all into system points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 390 million system points. Ding. Detected that host has reached the 500 million tier for the first time. Unlocked special item 5 elements armor. 5 elements armor. Each time the host can choose one element to cover oneself. While the armor is active, you can use the basic attributes of the corresponding element and its ninjutsu. And it has a global stealth function. Exchange price 350 million. The tree stared blankly at the system shop's notification. This is just too absurd. 5 sets of armor: fire, flame, dragon armor, wood, wind, eagle armor, water, black rhino armor, earth, land, tiger armor, and metal, snow, mastiff armor. 5 elemental attributes can be switched freely, and I can also use corresponding ninjutsu. Can it get any more outrageous than this? Hey, I'm in the world of Naruto. The tree's mind was filled with various thoughts, but all of them felt that these 5 elemental armors were somewhat out of place. However, this ability was simply too enticing. Initially, the tree was still troubled, thinking about how Orochimaru might invade Konoha during the Chunin exams. What if I don't have the corresponding strength to deal with it? But now if I were to don this 5-element armor, wouldn't that be like having my way in a game of idioms? Indeed, having my way. After all, in the early stages of this Naruto world, Orochimaru's setting wasn't that terrifying. It was completely sufficient. Wait, wood, wind, eagle armor. So does that mean I can use wood release now? Exchange. Hurry up and exchange. I want to wear it right now. The tree couldn't hide the excitement and urgency in his heart and said joyfully. Ding. Exchange successful. The host just needs to say the corresponding command when using it. Do I still need a command? The tree frowned. Could it be wind, eagle armor combine? The tree shouted, and blue chakra energy swirled around. Gradually a powerful chakra vortex formed around the tree. Mizuki Yukino immediately sensed something was wrong. How could such a violent chakra appear? Startled, Mizuki Yukino hurried over, only to find everything before her made her deeply question whether she was dreaming. What is this? But the warrior's instinct made Mizuki Yukino quickly retreat while making defensive gestures. After grabbing her katana, she unsheathed it with a swift motion without hesitation. Then she pointed it directly at the tree. Yukinani. Calm down, it's me, the tree. The tree. Mizuki Yukino looked at this strange being that was almost as tall as herself. Her face was filled with suspicion, but the voice was indeed the tree's, so she lowered her guard. However, she still chose not to approach the tree, easily holding the sword and asking, Tree, what's going on with you? How did you end up like this? Seeing Mizuki Yukino's strong wariness, the tree directly removed the armor. Upon seeing the tree, Mizuki Yukino was even more shocked. Such a large armor, where did it go? Did it just vanish into thin air? What the heck? What about that thing just now? Seeing the tree's face, Mizuki Yukino's vigilance decreased significantly. However, she still expressed confusion about the armor that had just appeared, but the tree had already devised a countermeasure. From his small pouch he took out an ordinary-looking scroll and said, Oh, this I usually seal this set of armor into a scroll. I just need to summon it when I want to use it. Mizuki Yukino nodded, realizing that the tree often carried many scrolls to disguise its system abilities. If anyone asks, I just say it's sealed in the scroll. What can you do about it? I see your armor is really cool. The tree's eyes suddenly lit up. How about you help me test this armor's abilities, Yukino? Mizuki Yukino nodded and said, let's go, I can do it anytime. Actually, Mizuki Yukino was purely curious about what this strange armor could do. The tree could hardly wait. Would release. That was the potential to use would release. But to avoid being too astonishing after reaching the back mountain, the tree did not use Wind Eagle armor but instead switched to the Snow Mastiff armor, which combined defense and attack. Although the agility of the Snow Mastiff armor was not high, it possessed extremely high defense, second only to the Black Rhino armor. Moreover, it had metal attributes, making its attack power the highest among the 5-element armors. Additionally, the weapon used was quite imposing, a short-handled double-bladed battle axe. Snow Mastiff armor combine. The tree shouted, rapidly growing in stature to match Mizuki Yukino's height. Clang. The tree directly slung the battle axe over his shoulder, exuding a dominating aura. So what do you think, Yukino? Can we start now? Mizuki Yukino gazed at the Snow Mastiff armor entranced. It was truly her first time seeing such all-encompassing armor. Even the cheeks were covered. It was indeed all-around protection without any blind spots. And that battle axe filled with a sense of power. Even when it wasn't swung, one instinctively felt that it had the power to cleave mountains. What? How come another set appeared? Mizuki Yukino asked in confusion. This. I just wanted to test its function. This set of armor has better overall capabilities, so I thought it would be better to test it with you. I'm ready, let's begin. Mizuki Yukino still had many questions, but no amount of questioning could outweigh her desire to see how this armor would enhance the tree's. 1 minute later. Mizuki Yukino slumped on the ground. 555. How can you be so heavy-handed? The tree was dumbfounded. He had only intended to simply test the Snow Mastiff armor's strength. Then he swung the battle axe hard at Mizuki Yukino. Mizuki Yukino also put up a good fight, unleashing her strongest explosive attack, the Iajutsu. This move wasn't very useful in actual combat, as prolonged charging would give the enemy a chance. But at this moment it was just right to counter the tree's battle axe. However, the next moment, bang! A crisp sound left the tree petrified. Mizuki Yukino's katana shattered. It actually shattered. It broke into a handle piece. At that moment the system's notification sound rang out: Snow Mastiff armor battle axe blade, anything it touches will shatter. At the same time, Mizuki Yukino's right hand, which had just held the katana, was now trembling uncontrollably. The web of her right hand had even cracked, drawing blood, which made the tree feel very distressed. I am sorry, Yukino, I was wrong. Let's head back first and I'll bandage your wound. Mizuki Yukino glared at the tree and said, at least you have some conscience, help me up. As she spoke, she extended her left hand. He. The tree suddenly perked up. Was this the legendary blessing in disguise? Clearly it was his fault, yet now he could directly hold the hand of the beautiful Yukino. There had been no opportunity for that before. At this moment the tree still maintained the state of the Snow Mastiff armor, pulling Mizuki Yukino up. Being so close to the cold, proud aura of the Snow Mastiff armor, Mizuki Yukino was deeply enchanted. Mao Yushien gazed at the helm of the Snow Mastiff armor, a flush of crimson rising on her cheeks. Her entranced expression captivated Benshu, drawing him into a trance. Then Benshu found himself involuntarily leaning closer to that lovely face. As he slowly approached, he deactivated the Snow Mastiff armor fusion state. Benshu's handsome chiseled face instantly jolted Mao Yushien awake. She blushed and abruptly turned her head away. With the Snow Mastiff armor disappearing, Benshu also reverted to his original form. Ah, this height, it lacks persuasiveness. Phython's sister Shien, the test is done. Let's head back. In the end, Benshu chose not to test the abilities of the Windhawk hero. After all, if he could actually use would release, even a hint of it might get him dissected as a specimen. Moreover, Benshu doubted he could ever reach the level of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. After all, Hashirama's true explosive combat power required the Sage Mode. At present, Benshu had no idea what Sage Mode was nor any opportunity to learn it. And the price of would release was a staggering 50 billion. Sage Mode was no exception. After all, these were the pinnacle combat techniques in this world. After returning, Benshu's joy lingered and he pondered how to best coordinate the characteristics of the 5 elements armor for battle. Meanwhile, Mao Yushien was also heavy-hearted. The katana she had broken today was originally a matching pair, but now it was snapped in two by Benshu's axe. Early the next morning, Mao Yushien prepared breakfast for the two of them. Benshu hadn't slept in much this past week. The reason was that he needed to check on the delivery of goods and prepare for setting up a stall. Even good products needed advertising. Blasting ears with overwhelming noise and shoving ads into faces was only the first step. The real ace was Benshu's ability to add fuel at the crucial moment, making hesitant customers resolutely torture their wallets. In this regard, Benshu was quite competent. He firmly believed that a boss who doesn't get close to customers is not a good stall owner. Sister Xian, the morning event of the Chunin exam is the written test, right? Mao Yuxian nodded and said yes, given the time it should have already started. Hearing this, an idea sparked in Benshu's mind. After gulping down his soy milk, he spun around and vanished. Hey! Where are you going? Mao Yuxian called after him. I'm going to see Grandpa Hokage. At the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was frantically flipping through various scrolls, all reporting the events of the past 2 days. Every detail, many already confirmed, was recorded. These scrolls merely ensured the previous plans hadn't deviated, but Hiruzen still had to read through them one by one. Grandpa Hokage, I need to talk to you. Benshu's sudden voice made Hiruzen's heart skip a beat. Good heavens, God. Damn it, I'm very busy, okay? Can you stop sending your little ancestor to bother me? Hiruzen rubbed his temples and said helplessly, here comes the first torment of the morning. You coming to me this early means nothing good. What? Ha, he even had a nickname for me. This old man Hiruzen is quite trendy. Benshu chuckled. Grandpa Hokage knows me well. This time I'm not here to trouble you, just give me the qualification to be a proctor for the Chunin exam. What? Hiruzen's voice shot up several octaves and he practically leaped from his seat in shock. Grandpa Hokage, don't be rash. At your age, getting so worked up isn't good for your health, Benshu said with a smile. You little rascal, do you even realize what you just said? Hiruzen pointed at Benshu. Benshu pouted. Isn't it just wanting to be a proctor? I think that's a perfectly reasonable idea. In my view, you just want to shove spinach cans in their faces during the exam, don't you? Well, that. Benshu hadn't expected Hiruzen to have gotten so sharp, seeing through his plan instantly. Hiruzen then said earnestly, this Chunin exam is no ordinary affair. The number of participants and the quality of their skills are unprecedented compared to previous exams. By the way, have you forgotten that you're still a child? Benshu was speechless. He really had forgotten. The urge to make money had blinded him these past 2 days. Yet 11-year-old Itachi Uchiha had already joined the Anbu. Being a proctor at age 10. That seemed perfectly reasonable. Then Hiruzen continued, I know about your spar with Kakashi. At your age, having that level of combat ability is already commendable. But that alone is far from enough. No, Lord Hokage, he can do it. At that moment Mao Yuxian appeared. Hiruzen frantically signaled Mao Yuxian as if saying, which side are you on? Undermining me at a critical moment like this. Has he brainwashed you in such a short time? Hiruzen said sternly. Mao Yuxian Benshu's childish words he'll take as a joke. But saying such things has consequences. Mao Yuxian smiled wryly. Actually, I came here mainly to ask you for a favor. Oh. Mao Yuxian glanced at Benshu and shook her head helplessly. My katana was shattered by Benshu. Could you get me another one to use for now? Hiruzen was stunned. You, an elite jōnin specializing in swordsmanship, lost your weapon. Mao Yuxian, are you sure you're not joking? I admit that Kid Benshu has a strong personal charm. But you have to have some limits when defending him. Unconsciously Hiruzen exuded the aura of a Hokage. In truth, he was just shocked. He had been monitoring Benshu's growth rate, which was already alarmingly fast. But to tell him that Benshu could now match an elite jōnin, he as Hokage really couldn't believe it. Alas! Lord Hokage, how could I dare deceive you? Every word I said is the truth. Saying this, Mao Yuxian drew from her scabbard the katana that now had only a hilt remaining. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was it really only half left? And it was only then that he noticed the bandage on Yuzuki Yugeo's right hand. How did you get that injury? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Cough. It happened during a spar with Benshu. Yuzuki Yugo blushed and lowered her head. The bodyguard's weapon had been shattered by the very person she was supposed to protect. Wasn't that an absolute joke? Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely dumbfounded, having earlier thought Yuzuki Yugo was joking. But now Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself at a loss for words. She was a genius of Konoha's sword style with comprehension surpassing even that of Moonlight Gale. Her three-moon dance was so swift that even he, the Hokage, was astounded. Yet this situation had clearly exceeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's understanding. For a moment the entire Hokage's office fell into silence. Yuzuki Yugo held the samurai sword, unsure whether to put it back or keep it. It was embarrassing either way. She stood frozen in awkwardness. After a long pause Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly. All right, I suppose I can agree. But you must obediently follow the instructions of the person in charge. The person in charge of the second exam is Mitarashi Anko. Report to her when the time comes. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen relent, Benshu was overjoyed. Another chance to rake in the cash. The more fiercely they fought during the exam, the happier it'll be. He. As you command, Grandpa Hokage. With permission granted, Benshu turned around and went back to stock up. Under the temptation of money, everything else had to step aside. The moment he exited the Hokage's office building, Benshu's crimson Sharingan quietly swirled. What he needed most now was illusion ability. After exchanging for the 5 elements armor, he still had 40 million system points remaining. A single Tutomo Sharingan cost a whopping 10 million. However, since it was only 2 Tomo, Benshu didn't expect much from it, just enough to see through illusions. Hokage's office. Yugao, tell me in detail about your sparring session. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Yet Yuzuki Yugo looked troubled, for she knew that Benshu had shown her the armor only because he trusted her. Yuzuki Yugo also understood that those 2 suits of armor were no ordinary items, they were far beyond her comprehension. Would it really be right to let the Hokage know about this? Yuzuki Yugo was deeply conflicted. It was truly hard to speak up. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and continued, forget it. That kid Benshu has always been full of secrets. I won't press you. Let me ask differently, does Benshu have any intentions harmful to Konoha? The moment Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, Yuzuki Yugeo's face turned pale with fear and her samurai sword clattered to the ground. She quickly waved her hands frantically. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I swear on my will of fire. Benshu has never once thought of betraying Konoha. Back in the land of waves, the daimyo wanted to appoint him as the national advisor, but Benshu refused. Benshu is definitely not that kind of person. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a slight smile. I was just asking casually, no need to be so tense. Alright, didn't you want a weapon? Go pick one from the ANBU armory. Also take the Black Moon with you. That kid Benshu is getting stronger and you can't fall too far behind. Yuzuki Yugo was stunned for a moment, then a surge of joy rushed through her. Really, Lord Hokage? The Black Sword Dark Moon, forged by a master swordsmith during the Warring States period, was said to be the second Hokage's personal weapon. Only with this blade could the Flying Thunder God unleash its full power. It was the dream of almost every sword user in Konoha to wield it. Ha 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 ha. Of course. I don't want that kid Benshu nagging me about being stingy again. Alright, go find that kid now. You must keep a close eye on him. Yuzuki Yugo knelt on one knee, her voice brimming with excitement. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I will not let you down. After Yuzuki Yugo left, an ANBU member appeared silently. Lord Hokage, is it really wise to give away the Black Sword Dark Moon like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. I simply can't help that kid. Winning him over is impossible. The only way to truly keep Benshu here is to gradually let those around him feel the benefits of Konoha. He grows far too fast. We must bind him early. With him around, he can protect Konoha for generations. Isn't it just a sword from the second Hokage? Worth it. Benshu Group Warehouse. Benshu was frantically stuffing spinach stock into his system space. Zabuza watched as Benshu sealed an enormous amount of items into a single scroll. He turned to Haku and remarked, as expected of our boss. Even his sealing technique is this amazing. Haku smiled and said, exactly. Even though we've never seen the boss fight, just the sealing technique alone is something ordinary people can't do. What are you two gossiping about? Can't you see I don't have enough stock to seal? Hurry up and get more goods. Have some awareness. Benshu kept digging with his hands but found nothing left, so he urged them. Right away, boss. 5 minutes later, Benshu walked out of the warehouse. Zabuza and Haku waved goodbye to Benshu. Haku sighed, I really need to learn sealing techniques. I never imagined it could be so convenient. So much stuff packed into a single scroll. Zabuza sighed in agreement, don't even mention it, I have to learn too. That way moving goods won't be so tiring and I can earn more canned food. Meanwhile, Benshu looked at the map in his hand. The location of the second exam was the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death was quite far from Konoha, it would take a while to get there. Just then a ninja flashed across the rooftops in front of Benshu at extreme speed, heading straight for the Hokage's office. And that person was wearing the standard uniform of a Chunin exam proctor. Benshu immediately followed. Upon arriving, he learned that some examinees had been assassinated before the exam even began. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take it lightly and directly ordered ANBU investigate immediately. At that moment, Benshu grinned and said, Grandpa Hokage, let me be the commander of this operation, how about it? The ANBU shinobi stared at Benshu in surprise, this kid wanted to do everything. All right. I appoint you as the team leader for this operation. The ANBU ninjas all thought Benshu was playing tricks on them, dismissing him as just a child. But unexpectedly, Hiruzen Sarutobi actually agreed to his request. Was he joking? An ANBU ninja immediately objected. Lord Hokage, the one who attacked could kill ninjas from other villages without leaving a trace. His strength cannot be underestimated. How can you? Indeed, Lord Hokage, this matter requires prudence. If Benshu was appointed as the operation leader, I cannot guarantee the mission's success. The ninja reporting the information knelt on one knee and remained prostrate. How could this brat shoulder such a great responsibility? You must think twice. Benshu was perplexed. Was he really so hard to trust? Chuckling, he said, Seniors, I understand your doubts about the Hokage's decision. But think about it, why would the Hokage dare make such a choice? The ANBU ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. Benshu's voice turned cold. In this ninja world, strength is the only thing that speaks. I dare say. All of you combined couldn't defeat me, believe it. As Benshu said this, everyone was stunned and even Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe trembled. In an instant the ANBU ninjas burst into laughter. You just a fresh graduate from the Ninja Academy. Didn't Kakashi let you get away with a little advantage during your spar? Do you really not know your limits? Kid, I advise you, pride is fine but arrogance is not. I believe. Yuzuki Yugao, holding the Black Blade Dark Moon, stood firmly at the Hokage's office door. As a genius of Konoha's sword style and the one who had spent the most time with Benshu, the ANBU ninjas all turned to look at the arrogant boy. Yuzuki Yugao, can you take responsibility for what you said? The questioner immediately regretted it as they saw the long blade at her waist. They glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi. If he entrusted such a weapon to her for a difficult mission, it would be understandable. After all, a good blade significantly boosts a swordsman's power. But now Yugao's only mission was to protect Benshu. Using a legendary weapon once wielded by the second Hokage just to guard this arrogant kid. The ANBU wavered and the messenger was utterly confused. Given the urgency, he urged again, can we hurry? Time is of the essence. Still uneasy, now Yugao will go with you. Any objections? Hiruzen Sarutobi said coldly. The ANBU should have obeyed the Hokage without question, yet today they doubted his order. But it was understandable. Benshu's appearance was terribly deceptive. Both men and women were utterly defenseless against such a handsome little boy. Yes. The ANBU ninjas received the order and prepared to set out with the messenger. Wait. One condition: Yugao must not intervene in battle. Only act when Benshu's life is in danger. Your sole objective is to protect him. Understood. Yes. The ANBU sighed. The Hokage's mind seemed set. They couldn't fathom why he would let this kid lead the operation. Admittedly, Benshu's strength was already top tier for his age. But combat experience, mission experience, those are vital measures of strength. How could Benshu have them? Meanwhile, Anko had learned the news and was rushing to the forest of death. Terrified of catastrophic consequences for which she as the exam proctor would bear full responsibility, she also prayed for reinforcements to arrive quickly. In the area of Team 7 they had encountered an extremely formidable opponent, none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Even with Sasuke's Sharingan and all his attacks, they were utterly helpless. The gap in power was simply too vast. Shortly after, Naruto's Nine-Tails seal began to loosen. As Nine-Tails' chakra leaked out, Naruto's combat power skyrocketed and he pummeled Orochimaru. Yet after using the substitution jutsu, Orochimaru remained unscathed. Realizing the situation, Orochimaru knocked Naruto unconscious and tightened the loosened seal. Then Naruto reverted to normal and fell into a coma. Orochimaru gave chase no matter how Sakura and Sasuke tried to evade. Snow Mastiff armor. Combine. A sudden roar. With a silver white figure and overwhelming aura pressed down like a mountain. Sakura and Sasuke looked toward the voice. What is that thing? Sakura was dumbfounded. The armor's coverage was total. Sasuke's eyes widened. Damn, that looks so cool. The next moment the silver figure dashed in the opposite direction. A massive double-bladed battle axe as it passed them exuded an undeniable aura of extraordinariness. But they couldn't find words to describe it. Though she didn't know who the armored figure was, Sakura warned, be careful. By then the ANBU ninjas and Yuzuki Yugao had finally arrived. One ANBU asked Yugao breathlessly, how is this kid so fast? Yuzuki Yugao shot him a glance. Didn't you see him eating spinach cans like candy? His chakra reserve was already monstrous, and with the spinach boost even I can't catch up, let alone you. Sakura froze at the sight of Yugao, her neck creaking like a rusty machine. She stared at the silver-armored figure raising a battle axe to strike Orochimaru. Her face filled with disbelief. Is that Benshu? Sasuke, weakened from the battle, trembled like noodles on legs. With the pain in his neck and the arrival of reinforcements, his strained nerves finally relaxed. He cast one last look at the fighting figure and collapsed. Sasuke lay there and no one had the leisure to attend to him. The Umbu ninjas were eager to advance, but Mao Zixien raised her hand horizontally, smiling at her former colleagues. Didn't you doubt his strength just now? Now isn't this the perfect chance for you to witness his true capabilities? One of the older Umbu ninjas, Umbue, said Shien. You must realize. The strength of this man before us far surpasses that of all of us combined. If we were to join forces we might still have a sliver of hope, but should we miss this crucial moment? This is not merely a mission failure. Can you bear the consequences? Is this truly the conduct befitting an action team leader? A reckless fool. A fool who charges to the front without even the most basic plan. Upon hearing these words of doubt, Mao Zixien furrowed her brows. Even though this ninja was a colleague, he was also her elder. But with repeated suspicion, no matter how good-tempered Mao Zixien was, her anger flared up. Have you forgotten one scenario? As long as the opponent can be defeated. Isn't preserving the strength of those under your command precisely what a captain ought to do? Or do you truly believe that any of you could survive before this man? As Mao Zedong finished speaking, Benshu and Orochimaru clashed together. Terrifying ripples of chakra emanated wave after wave from the epicenter of their collision. Only then did Xiaoying realize that this battlefield was far beyond the level she could participate in. Gritting her teeth, though she longed to stay and watch Benshu, the examination could not be delayed. So she simply dragged the corpse like Sasuke and Naruto away. The group of Umbu ninjas, including Mao Zedong, were forced back by the shockwave. Heavens, what kind of existence is this? How can a single axe blow contain such immense energy? How much chakra did Benshu pour into that axe? Using chakra like this, isn't he afraid of exhausting himself? The Umbu ninjas stared at Benshu and Orochimaru from a distance, sheer terror in their eyes. Umbu, who had been furious earlier, now remained silent with a grave expression. Because after this clash, the words Mao Zedong had spoken earlier clearly gained the upper hand. Barring unexpected events, Umbu should have been the leader of this action team. Yet the enemy before them had already exceeded all estimates. Even if they joined the fray, they might not perform better than Benshu. Casualties would have to be cast aside, but if there was a chance to survive, who would willingly court death? Umbu swiftly said, Umbu B. Go report and call for reinforcements. However, the ongoing battle had already captured the full attention of all Umbu ninjas. Seeing no response from Umbu B for a long while, Umbu A walked over and slapped him on the head. Hey! What the hell? Umbu B, who had been about to curse, looked coldly at Umbu A and said, Is there still time to call for reinforcements now? With this man's strength, besides the clan leader, who else can do anything? Reinforcements. If the clan leader isn't available, is that your plan? Are you planning to have me lie here or let the other brothers here lie down? The moment Umbu B uttered these words, the atmosphere instantly turned tense. Don't you know the duty of a ninja? Umbu A persisted stubbornly. But by now no one paid him any heed. All eyes were fixed on the battle between Benshu and Orochimaru. At this moment Orochimaru was in dire straits. The kunai in his hand was originally wrapped layer by layer in chakra, yet upon contact with the double-edged battle axe the outermost chakra kept disintegrating. He could only replenish the chakra repeatedly. But it was utterly futile. No matter how much he replenished, it would shatter in the next instant. Yet the figure before him, clad in mysterious armor, seemed to possess endless chakra. Silver-white light flowed, radiating an imposing aura. Coupled with the descending slashes from a height, Orochimaru's competitive spirit was aroused. It had been a long time since he encountered such a formidable foe. Orochimaru licked his lips, his unnaturally long tongue disgusted Benshu. I don't know who you are, but if your abilities are limited to this, you will lose today. The armor you wear is quite impressive, it must amplify chakra. Combined with the special effects of the battle axe, it's a flawless synergy. Benshu was secretly astonished. True to Orochimaru's reputation, he snorted coldly and said, Thanks for the compliment. The sound of Benshu's voice made Orochimaru freeze. This was nothing but a child. Not good. As Orochimaru momentarily hesitated, Benshu's double-edged battle axe with irresistible momentum slashed down instantly. Break! The kunai was instantly pulverized by the chakra impact. Orochimaru's body was also cleaved in two. But the severed body showed no blood, gradually turning into two pools of black mud. Substitution jutsu. Benshu frowned slightly. He had almost forgotten that Orochimaru, while mediocre in many areas, had the most survival tricks. Benshu kept his senses sharp, eyes and ears alert, pushing his perception to the limit. But in the next moment Orochimaru appeared directly before Benshu. Impressive. What a pity you rely on external tools for such strength. Otherwise you would make an even better vessel than that Uchiha brat. However, if you wish to protect those few, relying solely on the axe's pulverizing ability is far from enough. Orochimaru sneered, looking at Benshu as if he were a toy. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Indeed, if you refuse to confront me, Hiden, I can do nothing to you. But you don't think I have only these tricks, do you? Benshu laughed heartily. The early set final boss Orochimaru was indeed disgustingly formidable. However, in the entire ninja world perhaps only Orochimaru was this loathsome. It was also true that the Snow Tibetan armor was countered. On the other side Orochimaru joined in the laughter. Excellent. Excellent. Then I'll give you time as well. I'd love to see exactly what method you'll use to defeat me. Quick. Run. He is Orochimaru. Hongdo's weak voice suddenly rang out. The Umbu ninjas then noticed her and were simultaneously terrified by her words. When they saw the substitution jutsu, the Umbu had already suspected, but having it confirmed personally by Hongdo was a completely different matter. Benshu smiled and glanced toward Hongdo. I can defeat him. Why should I run? Snow Mastiff armor was perfectly countered by Orochimaru, but Benshu remained completely unfazed. He took out the symbolic scroll, retracted the double-bladed battle axe in his hand, and then dismissed the Snow Mastiff armor. Benshu let out a long breath. This battle is truly exhilarating, he said as he took out a can of spinach and chugged it down. Orochimaru was first taken aback, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. You are such an interesting brat, always surprising people. Without relying on that armor, do you think you can fight me in other ways? But you do have the leisure to eat snacks. Your approach is commendable, after all you're still growing. Orochimaru's words were full of mockery, yet his eyes were practically fixed on the scroll. So that scroll is what seals the magical armor. It seems this time I'll hit two birds with one stone. Not only will I obtain an Uchiha vessel, but I'll also gain such a powerful battle armor and weapon. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with greed. Benshu naturally noticed this. Even Benshu secretly admired his own acting skills. But at this moment Azuki cried out again, "Run! Run away! You can't defeat him. Don't be naive. If you survive, then you can better protect Konoha." Azuki had somewhat recovered by now, and Yugugo Yuzuki chimed in anxiously, "Maybe we should just leave. You can't defeat one of the legendary Sannin." The Anbu ninjas' thinking was very clear. They had already seen Benshu's terrifying potential. Even if it's relying on that armor and divine tools. But given enough time to grow, Benshu might even follow in the footsteps of the first Hokage and the second Hokage. The Anbu ninja faced death as if going home. Anbu said, "Brothers, follow me." By time for Benshu to escape. Yes. The Anbu were directly under the Hokage. Even if there were minor conflicts on matters of principle concerning Konoha's future, they were unwavering. Azuki also said, "Yugugo, I entrust Benshu to you, make sure to protect him." With that, holding a skull in her hand, she prepared to charge forward with the Anbu. Stop. Stop. Can you stop fantasizing? Can you stop overacting? Can you steal my spotlight? Benshu's cheeky voice instantly extinguished the tragic atmosphere. The Anbu ninja were dumbfounded. Why can't he just play by the rules? I was already ready to martyr myself. And you say I'm overacting. Azuki had just been beaten by Orochimaru and was still immersed in the terror of Orochimaru. When she first saw Benshu, she understood that he absolutely must not be finished off by Orochimaru here. But only now did Azuki realize it seemed he had never panicked at all. Was everything just her own decision? The hand gripping her kunai slowly drooped down. Only then did she realize that Yugugo Yuzuki beside her seemed to be on the same wavelength as Benshu. So she asked curiously, "Why aren't you panicking after knowing it's Orochimaru?" Yugugo Yuzuki shrugged and said, "Why panic? We're so far away. If we want to run, we can at any time. There's even less need to worry about Benshu. Didn't you see his last axe swing? Orochimaru could only dodge. Do you think someone like him couldn't leave if he wanted to?" The Anbu and Azuki suddenly realized, right. What were they panicking about? Anbu lowered his head in shame, but his mask saved him from revealing his embarrassment. Yugugo Yuzuki continued, "All right Azuki, take care of your injuries first. Leave the rest to Benshu." For some reason after Yugugo Yuzuki said this, she felt quite happy and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Now this is a real man. Regardless of age. He gives people a full sense of security. Orochimaru also said, "This is the first time I've been so patient, hoping to see the outcome I desire. If your strength is not recognized by me, or your combat power only stops here, then even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, these people will all die." Benshu picked his nose, then flicked the booger toward Orochimaru. "Ah, you made me say it again. Can you stop adding scenes for yourself?" Orochimaru was full of question marks. "You're just a kid less than 1.5 meters tall. Why can you be so confident? In one of the Sannin, just because I said a few words you think him overacting?" Orochimaru suppressed his rage because he had to see how many treasures Benshu still had. After figuring it out, he would definitely kill this arrogant brat to vent his hatred. "Fine. You're good." Orochimaru's eyes were filled with coldness. Then Benshu pulled out another scroll looking very similar to the previous one. "Wait, isn't this exactly the same scroll as before?" Orochimaru was dumbfounded. "Is this scroll that powerful? Can it store another armor as strong as the previous one?" Orochimaru realized, "I didn't see that coming, kid. Your sealing technique reminds me of someone." Actually, Benshu hadn't paid attention to this. He just pulled out whichever scroll from his pouch and used it. He also didn't know any so-called sealing technique. Since they thought so, he was even happier. Orochimaru had set his sights on the scroll in his hand instead. Benshu smiled. Earlier when summoning the armor, he hadn't even bothered to open the scroll. This time he deliberately pulled the scroll open. Flame Dragon Armor. Combine. Boom. The sound of a fierce fire explosion. In an instant, heat waves surged everywhere. Orochimaru subconsciously shielded his eyes with his hand. When he regained his senses, the crimson Flame Dragon armor before him made everyone's eyes shine with golden light. There was actually another armor. And a completely different one at that. When the armor attached itself, it carried such terrifying wildfire, even the residual waves made people feel the heat striking their faces. What about when using jutsu? Azuki was still recovering from her injuries, but the violent chakra fluctuations made her mind also become agitated. Even the chakra in her own body was infected, becoming extremely active. What recovery? Azuki opened her eyes, saw Benshu in another armor and was badly startled. This is so strong. Incoherent Azuki could only blurt out those two words. Benshu felt the changes brought by the flame dragon armor, and with a thought the flame blade appeared in his hand. Come on. What had been mere speculation was now confirmed as Benshu clad himself in a second armor. Orochimaru could no longer suppress his desire. His right hand shot forth instantly, and several snakeheads each bearing vicious fangs lunged at Benshu. The hissing sound merged with Orochimaru's terrifying reptilian eyes. An ordinary person would have been paralyzed by fear, unable to move a muscle. Yet behind the visor of the flame dragon armor, Benshu's scarlet Sharingan spun with two tomo, completely nullifying Orochimaru's mental assault. Fear itself was utterly negated within Benshu. He reacted promptly. Flame Blade's demon ceiling slash. Boom. With his chakra continuously pouring in, the flame blade in his hand became like a voracious maw devouring. At the same time, the blade, originally around 1.3 meters long, truly lived up to its name. Fiery crimson flames stretched along the blade, extending far beyond the height of the flame dragon armor itself. Slash. Benshu gripped the sword with both hands and delivered a mighty strike. The surrounding trees instantly ignited, blazing with fierce flames that scorched the space and steadily raised the temperature. Orochimaru's hidden shadow snake hands never even touched the radiance of the demon ceiling slash before they disintegrated into bloody shreds upon the ground. Orochimaru's pupils contracted violently, yet his body was beyond his control. The undeniable pressure of the flames made even his soul tremble. A demon ceiling slash. Hondo suddenly understood, so that was why Orochimaru hadn't dodged. It must have been the innate judgment-like ability of that slash. Orochimaru, who had always treated life as mere chaff, had at last encountered his true bane. The demon ceiling slash grew with the wind. By the time it reached Orochimaru, it had exceeded 10 meters in length and nearly 3 meters in width. When Orochimaru bit his tongue to break free from his terror through pain, it was already too late. A heart-wrenching scream filled the entire forest of death. Even the ANBU shinobi trembled. Is this Benshu's true power? Just one single slash. That was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Under Benshu's strike, he didn't even have a chance to escape. I was wrong, I admit it. Benshu as our team leader. At that moment, ANBU armor finally realized just how foolish he had been earlier. What is true strength? Can the word strong even begin to cover it? Then what was this? No, this could no longer be called strength. It was overwhelming, pure dominance. The Orochimaru who had been so calm and confident moments ago now screamed in agony, which was his consequence. Mayushi Yen gazed at the figure wielding a long flame blade against the backdrop of roaring fire, realizing that this was Benshu, the one she spent her days with. Her heart pounded as if struck by a mighty hammer. He was so cool. So incredibly cool. If she could always stay by his side. Even if the world crumbled, what did it matter? This man could surely withstand it all. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's crystal ball had turned red from the blazing flames. It seemed as if it might crack any moment from the scorching heat. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows were twisted together like tangled threads. So this is your trump card, boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Benshu's power far exceeded his estimate. When the snow mastiff armor had appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made up his mind on the decision he had been hesitating over. In Konoha. As long as Benshu was willing, every resource could be funneled toward him. But then Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled wryly. Seems the boy doesn't need many resources. At ordinary times he has no desires other than money, right? No, what must be given should still be given. Seeing that Orochimaru's surprise attack had been foiled by Benshu, Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed as well. In the forest of death, the demon ceiling slash continued forward, piercing through half the forest before finally stopping just in front of the central building. The proctors waiting inside for the examinees to arrive nearly turned green. An enormous flame slash appearing out of nowhere gave them no time to flee. If the energy hadn't been exhausted, coming to a halt just 1 meter from the building, it would have surely been bisected. Yet that was only the beginning of the trouble. Everyone followed the path of the slash and saw the forest ablaze, forming a wall of fire. Benshu watched Orochimaru's corpse fall from the sky, then flashed a victory sign toward Mayushi Yen. How's that, Sister Shien? Am I cool? His voice broke the silence, and Mayushi Yen was utterly speechless. She had just been thinking how aloof and powerful he seemed in that armor, but inside it was still that goofball. Cool, you're the coolest, okay. And you, next time can you hold back a little? Hearing this, Benshu realized he might have overdone the show. Was this really a barbecue ground? Embarrassed, Benshu scratched his head. Accident, it was all an accident. Oh right. Didn't I just capture a rogue ninja for Konoha? Orochimaru's bounty is 1 million ryo, isn't it? At the thought, Benshu's eyes turned into dollar signs. Mayushi Yen facepalmed at a loss for words. The ANBU shinobi were also dumbfounded, so Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, was just a monetary value to him. Benshu rushed toward Orochimaru's body. That was 1 million ryo. A Tutamo Sharingan user. That alone would pay for itself. But when he landed he noticed something odd about the corpse. It was indeed dead but only a husk remained with small snakes continuously emerging from within. The sight was utterly repulsive. Just then Hongdo jumped down. That guy can't be killed, he has too many ways to survive. He's probably fled somewhere by now but he shouldn't bother us for a while. Hearing this Benshu sighed helplessly. Shao Qingqing he flew away. In a corner not far off Orochimaru so weak his aura was nearly gone stared coldly in Benshu's direction. Hongdo watched Benshu who had been flaunting his presence in the village over the past few days. She never imagined his strength to be so formidable. What was even more unexpected was that such a powerful man had nothing but money in his eyes. Shouldn't the first thing after defeating such a powerful opponent be to summarize the battle experience? Your line of thought seems a bit off, doesn't it? What the hell? One of the three Sannin escaped and you describe it as the bills flew away. While Benshu was lamenting a mentor ran over from the central control tower. Because the only way to trace the source was to follow the path carved by the ceiling demon slash. When the mentor appeared before everyone he looked like a natural black dude with a perm. His curly hair was full of comedic effect. Hongdo saw him and coughed awkwardly. You'd better wear a hat. At least you're a mentor, your hairstyle should be more serious. Mentor pointed in the direction the ceiling demon slash had extended and coughed twice. I'm so wronged. Boss. Wronged. Just now for some reason such a huge ninjutsu. If it had been 1 meter further our central control tower would be gone. Only then did everyone look in that direction. Damn, half the forest of death had been torn up. Hongdo had nothing to say. With such a major incident the man had braved the pain of being burned to chase the source. It wouldn't be right to mock him further. Boss, did you see the culprit here? The brothers at the central control tower said we must catch that bastard and teach him a lesson. Hongdo quickly stepped aside. Benshu, still sobbing over his lost money, looked at a black brother, froze for a moment, then tentatively asked, do you rap? What the hell is Rua? Everyone stared at Benshu with question marks. Benshu looked awkward. Mentor's eyes went wide and he pointed at Benshu with his right index finger asking Hongdo, boss, are you kidding me? This kid who's obsessed with money. Him. Don't fool me. Because of him my girlfriend would rather go dig soil to plant spinach than have a meal with me. Such an inhuman landlord could have this kind of strength. Benshu retorted, hey, speak clearly. Everything I sell is at a fair price with a clear conscience. Compare with the outside villages, my prices for our own people barely cover the cost. Yuzuki Yugo blushed not from the fire. You grow your own vegetables, everyone knows the cost. And you call it a fair price. Who are you kidding? Fine. I'll accept that what you sell isn't excessive. I see. Then Mentor looked at Hongdo. You haven't been bribed by him too, have you? Boss, I believe you're not the kind to be bought off with a can of spinach. Hongdo was speechless. Why couldn't they understand? So you just won't believe it, right? Benshu put his hands on his hips looking proud. Mentor shook his head like a rattle with contempt in his eyes. Good. I like people who haven't seen the world. Hongdo's heart jolted. What was this guy up to? Benshu said, Sister Hongdo, if I destroy half the forest again you won't blame me, right? Hongdo immediately slapped Mentor on the head. You know the fire is spreading badly, so why aren't you going to put it out? Instead you're here shooting your mouth off. Are you ignoring my orders now? Mentor was now convinced that Hongdo had been bribed by Benshu. And it wasn't just 1 can of spinach, at least 2. He pointed at Benshu again, curling his lips. Didn't you say he caused the fire? Then isn't it fitting for him to put it out? Hongdo's eyes lit up. That was actually a good idea. Benshu felt like tossing this disagreeable fellow into the fire to roast. However, the Orochimaru incident had just ended and Benshu had already earned great merit. Treating him like this wouldn't be right. She sighed and said, all right, Benshu. If you can find a way to put out the fire, ill. Hongdo was about to offer him a salary but stopped herself. If money were mentioned, all the mentors here would have empty pockets. I'll grant you one request. Anything. Benshu grinned. Hongdo chuckled. What could a little brat ask for? She readily agreed. Anything. Benshu smirked. Don't worry, leave it to me. Then he turned to the ANBU ninja. I'm the team leader, right? All the ANBU ninja nodded in unison. Mentor was terrified. Anyone who joined the ANBU was no ordinary ninja and they all obeyed Benshu. Could it be that the terrifying jutsu really was from Benshu? And Hongdo hadn't been bribed. Go to the back mountain and bring Zabuza and Haku here. Also inform Kakashi. Tell them the boss has set up a temporary firefighting squad. Zabuza is the captain and Kakashi and Haku are vice captains and members. Reward 1 can each after the fire is out. The ANBU ninjas' faces darkened. Your way of winning people over, can't you be less straightforward and crude? Will they really agree? Umbubi asked weakly. Of course. Why wouldn't they? Oh, and add one more thing, the first one to run can get an extra papaya candy to help them find a partner. Umbubi deeply regretted his question. Why did he expect Benshu to actually pay? Shocked as they were, they didn't want to stay a second longer. They also understood how hard Yuzuki Yugeo's job was. Staying with Benshu required incredible mental endurance. After all, the ANBU had returned. Benshu said to Hongdo, anything else? If not, he'll go supervise the examinees. Supervise? What supervise? Hongdo was puzzled. Benshu explained, besides being the leader of the special action team, I'm also serving as a mentor for this Chunin exam. All these courses are personally approved by the Hokage. You can ask Sister Yugo if you don't believe me, she'll vouch for it. Hongdo's face darkened. She began to worry about the upcoming exams. When the firefighting squad first arrived at the Siwang forest, they were utterly dumbfounded by the sight of the forest fire rapidly becoming an unstoppable inferno. But they could not refuse the task assigned by the boss. Yet as time wore on, the blaze had nearly consumed all the water elements in the vicinity. The water release they employed could only be converted through their own chakra. Good heavens, the fire extinguished was less than 1/5 and Kakashi's chakra was almost depleted. Water release, great waterfall technique. Kakashi asked weakly. Hongdo, did Benshu leave any other words? Like giving us 2 more spinach cans to replenish chakra. Kakashi stared intently at Hongdo's belly. When did this guy become so fat? Hongdo, don't you almost never zip up your jacket? Cough. You know very well that Benshu has always been stingy in this regard. Ha. Ha ha. Hongdo scratched her head. Instructor A beside her couldn't help but complain, boss, your lying skills are too poor. Mr. Kakashi and the others won't believe you. When Benshu left, he had reflected deeply on himself. If the fire continued to burn like this, who could he cheat for some pocket money? The fire had to be extinguished and quickly, otherwise if the exam was suspended midway it would be all over. So Benshu deliberately left 10 spinach cans, handed them to that Hongdo and instructed her to give them to Kakashi so they could work properly. But after witnessing the awesomeness of the spinach cans, a little embezzlement was only human right. Yes, that was what Hongdo thought, but the 3 members of the firefighting squad now had sunken faces. Their chakra was truly exhausted. Forget the great waterfall, they couldn't even use a water gun. Hongdo glared at Instructor A, then extremely reluctantly extracted 3 spinach cans from under her clothes and placed them in the hands of the 3 squad members. Just gave one. Zaibujan was furious. Fine, take this. Can you put out the fire? Bye, let's go. Yes, Mr. Zaibujan. Instructor A looked at Hongdo disappointedly. Boss, you claim you haven't been bribed by Benshu. I really can't believe it. All right. Take them all. Hongdo glared at Instructor A and shook out all the cans. Then she glared at Kakashi. Benshu's exact words, he said, you're too weak, so 1 extra for you. Kakashi. Boss, why are you blurting out the truth like that? On the other side, Benshu was not idle. He took Mao Yuxian and burrowed into the exam venue. After the flames rose here, it was impossible for any examinee to enter this area. Exposing one's position would be a minor concern. But an examinee who could stir up such a commotion, ordinary people coming would be courting death. But this did not hinder Mao Yuxian and Benshu from searching together. Soon movement appeared ahead of them. Benshu signaled Mao Yuxian to approach quietly. First they surveilled the situation ahead. Benshu and Mao Yuxian stealthily crept into the bushes. Mao Yuxian observed briefly and said, the people from Yuin village and Wuin village have started fighting. Both teams possess rich exam experience, it's hard to say who will win. Benshu chuckled, I love this kind of stalemate. Sister Xian, let's whisper. Gunio nyo. Yuine held a special umbrella. The moment it was opened upward, the surroundings would be covered with a torrent of poison needles. Even if the mist ninja used genjutsu masterfully, he still needed the chance to get close and attack. Moreover, Yuin B and C, while their leader prevented others from approaching, were constantly scanning the area. Ah! A sudden scream. Yuin A laughed, coward. Keep hiding. The gas-masked Yuin A accidentally got stabbed in the thigh by a 5-inch poison needle. The stabbing pain was nothing. Once blood was drawn, the toxin began to spread wildly. How unexpected. He had been so careful in dodging, yet he still fell victim. Seeing that one of them had been forced into a weakness by the leader, the other 2 charged forward with kunai. Die. Spotting their leader about to be finished, Yuin B and C quickly rushed out. But just as they leaped out, they saw a masked purple-haired ninja wielding a black katana directly blocking in front of Yuin A. Yuin A was overjoyed and quickly thanked, thank you sir for your assistance. Just then Benshu jumped out holding a spinach can and said to Yuin A, spinach can plus instantly boosts the user's overall strength 3-fold. Original price 1 million Rio, trial price for new product only 500,000 Rio. See those Yuin over there? If you eat this you can take on all 3 of them alone. Beat them and you save your life. Not only will you pass the exam but you'll also experience a surge in combat power. A sure profit with no loss. Benshu's impassioned voice left everyone stunned. Mao Yuxian thought him wearing a mask, at least social death isn't mine. Keep performing. Wu Yinei asked half doubtfully, you. Are you that vendor in my village? Benshu placed his hands on his hips. Never change my name, never alter my surname, I am Benshu. Wu Yinei's eyes lit up. He directly pulled out a 100,000 Rio banknote from his shoe. The smell left Benshu speechless. Don't you have any other place on your body to stash money? Had to stuff it in your shoe. Aren't you afraid the restaurant staff will kick you out when you eat? Then Wu Yinei looked at his 2 brothers behind him and said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay. Or you'll all die here. Oh. Oh. Wu Yinei and Wu Yinei both sat down on the ground, took off their shoes and each pulled out 2 banknotes. What's that smell? Mao Yuxian kept a close eye on the Wu Yinei side to ensure Benshu could sell safely. But as she watched she sensed something wrong. What's going on back there? Are you opening a can of surströmming? You're in a fight, hey. The leader is poisoned. Benshu without a word tore off a corner of his own clothes and stuffed it into his nose. Looking at the 510,000 Rio banknotes Wu Yinei handed over, he said disdainfully, is this a traditional art of your Wu Yinei village? Why didn't you take these out when you were fighting just now? Throw them in those 3 faces and you'd have poisoned them to death. As he spoke Benshu pointed to the Wu Yinei behind him. No. He'll pay 600,000. Don't sell it to him. As Benshu took the money Wu Yinei behind him shouted furiously. Benshu hastily withdrew the spinach can. Alright, sold to you then. He instantly used the body flicker technique and appeared before Wu Yinei. Mao Yuxian turned around aiming her black blade at the 3 Wu Yinei ninjas. Wu Yinei ABC. You're not selling it now. Why did you take our money? We spoke first. The Wu Yinei side scraped together 6 banknotes of 100,000 Rio each. Benshu grinned. Brother, you're so generous. Let me tell you, with this secret weapon you'll definitely get first place in the exam. Wu Yinei asked suspiciously, can this thing really triple my power? Benshu chuckled. I've got a whole company in Mu Yi. If this spinach doesn't work, just come and smash my sign. Hearing this, Wu Yinei figured that a company that could afford an entire commercial street wouldn't stoop to fraud. 700,000. Give it to me. As Benshu pocketed the 600,000 Rio from Wu Yinei, he heard Wu Yinei raise the price. Benshu smirked, thinking the guy was quick on the uptake. This money doesn't stink, it's just oddly fragrant. Mao Yuxian, while holding her sword, took the 100,000 Rio from Wu Yinei. Wu Yinei 800,000. Wu Yinei 900,000. Wu Yinei. The bidding war delighted Benshu as the stack of banknotes in his and Mao Yuxian's hands grew thicker. Benshu was grinning ear to ear. Wu Yinei 1500,000. Benshu stared in disbelief. How the hell did you fit so many banknotes in your shoes? Mao Yuxian was nearly fainting from the smell. Benshu could plug his nose, but even with her mask she couldn't escape it. Black vapors rose from the notes, wafting straight into Mao Yuxian's nose. Yet the uniquely fragrant money was truly alluring. Wu Yinei, now heated, thrust his special umbrella weapon before number 1. This thing's worth at least 1 million. Take it. I bid 2 million. Number 1 paused, then hoisted the umbrella. This was a treasure, he could sell it later for even more profit. Wu Yinei B and C quickly advised, boss, you can't do this. Without the umbrella, how will we fight in the next rounds? Give them the spinach and we can still fight. Lose the umbrella and we're done for. Wu Yinei slapped his forehead, cursing his stupidity. He smiled apologetically at Benshu. Can I not sell it? Benshu quickly stepped back. Once something enters my hands like a picio, you want it back. Dream on. No returns once sold. The Wu Yinei side was desperate. If they lost, they'd have nothing. Wu Yinei declared, take off your gas masks. Then Wu Yinei B placed 3 gas masks into Mao Yuxian's hands. Each is 300,000. I bid 210,000. Benshu nodded toward Wu Yinei. They're at 1 million. You raising. Wu Yinei patted his clothes empty save for a few kunai worthless. He looked at his teammates who shrugged. They were just following him. They were utterly broke. The reverse bidding from earlier had funneled all their money to Benshu. Benshu sighed dramatically as the 3 stared blankly. Sorry, I have to sell to them. With that, Benshu used the body flicker technique and handed the spinach can to Wu Yinei. Alright, carry on. The next second, Benshu and Mao Yuxian vanished, hiding in a bush to watch. Wu Yinei was stunned. You didn't even sell to us yet, you took our gear and money. Mao Yushiyan finally removed her mask and tore a strip from her clothes to plug her nose, mimicking Benshu. "Aren't you afraid the Yuin guys will smash your sign?" she asked. Benshu flashed a wicked smile. "Sis Shiyen, do you think they'll walk out of here alive?" Mao Yushiyan paused, then found it incredibly logical. "Ah." Moments later, 3 screams from the Yuin ninjas echoed. Wuine, who could barely stand with a leg injury, now charged like a war god. He didn't even use kunai, relying on his boosted strength to pummel the trio with his fists, punch after punch. It was as if he vented all the frustration Benshu had caused him. "Alright, on to the next target." Mao Yushiyan glanced back. The Spinach's power was still amazing. No sooner had Benshu walked away than the system chimed. "Host has developed a new sales method. Unlocked item: Healing Elixir Ergwotu. Price 5000 Rio. Wheat seeds 50 Rio." Benshu saw the new item and immediately thought of the Wuin group. Wondering about its effect, he cut his arm with a kunai. Mao Yushiyan gasped. "Benshu, what are you doing?" Without answering, Benshu feigned reaching into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out a small bottle of Ergwotu, downing it in one go. To Mao Yuxian's astonishment, the wound healed at a visible rate. She grabbed the empty bottle. "What is this?" "A healing potion." Benshu smirked mysteriously. "Secret." Then he thought of the Wuine from earlier. But unfortunately those guys had even pawned their gas masks. They couldn't scrape together 100 Rio. It wasn't worth going back. So Benshu and Mao Yushiyan continued searching for fresh targets. In a corner of the Siwang forest, Sakura hid with Sasuke and Naruto inside a hollow tree trunk, waiting to heal. Soon they were attacked by the Oto ninja. How could Sakura alone fend off 3? Rock Lee happened to pass by and helped, but soon he was knocked to the ground. Blood trickled from both ears and he couldn't even figure out what technique they used. Watching Shaoli having lost combat capability, the people from Inin were relentless. Tuasi said coldly, "The resonant ninja tool on my arm, even if I cannot attack you. Sounds can be transmitted from it to launch attacks. If this is all your strength, then die." Just as Tuasi was about to strike, a figure descended from the sky. He was not tall, but for Xiaoying, who couldn't even win after cutting her long hair. At this moment Benshu was their only hope. "Wait. I don't agree." The sound ninja Jean, with a lovely appearance, could be considered a beauty. Seeing Benshu approach, her eyes brightened instantly. She dashed forward and directly grabbed Benshu's arm. "Isn't this boss Benshu? What brings you here?" Benshu was utterly confused. "Who is she? We're not familiar at all, okay? Can't she avoid clinging to me right away?" "But..." I don't feel soft at all." Benshu put on a serious face, but his eyes involuntarily glanced downward. Suddenly Benshu felt the clear killing intent from behind him from Yuzuki Yagugo. He quickly withdrew his hand. "Ahem. You. Who are you? Boss really has a short memory. Don't you remember me? Back then I bought a papaya set meal from your stall." Hearing that, Benshu instantly remembered. There was a girl who was infatuated with him. After joining the line, she kept pestering him with questions. When people behind urged him to hurry, she would buy one more papaya candy and then continue chatting with Benshu. Benshu didn't refuse. Why not? Just chatting could bring more business. Anyone would be happy. Benshu's eyes lit up. This was a cash cow. He looked again, satisfied with the masterpiece he had created. Just then Xiaoying beside him said weakly, "Please. Save us." Only then did Benshu notice that Xiaoying, who used to be so tsundere at school. Now she was disheveled, her eyelids too swollen to lift. Her body was covered in countless injuries. Benshu walked over to Xiaoying with a grim expression. "Did they do all this?" "Yes. Yes. Sasuke and the others are hurt. I couldn't defeat them at all. And their abilities are very special, even Shaoli couldn't handle them." Xiao Ying's face was full of dejection, feeling utterly useless for not being able to protect even her teammates. Benshu pulled a bottle of Ergwotu from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoying. "Drink this, your injuries will heal quickly. Leave the rest to me." Benshu said expressionlessly. "Leak. Ahem, miss, please stand farther away." Hearing Benshu call her beautiful, Jean was delighted and obediently ran to the side. "Sound ninja Sake. Sound ninja Tuasi." Seeing that Benshu was just a kid, Sake laughed. "Not even a genin relying on money to hire ninjas to work for you. I warn you, we don't want to fight you, but if you push us we won't even spare you." Bang. "Enough nonsense." Benshu hated this guy's blabbering. If it weren't for having to eat spinach, he wouldn't have let him talk so much. The next moment he used the body flicker technique and delivered a punch. Several red and white objects flew out of Sake's mouth. Tuasi felt the wind as Sake flew over his head. He stood dumbfounded. What incredible strength. What's going on? He's so strong, yet he doesn't even have a Konoha forehead protector. Who said he wasn't a genin? No. This is definitely not a genin. He has the strength of a jōnin. Xiaoli said in a daze, is this Benshu-kun? Just then Xiaoling believed Benshu's words and drank all the erguatu. She was a bit dizzy now, but she stood up groggily. Everyone's attention suddenly focused on her. She was so badly injured. What happened? Her injuries are healed. Tuasi looked at Xiaoling in disbelief. Bang! Benshu kicked the hunchback guy who looked like he was carrying a big pot. Let you touch my people. Tuasi was kicked flying and slammed into a tree together with Sake, who had been sent flying earlier. Benshu clapped his hands and said to Jin, for the sake of your money. Ahem, for your sake, take your comrades and leave. Jin stood motionless for a long time before finally uttering a word. Handsome. Boss is so handsome. I'll listen to you. I'll take them away now. No, wait. Benshu suddenly thought, how could he not make some money? This is healing medicine. 1 bottle for 1 million. Want it? Jin replied without any hesitation, yes. Of course. I'll take anything from boss. Saying that, she pulled out 2 1 million Rio banknotes and searched for a while but couldn't find a third. She walked up to Benshu with a pitiful expression. I'm sorry, I only have 2 million left. Xiaoling tilted her head. This was the first time she had seen someone who felt they hadn't given enough money to someone else. Benshu-kun, you can't give them the healing medicine. Hic. The sudden hiccup made Xiaoling quickly cover her mouth. Benshu was right there, it was so embarrassing. But seeing that Benshu had already sold the item, she sighed inwardly, knowing it was impossible to stop. However, Yuzuki Yugugo had been watching from the side. Presently Benshu's identity was that of an instructor. Although they had signed a death waiver before entering this exam, Benshu was there to prevent intentional killings. To be precise, he came to protect the young ninjas of Konoha as an added benefit to Sarutobi. Jin looked at Benshu holding the 2 bottles of erguatu reluctantly. Benshu said with a serious expression, I am a specially assigned instructor from Konoha. I will absolutely not allow intentional killings to happen. Jin said with admiration, I understand, boss. I will definitely become a good person. Then leave your scroll here and go. Okay, boss. Benshu was surprised that this girl was exceptionally obedient. He thought, I didn't even use genjutsu. Before leaving, Jin didn't forget to blow a kiss to Benshu before departing. Yuzuki Yugugo said with a wry smile, you're truly a heartthrob. This girl is completely infatuated with you. Benshu helplessly spread his hands. Rich, strong and handsome, isn't that me? How is this called deceiving? It can only be blamed on my naturally irresistible charm. Sakura watched as Benshu approached, and all the fatal dangers that had been imminent were completely dispelled. Suddenly the Ino Shikacho trio leaped out as well. Ino deliberately puffed out her chest, bouncing up and down, then glanced in Sakura's direction with a face full of provocation. Turning to Benshu, she said, Benshu-kun, you are truly amazing. Such a formidable opponent. And you single-handedly took care of him. Upon hearing this, Sakura's pink hair seemed to bristle as she snapped, so you just stood by and watched all along? Ino curled her lips and retorted, if even Rock Lee with all his strength couldn't handle them, wouldn't we just be throwing our lives away by stepping in? What better moment to catch them off guard than at the critical juncture? That's the only way to be effective. Having grown considerably from this battle, Sakura smiled and said thank you. With these words, Sakura bowed deeply, offering a respectful bow to everyone around her. When she reached Benshu, tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Thank you, Benshu-kun. If it hadn't been for you today, I would have. Her voice was filled with such gratitude that it seemed she might offer herself to him as a reward. Benshu, however, simply waved his hand dismissively and said, no trouble at all. For our own people, erguatu is a steal at 100,000 Rio, just pay up, it's no big deal. Sakura was speechless, her forehead lined with black streaks. The sadness that had lingered a moment ago now vanished without a trace. Sakura thought, what on earth was I expecting? Yuzuki Yugo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Benshu was still the same old Benshu. By the way, here, does this scroll mean anything to you? Just then Sasuke snapped awake, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Benshu. At that moment Sasuke felt an explosive surge of power within him. In his nightmares he had struggled countless times. His elder brother Uchiha Itachi with his Mangekyo Sharingan had forced him to relive the scene of their parents' death again and again. But he had still awakened. The power from the cursed seal brought Sasuke an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. You came to deliver a scroll to us, didn't you? Sasuke. What are you doing? Benshu is our savior. Sakura said anxiously. Sasuke replied coldly, is that so? What if I simply want to fight him? Ino stamped her foot in anger. Sasuke, how can you be like this? Shikamaru spoke gravely, the enemies we faced were far stronger than you can imagine. None of us here except for Benshu and Yugo could have stood against them. And they were dead set on killing you. You? Benshu sneered, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Though he knew Sasuke's current state was a result of the cursed seal amplifying his psychological trauma, making him act so heartlessly, he still found it utterly annoying. You want to fight? Fine. Today if you can even touch me, I'll admit defeat. Benshu twisted his neck, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Sasuke. Sasuke was instantly enraged by Benshu's contemptuous words. No matter how the others tried to persuade him, he refused to listen. Go to hell. With a kunai in hand, Sasuke charged forward and the dark curse seal spread rapidly across his entire body, making him look terrifying. Sakura was frozen in place with fright, but Ino quickly pulled her aside. Benshu, however, remained as calm as ever. He pulled a papaya candy from his ninja tool pouch and popped it into his mouth. He had exchanged 10000000 Ryo for an instant body movement technique. Sasuke's speed was astonishing. But just as he reached Benshu and thought he would succeed, Benshu left only an afterimage behind. Though Rock Lee was severely injured, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. How can he be so fast? At that moment, Hyuga Niji had quietly appeared behind the group and said solemnly, that's the body flicker technique, different from your taijutsu. Benshu channels chakra to the soles of his feet, a method entirely dependent on chakra intensity. None of us here can compare to Benshu. Ino shouted at the top of her lungs, go for it, Benshu. Yuzuki Yuga was secretly stunned, amazed at how quickly Benshu had grasped the technique. Before this, Benshu had never used the body flicker technique. But now, the moment he used it, his speed was terrifying. With just the speed of this body flicker technique, he could easily become a special jōnin. He wouldn't even need exceptional swordsmanship. With a kunai in hand, he could take any life he wanted. Benshu's form flickered continuously, never staying in one place for more than 0.5 seconds. Sasuke, even mid-charge, had to change direction in midair. Eventually he didn't even have time to turn because Benshu's speed kept increasing. Even when Sasuke activated his Sharingan, he could no longer track Benshu's movements. Swish! A burst of wind rushed past Sasuke, but when he tried to strike back, only empty air remained. Ah! Why are you, of all people, why are you stronger than my brother? What gives you the right? What exactly gives you the right? You're just a commoner. Sasuke roared in utter despair, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Here. This is for healing. Drink it. With that, Benshu tossed a bottle of Ergwotu to Sasuke. Sasuke caught it on reflex, but then was about to hurl it to the ground. That bottle costs 100000 Ryo. If you don't drink it, it'll go dismantle your clan's compound. You'll find houses worth at least 100000 Ryo there. Sasuke shot Benshu a cold glare, well aware that this was no joke. Benshu truly had the strength to do it, and with his speed, even if he demolished the place, no one could catch him. Reluctantly, Sasuke unscrewed the cap and gulped it down. A scorching sensation spread from his stomach, and immediately Sasuke felt his mind clear. The dark cursed seal slowly receded. But since the cursed seal wasn't classified as an injury, it wasn't dispelled. Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment, this stuff is incredible. By the way, give us that scroll. 100000 Ryo. Sasuke gritted his teeth at Benshu's smug grin, but the exam had to continue, so even 100000 Ryo had to be paid. I don't have the money right now. Can I give it to you after we return? Benshu smiled and said, of course. But don't think you can weasel out of it, or I'll go demolish your house. After that, Benshu tried to negotiate a business deal with each of the young ninjas from Leaf. But no one agreed, so he had no choice but to leave in disappointment. 4 days later, at the central control tower, the surviving examinees had all gathered. Hey people from the Grass Village, what's this demon legend you mentioned? The 3 ninjas from the Grass Hidden Village were secretly chatting, but were overheard by a nearby Miss Ninja. The Grass Hidden Ninjas were very dissatisfied with the tone of Miss Ninja as questioned, but one of them shrugged and said, there's a duo out there robbing people. They are wildly searching for buyers with products from the Ben Tree Group. The items are indeed good, especially one healing sacred medicine that is even better than what the Ben Tree Group sells. My leg had its bones shattered during battle. After drinking a bottle of healing sacred medicine that resembles alcohol, I could stand and walk again. Miss Ninja, a puzzled thought, this person sounded a lot like the one who had scammed them while selling on the street. So they asked, is this duo a little kid and a purple-haired ninja wearing a mask? The Grass Hidden Ninja scratched their head and said, no, both of them are wearing masks. However, the shorter one does sound a bit like a child, and the purple-haired ninja does too. Oh, I understand. We must have encountered those 2 demons. Upon hearing this, Miss Ninja hurriedly pulled their 2 teammates away to hide. They really did not want to recall those painful memories. On the other side, Hong Do was watching the situation on the camera. Report. Come in. A mentor quickly ran to Hong Do and said a few words. Hong Do shook his head helplessly. That guy. The mentor asked curiously, boss, do you know who that demon is? This situation is quite significant. An incident like this occurring in our Konoha exam venue could definitely cause trouble. Hong Do waved his hand and said, alright, there's no need to pursue this matter. Those candidates, apart from being scammed, shouldn't have said anything bad about that demon duo, right? The mentor thought carefully for a moment and replied, you're right. See? Even if they scammed, it's still business, goods exchanged for payment. Have you heard about them being forced to buy things? The mentor shook his head again. That's right. It's all very reasonable transactions. Just don't worry about it. The mentor suddenly realized indeed if that's the case it wouldn't affect Konoha's reputation. Why should they go looking for trouble? The second match of the Chunin exam ended. 6 teams emerged victorious totaling 18 people. The third match would be a series of 1v1 duels. Hokage's office. I want to be the examiner for the third match. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this from Benshu and immediately pointed at Benshu complaining, look at this. My right hand is full of documents talking about the legends of the money scam demons. Aren't you going to explain? Benshu awkwardly scratched his head and said, the weather is really nice today. Matsuki Sirin blushed and looked down thinking Benshu's way of changing the topic was a bit too direct. I'm telling you don't even think about it. That's impossible. The reason is that during the second match Benshu gathered so much money it already affected this Chunin exam. And you still want to be an examiner. Is the Chunin exam still going to happen? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen becoming more agitated, Benshu quickly fled the scene with a body flicker technique. When Benshu reached outside the Hokage office he looked towards the Hokage's direction. TCH, if I don't participate so what? Who cares? As if that would affect my chance to earn some small change. A week later the third match of the Chunin exam officially began. First Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a speech and then the competition started directly. The first match was Sasuke vs. Akatsuki Armor. Who could reach this point after layers of selection? Lion's Barrage. Akatsuki Armor was kicked into the air by Sasuke, who then followed up with a series of kicks sending Akatsuki Armor crashing back to the ground, leaving him with barely any strength. Just as Sasuke was about to use his final move, Benshu suddenly appeared in the arena. Without a word he poured healing sacred medicine into Akatsuki Armor's mouth. Then with another body flicker technique he returned to the viewing area and shouted 1 million Ryo. Remember to settle up when you win. Sasuke was taken aback watching as the battered Akatsuki Armor stood up. Thank you, boss. I'll settle up with you in a bit. After saying this, Akatsuki Armor landed a punch squarely on Sasuke's chin. The two had fought to this point and both were nearing their limits. However, Akatsuki Armor, having been lifted so forcefully, regained all his strength. Even if his chakra was nearly depleted, Sasuke was in the same situation. But Sasuke didn't have the help of healing sacred medicine. Just as Akatsuki Armor was about to continue his assault, Naruto and the audience finally couldn't hold back. Referee, are you blind? This guy has outside assistance. That guy Benshu has already rushed onto the arena. Why aren't you calling Sasuke the winner? Mizuki Kaze glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already speechless at this point. As expected, believing that Benshu would stay put was merely a form of self-psychological comfort. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and Mizuki Kaze announced Sasuke's victory. Before Akatsuki Armor could return to the viewing area, Benshu appeared in front of him using body flicker technique. Alright, pay up. Akatsuki Armor scoffed, I didn't win, why should I pay you? Benshu smiled, not paying, huh? That's easy. Then Benshu turned to Sasuke and said, you watch closely how badly you beat him and give me a judgment on the side. Benshu clenched his fist, the sound of his joints cracking. Akatsuki Armor wasn't scared at all, he was just a little kid, so what was there to be afraid of? You think you're tough, huh? You can't win anyway. I'll just fight you. Akatsuki Armor charged forward and Mizuki Kaze, wanting to stop him, was held back by another referee. Benshu stood there waiting for Akatsuki Armor to approach. 1 million. Enhanced physical attributes. Level Chunin. Yet even with the Cursed Seal's power, Sasuke could not defeat Benshu, and now Akatsuki Armor had no chakra. With just his fists there was no way he could defeat Benshu. In just 2 moves Benshu had him pinned to the ground. Don't want to pay, huh? Pay or not? Pay or not? Benshu kept pummeling Akatsuki Armor's face, and as his speed increased it soon turned into a swollen mess. Then Benshu shifted his target, delivering a series of blows to Akatsuki Armor's chest and abdomen. Following that he attacked his legs, treating him like a human carpet, stomping one foot after another. Oh, I'm exhausted. Hey Sasuke, are you even watching? Benshu wiped his sweat with his sleeve. Gekko hiated as the referee couldn't bear to watch anymore. Turning his head to look in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking merrily. He could only turn away reluctantly. Asuma clicked his tongue and said, humph, this outsider really hasn't realized the boss power. He just has to try. Kakashi adjusted his hat and followed, then try and you'll die. But Benshu is indeed a bit ruthless. The Hokage doesn't even stop him. I feel like the Hokage and Benshu are in cahoots. Might Guy frowned and said, have you all not noticed that the boss' physical strength has also increased a lot? And this time he didn't even eat spinach. The few workers then took notice. Yuhi Kurenai said, isn't this normal for the boss? What are you all so surprised about? At Yuhi Kurenai's words, Might Guy realized right. Benshu was really tired from fighting, and when he looked at Sasuke he found Sasuke standing there motionless like a pillar. You look like you haven't had enough, right? Then I'll keep hitting. When you're done make sure to tell me. As Benshu was about to continue stomping, Kabuto Yukushi wearing black round-rimmed glasses stepped in front of Akato Yoroi. Here, this is 1 million Ryo. I want a healing miracle drug. Benshu frowned. This won't do. This 1 million Ryo is for that bottle of Erguotu from earlier. If you want another, it's another 1 million Ryo. No. 5 said nothing, adjusted his glasses and handed over another 1 million Ryo banknote. Only then did he receive the healing miracle drug Erguotu from Benshu's hand. Just as Gekka Heiei was about to announce the start of the second match, Benshu set up a stall right in the spectator seats. Exam helper, everyone who's used it says it's great. Jinkala Spinach can healing miracle drug Erguotu, a powerful combination there's no opponent you can't beat. To help candidates succeed in advancing, the set price is only 7,000,000 Ryo. Buy now while supplies last. Benshu shouted at the top of his lungs, and the vast exam hall fell as silent as still air. When Gekka Heiei wanted to look in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he discovered that the Hokage had already disappeared. But according to the competition rules, using secret medicines during the match was not against the rules. Because soldier pills were the most common type of secret medicine, if they were disallowed, the combat power of the Inuzuka clan would drop direct. This would certainly be unfair to the exam. However, with the emergence of various products from Benshu, soldier pills were simply not impressive. Moreover, every item Benshu sold would directly affect the fairness of such an exam. But at the same time, a problem arose, especially for people from other villages. During the second exam, Benshu had already swindled most of their money. Now they were dead broke. But Benshu wasn't worried at all. Weren't there still Konoha's own people? He didn't say he'd swindle everyone, but swindling one or two at this critical moment should be fine, right? The Hokage had already left, so didn't that amount to tacit approval of using Benshu's items in the competition? Gekko Heiei naturally believed so. Next, the style of the third round of the Chunin exam preliminaries completely changed. It was all about competing with financial power. Only then did everyone realize that Benshu's actions were actually helping Konoha. The higher the price, the less likely that ninja from other villages who hadn't brought much money could buy Benshu's items. This effectively gave Konoha ninja the combat power of several extra people. They had nothing to fear. According to the original Naruto plot, in this confrontation Naruto should have won. But Naruto, who had already been swindled by Benshu until he didn't even have underwear left, couldn't withstand Inuzuka Kiba after he had eaten spinach. The originally ordinary Inuzuka clan was directly boosted by the spinach can. Instantly becoming a dark horse in this Chunin exam, making it to the top 4 was no problem. The final match, Rock Lee vs. Gaara. Actually, Benshu also felt quite a headache about this match. If Gaara was pushed too far, Shikaku would come out. In that case, there would be no need to wait for Orochimaru to invade Konoha. If Rock Lee forced Shikaku out here, just Shikaku alone would be enough to cause Konoha trouble. Fortunately, during regular training, Might Guy never supported Rock Lee using spinach cans. He always insisted that Rock Lee train by burning his youth. The battle was extremely fierce. Even the sand armor known as absolute defense was cracked by Rock Lee's attacks. In the second match, Gaara hadn't even gotten a speck of dust on himself. But this time he was punched hard several times by Rock Lee. Enraged, Gaara's strength increased significantly and the sand gourd on his back directly disintegrated. The floor tiles were also crushed by Gaara's sand, and thus Gaara could control more and more sand. Rock Lee clearly began to struggle. Then, with Might Guy's permission, he removed the weights from his body. His speed increased again, but now that Gaara had developed for a while, no matter how fast Rock Lee was, he couldn't find a chance to break through. Then Rock Lee looked again toward Might Guy, who gave him a thumbs up. Finally, permission was granted. Rock Lee smiled happily, took out a spinach can and gulped it down. At the same time, to heal his injuries, he also downed the Erguotu. Until the Erguotu bottle fell to the ground, Rock Lee's state clearly felt wrong. His eyes, which had been wide open, now drooped. Might Guy suddenly thought of something terrifying. This guy can't drink alcohol. Instantly, Rock Lee turned into a fighting machine that knew no pain. With the help of the healing miracle drug and the double buff from the spinach can, even the already developed Gaara was unstoppable. Gaara's body was kicked around by Rock Lee and soon blood overflowed from his mouth. Might Guy immediately ran to Benshu. How can we make Rock Lee stop? If this continues, Rock Lee's body will definitely not withstand the strain. Benshu helplessly spread his hands. You're the teacher and you weren't careful, so you're blaming me. Gaara was beaten to the point of doubting his own existence while Lee was gasping for breath. With the final blow delivered, Gaara collapsed onto the ground. Lee panted heavily. You lose. Lee. Well done. Naruto, can you see the situation clearly? It's because you Chengu didn't use Benshu's items, so you lost the match. So weak. Sakura said disdainfully. Kakashi also added a jab. I told you long ago to go work in Benshu's fields when you had time, but you wouldn't listen. See what happened? Naruto pouted. I want go. No matter what you say, I want go. Sakura turned her head to look at the arena, truly not wanting to spend another second talking with this weak and stubborn guy. At that moment, Benshu said, the gap in strength is too huge. Lee can't win. Sigh. Hearing Benshu's words, everyone began to reflect. At the beginning when neither side had used spinach cans or the miraculous healing herb to Lee had shown a bit of brilliance. But it was only a little and he could never defeat Gaara. Even if they dragged on there was no way. Even after Lee received 2 layers of buffs he still couldn't finish Gaara, could he? Just then Gaara also pulled out a bottle of Erguatu, drank it and stood up as if nothing had happened. This startled Yuhi Kurenai greatly and she directly shouted, "Give up. Lee, give up now." Immediately the young ninjas of Konoha all shouted. Kakashi poked Might Guy beside him. "If you don't want this kid to lose his qualification as a ninja from now on, you'd better keep saying nothing." Might Guy was also struggling and even Benshu felt a pang of compassion. But Guy still chose to remain silent. At that moment Benshu shouted loudly, "Lee, you're a genius. The hardest working genius. I Benshu acknowledge you." Because of the overloading of his body, even though he had injuries, for Lee it was not a major issue. But the pain from so many injuries constantly stimulated Lee's nerves. Might Guy looked at Benshu with gratitude. He secretly made a decision. After this exam, even if he had to work for free, he would plow an extra month of fields for Benshu. He was willing. Seeing that Lee was finally shaken, the surrounding young ninjas of Konoha also cast kind glances at Benshu. Hinata gazed at Benshu from afar and the obsession in her heart grew deeper. If she were to marry in the future, it must be only Benshu. Ino and Sakura also secretly pledged their hearts. I give up. With the end of the final battle, the preliminary rounds of the third exam of the Chunin exams also concluded. The finals were scheduled for half a month later. During this period the advancing contestants were all making a final push. As for Benshu, he was leisurely lying on a lounge chair specially prepared for him beside the ridge of the back mountain fields. Yuzuki Yugugo was beside him, gently rocking the chair and fanning Benshu. "Benshu, thank you for your help." Suddenly the bushy-browed Lee appeared and shouted loudly, startling Benshu upright from his chair. "Guu. You're disturbing a beautiful dream. What are you doing here idly?" As soon as Benshu opened his eyes, he saw the green-clad bullcut Lee bowing to him. He suddenly regretted the words he had said during Lee's fight with Gaara. "It's like this my teacher taught me. You are my benefactor. Even if I burn my youth, I must not forget to repay the kindness. So today I came to help you plow the fields." Teacher also said. "Plowing fields is also training for my arm strength. I hope Benshu can give me this opportunity." Benshu's eyes lit up. This was great news. Ever since his farming enterprise became industrialized, high-level ninjas rarely came to him. Most would simply contract a portion of the fields, earn a can of spinach and then take off. Other times it was still those genin who couldn't complete missions or villagers who had no work who helped Benshu farm. Although Lee might not have Might Guy's ridiculously high efficiency, this guy was also someone who could turn training into joy. Benshu could even imagine Lee working relentlessly under the moonlight. He immediately laughed. "It's possible, but the pay won't be as high as your teacher's." Lee then vigorously shook his head and said, "Teacher said I absolutely cannot ask for any pay. To work for a benefactor is my honor. Moreover, when I came, teacher already taught me how to plow. I believe I can definitely satisfy Benshu." Benshu grinned from ear to ear. This was great. Just after they finished plowing this field, he could plant the healing wheat, the raw material for Erguatu. If he exchanged it directly from the system shop, 1 unit cost 5000 Rio, which was still painful. The best was to get it into factory production as soon as possible. Okay, I trust you." Lee stood straight and then added, "By the way, when teacher arrives later, I want to have a competition with him. I hope Benshu can give us a larger area." Benshu bounced up from the rattan chair. Let's go. I'll find a place for you right now. If needed, I can even be your referee." Ding. Detected that the host has successfully acquired a model worker. Ding. Congratulations. Host has unlocked Ninjutsu Boost Popcorn. Ninjutsu Boost Popcorn doubles the effect of ninjutsu. Does not consume extra chakra. Ninjutsu Boost Popcorn 10000 Rio. Corn seeds 50 Rio. Benshu was overjoyed. What the hell was going on today? Good things just kept coming one after another. By the way, Yugo, is Kakashi training Sasuke? Yuzuki Yugugo nodded. Yes, what's wrong? Benshu snapped his fingers and immediately found his target. Sasuke was a big client. Since the Uchiha clan was destroyed, that vast piece of clan estate and property all belonged to the Uchiha family. Unlike that poor Naruto who even had to scrimp to eat ramen. Sasuke, who inherited the Uchiha family assets, was a hidden tycoon. When Benshu watched Naruto before, he always thought Sasuke was not Erjuzi but rather a complete blockhead. He could have been a perfect rich second generation, yet he insisted on running around causing trouble. Without further ado, Benshu dashed off. Yuzuki Yugugo shook her head and followed. Benshu, you haven't assigned us the plowing task yet. At that moment Might Guy arrived, his white teeth gleaming. Burn your youth. Training to plow and repay kindness begins. Aura. For all the finalists, something had to be accomplished within the span of these 2 weeks. During the preliminary round of the third test, the ruleless battles had exposed everyone's techniques to their opponents. Knowing that his next opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, Sasuke sought out Kakashi for special training as soon as he got up from his hospital bed. Chidori. Sasuke gritted his teeth, struggling to gather chakra in his right hand. Kakashi stood by, unsure what to say. He had already warned him that even he himself could only use this technique 4 times a day. But Sasuke wouldn't listen. He kept practicing over and over. Thud. Collapsing from the intense training, he lay on the ground, unable to move his arms. Kakashi shook his head and was about to carry Sasuke away when Benshu suddenly appeared. Yo, Sasuke, working hard, huh? Seeing the little boss, Kakashi quickly greeted him. Boss, what brings you here? Ahem, of course it's to let our leaf shinobi shine in front of the 5 great Kage. Sasuke turned his head away at the sight of Benshu, refusing to acknowledge him. Benshu's strength was simply beyond any logic or strategy. Benshu noticed this but wasn't angry. He simply moved to crouch in front of Sasuke. Want to get stronger? Sasuke stubbornly turned his head the other way again. Benshu sneered, hey you ungrateful brat, don't you see that you're in no shape to train? Lying there like a dead dog, do you really think you can beat Gaara like this? Rock Lee was that strong, used everything he had, and even with all my help he still lost. Do you think you can do it? Benshu's words struck Sasuke right in the heart. Gaara's power was undeniable. Even a jōnin might not necessarily gain the upper hand against him. And Sasuke was merely a genin. Seeing that Sasuke didn't retort, though his head was still turned away, Benshu leisurely pulled out some popcorn. The amount of popcorn was very small. Benshu roughly counted, at most 6 or 7 pieces. Since it was directly exchanged from the system, that quantity should be the standard number to activate its enhancement effect on ninjutsu. Then Benshu fished out a bottle of spinach juice and some medicinal liquor ergotu. I Benshu do business with integrity. Buy this set and not only will it massively boost your training efficiency, but once you master the technique, the popcorn's power will be unleashed to the fullest. Kakashi's eyes lit up as he scurried over. Boss, what wonderful thing is this? Benshu gave a mysterious smile and looked at Kakashi. Kakashi understood instantly and turned to Sasuke. Time is tight. What Benshu said is objective. Your biggest problem right now is insufficient chakra. Every training session leaves you needing a long recovery. You saw the effect today. Can you really master the Chidori before the match? Benshu secretly gave Kakashi a thumbs up. As expected from his employee, his persuasive skills had become smooth as silk. Kakashi rubbed his hands together, implying that this time it would cost money to tempt Sasuke. But Benshu simply pretended not to see and turned his head away. Just then Sasuke said, I'll buy it. What's the price? Benshu's face blossomed into a grin. Business was done. He replied, give me one of the courtyards in the Uchiha district and I'll cover all your training needs. Kakashi couldn't help interjecting, isn't it a bit much to ask for his property? Benshu whistled, you have to give to receive. Besides, I'm not forcing him into anything. Kakashi conceded. Why did he always argue with his own boss? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? At that moment Yugo Yuzuki arrived. Seeing the popcorn in Benshu's hand, she asked, Benshu, are you launching a new product? Benshu nodded inside helplessly, yeah, but no one understands my good intentions. He hinted heavily at Sasuke, aided by his 2 companions. Finally Sasuke reluctantly spoke, fine, I agree. Benshu joyfully began pulling out his treasures one by one. There were 3 bags of popcorn alone. The house in the Uchiha district was a real prize, a bit remote but far better than where he currently lived. Benshu had long wanted a new place but hadn't found a target. This deal with Sasuke would save him a tidy sum of money. After Kakashi helped Sasuke down a bottle of ergotu, Sasuke sprang to his feet and downed a bottle of spinach juice. He immediately felt completely restored. Kakashi clicked his tongue in admiration. Boss, Benshu's things are always wonderfully effective. Sasuke, shouldn't you thank the boss for bringing these over? But Sasuke remained stubbornly proud, unwilling to acknowledge Kakashi, who was now thick as thieves with Benshu. Yugo Yuzuki looked at Sasuke's extravagant attitude and couldn't help marveling at how rich the Uchiha clan was, no need to work yet able to freely use boss Benshu's goods. But the next second she couldn't hold back a laugh. Today a mansion, tomorrow another mansion, sooner or later the entire Uchiha district would belong to Benshu. Sasuke hesitated for a moment after taking the popcorn, then ate it all. Benshu smirked and said, alright, try using the fireball jutsu to see the effect. Sasuke complied. Fire release fireball jutsu. Boom. It was like a gas tank exploding. The spinach juice had already provided him with a massive chakra boost, enhancing the fireball jutsu, and the popcorn added another layer of amplification. The result was a fireball jutsu nearly 5 times stronger than Sasuke's usual form. Kakashi quickly pressed down on his hat, reminded of unpleasant memories. Little boss, what kind of amazing thing is this? Yugo Yuzuki also looked at Benshu in confusion. Don't rush, Sasuke will explain it to you. In the next second Sasuke recalled the fireball jutsu and looked at Benshu with sheer excitement. Thank you. Kakashi slightly turned his head. For Sasuke, that proud and aloof character, to say thank you to this tree, this popcorn must be truly extraordinary. He asked curiously, how is it, Sasuke? What do you feel? Sasuke clenched his fist and replied, this popcorn can directly and dramatically enhance the power of ninjutsu. And there's no need to worry about excessive chakra consumption. While the ninjutsu's intensity skyrockets, the chakra cost doesn't increase by a single bit. Having trained for a while, he still couldn't release Chidori stably. But now with the help of this popcorn, even forming just a lightning orb in his hand would produce considerable destructive power. All that remained was to change the chakra's shape and alter the orb's state. Sasuke's thanks came from the heart, for Benshu's popcorn had helped him immensely. Kakashi drew a sharp breath. The effect was simply heaven-defying. He knew that he could use Raikiri at most 4 times even under extreme circumstances. But with the popcorn's aid, he might only need 1 Raikiri to defeat a strong opponent. There would be no follow-up issues. Insufficient chakra was no longer a problem. Thinking this, Kakashi's eyes darted and he hurried over to Benshu, rubbing his hands. Is there anything to do at the shop recently? Give me a job. I haven't worked for the boss in a while and I feel restless. Benshu smiled. He had anticipated this outcome. Kakashi bore a heavy burden from using the Sharingan, but the Raikiri technique required the Sharingan's assistance to unleash its full combat potential. Thus, though Kakashi was powerful, his chakra reserves had always been his weakness. He could even be called the most lacking jōnin. But if the powerful set Benshu had prepared were given to Kakashi with his combat comprehension, his strength could rival that of a cage-level shinobi. Yet Kakashi had no money, so he had no choice but to earn it through labor. Even if he could buy it, how much would such potent popcorn cost? Yuzuki Yugo frowned slightly. When Benshu sold papaya products, she paid no attention. Such items only interested those with specific needs. The same went for the healing elixir Erguotu. But after Spinach came the new popcorn, another item that could directly affect a user's strength. Yuzuki Yugo had already made a plan. Tonight, once Benshu rested, she would report to the Hokage immediately. The rest would be up to the Hokage's decision. So Sasuke happily continued training Chidori. Hey, bring me the deed tonight. Otherwise when I come over he'll be tearing down the house. Benshu turned to leave but reminded Sasuke. Sasuke's face was covered in black lines. Could he stop threatening to demolish my house? While Sasuke trained, Naruto wasn't idle either. His instructor had been arranged by Kakashi Ebisu. Ebisu had been personally appointed by Hiruzen Sarutobi as Konohamaru's tutor. Since Naruto's fundamentals were weak, Ebisu was the most suitable teacher for him. Just like when you practiced climbing trees, gather chakra on the soles of your feet and climb. Now use the same method to walk on this hot spring. Let me warn you, this spring is 60 degrees. If you lose control and fall in, you'll become soup stock. Naruto shivered, staring at the steaming spring. 60 degrees. He gritted his teeth and followed Ebisu's instructions. With a splash, he fell into the water. Hot, 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 hot. After barely crawling out of the spring, Naruto spotted a white-haired old man crouching with his back to them, chuckling lecherously at the women's back. Ebisu stepped forward to uphold justice but was knocked down by Jiraiya in 2 moves. Seeing the pervy old man's strength, Naruto immediately demanded that Jiraiya teach him. Benshu and Yuzuki Yugo appeared before them. Benshu quickly raised a hand to stop the two from arguing. Master Jiraiya, I must say you are indeed a pervy old man. Naruto isn't wrong. Naruto, hearing Benshu side with him, laughed and made a face at Jiraiya. You must become my teacher. Otherwise, I will follow you forever. Benshu's eyes sparkled and he handed a box of popcorn to Naruto. Then he whispered a few words in Naruto's ear. Haha, as expected of Benshu. Why didn't I think of such a great idea? Sexy jutsu. In the next moment, a golden-haired girl with a devilish figure appeared. Naruto was stunned, then his whole upper body involuntarily leaned forward. Yuzuki Yugo quickly turned away in embarrassment. You. How can you use such a vulgar jutsu tomorrow? Naruto complained. What is this popcorn? How did it make me so much bigger? It's way too heavy. 3 or 4 golden-haired girls, each carrying enormous burdens with both hands, looked very distressed. With the popcorn's special effect, what should have been a standard fiery figure had turned into a plus-sized version. Jiraiya opposite them transformed into a nosebleed fountain spiraling upward. Please let me be your teacher. The voice faded into the distance. Benshu looked at the still-dazed Naruto and said, you've achieved your goal, so can you dispel the jutsu now? Benshu himself couldn't help but stare fixedly at the enormous chest, but remembering it was Naruto, he felt deeply disgusted. Naruto then dismissed his jutsu. Damn. There's a side effect. His face darkened. Even without the sexy jutsu, why was there still such swelling? Benshu was so nauseated he gagged and kicked Naruto in the rear. Don't point that at me. My eyes. Naruto still hadn't reacted. Benshu, I can't show my face anymore. Benshu quickly advised, without my popcorn would he have agreed to take you as a disciple so decisively? Naruto thought for a moment. Hey, that made sense. But I have no money to buy it. Benshu pulled out an IOU. Simple, just sign this. Watching Naruto still hesitating whether to sign, Benshu directly said, how many times have you lost face in front of everyone because you had no money? Others can afford it, but you cannot. But after signing this you will have no such worries. Our company will have dedicated financial personnel to manage this bill. It doesn't matter that you have no money now. You can pay it back after you gradually become stronger. Hearing Benshu's persuasion, Naruto thought for a moment and found it indeed made sense. Benshu had now come to terms. He had almost finished reaping the villagers in the village, but how could his steps to make small money stop here? No money to buy. No problem. As long as the IOU is written, everything is fine. Can't repay in 1 day. No problem, then 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years. Although Benshu knew that because of his appearance the world's development might not follow the original plot. But Naruto, that brat, was absolutely impossible to die young in the future. Then wasn't the problem much simpler? You'll be my indentured laborer for life, hahaha. After signing the IOU, Naruto also became arrogant. Benshu, bring me 10 cans of spinach first for a taste. Benshu's mouth twitched. This guy really was not courteous. But Benshu didn't care anyway. The production of spinach cans had almost reached its limit, and even during this Chunin exam period spinach output remained at its peak. Just the stockpile alone had accumulated who knows how much. Since Naruto wanted them, just give them. After all, the cost was only a few hundred ryo. Then he'll congratulate you in advance on finishing your training quickly. Carrying 10 cans of spinach, Naruto immediately chased after Jiraiya. After Naruto left, Yugugo Yuzuki shook her head and said, "Is this really okay? Other jōnin only get ordinary work contracts. This is equivalent to signing an indenture for him. With Naruto's current nature, he might not be able to repay the debt you lent him in his lifetime, right?" Benshu said nonchalantly, "This is called cast a long line to catch a big fish. Naruto has some talent and he likes to act recklessly. He cannot be mediocre in this chaotic world. So by tying him early to the carriage of our Benshu group, no matter how Naruto develops in the future, isn't he still a member of the Benshu group? Moreover, that guy keeps saying he will become Hokage in the future. This contract is evidence guaranteed by the Hokage himself. Can we be afraid he will run away?" Benshu signaled that the job was done, explained to Yugugo Yuzuki, and left. Yugugo Yuzuki stood there for a long time, not understanding. Had this guy really thought it all out so thoroughly? Immediately after Yugugo Yuzuki chased after him, "Then why did you make Sasuke pay as quickly as possible every time you sold him things? Simple, why not make money if there's money to be made?" Yugugo Yuzuki slapped her forehead and finally realized how had she been led astray by Benshu without noticing. That's right, Sasuke had the ability to pay. Benshu had been rarely idle for half a month. Everything at home was ready, and the next day he planned to move directly into Sasuke's Uchiha clan compound. That place was so much better than his current living environment. It was truly like a garden. The heritage of a noble clan was not just empty talk. Just as Benshu was about to fall asleep, Haku came. "Boss, it's bad. Someone is fighting on the rooftop of our Benshu group building." Benshu, who was very sleepy, immediately perked up and followed Haku out without a word. Now the Benshu group owned the tallest building in all of Konoha. Standing on the rooftop at that height, one could almost see the entire Konoha. It was more than half taller than the Hokage building. When Benshu arrived, he found the battle had already ended. The only person left on the rooftop was Gaara, along with half of the roof being torn off. But Benshu was not panicked at all by the scene. "You tore down my roof and still want to leave? If I don't extort enough money for 2 buildings today, I won't be called Benshaoshu." Zabuza was not there because he had to go to the back mountain to watch the fields at night. After discovering the situation, Haku came to notify Benshu first. Because the enemy's strength was impossible to defeat alone, the only option was to call for help immediately. Gaara cast a cold glance at Benshu and was about to leave directly. "Flame Dragon Armor. Combine." Benshu shouted loudly, then held the flame blade and directly slashed a demon ceiling slash. This slash scared Yugugo Yuzuki greatly. The forest of death had been cut in half by this move from Benshu. Now they were inside Konoha village. If he didn't control it well, wouldn't the whole village be overturned? "Benshu, be careful with your moves," Yugugo Yuzuki quickly reminded him. "Don't worry, Sister Yugugo, everything is under my control." Gaara's sand control ability, this demon ceiling slash, might have no effect on it at all. As expected, facing Benshu's move, Gaara raised an even larger sand wall in front of him. But in the next second, Benshu suddenly appeared behind Gaara. Wearing the snow mastiff armor, he unhesitatingly struck Gaara with an axe hidden. Crack, crack. Dense cracking sounds emerged and the sand armor on Gaara's surface rapidly cracked. Then Gaara, along with his body, was smashed toward the ground by the powerful attack. This move almost punched a hole straight through the highest building in Konoha, the Benshu group's tower. Gaara lay on the ground, spitting blood uncontrollably. Then Benshu delivered another knee strike to Gaara's abdomen. "Kid. You're arrogant. Do you really think Konoha has no one? Don't you see, the Benshu group in Konoha is not something you can mess with. And you dared to tear off my roof. Now you almost demolished my building. I won't beat around the bush with you. 100 million ryo. Otherwise I'll beat you until you're paralyzed." In the distance, Baki had been observing the situation, but he never imagined that Benshu's appearance would cast a shadow over their plan. Baki kicked the corpse of Hey-8 Gecko with a look of disgust and said to Kabuto, "You did a sloppy job. I don't want any accidents when the plan officially begins. Gaara is a very important card for us. Let's stop here for today." "Okay." Baki turned and disappeared, then reappeared in front of Benshu. He hadn't seen clearly from a distance earlier, but now close up he deeply felt Benshu's oppressive force. Such a being able to effortlessly overpower AI Luo. From what realm did this figure emerge? And that fearsome fire released just now, was it wielded by this very individual? Or are there two powerhouses of the same caliber? What kind of hidden dragon and crouching tiger place is this Benshu group? Maki finally came to understand he had always harbored this doubt. Why could Mai tolerate such a behemoth crazily raking in money? It seems that just these two strong individuals as the group's guardian deities are enough for the Benshu group to reside peacefully within Mai. Maki took a deep breath. The sudden turn of events made him doubt the subsequent plan a little. But now it was like an arrow already knocked on the string, it had to be let fly. So he could only brace himself and say, this time we are willing to fully compensate for the losses we caused to the Benshu group. I also hope that this powerful individual will stop making things difficult for AI Luo. Benshu said in a deep voice, I'm making things difficult for him. Maki frowned slightly but still said, no, it's not. It's our fault. We will deliver the compensation amount to your group as soon as possible, please don't worry. May I ask what the compensation amount is? At this point Benshu once again took out an IOU which clearly bore the amount of 100 million ryo. Maki was full of question marks, this was clearly premeditated. Why was the IOU already prepared? Obviously it was our people who were being beaten. This building was also broken because of you, why should we pay this 100 million ryo? Yet Maki still gritted his teeth and swallowed his pride, signing his name on it. He sneered inwardly, just wait. 100 million ryo. Spend it in the underworld. Seeing Maki sign his name, Benshu casually tossed him a bottle of ergwotu. Consider this a free gift. Let me tell you in advance, I'll give you at most 10 days. If you fail to deliver it to our Benshu group, I won't mind paying a personal visit to your shrine to collect. Maki clenched his fists. Whoever this person was, he was going too far by disregarding him so blatantly. If it weren't for not wanting to alert the enemy too early, Maki would never allow Benshu to slap his face over and over again. Fine. Maki snorted coldly, then poured the ergwotu down AI Luo's throat. After recovering, AI Luo wanted to charge at Benshu and beat him up. But he was forcibly stopped by Maki. As AI Luo was about to go berserk, Maki directly reminded him the plan. Only then did AI Luo calm down. The next moment both disappeared. Suddenly the heart-wrenching cries of Mao Yuxiyin rang out. Without any hesitation, Benshu immediately transferred there at top speed. But the scene before him left Benshu truly speechless. Yueguang Jifeng lay dead. He was Mao Yuxiyan's boyfriend, yet from the wounds it was impossible to determine who the murderer was. Benshu dismissed the snow mastiff armor and said softly, Sister Shiyen, this matter is no trivial matter. Let's report it to the Hokage first. Then Mao Yuxiyan took out bottle after bottle of ergwotu and poured it over Yueguang Jifeng's wounds. Even though he was already a corpse, his cells still retained some vitality. Under the influence of the ergwotu, the injuries healed. Yet a person could not be brought back to life. Watching Benshu's meticulous movements, Mao Yuxiyan bit her lip. Now the only person who would care for her and treat her as family was Benshu. Though saddened, Mao Yuxiyan still took a deep breath and said, we are shinobi. We must have such resolve. Thank you, Benshu. Leave Jifeng's body here. I'll report to Lord Hokage and the rest will be handled by the Umbu. Benshu was speechless, so he had been working for nothing. However, he could clearly sense the dependence in Mao Yuxiyan's words. The death of Yueguang Jifeng gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a huge headache. At this critical juncture there was simply no way to handle it. There were already many people from various countries and it was already difficult enough for the Umbu to maintain the overall direction. Thus this matter could only be suppressed. However, the demolition of the Benshu group building became known to everyone. Maki's side also made no secret of it, directly revealing the truth of the matter. Tuasia ninja from Inin village wanted to fight the genius of the Uchiha clan as soon as possible. He attempted to assassinate AI Luo of Cheyenne under the cover of night, thus causing this incident. Cheyenne was willing to take full responsibility. Thanks to the timely handling, the storm soon passed. Even if it cost the most to repair this building, it couldn't exceed 3 million. Benshu directly extorted 100 million ryo in return, a huge profit, right? At the same time, the Kages of the 5 great villages also arrived in Mai. They were likewise attracted by the Benshu group's advertising slogans. Even before coming, they had learned through their village's intelligence personnel just how absurdly effective the items sold by Benshu were. For a moment they all had the idea of wanting to cooperate with Benshu in business. But in reality this idea was merely about trying to gain benefits from Benshu. Because their intelligence personnel had already figured out that the head of the Benshu group was just a little brat. The reason he could build such a large scale was entirely because Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage had given Benshu the green light, all the way leading to this flourishing situation. Zabuza of the 7 ninja swordsmen and Haku the possessor of a Kekkei Genkai were nothing in the face of these cage-level powerhouses. Thus the many Kages also began to think of ways to deal with Benshu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, even more uneasy, arranged 2 hidden guards around Benshu. All to protect Benshu's safety. The final match officially began. The contestants who advanced from the preliminaries still had to decide the winner on the battlefield with no rules restrictions. The first match should have been Tuosi versus Mingren. However, Tuosi had been crushed by Wai Luo, so Mingren advanced directly, causing an uproar among the audience in the stands. However, on this day Benshu directly put on a sales clerk's uniform and roamed around in the spectator seats. Papaya candy, papaya milk tea, papaya milkshake, papaya small cakes, cheap sale. 100,000 Rio each, restore your confidence. Of course, the Hokage's viewing platform also noticed Benshu shouting at the top of his lungs. The Foaming smiled and teased the Benshu group really knows how to do business. Lord Hokage, aren't you being a bit too generous to them? This is a big cake. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and said this is all the result of that child's own efforts. This old man would not compete with a child. Yuanfei Risen frowned slightly as he watched the Kazekage who had just signed the alliance agreement but seemed to harbor ill intentions. In truth, Benshu had been observing the 5 Kage on the platform and deliberately avoided the spot where the Kage were seated. Yet in reality this Kazekage was indeed Orochimaru in disguise. In this era perhaps only he wishes to conduct business peacefully, doesn't he? At such a young age he can already rally elite jōnin to work for him, what then could lie ahead? As the Kazekage uttered these words the atmosphere instantly grew tense. But Yuanfei Risen laughed heartily and said regardless he is still a man of my, his roots lie in my. That is not something the Lord Wind Shadow need concern yourself with. Yet the unintentional aura he exuded clearly indicated his refusal to entertain the Wind Shadow's topic. Orochimaru smiled without a word. On the other side Benshu felt helpless. He desperately wished not to be entangled in these chaotic affairs, but it seemed he could not have his wish granted. He could only crouch quietly on the side, adhering to the principle of letting matters that do not concern him pass over his head. With that thought Benshu resumed shouting his advertising slogan. Out of the corner of his eye he also stole glances at the center of the arena. Truly the final battle was fiercely contested, and at the very least the arena's atmosphere was electric. A flash of inspiration struck Benshu. He turned back and replaced the papaya snacks with popcorn. Since it was too expensive and the popcorn had not yet been launched on the market, he might as well make a little easy money here. The price was not steep, only 10,000 taels per box. After switching stock, however, the audience still refused to bite. Having failed to earn any money, Benshu slumped into a seat in anguish. Life is but a few autumns, how painful it is to earn no coin. Soon while Benshu dozed off, the match progressed to its final round. Benshu finally perked up. The battle between Sasuke and Gaara was slated for the last match. Until then, no matter how exciting the other fights were, they were merely child's play in Benshu's eyes. When the designated time for the final match arrived, Sasuke did not appear as expected, leaving all spectators baffled. Shiranui Gunma, serving as the referee for this bout, waited a little longer before walking to the center of the arena. Contestant Sasuke has not arrived within the time limit. He is disqualified. Wait. Breathing heavily, Sasuke finally reached the arena. On the other side, Gaara stared at him. During training, Kakashi had been present, so Gaara had no chance to assassinate him. But now in the arena, fists and feet knew no mercy, killing was the only option. Sensing Gaara's gaze, Sasuke glared back coldly. Since you're here, let's get started. I've been waiting forever. Benshu's impatient shout ignited the pent-up excitement of the audience. Shiranui Gunma wondered how did he end up taking the blame. But since it was Boss Benshu's order, he let it slide. After all, what was a little blame? He would bear it. I declare. Wait. Sasuke shouted again. Shiranui Gunma looked at him with a face full of question marks. Is there something else? Sasuke did not answer, silently pulled out a bottle of Erdwotu and chugged it down. Benshu's eyes lit up instantly as he grabbed the horn he had used earlier and roared. Everyone saw that, right? This is our Benshu group's newest product, a miraculous healing elixir. Tired or sleepy? Drink Benshu Erdwotu. The audience fell silent. This was an exam, for crying out loud. Could you be any less serious? Were you really going to jam in an advertisement at a time like this? The wonderful match had already been ruined by this money-grubbing bastard who never stopped stacking buffs. On the other side, Yuanfei Risen and Orochimaru on the viewing platform turned their attention to Benshu. Yuanfei Risen said with a smile, this kid really is. By the way, Lord Wind Shadow, are you interested in doing business with my? Orochimaru curled his lips and replied, didn't you just say the Benshu group is not private? Or can you represent the Benshu group? Yuanfei Risen felt uncomfortable being stonewalled. He had intended to discuss business with the Wind Shadow and perhaps skim a mediation fee from the deal. It seemed this Wind Shadow was not one to play along. Yuanfei Risen had no choice but to drop the matter. The battle began. After half a month of brutal training, Sasuke's physical condition had improved considerably. Though he had not reached Rock Lee's terrifying level, he was still outstanding among the genin of his cohort. However, it was only thanks to the help of Spinach cans that Sasuke barely attained this level. Benshu watched anxiously from the side. Hadn't he been given the key to victory? Why wouldn't he use it? Or had he simply not mastered Chidori? That couldn't be right. If he didn't make a stir here, would Orochimaru on the other side ever seize the chance to act? Just then Sasuke finally moved. He ran to the wall and kept climbing upward even after reaching the top. He continued until he was almost at the audience platform, then stopped and shoved a box of popcorn into his mouth. A few sharp-eyed spectators nearby noticed, "Hey, isn't that the popcorn boss Benshu was selling earlier?" It really is. Same packaging. Only 10,000 taels, what a steal. Right. Looks like Sasuke's about to use some ultimate technique and he ate the popcorn beforehand, the effect must be incredible. Boss Benshu. Boss Benshu. I want popcorn, give me 10 boxes. The audience immediately erupted into chaos even though they didn't yet know what the popcorn did. Especially the people from other villages. Once they realized this popcorn was no ordinary snack, they charged toward booth no. 1 like madmen. Benshu promptly pulled out his stall cloth. Since this was the case, he had no choice but to be ruthless. Ninjutsu boosting popcorn. 200,000 taels per box, no haggling. The effect is instant. Everybody keep your eyes on the arena. Hearing the price of 200,000, many spectators froze. Earlier they thought it was a bargain, but now it was anything but. Ninjutsu boosting. The crowd turned to Sasuke with great curiosity. They really wanted to know what this so-called ninjutsu boosting popcorn was all about. Buzz. A blinding flash of lightning dazzled everyone's eyes. Wasn't that Kakashi's Chidori? Could a genin really use it? And why was it even bigger than Kakashi's? It's the popcorn. Benshu Group's popcorn. This is what the new product does, a ninjutsu boost. Buy it. I want to buy the whole stock. Boss, give me 2 boxes. Boss, give me 10 boxes. Hiruzen Sarutobi on the stand slightly glanced at Sasuke's Chidori, then looked in Kakashi's direction. Although it hasn't reached the level of Chidori, it's still acceptable. Orochimaru teased, as expected of a ninja from your village possessing such strong talent at such a young age. Hiruzen smiled and said, still your Gaara is stronger. Then he turned his attention to the arena, curious whether Sasuke's technique could break through the sand armor's defense. Sensing danger, Gaara piled layers of sand in front of him and wrapped himself in the middle of the sand. Screech, having charged up Sasuke's Chidori, emitted a sharp screech as he thrust his right hand at Gaara's defense at incredible speed. Bang! The sand defense was broken. Seeing the result, the spectators immediately surrounded Benshu's stall, making it impassable. The spectators were more or less aware of how strong Gaara's sand defense was. But seeing that Sasuke, a mere genin, could break through Gaara's defense after only half a month of special training, they subconsciously attributed the credit to Benshu. After all, during Sasuke's fight he had been receiving all kinds of buffs. After arriving at the exam venue, he first used Ergotu to heal his wounds, then ate 2 full cans of spinach. Now before using Chidori he had another box of popcorn. It was obvious enough, wasn't it? Benshu was grateful that in the original anime the 1-month rest period had been reduced to half a month. Otherwise Sasuke might have really passed on his own efforts. But now he had to rely on Benshu's forceful care. Don't worry, everyone will get some. On the stands, Orochimaru licked his lips. He hadn't expected such a crucial moment to be interrupted by a mere merchant. Otherwise he would have been able to kill more leaf ninjas while he was at it. At the center of the arena, a sudden yellowish-brown monstrous hand reached out from Gaara's sand defense and grabbed directly at Sasuke. What is that? Someone shouted, instantly drawing the attention of all spectators to the center of the arena. Benshu understood that it was about to begin. He had to give up the chance to keep making money and quickly escape. Using the body flicker technique, he directly arrived at the top level of the stands and then lay prostrate there. He quietly waited for Orochimaru's next move. Gaara suddenly went berserk, scaring everyone. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up from his chair in disbelief. What is that? The situation in the middle of the arena was truly terrifying. Because of the feeling of that chakra. It was absolutely chilling. That was the evil chakra of a tailed beast. However, what the leaf ninjas hadn't expected was that the moment Gaara went berserk was the signal. Countless Umbu ninjas dressed in black suddenly turned traitor and madly slaughtered the spectators. The audience was completely dumbfounded, some hadn't even reacted before they met their end. Hiruzen hastily shouted, "Save the people." At that moment ninjas from countless directions began to quickly approach this area. Because aside from the participating ninjas and the special ninjas in charge of the exam events, this was basically the best time for time up. Most ninjas were relaxed and happy because of the grand sight of the major nations coming to Konoha as spectators. Suddenly discovering this situation, they had no time to react. Even the security personnel on the field were all dispatched but could not suppress the situation in time. Benshu frowned. He really didn't want to get involved in this troublesome situation. On the other side of the stands, Orochimaru also made his move. Originally the 2 Kages each had 2 attendants, but at this moment the 4 people simultaneously pulled off their clothes, revealing appearances completely different from before. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi only then realized that Konoha was not just being invaded. These people wanted to destroy Konoha. Kazekage, what are you doing? Poof. Konoha has been comfortable for too long. Orochimaru snorted coldly and directly started fighting, not giving Hiruzen any chance to talk further. Hiruzen quickly glanced around and his first reaction was to pull these most powerful enemies out of the main arena. Otherwise a battle between two Kages would only injure the villagers of Konoha. Benshu. Protect the village. I'll pay whatever it takes. Hiruzen leaped to the rooftop of the tallest building in the arena and spotted Benshu in the distance. Benshu curled his lips just waiting for those words. Shuao armor. Merge. Hearing Benshu's loud shout, the Konoha rookies instantly felt reassured. Because that person was about to act. Jinlei staff. Exchange Grandmaster level nunchaku technique. Max. The second weapon of the Shuao armor, the Jinlei staff, originally consisted of two short rods. Benshu had a sudden inspiration and used chakra threads to connect the two sections of the Jinlei staff. Isn't that just a pair of nunchaku? With the system, what can't be done? So he exchanged it. Hayawa, the Shuao armor belongs to the metal element in the five elements, mastering the power of thunder. Its speed is not as fast as persistence, but that's no problem. It only needs the terrifying destructive power of thunder. For the rest, the body flicker technique makes up for it. Hinata saw a flash of white light before her eyes and a Shuao armor a full head taller than her stood before her. And the enemy who was originally in front of her had been struck by the Jinlei staff, his neck bent at a bizarre angle. Are you Benshu? Hinata asked cautiously. Of course. IP man, I guess. What is Ip man? Hinata pressed further. Benshu suddenly froze, coughed awkwardly, and the nunchaku he was spinning stopped. Then he pointed his right hand to the sky, striking a pose he thought was awesome. He shouted at the top of his voice, I want to fight 10. The people around all turned their gazes sharply toward this direction. One of the attacking ninjas couldn't hold back and laughed. Whose kid is this? The armor he's wearing looks pretty cool. Hilarious. Uncle will give you a candy. Go home and drink your milk. Benshu awkwardly scratched his head and the originally striking armor turned into a black and white style. Just like the expression of some Ultraman who accidentally dropped the bus in his hand. Eat shit. Benshu's voice suddenly appeared in front of the guy who called himself uncle and the nunchaku smacked him on the head. With a bang, Benshu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, sounds like a good head, just a bit too brittle. This wave of fierce and unparalleled kills immediately caught the attention of the Inin shinobi. One of the commanders shouted, scatter. Speed up the massacre. Await reinforcements. Upon receiving the command, the Inin shinobi immediately began to act rapidly, spreading out in all directions. All targets were civilians, truly carrying out the speed-up order to the fullest. If any my ninja came to stop them, most would simply choose to evade and continue targeting civilians. Before long, several more were killed. The heart-wrenching cries made Benshu frown, even if he wasn't familiar with them. Many among these people were once his customers. Customers are leaks. No gods. Immediately the audience near Benshu hid behind him. Because at this moment no messy ninja could provide as much security as Benshu. Hero. Save us. Him coming. Benshu replied in a low voice. A silver-white flash appeared, each accompanied by the scream of a Inin shinobi. While Benshu was quickly clearing the battlefield from almost any corner, of my one could see a large purple square in the distance. In the center were Dash1 and Yuanfei risen, the latter having shed his Kazekage disguise. Core members of the Umbu gathered around the barrier. Although Mao Weixian had been ordered to protect Benshu, now Yuanfei risen faced such a great crisis. She couldn't possibly stand by and do nothing. These core Umbu members began to find ways to break the barrier. But no matter how they tried, they couldn't break it. Just then the wall in the southwestern part of Mai was forcibly breached by a giant serpent. Yuanfei risen quickly commanded, this is the four purple flame formation. It cannot be broken from the outside. Go clear the enemies inside the village. But Lord Hokage, Mao Weixian didn't finish. Yuanfei risen continued, who told you to leave Mao Weixian? Go back. Yes, Lord Hokage. Mao Weixian gritted her teeth and returned. Are you ignoring the Hokage's orders? Act quickly. Seeing the Umbu ninja crouching there unwilling to leave, Yuanfei risen understood it was their duty, but the situation was too urgent for delay. Yes. The Umbu received the order and quickly left. Meanwhile, Mao Weixian eliminated all threats around the arena with astonishing speed. The speed was astonishing, but Dash1's invasion was thoroughly prepared. Almost simultaneously, every part of Mai was under attack. After finishing off the enemies, Benshu retracted his armor. The audience then saw that the one who saved them was the same guy who had been shamelessly shouting ads earlier. But at this moment they were only grateful to Benshu. Especially the security guards and the Mai rookies. Benshu waved his hand, spare me the thanks. I only took the money to ensure the safety of this arena. The rest is not my responsibility. Although Benshu denied his contribution, it was just to avoid trouble. Of course the security guards understood his intention. After cupping their fists, they immediately went to support other places. Just as Benshu was about to go check on Yuanfei Risen, his eyes suddenly darted to the place where the competition had been held. But now where could he see the support in Gaara's figure? They had all disappeared. What a pity a rich second generation just ran away with all those mansions. No, since Sasuke doesn't want them, they'll have to claim all the Ujibo clan's land. Benshu calculated it was quite fitting. Then he calmly jumped to a position near the four purple flame formation. Yuanfei Risen and Dashwan were fighting fiercely, but it was clear that Dashwan was somewhat at a disadvantage. After all, Yuanfei Risen was the Hokage. Even though he was old and frail, with the support of the Spinach, and he didn't need to worry about his chakra amount in the short term. Impure world reincarnation. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Dashwan pressed his hands together and a coffin emerged from the ground. Then came the second one. Benshu casually took out a box of popcorn and started eating. The climax of the plot was about to arrive. In the next moment this rooftop would turn into a forest and he could witness the prowess of the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Although it was just a low-end version, it was still quite a spectacle. The one standing guard, Lin Jiao, was Yuanfei Risen's most capable subordinate. While other Umbu members went to support, he alone stayed to guard Yuanfei Risen. Don't you see, the Hokage is in crisis? How can you be so carefree eating popcorn? Are you treating this like a movie? Crunch, yeah, crunch, what's wrong? Crunch, any problem? Benshu was eating so enjoyably that Lin Jiao was so angry he wanted to rush over and slap Benshu twice. But he still held back his anger. After all, Yuanfei Risen usually valued Benshu greatly, so no matter how angry he was, he had to endure. As expected of the second Hokage. That water buffalo is gone. Kakashi also came over, watching the battle inside, then looked at Benshu sitting there crunching on popcorn. Hearing Benshu's remark about the second Hokage, Kakashi frowned and said, "Benshu, you're going too far." Benshu couldn't be bothered to argue with Kakashi and tossed him an unopened box of popcorn. Consider it a gift. After eating it, if you can't break this barrier to 00000 and you'll do the field work yourself. Kakashi drew a sharp breath, staring at the popcorn in his hand, unsure what to do. If he didn't try, wouldn't Benshu look down on him? But if he tried, could he break it? The four purple flame formation was too famous. It was a top-tier barrier formation from the first Hokage sealing scroll. It required at least 4 jōnin-level shinobi to cast it simultaneously. How could he alone possibly break? But Lin Jiao perked up. Kakashi, your thunder cutter has strong penetrating power. Why don't you give it a try? Kakashi's thunder cutter was in strength jutsu, its lethality was beyond doubt. But Kakashi wasn't confident at all. Now he had to try it as a last resort because Benshu, that annoying brat beside him, was looking at him with contempt. Here. If it works, consider it free advertising for me. TCH. Who wants your lousy stuff? Kakashi was about to toss the popcorn back, but he restrained himself and began rapidly gathering chakra. Kakashi decided to try using Chidori first, since he had some confidence in this jutsu. Bang! The sound was loud, but the effect was like a grain of rice bouncing off glass. It didn't even cause a ripple in the barrier. TCH, noob Kakashi. Benshu curled his lip and continued watching the battle inside. Feeling scorned by Benshu, Kakashi petulantly ate the popcorn directly. Damn, worst case, he'll work for free for a month and a half. What can he do? What can he do? Lin Jiao couldn't help but give a thumbs up at Kakashi's swagger. Eating a 200,000 Rio popcorn just like that, impressive. Benshu casually tossed over his spinach can. To celebrate your upcoming 40 days of labor, here is a spinach can as a bonus. Kakashi downed the spinach can in a huff and once again gathered Chidori. The commotion instantly startled Lin Jiao. Kakashi, you. The crackling sound of electric light was far more shocking than the so-called sound of Sasuke's Chidori. The dark blue electric light dyed half of Kakashi's body blue. Benshu kindly reminded, remember to press down your hat when you attack. Don't let it fly off, that would be even more embarrassing. Kakashi was about to launch his attack with full concentration, but Benshu's words nearly made him lose his Chidori. He glared at Benshu, then obediently pressed down his hat. Chidori. With such a large area, Kakashi didn't even need to activate his Sharingan to aim easily. Boom. The 4 violet flames formation instantly had a fist-sized hole blown through it. Lin Jiao was dumbfounded. It really can be destroyed from the outside. Kakashi, hurry. Don't stop. Put. The barrier began to open a gap, but the powerful backlash force injured Kakashi all over, making him unable to even stand. Might Guy suddenly appeared and caught Kakashi just as he was about to fall. Guy. Kakashi. The two gazed at each other affectionately like a scene from a cheesy soap opera. Blah. Benshu was so disgusted that he almost choked on his own popcorn. However, Kakashi's move wasn't completely useless. Benshu quickly took advantage of the hole Kakashi made and shouted inside, Lord Hokage, eat the popcorn quickly. Hiruzen Sarutobi, bound layer by the first Hokage's with style, couldn't help but shed tears. Because at that moment Enma was also urging him that if he didn't act Orochimaru would really kill him. Alright. Enma. Feed me spinach and popcorn. Hiruzen finally made up his mind. Outside, Orochimaru waited quietly for the two previous Hokages to finish off Hiruzen. But first the barrier had a hole broken in it. Just as he was about to come check, a sudden sound made Orochimaru feel terrible. He charged straight into the wood style. Stop. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Orochimaru, who had barely taken 2 steps, was blown back by the terrifying heat wave. The next moment Hiruzen, who should have been trapped by the first Hokage's technique to the point of barely being able to use jutsu, now turned into a flamethrower, burning all of the first Hokage's with style to ashes. Even though the second Hokage followed up with water style water shockwave, it couldn't stop Hiruzen's powerful fire dragon flame bullet. It directly vaporized the water style by reversing the element. Orochimaru ground his teeth in anger. It was all that damn brat's fault. Otherwise the plan would have succeeded. Even with 2 strongest trump cards he still couldn't kill the old third Hokage. Sensei Hiruzen, you forced my hand. Orochimaru took out 2 scrolls. Summoning jutsu. 2 large barrels appeared in front of Orochimaru. Benshu was stunned. Isn't that my spinach juice? Damn. Lin Jiao cursed directly. Benshu, look at the stupid thing you did. You helped the enemy. Yugo Yuzuki had become much quieter since the death of Hei-8 Gecko. But at this moment she raised her eyebrows and said to Lin Jiao, don't talk nonsense. Without Benshu's help could Lord Hokage have escaped the predicament so quickly? Benshu waved his hand. Let's watch first. It's not certain who will win or lose. Orochimaru glared coldly at Hiruzen. First Hokage, second Hokage, come take a bath. After splashing around in the big water barrel for a while, the 2 Hokages went berserk, their aura instantly skyrocketing. They used the same techniques, but this time the power doubled. Benshu frowned. What was going on? Could it be that Orochimaru had accidentally unlocked a new way of using it? This spinach juice was already a version diluted many times. How come it felt almost the same as the spinach can's effect? Benshu immediately felt troubled. Originally he wasn't worried because he was very confident in his ability to add buffs. The stronger the strength, the more obvious the effect. Hiruzen was a magic machine gun like that. The duo of spinach can and popcorn should be perfect. Originally the popcorn was meant to easily extort the Sand Village last night as hush money for Hiruzen. It was also to ensure Hiruzen would be a safety net. As the Hokage, Hiruzen didn't mention those conspiracy theories. Anyway, Benshu felt that as long as it didn't affect him it was fine. But if Hiruzen were really taken out, then that busty but brainless Tsunade might not take care of him like Hiruzen did. While Benshu was thinking, the ANBU ninjas who had gone out to support the villagers in clearing out the invading ninjas were almost done with their mission. So they returned one after another. But seeing the fierce battle of Hiruzen alone against 3 inside the barrier formation, they all gritted their teeth, feeling deeply powerless at their own incompetence. The only one who broke a small opening in the barrier, Kakashi, was heavily injured and sent to the hospital. As for the others, even those who bitterly spent money to buy popcorn, couldn't become the second Kakashi to break the barrier. Hiruzen's injuries kept increasing. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobirama Senju were also battered and broken. Hiruzen directly tilted his head back and downed a bottle of Erguota, healing all his injuries but still panting heavily. Yugo Yuzuki couldn't bear to watch anymore and pleaded with Benshu, you have a way, don't you? Benshu looked at Yuzuki Yugeo's tearful expression, sensing she might break into tears at any moment, and let out a helpless sigh. Yugani, there is a way, but as everyone can see, Orochimaru now controls the first Hokage and the second Hokage. With the combined might of these two plus Orochimaru himself, wouldn't it be better to let the third Hokage face them alone? Look around the village, there's barely an intact area left. If we release those trapped inside the barrier, even the shockwaves of the battle would cause immense damage to the village, wouldn't they? Hearing this, Yuzuki Yugo bit her lip. By now the entire village was proceeding with the evacuation plan. As the situation had temporarily stabilized, at least the non-combatant civilians and children could be moved into shelters. However, on the other side, enemy reinforcements were pouring in without end. But the solution is simple. My Benshu Corporation may lack many things, but we have plenty of items to boost a ninja's combat power. As long as the Hokage acknowledges our contributions to Konoha during this invasion, I can open that barrier. Everyone had thought they would have to wait until the battle inside concluded before the situation could change. But Benshu's words suddenly offered them another choice. As more Konoha ninjas joined the fight, some Anbu members were finally freed up. All eyes turned to their leader Lin Jiao, clearly expecting his decision. Lin Jiao gritted his teeth and said, if you can break this barrier, you'll take full responsibility for whatever happens afterward. Please do it. And regarding the supplies from Benshu Corporation, the Hokage will cover all expenses. Lin Jiao didn't care anymore. At a time like this, money was utterly irrelevant, the priority was to rescue the Hokage. Moreover, due to the sudden attack, the key to Konoha's armory was held only by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now those spinach cans stored in the armory were completely inaccessible. So even the fastest way to boost ninja power had to come through Benshu's support. Yugani C. That's how you get things done. With that, Benshu pulled out a scroll and instantly appeared before Lin Jiao. Sign here. Lin Jiao's face darkened. When did you even prepare this scroll? He had thought he could just muddle through and at worst be suspended by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he could somehow weasel out of that huge sum, everyone would be happy. But now Benshu had produced an IOU with a whopping 100 million ryo written on it. Lin Jiao took the pen Benshu handed him, but his hand trembled uncontrollably. If the Hokage refused to take on this debt, he'd be working for the Benshu Corporation for the rest of his life. Then. Do I need to sign my name? Benshu replied casually, if you're not afraid Sarutobi will renege, go ahead. Benshu's words made Lin Jiao shudder. Umbue, seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen inside was being battered and gasping for breath as if about to collapse at any moment, urged, boss, hurry up. Lin Jiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and simply wrote down Sarutobi. That should work, right? Benshu nodded, then unhurriedly pulled a small ink pad from his pocket. Press your thumbprint. If the Sarutobi clan refuses to pay, you'll have to settle the debt. Can't escape it after all. Lin Jiao pressed his thumbprint with a bitter smile as if all strength had drained from his body. He too had seen that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Lin Jiao's face twisted in pain as he silently cheered for the Hokage, hang in there. Benshu carefully stowed away the scroll. This was a 100 million ryo order, he absolutely couldn't lose it. Benshu patted his scroll pouch with a satisfied grin, then formed his right hand into a finger gun and shot a small fireball into the sky. In moments it exploded in the air. Zabuza, who had just sensed something amiss and arrived at Benshu Corporation headquarters, spotted the signal and immediately began mobilizing the workers. Haku asked Zabuza in confusion, did the boss somehow know Konoha would be invaded? Zabuza rapped Haku on the head, can you fathom the boss' intentions? Get moving. You're the cold chain manager, if something goes wrong the boss will hold you accountable, not me. Haku, rubbing his forehead, whined, understood Asuma. Then he followed Zabuza, hauling boxes out one by one. Meanwhile, after setting off the firework, Benshu unhurriedly blew on his index finger. Yuzuki Yugo urged anxiously, Benshukuin, hurry. The Hokage really can't hold on much longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen was once again trapped by Shodai Hokage's with style. If it weren't for Renma transforming into the Rui Jingu Bang and weaving a cage with shadow clone technique, Hiruzen would have already been finished. Benshu really didn't want to leave a bad impression on his beloved Yugani. So he took another scroll from his small. Is Benshu going to use that armor's ability to break the barrier? Lin Jiao watched curiously. He had heard from his team that Benshu's armor was unmatched and immensely powerful. But he had never seen it with his own eyes. Yet that silver armor earlier had left a deep impression on him. Not only did it look majestic, but it also greatly amplified power. However, the next moment everyone felt an overwhelming waterfall phantom appear before them, more terrifying than the second Hokage's water style. Yuzuki Yugao covered her mouth. Does Benshu have another new armor? Umbue stared intently at the surging aura. Is he really just a boy under 10? Benshu, I'm counting on you. Lin Jiao's face was grave, but deep down he was much more relieved. As long as Benshu was willing to act, everything would be fine. Now Benshu was the sole beacon of hope, only he could reverse this desperate situation. Black Rhinoceros Armor. Merge. The waterfall phantom dissipated, but the pressure of chakra showed no sign of fading. Lin Jiao and the other Umbu members felt the overwhelming visual impact of the Black Rhinoceros armor and the oppressive weight of its chakra aura. They could not help but gasp aloud. Could this also be a form of water release? Is the armor itself a chakra construct? Why overthink it? Just cheer him on. Benshu is our only hope now. Benshu had chosen the Black Rhinoceros armor precisely because the shattering effect of Shui Ao armor's Thunder Axe appeared to target only physical attributes. Thus, with nothing more than tentative resolve, he summoned the Black Rhinoceros armor. Gripping the meteor spear, even a simple infusion of chakra suffused its shaft with a faint azure radiance. Meteor spear torrential thrust. Benshu first stepped back with his left foot onto the eaves, steadying his stance, then in the next breath lunged forward with the spear thrust from his waist. As he surged forward, the onlookers felt as though Benshu himself had become the source of a cascading waterfall, while the spear's tip coalesced into the unmistakable form of a rhinoceros forged from water-aligned chakra. Its single horn led the charge, unstoppable, unyielding. Good heavens, I simply cannot reconcile this figure with that brash child from moments ago. Is this the true depth of Benshu's power as head of the conglomerate? Even if a squad of elite jōnin surrounded him, this armor alone might render them utterly powerless. Brother, have more confidence, drop the might. After all, he just single-handedly crushed wave after wave of invading jōnin. Though the Umbu were hand-picked elites, when they stood paralyzed by helplessness, it was Benshu who stepped forward. Indeed, only Benshu held any real hope of breaking through. Boom! The instant the meteor spear's tip struck the barrier, the seal dissolved like snow meeting fire, vanishing at breathtaking speed. At that very moment Benshu discerned the meteor spear's defining trait, unparalleled piercing force, precisely compensating for Shuei-O armor's relative weakness against energy-based ninjutsu. Orochimaru, deep in battle, suddenly sensed an armored figure materialize at his flank. Though unfamiliar with the armor, instinct told him instantly it could only be that boy Benshu. Hiruzen Sarutobi, trapped within the cage, had long since lost his combat capacity, lying limp upon the ground like a lifeless dog, his chakra steadily siphoned away by the first Hokage's would-release techniques. The short-lived explosive surge granted by spinach tins and popcorn ignited in Hiruzen a terrifying twilight-like burst of strength, like the final flare before extinction. Yet now Hiruzen resembled someone who had collapsed after days without rest, likely unable even to lift a finger. Enshrouded within the cage, the Monkey King Enma called out repeatedly, but Hiruzen could barely stir. Only then did Benshu recall Hiruzen rarely drank alcohol. Not even a puff of smoke would pass his lips. Though aware of Benshu's healing remedies, the Hokage refused to rely on them. Pride and principle outweighed expediency. Moreover, Hiruzen's wounds were secondary. The true crisis lay in his catastrophic chakra depletion, leaving him incapable of further resistance. Yet the moment Benshu appeared, this hopeless stalemate shattered completely. Orochimaru, you seem to have a poor memory. I'll grant you this, your escape arts are peerless. But today, I will teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Otherwise you'll keep strutting before me like some insolent pup. And what, pray tell, is this so-called barrier? Rubbish. You truly believe such flimsy work can breach Konoha? Have you weighed your own worth even once? Benshu was no aloof, silent paragon. In battle he wielded absolute dominance, not merely with overwhelming strength but with lethal razor-sharp mockery. Even if Orochimaru escaped death, he would certainly not escape discomfort. Benshu boasted, without irony, that in the art of psychological warfare he galloped free as a wild horse, untamed and unrestrained. Most of all, he reveled in it. Orochimaru instantly sensed peril, silently signaling his subordinates to retreat. Die. Seeing Orochimaru's lackluster demeanor, so unlike the fierce, unrelenting warrior he'd faced in the forest of death, Benshu found him profoundly dull. Had Orochimaru retained even a fraction of that former ferocity, Benshu wouldn't have felt so disengaged. For just as the meteor spear neared Orochimaru's flesh, Orochimaru liquefied into sludge, while the 4 barrier ninjas stationed at each corner vanished in unison. Yet the first and second Hokage continued their relentless assault upon the cage imprisoning Hiruzen. Benshu gazed upon those 2 diminished specters, shook his head, and instantly transformed into the flame dragon armor. His blazing blade, enchanted with purifying fire-aligned flames, cleaved through one foe in a single stroke, then another, until both figures were consumed by roaring infernos, reduced to ash in moments. This is too absurd, I'm laughing until I cry. Orochimaru actually fled. One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru himself, dared not withstand even a single thrust from Benshu, choosing flight instead. Unbelievable. Lin Jiao clenched his fists in silent resolve. After enduring so long outside the barrier array, in this instant he was finally utterly liberated. Having served the Hokage for years, his dedication had at last drawn Benshu's aid. In that moment Lin Jiao realized, perhaps being an employee wasn't so bad after all. If even Kakashi and Might Guy were captivated, what made him special? And above all, the Hokage had been rescued safely by Benshu. What greater triumph could there be? The first and second Hokage dispersed like mist on the wind, yet Hiruzen remained motionless upon the ground. Benshu nearly leapt from his skin. Enma, step aside. If we delay, Hiruzen won't survive. The enemy had fled, but accountability could not wait. Should Hiruzen perish now? Would Lin Jiao really be sent off to till fields like some obedient peasant? That debt, 10 million taels of silver, was staggering. Even selling Lin Jiao whole wouldn't cover it. Thus his earlier promise was only part of the equation. Benshu resolved absolutely that Hiruzen would not die here. Lord Hiruzen, trust me. You will not die. Guided by Orochimaru's recent Hansen instruction, Benshu produced copious quantities of the legendary healing elixir, Ergoi-2, and poured it recklessly over Hiruzen's body. Grandfather Hokage, you must not die. At least settle your debt before you go. Watching Benshu rush forward anxiously trying to save Hiruzen, Sarutobi Yuzuki Yuga was deeply moved. However, Benshu's next words instantly broke the immersion, didn't they? Damn it, you can't die until you pay back the money. Just as a group of Umbu ninjas were about to check the situation, Might Guy appeared before everyone. Everyone. Although I know everyone is worried about the Lord Hokage's injuries. But I think the Lord Hokage bought us this much time not for us to stand by and watch. Please quickly engage in the battle to clear the invaders inside the village. Also please trust in our little boss. He will definitely bring the Lord Hokage back. Lin Jiao gritted his teeth and ordered at top speed. Clear them out. Before departing, a few of the Umbu ninjas couldn't help but glance toward Hiruzen Sarutobi's direction. Yuzuki Yugo also went along, as invaders were now scattered throughout every corner of the village. Every combatant was crucial. Furthermore, Zabuza and Haku frantically demonstrated their speed in distribution. Inspired by Benshu, the two made sealing techniques a compulsory course in their spare time. Their efforts proved not in vain. Although they couldn't seal everything into scrolls as freely as Benshu could, their current level of sealing technique allowed them to significantly increase their delivery capacity without any hesitation. The two split up. They were already extremely powerful, and though the invaders were not weak and came in large waves, Zabuza however played by his own rules. Upon encountering enemies he used the hidden mist technique to vanish into the mist. Then he handed over the extreme combat power package to the Konoha ninjas and quickly activated the hidden mist technique again to conserve chakra. Then he moved to the next target, his motion smooth as flowing water. So fast that the Konoha ninjas couldn't even grasp what had happened, and before they could ask, Zabuza had already completed his task. At the same time, while heading to the next direction, Zabuza didn't forget to jot down the delivery count in his notebook. Haku was even more straightforward. Wherever he intended to go next, a layer of extremely smooth ice would appear on the ground. Haku skated the entire way, and the two of them seemed to be engaged in a delivery race, frantically boosting their performance. If Benshu were here to see their desperate efforts, he would probably be moved to tears. These are the best workers that move the ninja world. They should at least be awarded a small medal or something. Meanwhile, after downing more than a dozen bottles of Ergotu, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally woke up. With dazed eyes before he could even see his surroundings clearly, a large IOU was thrust right in front of his eyes. Wah! What's going on? Regaining his senses, Hiruzen Sarutobi strained to open his eyes wide. 100 million Ryo. B. Benshu, did you write the wrong number? No. That's not right, I should still be unconscious, otherwise why would I be so weak? That's right, this IOU in front of me must be fake. Then Hiruzen turned his head and lay back down. Hearing that Hiruzen tried to back out of the debt, Benshu was furious and frantically pinched Hiruzen's philtrum. Remembering that this was what they did in movies, Benshu recalled and pressed down with almost all his might. No matter what, he had to wake Hiruzen up and at least get him to pay off the debt on the IOU first. Feeling the pain under his nose, Hiruzen cursed, Benshu, you brat, go easy on me. It hurts. It hurts. Feeling as if his old teeth were about to be pried off by Benshu, Hiruzen sat up despite his extreme weakness. Money, money, money. I'll pay. At that moment, Might Guy appeared before Benshu and said, I just learned from Kakashi that Naruto and the others went after Sasuke. And that monster. Hiruzen was startled. How could this happen? That Kakashi messed things up. During the battle, Hiruzen finally realized what the evil chakra came from, a tailed beast. He had clearly sensed it on the Nine Tails before. If those young ones went looking for trouble with a tailed beast, it would be hard for them to even leave a complete corpse when they return. Hiruzen quickly patted Benshu and said, I beg you. Benshu, can you go save them now? Benshu curled his lip and said, they are my dear friends and family, and I am deeply grieved by their current situation. It's going to cost extra. Add another 100 million Ryo and you must save them. Alright, I'm going now. Hiruzen finally got the hint. With great emotion, Benshu had Hiruzen write another IOU, then immediately said, thus Hiruzen finally had a moment to rest. Meanwhile, the three-headed serpent summoned by Orochimaru was eliminated by the appearance of Jiraiya. With Orochimaru's retreat, the invasion plan was declared a failure. The Suna and Oto ninjas who wanted to flee found it impossible to escape at this point. Thanks to the delivery speed of Benshu's two excellent employees, the combat power of the Konoha ninjas increased several times over. They immediately crushed the invaders with overwhelming force. On the other side, Sasuke caught up with Gaara and immediately engaged him in a direct battle. However, after several exchanges, even with the curse mark spreading almost over his entire body, he was still savagely beaten by Gaara. Later, Naruto's arrival was equally futile. Sakura was gravely wounded by Gaara and pinned against a tree trunk unconscious. But Naruto rose to the occasion and performed a 1,000 years of death, instantly sending Gaara into a frenzy. Sand quickly coalesced into the shape of a monster, then grew with the wind. It transformed into a monster dozens of meters tall. It was Shikaku. He had emerged. Naruto was now chased all over the place. Just as he was about to try the summoning technique to see if he could call a reliable toad. After forming hand seals and slapping the ground, a toad Gamakichi appeared that was only slightly bigger than his palm. Naruto panicked. This time he was truly panicked. He simply couldn't beat this thing. If it continued, he was done for. But at that moment, Benshu appeared abruptly and punched the tree that had trapped Sakura clean in half. After tossing an ergotu to both Sasuke and Naruto, Benshu turned around and appeared directly on top of Shikaku's head, the corners of his mouth curling upward. I'm here to walk the tanuki. You bastard. Get off me. Gaara roared wildly, his massive form writhing and leaping in every conceivable manner. Yet Benshu clung stubbornly to Shikaku, not budging an inch. No matter how Shikaku twisted or jumped, Benshu moved with it, refusing to dislodge no matter how Gaara struggled. No way, is that all the one-tails got? Can you be any weaker? Provoked by Benshu's taunt, Gaara's entire body began dashing and leaping frantically through the forest, lashing out with his tails toward Benshu, yet the result was that the sand-formed body gouged out one crater after another with its own tail. Even though the sand regenerated at full speed, it inflicted negligible damage on Gaara. But while the damage was minimal, the humiliation was immense. Benshu was now treating Shikaku as if it were his own pet, frolicking with it. After feeding Sakura a can of ergwotu, the members of Team 7 finally felt safe. Watching the commotion between Benshu and Gaara from afar, they felt the ground tremble violently. Naruto couldn't help but sigh. Benshu is still Benshu, so strong he doesn't even follow the rules. Gamakichi retorted, is that him being strong? You can't even control your own power. You summoned me with the summoning jutsu and you almost got me killed. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. It wasn't really his fault. He had channeled as much chakra as he could, but he still couldn't summon Gamabunta. What else could he do? Though Sakura's injuries had healed, her mental state was clearly worn. Yet after learning that Benshu was the one confronting Gaara, she couldn't help worrying. Benshu-kun, you have to hang in there. You must not lose. Sakura clasped her hands in prayer. Meanwhile, Sasuke's chakra was nearly depleted, but he forced himself to keep his Sharingan active to observe Benshu's situation. The truth was, only because the battle was so conspicuous could Sasuke even watch it all. Benshu is truly formidable. As Sasuke spoke, the traces of the curse mark on his body gradually faded. Benshu's strength had far surpassed what he could comprehend. Even if Kakashi Sensei were here, he probably couldn't be as composed as Benshu, riding on Shikaku and playing around. But Naruto refused to give up, repeatedly using the summoning jutsu. Then, Gamakichi watched as some of his siblings appeared, and vanished again. Yet there wasn't a single toad that could speak like him, just tiny tadpoles. Far away, Tamari saw that Gaara was completely out of control and immediately returned to aid Kankuro. To Tamari's utter shock, Kankuro had actually lost. Meanwhile, Shino Aburame was also poisoned and unconscious. The pair now only wanted to flee this place as fast as possible. Gaara's rampage, who knew what it would turn into? They had been terrorized by this fear before and didn't want to stay here even a second longer. What? When the two returned to the battlefield, they found Gaara with a person clad in silver-white armor standing atop his head. They had never seen anything like this before. Even their father, the fourth Kazekage Raza, could hardly achieve such a feat. Finally, Gaara came up with a brilliant idea, controlling the sand to completely encase Benshu. Die! Gaara roared as Shikaku's tail pounded the ground ferociously. At the same time, the ground beneath Benshu suddenly collapsed and the sand swallowed him whole. But Benshu showed no panic. Black Rhino armor merge. Golden fertilizer Spinach deploy. The Black Rhino armor with its supreme defense was activated, coupled with the Spinach's chakra sustain. Sand coffin. Shikaku made a clawing gesture and the sand surrounding Benshu immediately closed in from all directions, compressing him without any gap. Yet under the terrifying defense of the Black Rhino armor, Benshu felt nothing at all. He was even bored enough to fall asleep. Gaara, of course, sensed the situation inside the sand. This was the first time his technique had failed. The expected spatter of blood never appeared. The sand that could crush even rocks had lost its effect. Sasuke, seeing Benshu swallowed by the sand, felt a chill down his spine. They had witnessed countless examples, none of those caught by Gaara ever ended well. During Rock Lee's match with Gaara, if not for Might Guy's timely intervention, Lee would have been crippled, possibly unable to even be a ninja for the rest of his life. But now Benshu was in the same predicament. Sasuke cried out and immediately moved to rescue him. Naruto and Sakura, still confused, followed Sasuke as he charged forward. However, just as Sasuke climbed to the treetops to broaden his view, he saw a pitch-black figure radiating a faint blue chakra glow burst out of Shikaku's sand prison. Sasuke's face was full of shock. He actually broke out of there. Naruto and Sakura, having just arrived, knew all too well the terror of Gaara's technique. He must be the first person to ever escape from that sand. Sakura was equally stunned. That's Gaara's ultimate move, isn't it? But Benshu-kun still broke through. Sasuke said grimly, not only did he break free, his chakra fluctuations aren't much affected either. That means Benshu didn't even put much effort into countering that technique. Asuma had also caught up. Seeing Benshu's solo performance, he proclaimed proudly, "See, that's my little boss. So many people mocked me for working for a kid. So what if I work for someone? I'm proud of it. Working for a powerhouse, now that's called prestige." Shino's father, Shibi Aburame, arrived a moment later, ignoring Asuma's raucous laughter. Instead, he used his insects to probe the surroundings, growing more astonished the more he detected. Very little of Benshu's chakra remained, almost all traces were from Shikaku. In other words, this gigantic monster had absolutely no effect on Benshu. "Kid, you don't know how to use my power. At this rate you'll drain all my chakra. Let me take over." Shi's voice came through and Woluo had no choice but to compromise. Because Woluo relied on his own combat experience, if it were any other enemy they would have died countless times by now. But against Benshu he was utterly helpless. No matter what method of attack he tried, Benshu could always withstand it, and if there was something he couldn't withstand, he would dodge it with incredible speed. Ultimately, it was his poor control over Shi's body. At this moment, it was naturally best to let the main body take over. Woluo's body slowly emerged from atop Shi's head and his handseal speed was excruciatingly slow. Benshu curled his lip and said seriously, With that hand seal speed, if you were on the battlefield, someone would probably have popped your skull by now. Forget it. Since I've rarely met such an interesting opponent as you, will have some fun and give you the chance to cast your Benshu leaped off Shi's head and landed on the treetop of a large tree. Meanwhile, Shoju and Kenji Alang began frantically dodging Showa. Shi's Jinchuriki couldn't get a proper sleep. That's why their personalities were so twisted. But once they fell asleep, the demon within them would be perfectly unleashed. Sleeping technique. As Woluo finished his hand seals, he collapsed weakly onto Shi's head. Ah ha ha ha. I'm finally out. You bastard Tin Man. Let's see who's playing with whom today. Once Shoha emerged with his own body, his control was far smoother than Woluo's. His massive fat body moved in perfect coordination with his tail, and combined with sand ninjutsu, it was impossible to even approach Shi's vicinity. Although Benshu's defense was high, being tossed around like this caused a dizzying sensation in his head that was far from pleasant. Congratulations, host, for surviving 10 seconds under the full force attack of a tailed beast. Unlocked Flying Thunder God technique. Holy shit. Benshu, being tossed around by the wind, suddenly heard the system notification in his head. However, the price was a staggering 1 billion Ryo, and Benshu was stunned. Because he only had 800 million Ryo on him total. He was still over 200 million short. So Benshu simply negotiated with the system, "Can you give me a 10 discount? I've got a 100 million Ryo IOU here. In recognition of the host's outstanding performance, this is hereby permitted." Benshu was overjoyed. This was the Flying Thunder God technique. One of the fourth Hokage's signature abilities. The name Yellow Flash came from this. Its speed surpassed even that of its developer, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. At the same price, he could have exchanged for a Mangekyo Sharingan, but Benshu still chose the Flying Thunder God technique without hesitation. This was a must-have for travel and showing off. Mom no longer had to worry about me being too lazy to walk. As long as I left a Flying Thunder God mark in places I frequent, I could reach them with a single thought. How cool was that? Moreover, it seemed no one in the current ninja world had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. When the time came, Benshu could just advertise himself. Wouldn't that save a huge amount of advertising fees? After a brief thought, Benshu confirmed in his mind, exchange Flying Thunder God technique. The method for marking the Flying Thunder God seal and the basic operational techniques all appeared in Benshu's mind. He immediately took out 3 kunai. This was also the fourth Hokage's most effective move. After marking the kunai with the Flying Thunder God seal, wherever the kunai could be thrown, Benshu could appear there the next second. Ready, Benshu began his performance. Beneath his armor, his Sharingan quietly rotated, and he himself switched to the Snow Mastiff armor. The Snow Mastiff armor governed the power of lightning. While making the Flying Thunder God mark, Benshu also infused the kunai with lightning-natured chakra to increase their piercing power. Sizzle. Wind release, sand breakthrough. The kunai thrown by Benshu collided with the fierce wind, yet in Shi's shocked gaze it kept advancing toward him. "You're not planning to fight me with that kind of junk, are you?" But as soon as he finished speaking, the kunai had already reached the most optimal position Benshu had anticipated. Flying Thunder God. With a shout, Benshu's silver-white figure suddenly appeared right in front of Shi's face. Nani? Shoha was dumbfounded. What the hell? Meanwhile, Asuma, watching from afar, was so shocked that the cigarette fell from his hand. That's the Flying Thunder God technique. Holy shit. Aburain Shibi, did I see that right? Aburain Shibi, also wearing a high-collar jacket and sunglasses, showed almost no change in expression. But now his face began to contort with shock beyond measure. That's right, it's the fourth's technique. Even the attack style is so similar. Naruto's eyes sparkled. Benshu-kun is so cool. He even has teleportation ability. Sakura finally understood. Benshu had long possessed the power to defeat Woluo and Shoha. He just hadn't chosen to finish them off immediately. Instead, he was now using Shoha as a practice dummy for his new jutsu. Is this the gap in strength? Sasuke felt a deep sense of powerlessness. This was someone his own age. Why could he be so strong? Benshu reveled in the joy of the Flying Thunder God technique. Every time he used up the extra chakra from a spinach can, he immediately ate another, ensuring an endless supply. So there was no risk of running out of chakra. On the other hand, Shoha was already starting to pant heavily. Now he understood why Woluo was so angry, because this kind of opponent was simply not someone he could deal with. Large-scale attack ninjutsu. He could withstand them with his extremely high defense. Single-target high-power attacks. Benshu could dodge them with the Flying Thunder God technique. No matter how tight the timing, as long as Benshu reacted, he could vanish without a trace. Damn it. This is pissing me off. Since his birth, Shoha had never encountered such a troublesome opponent, aside from the Sage of Six Paths and the two unreasonable monsters Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. How could he not be furious? Today you will die here. Sealing technique. Benshu frowned. Sealing techniques were a bit troublesome. Then I won't play anymore either. While Shohi was causing a tremendous ruckus, Benshu was thoroughly enjoying himself. Since returning to Konoha would be a mess anyway, he figured he could leave all that trouble for the dear Hokage to slowly sort out. After all, who could resist petting a cat? But while Benshu was so carefreely playing around Sho, he was absolutely enraged. He was the mighty one-tail, and being toyed with like an ant was beyond humiliating. You bastard, go to hell. Sho, he no longer cared about chakra consumption. He unleashed large-scale jutsu one after another, all in an attempt to trap Benshu. Benshu kept using Flying Thunder God, dashing here and there. Wherever he threw a kunai, he would instantly appear there. After all, the system provided kunai for dirt cheap, 1 or 2 silver coins each. As long as he kept exchanging fast enough, there was no way he would ever be caught. Shoei's tails flapped wildly, and he used all 4 limbs in a frantic effort to seal Benshu away. But no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. From a distance, Shino Aburame observed and said with confusion, at Benshu's current strength he could easily knock that monster outright. Why is he torturing it like this? Asuma lit another cigarette, took a drag, and replied, can we really fathom our boss's thoughts? Maybe he's just playing around. We're at a good distance here. Let's just quietly watch the boss show off. Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Naruto kept trying frantically. The sound was grating on Sasuke's ears, and without a word he smacked Naruto on the back of the head. Can you just calm down? Did you run out of money for dinner tonight? Going to cook tadpole feast. Gamma Kichi. These are at least my brethren, can we not steer this in a bizarre direction? Naruto refused to back down and smacked Sasuke back. Sasuke. Na-lu tu. Sasuke. Na-lu tu. After their earlier battle, the two had almost completely exhausted their chakra. But, well, what else could you call such a deep bond? Like 2 peas in a pod. The moment their eyes met, without a word, even if they couldn't use ninjutsu, they had to throw a punch. Sakura helplessly pressed her forehead and quickly moved away from those 2 fools lest their idiocy be contagious. Meanwhile, Shohei was panting as if he had smoked 2 tons of cheap cigarettes, unable to speak coherently. Seeing Shohei resting, Benshu directly stood on the beast's nose, deactivated his armor, and clicked his tongue repeatedly. Tisk 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 tsk, is that all you've got? No way, is there really a tailed beast this pathetic? So this is the legendary tailed beast. Shohei was utterly helpless. Against this opponent's techniques there was simply no room for him to maneuver. Large-scale sealing jutsu or ninjutsu, none of them phased Benshu. Small-scale ones were even more laughable, his opponent couldn't even touch Benshu's clothes. It's because I've been sealed and restricted. Otherwise you insignificant human would have died countless times already. Sure you're impressive, but do I have to respect you? Benshu picked his nose, then leaped. Bam! Shoei's 2 front paws slammed onto his own nose with such force that the sand-formed tanuki face caved in. Benshu slowly descended, landing directly on top of Shoei's head. Seeing Gaara lying there with his arms limp like a walking corpse, Benshu gave him a slap. And so Gaara slowly regained consciousness. No, don't. I just got out. Shohei wailed loudly, but it was no use. The fake sleep technique involved Gaara immersing his own spirit and letting Shoei's soul emerge to control the body. But once Gaara woke up, Shohei would be sealed again. Gaara looked at Benshu, who wore a faint smile and then formed hand seals again. He knew that if it were Shohei there was still a fighting chance against Benshu. But by himself he was merely delivering warmth to Benshu. This time Gaara formed the seals extremely quickly. Fake sleep technique. This time Gaara was smarter. He first merged his entire body into Shoei's form and then reappeared at a very tricky position. Since Shoei's body was enormous, Benshu couldn't pinpoint Gaara's exact location for a while. But that didn't matter at all, because when Benshu had slapped Gaara earlier he had already placed the Flying Thunder God mark. I'm out again. Shohei shouted joyfully. Bam! Benshu immediately used the Flying Thunder God to appear before Gaara and gave him another slap. I don't want to go back. Gaara formed seals again, and this time he seemed even faster than before. I Shohei. Bam! Benshu used Flying Thunder God once more, appeared in front of Gaara and offered a friendly slap greeting. Then he said helplessly, why are you so stubborn? Must you put all your hope in that tanuki? Now both sides of Gaara's face were swollen as if 2 small nuts were stuffed inside his cheeks. Yet Gaara still stubbornly formed hand seals. If you've got the guts, keep following me. Gaara left a provocative glare and then vanished. Benshu shook his head helplessly and continued to follow, but when he reappeared he saw a huge shadow crashing down toward him. But with the Flying Thunder God he could do whatever he pleased. With this trump card, Benshu surveyed the surroundings. Damn it, Gaara, you really are a ruthless one. Diving straight under Shohei's ass. Benshu's face darkened. No way, gotta get out of here. He immediately used Flying Thunder God to dodge. Boom! Shoei's tail slammed down with a thunderous crash, raising a huge cloud of dust that spread in all directions. The onlookers who had been spectating from the side were forced to retreat dozens of meters. Then Benshu decided to go all out. The next time he appeared before Gaara he struck with both hands alternately delivering a relentless barrage. Sleep. I'll make you sleep. Still hoping that Tanuki will save you. Come on, confess. Honest confession gets leniency, resistance gets severity. Smack 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 smack. After a long while Gaara was thoroughly beaten away coupled with the massive chakra drain. The moment Benshu stopped slapping the sandform Shohi body scattered and Gaara fell straight down like a free fall. Benshu played the good Samaritan, he used Flying Thunder God to catch Gaara. Gaara with his face swollen like a pig's head lay on the ground mumbling for a long time, tears streaming down his cheeks. Benshu listened as Gaara kept mumbling incomprehensibly, unable to make out what he was saying. Then he pulled out a bottle of ergwotu and said, "Brother, bear with the pain." The next second Benshu poured it directly over his face. Gaara, whose chakra had already been exhausted, had also reached his physical limit. But the affectionate greeting from Benshu's ergwotu, the sour sting, the searing stimulation, made him spring up with a howl, wailing and set. Yet the effect of the ergwotu was quite evident. Though his swelling hadn't subsided, his condition was far better than before. "All right, now can you talk?" Gaara wept inwardly. "Did I ever say I wouldn't? Ha! You just came at me and hit me. Ha! If you want to ask something, just ask. How can I answer if you don't ask? Ha! You just beat me. Beat me. Sob." Benshu looked in confusion at Naruto and Sasuke as they approached. "Why were you chasing Gaara?" Naruto looked questioningly at Sasuke, who replied, "Well, I just wanted to settle the score." Benshu was utterly speechless, thinking, "You chased him all this way just for that and nearly got yourself killed. Damn it, I thought you were trying to capture Gaara." Gaara thought, "What the hell, wasn't the match already decided? I didn't do anything, why chase me down?" Sasuke turned away haughtily, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. Just then Naruto stepped forward. He launched into a lecture talking about understanding his pain and empathizing with him, which bored Benshu to no end. Gaara was merely a troubled child, but that was indeed closely tied to the environment he grew up in. "Stop. If you keep babbling you'll have to pay me back." Naruto was about to engage in his takenjutsu, but Benshu's words sealed his mouth shut. Although Naruto didn't know exactly how much he owed, it must have been at least a few 100,000 ryo. In the distance Temari and Kankuro saw Gaara wouldn't escape today and immediately fled. Gaara's importance to Tsunagakure was undeniable. With their current abilities they couldn't possibly retrieve him from two jōnin and Benshu. Asuma blew out a puff of smoke and said, "We'd better take him back. Suna just signed a truce with us and they broke their word only days later, this must be investigated." Shibuya nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this matter is no trivial one. We should." "Stop right there. I was the one who beat him, captured him and saved him. Can't you stop making decisions on your own?" Asuma then realized they had been acting out of concern for the village. But Boss Benshu's every thought was centered on earning money. Just then Benshu spoke solemnly, "You kill because you want to find your sense of existence, right?" Gaara nodded. "You just haven't found the true meaning of life. Come with me and it'll help you resolve your doubts." Gaara looked at Benshu with hope in his eyes. "Really?" Benshu pointed at Naruto and said, "Ask him if you don't believe me." Then Gaara turned his gaze to Naruto. Benshu quietly stepped back and hid behind Gaara. How could he? Naruto saw the scroll dangling from Benshu's hand, clearly displaying an IOU with his own signature below. A threat. A blatant threat. "Brother Gaara, though I feel you're like me and I should help you out of sympathy, I'm not in control of my own actions." After some mental self-consolation Naruto said, "How could Benshu not help you find your sense of existence?" I've been looking for a chance to properly thank him." Naruto was clumsy with words. This was the best he could manage. Asuma sighed inwardly, thinking, "Looks like there's going to be another person competing for the workspace." He quickly said, "Boss, if you're done here I'll head back first. I remember you were supposed to cultivate new fields. Since the village is busy now and I can't take missions, let me handle that job." Before Benshu could figure out what was happening, Asuma had already vanished. What? Since when are people so eager to work? When did Asuma develop such a sense of duty? Benshu clicked his tongue in admiration, thinking any boss would be thrilled to have such a diligent worker. Jejawala said stealing electric bike batteries was still faster. After a while, seeing Gaara still unresponsive, Benshu urged, "Well, have you decided?" Gaara wavered. His brother and sister, when they saw him in danger, hadn't come to his rescue but chose to flee instead. Moreover, the villagers. The very thought made his emotions unstable again, but in the end he agreed to go with Benshu. Only then did Benshu realize Asuma was afraid of losing business. If Gaara took up field cultivation, wouldn't he be an exceptional hand? With one sand burial cascade he could wash away an entire forest. And the key was that Gaara could control the flow of his sand if slightly manipulated. He. Benshu had already mapped out his plan. The next step was to figure out how to bring Gaara back. A good worker shouldn't be distracted by strange thoughts. So before the induction, Benshu had to do a thorough mental preparation. "I am willing to go with you. Benshu snapped his fingers and led the way back. On the way Sasuke kept shooting cold glances at Gaara while Naruto made faces at him non-stop. But Gaara didn't want to bother with them. In his eyes only Benshu was a worthy opponent now. Everyone else was just another face in the crowd. This time Benshu wasn't in a hurry on the way back. He even whistled as he walked looking completely at ease as if the battle just now had been nothing more than a spectator event. Yet in truth no one could replace his contribution. Sakura felt that the silhouette of Benshu walking ahead was so alluring that she wanted to lean on it. With that thought she popped a papaya candy, instantly feeling a surge of confidence, and quickened her pace to catch up. 4 days later at Konoha Hospital. Lin Jiao looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who lay on the hospital bed wrapped in layers of bandages, and pleaded, "Lord Hokage, if you don't get up and take charge, the Hokage building is going to be torn down. Benshu comes every day to demand payment. There's no cure for this. Lord Hokage. When will you wake up?" Bang. The door to Sarutobi Hiruzen's ward was suddenly kicked open. Yuzuki Yugo gave Benshu a sharp rap on the head. "The Hokage hasn't woken up yet. What do you think you're doing?" Yuzuki Yugo held flowers in her hand while Benshu carried a large box. "TCH, I don't believe it. Sister Yugo, haven't you heard the saying that you can't wake someone who's pretending to sleep? If I can't block the Hokage building, then the Hokage grandpa forced my hand." Ha ha ha. Lin Jiao watched Benshu, never expecting him to follow all the way here. He finally understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen had been going through. Torture. Pure torture. Lin Jiao was numb. "Boss Benshu, give me a break. You can see the Hokage is seriously injured and hasn't woken up at all. I really didn't intend to stall or avoid paying the Hokage's debt." Lin Jiao was on the verge of tears. Over the past few days he had endured inhuman pressure. Every day he was hounded by debt collectors. At first it was only Benshu, but later Benshu directly issued a mission: every 10 minutes just squat in the Hokage's office and keep demanding payment and you'd receive 1 tael of silver as reward. For ordinary people who had just become genin, this was an ideal mission. And Benshu paid very generously, meaning that if they were willing they could even stay there and keep pressing for payment indefinitely. However, Benshu didn't do that. He set a limit of 3 missions per person per day. In other words, practically every ninja with genin rank would take on one of these debt-collecting missions for practice. And because Benshu followed proper procedures, no matter how miserable Lin Jiao felt, he had to endure it. Today, after finally arranging with his good brother to visit Sarutobi Hiruzen, he thought he could hide for a while. But he never expected that he couldn't escape after all. "Why are you so nervous?" "I didn't come for you today." Benshu found the man inexplicable. "Back then when you agreed you were so decisive and I was incredibly efficient when I worked. Now that it's time to pay me back, you're all pretending and trying to fool me. Not gonna happen." Lin Jiao sighed. It was only because they had to save the Hokage that they were forced to sign that IOU. Otherwise they wouldn't be in such a painful situation now. "Then, do whatever you want." Lin Jiao was utterly exhausted. He didn't even have the energy to do what a reconnaissance ninja normally would, to subconsciously dispersing chakra within his mental control range to observe. Yuzuki Yugo asked warily, "Benshu, don't you dare do anything reckless. This is Konoha Hospital." Benshu waved his hand and said, "How could I? These 2 words, kindness, are written all over my face. You can't doubt me based on a few words." Yuzuki Yugo looked at him skeptically. "So do you have a good plan?" Benshu didn't hesitate. He flipped open the lid of the large box he had brought. First layer, braised pig trotters. Second layer, a big pork elbow. Third layer, various grilled skewers. Fourth layer, a bunch of rice balls for dessert. As soon as the lid opened, a rich aroma filled the entire ward. Benshu even thoughtfully opened the window. "Hey, who eats such heavy food in a hospital? That's the Hokage's room next door. Keep your voice down." "Oh, so the Hokage is awake. He's got a good appetite. He should recover soon, right?" Overhearing the discussion from next door, Benshu calmly pulled up a stool and sat beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then he picked up a big pork elbow, first rubbed it under Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose, then took a big bite. Life is but a few autumns, don't stop until you're drunk, let worries be forgotten. The sight made Lin Jiao drool, but he was a trained professional, he had to hold back. He was a ninja. Benshu saw Lin Jiao struggling and ate even more deliciously, smacking his lips so loudly it could be heard through 2 walls. Yuzuki Yugo pressed her forehead with her hand. Benshu was indeed a devil. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. While eating, Benshu kept an eye on Sarutobi Hiruzen's condition. Suddenly he heard the sound of a stomach growling. Others might not know, but didn't he himself know the effect of his own ergwotu? No matter how severe Sarutobi Hiruzen's injuries were, 1 bottle of ergwotu would completely heal him. As for the chakra issue, it would slowly recover on its own. But how could Sarutobi Hiruzen remain lying in bed and not wake up? So Benshu had thought of this brilliant method. Pretending to be asleep to dodge the death. Oof. I don't believe Benshu can't cure this illness. Not only Lin Zhao but even Yuzuki Yugao couldn't stand the torment and wanted to leave the ward immediately. Benshu could clearly hear Sarutobi Hiruzen's stomach rumbling non-stop. Hey Hokage Grandpa, stop pretending. You're drooling. As he spoke, Benshu pulled out 2 large scallions and prepared to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a friendly greeting. This startled Lin Zhao, who rushed to stop him, but it was too late. Where am I? Sarutobi Hiruzen finally woke up. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Benshu holding 2 huge scallions sizing him up. Where was he planning to put them? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat up instantly, threw off the oxygen tube and yanked out the 4 needle. He had only one. Run! Get out fast! Get as far away from this big devil as possible. He had barely enjoyed 2 days of peace, but even pretending to sleep couldn't save him. Gaara is now an employee of my Benshu group. Benshu shouted. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat dumbfounded on the bed. What did you say? Benshu slowed down deliberately. From now on Gaara belongs to my Benshu group. I haven't decided what position to give him yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in disbelief. Really? TCH, since you're awake, pay up first. Don't change the subject. After the invasion of Muyi, the fact that Yuanfei Risen survived under Deshiwan's hands was entirely due to Benshu. At the most critical moment he broke through the defensive barrier formation and rescued Yuanfei Risen. Although Yuanfei Risen's injuries were severe, with the help of the Erguotu and Benshu continuously splashing Erguotu on his own body, Yuanfei Risen had no wounds at all on his body. He was merely in a state of extreme weakness due to excessive chakra consumption, which kept him unconscious. However, by the next day Yuanfei Risen's chakra levels were already sufficient for him to wake up. He was only a little weak. The methods for handling emergencies in Muyi had already been formulated during the time of the second Hokage. What Yuanfei Risen did was merely to gradually clarify the process. So he was not worried about any problems in Muyi during his sleep. However, he never expected that Benshu would bring him such a big surprise. That is the Jinchuriki of the Sha-in village. Not to mention the great benefits that Wat Ai Luo's presence brings to Muyi. Just the fact that Wat Ai Luo hasn't returned to Sha-in village is already a critical matter. Yuanfei Risen grabbed Benshu's shoulders and shook excitedly. Benshu, do you know how important it is for us that Wat Ai Luo doesn't return to Sha-in village? Even if the Wind Country wants to start a war, it simply won't pose much of a threat to us. Just as Yuanfei Risen was about to say something, moved, Benshu suddenly appeared at the door with a flying thunder god technique. Then he said helplessly, this is a member of my Benshu group, they've already signed a contract. Don't think about taking him over to your side. Yuanfei Risen frowned and said, how can that be? This is a bargaining chip for later negotiations. I cannot agree to that. At this time, without Benshu needing to explain, Mayu Xian stepped forward and said, Lord Hokage, I'm afraid you have no choice but to agree, because Wat Ai Luo is now only willing to follow Benshu. Anyone else will be treated as heir by him. As soon as Zaibu Zhan met Wat Ai Luo, they fought, and the battle was so intense that if Benshu hadn't forcibly stopped them, our Muyi village would definitely have been demolished. Yuanfei Risen heard the urgency in Mayu Xian's tone and made some guesses in his mind. The demon Zaibu Zhan, as one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen, was absolutely a proud existence. But Wat Ai Luo had never even had a wound on his body since childhood and was even more arrogant. When they met, if they didn't fight, it would be a ghost story. Yuanfei Risen subconsciously patted his body but didn't find his smoking pipe. He sighed with melancholy and said, forget it, I have to say, Benshu, what you did this time is a great achievement. I decide to. Benshu curled his lips and said, can I take this as you changing the subject? Yuanfei Risen's excited smile abruptly stopped. He immediately recalled the decisions he made when the incident suddenly occurred. That was to have Benshu rushed to help the guardian ninjas protect the civilians as much as possible. Benshu had stabilized the situation by himself and later even saved himself. 100 million Ryo is not too much to ask. But what about the other 100 million Ryo? Before Yuanfei Risen could ask, Benshu directly threw the contract signed and fingerprinted by Lin Zhao in front of Yuanfei Risen, put his hands on his hips and said, see, this was signed by your most trusted subordinate to save you. Yuanfei Risen took the scroll, glanced at it roughly, and his face turned ashen. So Benshu wasn't thinking of past favors. Lin Zhao, afraid that he would have to pay the money himself, quietly stood beside Benshu. If Yuanfei Risen so much as said no, his future life would probably end up in Benshu's hands. Now, to quickly gain some goodwill, Yuanfei Risen let out a long sigh and said, anyway, thanks to you, Muyu's losses have been reduced again and again. Your contribution is indispensable. Benshu disagreed. Hokage Grandpa, can you say fewer praises? I've already shed those lowly tastes, I only recognize money. Hurry, give me the silver notes. Yuanfei Risen shook his head with a smile. Benshu was still Benshu. But at the same time, Yuanfei Risen felt that his previous efforts had not been in vain. Money doesn't matter, repay slowly. But if Muyu's losses are to be rebuilt, the cost will be even greater. Report. At that moment, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared in the hospital room. Seeing that Yuanfei Risen had woken up, he exclaimed with ecstasy, Lord Hokage, we're so glad you're still alive. Yuanfei Risen was full of black lines. You guy, if you can't talk properly, don't talk. First, report the situation. The Wind Country has sent envoys to welcome their Kazekage back. And they confess regarding this incident Deshiwan controlled the Kazekage and orchestrated everything. Sha-in village expresses its apologies. Kazekage. Yuanfei Risen was stunned and frowned. Yes. Ai Luo has been officially appointed as the next Kazekage. The room fell silent instantly, only Benshu's lips curled up confidently. Everything was under his control. With a Kage among his subordinates, who else could boast that? As Benshu expected, the next second everyone in the room turned to look at him. Benshu said, reply to them, they can have their Kazekage back, but first they must show sincerity. Throwing the blame onto Deshiwan is not enough. First pay back the money they owe me. Yuanfei Risen asked puzzledly, when did Sha-in village owe you money? The building of my Benshu group. Who do you think demolished it? Just for this, if the Wind Country doesn't repay the money first, I will never hand over Ai Luo. Yuanfei Risen felt a headache and didn't want to deal with these troubles at all. But since the Wind Country had sent a letter as the Hokage, he couldn't ignore it. Alright, I won't sleep then. All these messy matters you can tell me. At that moment another Umbu ninja appeared holding a set of clean and tidy Hokage uniform, knelt on one knee and said loudly, welcome back Lord Hokage. Benshu silently disappeared. That's right, Yuanfei Risen couldn't retire yet, otherwise those advisors would come out to gain some presents. Having such a tool on his side allowed him to be a happy free spirit. In the village of Sunagakure, the high-ranking officials gathered around a table discussing the letter that had just arrived from Konoha, pondering what action should be taken next. Aside from the old-timers, the strongest individual in the village is likely Gaara. However, many still believe he could bring terror to the village. Is there even a second option? Temari suggested, why don't we just go with what the second letter states? Immediately a middle-aged ninja across from Temari retorted, the Benshu group offers two choices, one is to pay 100 million Ryo for Gaara. The other is to allow the Benshu group to operate in our village tax-free. Which one do you choose? Temari was left speechless as either choice seemed unfavorable for the current situation of the Land of Wind. This guy is just trying to take advantage of us. We must fight Konoha to the bitter end. Shouted a radical faction member, I don't believe in any peaceful cooperation, they must surely be spies from Konoha. However, Temari was displeased and coldly replied, with the strength of the Benshu leader he could easily defeat Shikaku. Do you think we have any choice other than to comply with his demands? Or should we wait for them to expand their business and then get beaten up first? Maki slammed the table. Enough with the you few have been guarding the village and haven't participated in this invasion plan from Konoha. You have no idea how terrifying the Benshu brat's strength truly is. The power of that armor is completely incomprehensible, our elite ninja can't even last a second against him. I also agree with Temari. In short, what we need to do now is find a way to secure a 10% profit from the Benshu group's contract. The high-ranking officials left behind in the village exchanged glances, wondering how Maki, once a hardliner, had changed so much. He was the most loyal executor during the planning of the previous Kazekage. What had happened to him in Konoha? Kankuro sighed and said, the Benshu leader is impeccable in both combat awareness and personal strength. Especially when fighting Gaara, it was nothing but pure oppression. The fears we once held seemed trivial in comparison to him. The high-ranking officials in Sunagakure fell silent. The fear from the tailed beasts is something every village encounters. Comparing it this way makes the feelings all the more palpable. Ultimately, the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure reached a consensus and decided to allow the Benshu group to settle in. On the back mountain of Konoha, Might Guy Asuma and Kurenai, originally core workers of the Benshu group, now stood as spectators beside the Benshu leader. There was also a special guest, Sarutobi Asuma. With Shikaku's power at stake, he dared not guarantee that if Gaara acted recklessly, the entire back mountain wouldn't be flattened. After all, the terrain made no significant difference to the Benshu leader. The watering and irrigation would be handled by water-style ninjas, and the villagers of Konoha were more than happy to assist. This farming task was far more preferable to them than running errands or escort missions. It was completely safe and very stable. Why not? Although Sarutobi Asuma had many things to handle today, upon learning that the Benshu leader intended to expand his farming operations, he set everything aside. Sarutobi Asuma was eager to see how the Benshu leader planned to expand. Gaara just used ninjutsu to crush all the uneven terrain. But be careful, the sand can't be indiscriminately swept everywhere. Your sand is not suitable for planting at all. Currently Gaara's mind was blank. His only task these past few days had been to follow Zabuza through the farming and supply processes. Now Gaara was the logistics director of the Benshu group and also the warehouse manager. His ability to control sand over long distances made things incredibly convenient and fast. In just a few days, Gaara's reputation in Konoha had soared, even making Naruto envious. The kindness from the villagers had significantly reduced Gaara's hostility, which is why the Benshu leader dared to send Gaara to clear the land today. Sand waterfall funeral. Gaara raised his hand and the gourd of sand behind him opened up, surging forward in the direction he pointed. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass remained, the chakra-infused sand leaving only one command. That was to crush everything. The four core workers watched in disbelief at such efficiency. The sand acted like a herbicide, obliterating everything in its path except for some decades-old trees that couldn't be toppled. Gaara brother, slow down a bit. Asuma said anxiously, what will we do once you're done? Might Guy also felt a bit frustrated. You still know some ninjutsu. I don't even need to use my skills for this mountain work anymore. I'm really left with nothing to do. Kakashi chuckled, sorry, I'm versatile. As long as the boss has a need I can do anything. Except for mountain clearing. Otherwise I would just be an all-purpose worker. Might Guy's eyes lit up. Kakashi, were you actually troubled by this? Come on. Show it. Saying this, Might Guy pulled out a green tight-fitting outfit. Put it on. The power of youth will always be with you. Kakashi looked puzzled. Really? This is the secret to my everlasting youthful power. Kakashi, trust me. When you wear it you can be just like me. Might Guy and Kakashi grew more animated as they spoke, frightening the Benshu leader to retreat aside. Kakashi wearing a green tight suit. No way. Covering his eyes, the Benshu leader pulled a cloth strip from his body, effectively blocking out all light. As he relaxed, the Benshu leader let out a sigh of relief. Kurenai Asuma and Sarutobi Asuma discreetly stepped aside, leaving this wonderful space for the two. While Kakashi and Might Guy were bonding, their presence was completely unnecessary. Gaara's efficiency was astonishing. After about half an hour, a system notification appeared in the Benshu leader's mind. Ding! The greatest pioneer in the ninja world has achieved completion. Unlocked item, Nighttime Shenanigans Chives King. Nightly Rebels Leak King, unyielding in battle, you are the strongest. Boundless energy, never faltering, you are the emperor. Benshu gazed at the system's prompt panel, a panda head thumbs up emoji flashing in his mind. That saved him a lot of trouble. No need to think of advertising slogans. Effect, you know what I mean, bro. Exchange price 500 taels. Leak seed exchange price 5000 taels. Benshu paused in surprise. This was the first item where the exchange price exceeded that of the seeds. But upon reflection it made sense. Once leeks were planted they could be harvested again and again without needing to buy seeds repeatedly. Still, the price was a bit of a rip-off. After working diligently for an hour, Gaara's chakra finally gave out. Boss, can I take a break? Benshu frowned. Have you forgotten the spirit of the working soul? It's only been an hour. You have to believe in your potential. Only through constant breakthroughs can you rise above others. Here, eat this. Benshu pulled out a can of spinach. Then from the sealing scroll he produced a bucket of spinach juice. Without a word he drenched Gaara in it. Everyone was stunned. Truly, Boss Benshu was the champion of agriculture. Gaara now looked like a seedling scorched by the sun, barely able to straighten his back, but under Benshu's multiple buffs. He felt his chakra surge back, every cell filled with energy. The speed at which he controlled the sand increased considerably. Benshu gave Hiruzen Sarutobi a thumbs up. As expected of Grandpa Hokage's disciple, Orochimaru's methods are really effective. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru was an absolute taboo in Konoha now. Couldn't they avoid mentioning that name at such a sensitive time? Benshu watched Gaara's land clearing progress and nodded in satisfaction. At first Gaara had been a bit cautious in his movements. But now he was skilled. With Benshu's thoughtful help, Gaara had become a little green spinach man. Efficiency was amazing. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched with a headache. Every time Gaara advanced he had to calculate the safe perimeter to protect Konoha, never relaxing for a moment. Gaara was like a bulldozer, completely unreasonable. Hiruzen feared that if he blinked Gaara would cross the border. Kakashi, now clad in Might Guy's green spandex, had been fully brainwashed by Guy and was completely lost. Boss. We're off to work. Benshu quickly waved them away. The farther those two were from him the better. Thankfully Gaara had left a few large boulders, otherwise those two would have nothing to do but wander around. That wouldn't do. Seeing those two green monsters was downright terrifying. How had Kakashi failed to hold on to his principles? However, when it came to taijutsu, as long as Guy didn't use his special moves, there wasn't much difference between them. Smashing a large boulder was well within their capabilities. Kakashi, let's have a match. It's 50 wins to 50 wins now. This time I'm going to surpass you. Might Guy. I won't give up. It's me who will surpass you. Benshu, refusing to accept this, lifted his blindfold slightly. He couldn't keep forcing himself to go blind, could he? But in that 1 second, Benshu deeply felt the terror of being ruled by green monsters. Not even fighting Shikaku had been this terrifying. If Kakashi were still the cool silver-haired punk he used to be, it would be tolerable. But now the burned silver hair had only grown back to a third of its original length. It was an eyesore. Yet somehow it matched the watermelon head hairstyle perfectly. Yugao Yuzuki held her forehead in pain. How had Kakashi-senpai ended up like this? Kakashi, once an elite ANBU ninja sai. Yugao and Kurenai stood together, wishing they could leave this dreadful place immediately and wash their eyes first. Just then Jiraiya approached Hiruzen Sarutobi to discuss his upcoming plan. He wanted to quickly bring Tsunade back to bolster Konoha's defenses. After all, the Orochimaru incident had been a wake-up call for Hiruzen. If another infiltration occurred, it would be a catastrophic blow to Konoha. At such a time only Tsunade could perhaps inherit Hiruzen's will, and that of her grandfather, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, which would be ideal. That way Orochimaru would have to think twice before launching another invasion. Other nations would also hesitate to lay a finger on Konoha during its turbulent times. Thus Jiraiya's mission was to find a way to convince Tsunade to return. Meanwhile he would also take Naruto on a formal training journey. Upon hearing that Jiraiya had arrived, Benshu rushed over excitedly. After all, Jiraiya was definitely not as poor as that broke kid Naruto. Benshu paused his spinach juice pouring for a moment. Hiruzen smiled at Jiraiya. If that girl agrees to come back, I can finally retire. You must convince her this time. Jiraiya pounded his chest in assurance. Benshu came over and pulled Jiraiya aside. I've got something good here. Want to check it out? Jiraiya asked warily. What good thing? Don't tell me it's that spinach of yours. I've already prepared everything, so don't try to sell me anymore, I want to take it. Benshu gave Jiraiya a knowing look, checked that Hiruzen wasn't eavesdropping, and said, these leeks of mine are super potent. A bundle costs only 5W, very friendly. What? 50,000 taels for this measly bunch of leeks. Jiraiya nearly jumped in shock. Naturally this drew attention. But upon hearing Jiraiya's words, everyone cast sympathetic glances at him. Now that Benshu had caught him, Jiraiya's wallet was bound to shrink by several inches. Anything less would be an insult to the marketing master. Then Benshu pulled Jiraiya further away. You can't just look at the price. Have I ever cheated anyone with what I sell? You have to see the essence through the appearance. Are you buying leeks? No. You're buying happiness. You're buying peace of mind. You're buying youth. Look at Kakashi, he put on green spandex for youth. And all you have to do is spend 5W to effortlessly own your youth. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by the words of the tree, even though he knew it was trying to rob him of his wallet. Yet he couldn't resist the earful that the tree was pouring into him. Under the relentless persuasion of the tree, it was impossible not to be moved. Then he recalled the things the tree was selling, which though pricey were all reliable. Especially that papaya candy, it had given him so much creative inspiration. Hey. Thinking of this made Jiraiya laugh. Alright, then give me a trial of 5,000 Rio worth of leeks. The tree saw that Jiraiya had finally taken the bait, feeling that its earnest persuasion hadn't been in vain. The tree joyfully took out a bundle of leeks from the system space and of course symbolically indicated it with a scroll. However, in the hands of Jiraiya, a master of sealing techniques, it looked incredibly magical. Because the sealing techniques used by the tree were all the most basic seals, yet Jiraiya did not sense any chakra coming from them. That was the most impressive part. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh in secret, truly deserving of being the strongest genius among the rising stars of Konoha. He was simply strong in every aspect. Many people understood sealing techniques, but very few could master them. The tree could definitely be counted among them. Jiraiya mysteriously took the leeks and secretly stashed them in his clothing. Then Jiraiya gave the tree a look that everyone understood. If the effect is good, I will come back to find you. The corner of the tree's mouth curled up. Wasn't this just taking the bait? This time it was a trial price of 5,000. Next time wouldn't it all have to be doubled? Watching Jiraiya rush towards the hot spring in the tree revealed a motherly smile. On the other side, the king of cultivation Gaara was also nearing the completion of his work. Kakashi. Might guy. Kakashi. Might guy. The tree could hear these two passionate middle-aged men shouting each other's names from afar. The tree quickly put on its eye mask again. This optical weapon was truly too powerful. It couldn't afford to be careless. Stop. We can't continue. If we continue, we won't even be able to establish a basic defense line. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly called for a stop, but Gaara completely ignored his words, continuing to control the sand to extend forward. I am Gaara. I only listen to the boss. And the tree wearing an eye mask acted as if it couldn't see anything. Don't ask, just pretend to know nothing. Tree, if you don't stop, I'm going to start taxing you. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly brought out his trump card with the tree group's profit even collecting a mere 0. One tax would be a significant financial income for Konoha. The tree let out a long sigh, which finally made Gaara stop. Then the tree removed its eye mask and used all its strength to toss a can of spinach to each of the two green-skinned monsters. You've completed your tasks today, now hurry and get lost. Alright, boss. Kakashi and Might Guy's synchronization rate skyrocketed after both taking the can of spinach. Might Guy gave a thumbs up. It really works. When we get back, you have to give me a few more sets. I need to have some for changing. Might Guy proudly revealed his big white teeth, and just like that the two walked off with their arms around each other. Asuma suddenly took a puff of his cigarette and said, so the effect of that tight suit is this impressive. Kurenai quickly kept her distance from Asuma. If another green-skinned tight suit monster appeared, she felt she would almost collapse. A few days later, the leek leaves in the tree began to sprout. The letter from Sunagakure that had compromised also arrived, and to summarize, the important content was: our Sunagakure is fully prepared to welcome the tree group. Konoha Hokage's office. However, after Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this letter, he remained motionless for a long time, carefully confirming it several times, and then he burst into laughter, still planning to invade Konoha. Now I can finally send this tormenting king over. Rinju also said excitedly, really? Sarutobi Hiruzen directly handed the document to Rinju, who after reading it began to dance with joy. Hokage-sama, this is a good thing. Although Sunigakure doesn't have much money, if we move the tree group over I believe it will definitely unleash the potential of Sunigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Quick. Go ask the tree when it's planning to leave. We need to prepare a farewell ceremony. Got it, Hokage-sama, I'm going now. After saying that, Rinju swiftly disappeared. On the other side, on the streets of Konoha. After experiencing the joy of youthful power, Kakashi deeply fell in love with this feeling. The promotion matches involved two people wearing green-skin tight suits wandering around Konoha exchanging feelings. Ding ding clink, the sound of the shop's wind chime made the keen Might Guy and Kakashi immediately noticed that something was off and quickly followed after. The tree happened to have free time today and took its core members out to have a meal. However, while they were enjoying their meal, two green figures suddenly flashed past the window. The tree was greatly startled and the food it had just swallowed was sprayed all over Gaara's face. Gaara was not angry, he calmly wiped the food leaves off his face and asked, "Boss, what are you doing?" However, before the tree could answer, Zabuza said in a deep voice, "It seems that Kakashi and the others have discovered something. Should we follow them?" The tree immediately nodded. Let's follow. Why not? Just like that, the two of them realized that their position had been exposed, so they simply stopped to wait for Kakashi and Might Guy. When the two saw their enemies, they were also startled, for these two were nearly of the level of shadows. One was Uchiha Itachi and the other was Kisame Hashigaki wielding a large sword. Kakashi didn't even have time to ask for detailed information and the opposing side directly started attacking without any preamble. Moments later, Kakashi was panting heavily and his spirit was nearing the edge of collapse. Seeing the situation was dire, Might Guy wanted to carry Kakashi away, but Kisame was relentless, not giving Might Guy a chance to escape. At that moment, on a bright sunny day, the scenery around suddenly became blurry. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. Fire-style fireball jutsu. As the thick mist slowly dispersed, the tree directly greeted, "Dear guests who haven't had the chance to linger a bit longer, why are you leaving all?" As it spoke, the tree quietly took out a scroll from its ninja tool pouch, summoning the Snowhound armor. The tree watched Uchiha Itachi's pair of Sharingan while Kakashi endured the pain in his body and hurriedly said, "Do not look at his eyes." However, the tree showed no concern, which piqued Uchiha Itachi's interest. Meanwhile, Zabuza and Hashigaki Kisame faced off against each other, both members of the 7 ninja swordsmen who had crossed paths many times before. The pride of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi never imagined he would end up as a mere laborer. Truly a disgrace to the mist. In an instant, Bai conjured several ice spikes and hurled them toward Kisame's direction. Oh! Another wielder of a bloodline limit. Just then Asuma and Kurenai arrived. Might Guy with a serious expression said, "During a fight, do not look at that guy's eyes. I will go help Kakashi heal." Kurenai and Asuma nodded and Yuzuki Yugo stepped forward, blocking the tree's path, coldly addressing Uchiha Itachi, "This is Konoha. You are too arrogant." However, the tree proactively stated, "Sister Yugo, leave this to me." Yugo suddenly turned to look at the tree. Initially she had a grave expression while gazing at Uchiha Itachi, but upon seeing the reassuring expression on the tree's face, she stepped aside. "Come on, let me see just how terrifying the strength of the Uchiha clan truly is." Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted slightly. "You are young yet so bold. If that is the case, then let's see what you've got." In the next moment, the tree felt as though he had entered a world completely unfamiliar to him. The protagonist of this world was none other than Uchiha Itachi, and everyone watched as the tree stood there motionless. At this moment, the snow mastiff armor had attached itself to him, causing Kisame to gaze at it with overwhelming curiosity. "What is that? It seems quite fun." Zabuza snorted coldly. "Focus on yourself first." With that, he charged toward Kisame wielding his executioner's blade. Bai provided cover from the side, continuously shooting ice spikes or balls. In close combat, Zabuza alone was sufficient. Bai's task was to restrain the enemy. However, soon after, Asuma joined the fray, directly targeting Kisame alongside Zabuza. Kurenai and Yuzuki Yugo remained by the tree's side. Kurenai complained Kakashi had already warned him, why did he still fall for it? Yuzuki Yugo sighed, perhaps the tree has his own plans. After a few minutes, the tree slowly retracted his Sharingan in armor. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi gave the tree a deep look before solemnly addressing the happily engaged Kisame, "Let's go." Kurenai and Yuzuki Yugo looked at the tree, who seemed completely unaffected with puzzled expressions. Just moments ago, Kakashi had been unable to stand after falling victim to that illusion technique. Yet the tree appeared completely fine. The contrast was too stark. On the other side of the battlefield, as the fight raged on, a single word from Uchiha Itachi caused Kisame to step back several paces and sheath his sword Samahata. Zabuza couldn't help but mock, "What's this? When did you become so obedient?" Following that, the tree added, "Kisame, have you considered joining our group as a worker? With your understanding of water release, as long as you sneak around like a secret agent, you could easily rise to the top. This is an opportunity, and as the highest authority of the tree group, I personally extend this invitation." Zabuza, listening to the tree's words, realized the boss wanted to recruit Kisame. At that moment, Zabuza planted his executioner's blade upright in the water. He then snorted, "The benefits of being personally recruited by my boss are not to be taken lightly. Don't be ungrateful. Kisame laughed. That's it for you, you're done for life. Since you want to work, just stay here obediently. You have no idea how wonderful working can be. A person like you continuing down this path will never find the meaning of life even if you die. Zabuza mocked his eyes, revealing that he felt pity for Kisame. Like them who had also emerged from the blood mist, they held deep skepticism towards this world. However, after working in the tree group, Zabuza understood the true essence of life and became enamored with it. At this moment he looked at Kisame, indeed possessing the capital to mock him. You. Die. Kisame swung his sword directly at Zabuza, who stood firm and met the strike with his executioner's blade. Clang. Kisame. We're leaving. Zabuza. No more fighting. Uchiha Itachi and the tree spoke simultaneously as if they had a tacit agreement. Yuzuki Yugo and Kurenai were utterly shocked. Uchiha Itachi's power was beyond description. His illusion was so potent that it could ensnare someone without a sound effect Kurenai admired most. Yet the tree remained unaffected by Uchiha Itachi's illusion. For Yuzuki Yugo, Uchiha Itachi had also been in the Umbu, and tales of him circulated widely within the ranks. Whether it was the title of Uchiha clan genius or the infamous killer who slaughtered his entire clan, either one was shocking. Despite this, the tree experienced no impact. Instead, it seemed as if the two had reached some plan. However, the onlookers were unaware of what had transpired between the two after their gaze met. Even Kisame was left in the dark about the situation. However, he chose to heed Uchiha Itachi's words, sheathing his sword Samahada. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame donned their hats once more and slowly departed. At this moment Kurenai collapsed to the ground. When she had first arrived, she had instinctively looked into Uchiha Itachi's eyes. However, after that brief second of eye contact, she understood she could never be a match for Uchiha Itachi. The tree walked over. Kurenai Sensei, it's alright, it's just Uchiha Itachi. He quietly allowed his Sharingan to circulate for a moment, a slight smile on his lips. Kurenai instantly shifted from fear to sheer astonishment. But the tree made a shushing gesture and Kurenai held back her shock. So that's how it is. What appeared to be an easy exchange was in fact a contest between two Sharingan. Indeed. Kurenai smiled wryly, and with Yuzuki Yugeo's support she managed to stand up. Alright, that's a wrap. After resolving the situation with those two, the tree walked toward the Uchiha clan's abode as if nothing had happened, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette. In the Uchiha clan's territory, Benshu received a letter specifically demanding the surrender of Sunagakure from Lin Zhao and then turned to leave this place of troubles. Big brother, don't go. I still have things to ask of you later. No, I won't listen. Lin Zhao said as he walked away, not daring to delay even for a second. Benshu shouted from the window, Big brother Lin Zhao. I really have something to discuss. In the background Matsusirin laughed uncontrollably. The little devil Benshu truly lives up to his reputation, making Big brother Lin Zhao so scared, haha. Benshu, with a head full of black lines, speechlessly opened the letter from Sunagakure. Great. Now I can directly torment a country. Matsusirin curiously asked, what's going on? Benshu handed the letter to Matsusirin, and after reading it her expression instantly became much more serious. Matsusirin bit her lip and said with hopeful eyes, I don't want you to go. Only then did Benshu calm down from his wild excitement and began to contemplate the feasibility of this matter. The Akatsuki organization has already begun to reveal itself. If the company were to be established now, later when I go to capture Gaara along with Deidara and Sasori, it would also cause nearly devastating damage to Sunagakure. This is an unavoidable problem. However, in the next moment Benshu shook his head, thinking, why bother with so much? Truly. Let's go first, we'll gather as much as we can and we'll talk about the rest later. Moreover, Gaara has already been completely brainwashed by Benshu. As long as it's a place Benshu needs, Gaara will definitely rush to help at the first moment, which has made things so much easier for Benshu. And now Gaara is going back to become the Kazekage. Will Gaara forget the teachings Benshu gave him at that time? Absolutely impossible. Sister Sirin, I have a dream. A dream that will stabilize the entire ninja world. Benshu said with a deep gaze, and Matsusirin curiously looked at him but eventually sighed and said, this dream has existed since the time of the first Hokage. Until now the efforts of several generations of Konoha people have not achieved this goal. What gives you the right? Benshu replied proudly, this question is very simple. It's all about business. As long as we can connect the various countries and form stable alliances through mutual benefit. And as long as we firmly grasp the benefits in our own hands, this goal will be within reach. We must first open this door with Sunagakure. Originally it wouldn't cost me much more than spending a little money. Matsusirin suddenly understood, but she still felt a bit conflicted, not for any other reason but because of the unknown dangers. But Benshu smiled slightly and directly hugged Matsusirin, saying in a voice only the two of them could hear, you protected me before and from now on let me protect you. Don't worry about my safety, no matter how far I go I will always remember that there's someone waiting for me at home. Matsusirin choked up, perhaps this is what it feels like to be at home. Alright, I support you. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the list of items Benshu handed over, feeling overwhelmed. This time it was agreed that Benshu would go to support Sunagakure, he couldn't possibly go empty-handed, right? However, most of the supplies Benshu wrote down were food, as what Sunagakure needed most was precisely these. Therefore, bringing their most urgently needed supplies would also show more sincerity. Benshu also assured Sarutobi Hiruzen that he would definitely exchange for Sunagakure's specialty ores when he returned. The problem wasn't too big, but the price Benshu offered was just too low. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples and then said, "No, you have to at least give me an additional 10% profit, otherwise this matter really can't be done." Benshu snapped his fingers. "Alright, no problem." Then he vanished from the Hokage office, heading to the Benshu group building to make his final arrangements. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the item list in his hand and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he slapped his wrinkled face. "Why didn't I ask for a bit more? Not learning from experience. I told you not to forget. Hokage. Hokage-sama." Lin Zhao suddenly appeared and Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head to search the ground for a long time, wondering why there wasn't a crack anywhere. "Cough cough, before Benshu leaves you're responsible for following him. Report any needs to me immediately." Lin Zhao immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Hokage-sama, I didn't see anything just now, you can't take revenge on me." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very embarrassed. He hadn't expected to be stabbed by Lin Zhao's words. "What revenge? If you don't go, you won't get paid this month." 3 days later, Gaara along with Benshu and others would set out, leaving Zabuza and Haku to guard Konoha. When Benshu arrived at the gate, 2 people were waiting there: Jiraiya and Naruto. Seeing Benshu approach, Jiraiya hurriedly pulled him aside and whispered, "Do you still have those leaks?" Benshu then took a good look at Jiraiya and said with a face full of exasperation, "Jiraiya-sensei, your eye sockets are so sunken, please stop torturing yourself. I'm doing this for your health." Saying this, Benshu pulled out a bundle of leeks from his scroll and handed it to Jiraiya, followed by a can of spinach. "If you're going to ask a girl out, you should ask more at once. These 2 together will bring you super double happiness." Jiraiya's eyes lit up. "Hey! How did I not think of that? You're amazing, boss." Jiraiya accepted it like a treasure. Benshu extended his hand and said, "I've given you the goods, what about the money?" Jiraiya chuckled and directly placed 60,000 ryo in Benshu's hand, turning to make his escape. Benshu grabbed Jiraiya's white hair. "Who are you trying to fool? You think you can take my treasure with such a small amount?" Jiraiya first stuffed the goods into his clothes, then asked, "Isn't this the price?" Benshu said seriously, "The price has gone up. Originally it was 50,000 ryo, but since this is an exclusive sale it's now 150,000 ryo. So the total comes to 200,000 ryo. What?" Jiraiya was completely stunned. Benshu shrugged and said, "You can skip the payment as for later. I believe in Jiraiya-sensei's abilities." After truly experiencing the benefits of the experiment with chives, Jiraiya felt that the 50,000 taels were well spent. Seeing Jiraiya still lost in thought, the tree simply turned and walked away, sighing. One of the legendary Sananimalas, no more to say. Speaking of which, chives can now only be obtained through the shop, and if the price is a bit higher the tree would feel it slightly more reasonable. Moreover, Jiraiya is not someone who lacks money, at least that's how the tree perceives it. Jiraiya was torn. Indeed, it was a bit expensive, but after experiencing such joy he could no longer control his cravings. Then with a determination, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and paid off all the remaining balance. "Whatever the boss says goes, but next time you have work available can you bring me along? I can do everything Asuma can do. For tasks like land clearing I can directly call the toads from Mount Mayaboku for help and the efficiency is very high." The tree coughed twice nonchalantly and then said, "But the work on the back mountain is basically all settled now. Kakashi, Might Guy and Asuma are all taking turns working and there are no vacancies." The tree looked troubled. It wasn't that he truly wanted to refuse Jiraiya, but someone of Jiraiya's caliber needed to be assigned to a suitable position. This is called pulling strings. The tree deeply understood that every ninja working for him must have a high level of ideological awareness. However, the stronger the ninja, the harder it is for them to comprehend this. Thus the tree had to start early. There could be no delays. Jiraiya immediately said, "It's fine. As long as I can exchange for chives I'm in." The tree patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, smiling, "Great. I like high-awareness individuals like you, Jiraiya. If you're ready, contact me anytime." Jiraiya beamed, "Sure. Boss, you better prepare my position soon." "Boss. We know you're leaving, so we're here to see you off." Kakashi's voice came from afar. The tree instinctively turned around but regretted it the next second. The reign of the green-skinned monster had returned. The tree swiftly used a body flicker technique to appear in front of Ino and Gaara, saying, "Let's go, we need to hurry." Then the group dashed away without a trace and Jiraiya didn't even have time to ask for more chives. Kakashi sighed and then said, "If that's the case, this prepared gift can only go to Naruto." Immediately after, Kakashi pulled out a green jumpsuit similar to Lee's. Might Guy was beside him, constantly giving thumbs up. "Naruto. This is the power of youth. With this I believe your training will yield twice the results with half the effort." Naruto was completely brainwashed by Kakashi and Might Guy, his eyes shining with excitement. After receiving the jumpsuit, Naruto felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. What a shame, why did the boss have to leave so quickly? Jiraiya's face darkened. As a legendary handsome figure, if he were followed by a little green-skinned monster, would any beautiful ladies come near? Then to prevent Naruto from being too deeply influenced, Jiraiya hurriedly pulled him away. As they ran he didn't forget to thank Kakashi and Might Guy for not pursuing them. A few days later when the tree and his group reached the border of the Land of Fire the Sand Village sent Temari and Kankuro to welcome them. Hello big brother and sister. Gaara awkwardly smiled and greeted the two. However, looking at Temari and Kankuro, Gaara's expression seemed like he wanted to eat them alive. Why you, hello. The tree immediately slapped Gaara on the head saying from now on they are our customers. Customers are like gods. Smile, smile. Gaara scratched his head forcing a smile that revealed 8 teeth but it still made Temari feel very uncomfortable. Tree, don't make it hard for Gaara. He's already trying his best. Ino shook her head. After all, he is the leader and in front of his village's people, shouldn't they give him some face? Gaara shook his head and said no, the boss is right. This. Ino didn't know what to say. Temari and Kankuro however deeply doubted the decision to choose Gaara as the since he listens to the tree so obediently as if he were a puppet. Can this Gaara truly think for the village? But even if they were to make changes again they would have to discuss them after returning to the village. This time under the guidance of Temari and Kankuro they had more manpower, making the transportation of supplies much easier. Gaara, is there any way you can handle this sandstorm? It's blowing dirt all over me, the tree said helplessly. The weather in the Land of Wind is truly harsh. As soon as the wind blows it raises a lot of dust. Oh, I have a way. Gaara waved his hand forming a thin sand wall that enveloped everyone in the middle. Only then did the tree nod in satisfaction. Gaara was clever enough to make the sand on top thicker for everyone. From the outside it looked like a moving house. But at that moment several shuriken broke through the sand wall attacking the tree and the others. Ino drew her black blade the dark moon and with a swift move all the shuriken around the tree fell to the ground. The tree frowned slightly. Temari, what does this mean? In your country we would still be ambushed. Temari was sweating profusely. Where did these assassins come from? Regardless of whether it was Gaara or the tree, angering either of them would lead to disastrous consequences for the sand village. Go. Clear out all these bandits. Temari acted immediately to explain to the tree that these people could not possibly be from their village. However, the strength of these ninjas was somewhat unexpected. Temari and Kankuro were struggling to deal with them. The other side had a ninja skilled in stealth techniques and every attack was executed from extremely tricky angles, making them hard to defend against. Seeing that Temari and Kankuro were taking too long to solve the problem, the tree side, forget it, it'll help you. Wind Hawk Armor. Merge. The tree pulled out a scroll and after unfolding it immediately recited the incantation to summon the armor. The Wind Hawk armor has 3 weapons: the Wind Hawk rings on both shoulders, the Wind Hawk sword in the right hand and the Wind Hawk crossbow. To simplify things, the tree directly ate a can of spinach and fired a volley with the Wind Hawk crossbow at the surroundings. The ninjas of Sand Hidden quickly dodged and ran into the area encompassed by Gaara's sand. Those who came to ambush were howling in agony under the hail of arrows from the Wind Falcon crossbow. To be concealed under such an attack was utterly impossible. This was the first time Yuzuki Yukari witnessed the armor used by the main tree, but at that time she did not see the capabilities of this armor. However, it was clear that each piece of armor had its unique characteristics. Temari approached with a face full of apology, saying the Land of Wind is vast and sparsely populated. Indeed, there are quite a number of bandits. I apologize for alarming you, Mr. Main Tree. At that moment everyone's attention shifted from the main tree to the area that had been struck by the hail of arrows from the Wind Falcon crossbow. A patch of grass had surprisingly sprung up. Its lush green appearance swayed gently with the breeze. What strange ability is this? Yuzuki Yukari looked at the main tree with a head full of questions, asking, who do you? This scene left the main tree bewildered. The power of the crossbow arrows was indeed formidable, and if it hit someone it would surely take their life. But what was this grass on the ground? Just a second ago this place was nothing but desert. The wind could lift up a cloud of sand. The main tree approached skeptically, touching the small grass, and the real sensation confirmed that this was definitely not something formed merely by chakra. Now the question arose: the previous Flame Dragon armor, Snow Mastiff armor and Black Rhino armor each had increasingly terrifying combat power. The attributes attached to the weapons were also unique, and the main tree had played them to perfection. However, when he was eagerly looking forward to using the Wind Falcon armor, such a scene had unfolded. Suddenly Yuzuki Yukari exclaimed, is this, the wood release ninjutsu? When she realized the issue, she also reminded the main tree. That's right. The Wind Falcon hero is originally of the wood attribute, so knowing wood release ninjutsu is not too much, right? But then again, what was this grass growing all about? The main tree quickly switched his weapon to the Wind Falcon sword and slashed down. Immediately the area struck by the blade began to sprout green grass. However, that was about all it could do. After that, no matter how much the main tree tried, he could not change anything, and in the end he merely increased the area of grass a bit. Feeling a bit disappointed, the main tree cancelled the Wind Falcon armor and returned to the center of the group. At this moment he noticed the Sand-Hidden ninjas looking at him as if he were a true deity, their faces filled with reverence. Temari was so moved that tears streamed down her face as she suddenly rushed forward, hugging the main tree tightly. She said, Mr. Main Tree, with your presence it is very likely that our village can achieve great agricultural success. This miracle of turning desert into oasis can truly help our village escape the current plight. The main tree was taken aback for a moment and then said without a hint of embarrassment, "You're suffocating me." Temari's face instantly turned beet red from embarrassment. The ninjas accompanying the main tree surrounded Kanjiro and the others, including Yuzuki Yukari. Wood release was of great significance to Konoha, and they had discovered that the main tree possessed the ability to use it. At this moment they had to take the main tree back immediately. The main tree frowned slightly at this situation and asked Yukari, "What's going on? You understand the significance of wood release to Konoha, even if your wood release ninjutsu is quite ordinary right now. You must be taken back first." The main tree was not having any of it. They hadn't even reached their destination yet and they wanted to turn back. How could that be? The people of the entire Land of Wind were still waiting for the main tree group to officially settle in Sand Hidden. Temari's eyes were darting around. The current situation had far exceeded expectations. However, one thing must be admitted: the main reason for welcoming the main tree group's arrival was still to greet Gaara's return. Since Konoha's ninjas just happened to insist on taking the main tree back, she wouldn't mind giving a push to this situation. Although Temari really did not want to let this handsome guy the main tree leave just like this. But being the daughter of the previous Wind Shadow, she had to consider the village more. Moreover, if word got out about the main tree's ability to use wood release, Sand Hidden might very well attract the attention of powerful forces. Thinking of this, Temari regretfully said to her subordinates, "What happened today? Everyone in our village should keep everything that happened here to themselves. Otherwise you will face punishment according to the level of leaking village secrets." Thus for a short time both parties chose to conceal this matter for now. Ensuring the main tree's safety was the top priority. Just then the main tree smiled and said, "By the way, don't you think you guys are a bit confused about the situation? It seems that none of you here have ever beaten me, right? Why are you all trying to find a way to deal with me? Even if someone wants to cause me trouble, do you think I can't handle them?" Everyone was stunned. It seemed the main tree had a point. It appeared that he was indeed the user of wood release from the beginning. But the main tree showed no signs of nervousness. Some of the ninjas with lower standings couldn't help but laugh, leaving Yuzuki, Yukari and Temari at a loss for what to do next. Gaara added, "Are we going to continue waiting?" The main tree, not wanting to leave the two beautiful women, awkwardly said considerately, "Let's proceed as planned. Since we can use my ability to enable Sand Hidden to have its own planting capability. Isn't that very beneficial for our product cultivation?" But Yuzuki Yukari was still a bit concerned about the main tree's safety, but in the end she couldn't go against the main tree. A few days later, when the main tree arrived in Sand Hidden village, he realized the hardships here. As far as the eye could see, it was all desert. Turning a corner still found desert. But it deeply impressed the main tree with the meaning of desolation. Looking at the buildings in Sand Hidden village, he felt a headache. This was the limitation of the place. No matter how they built here, it would never compare to the grandeur of the main tree building in Konoha. Following the invitation of the higher-ups of Sand Hidden, the main tree and Yuzuki Yukari arrived at the Wind Shadow office building's conference hall. "Isn't this my little brother, the main tree?" Maki greeted the main tree with a smile. However, the main tree looked up in confusion and asked, "Who are you?" Maki's smiling face suddenly froze, but he still forced a smile and said, "The owner of Bentree runs such a large company, it seems quite big." Bentree glanced at Maki's hand suspended in the air, showing no intention of getting up from his seat. Maki could only awkwardly retract his hand, but many people from the Sand Hidden village had already clenched their fists. Regardless of the circumstances, Maki is one of the core members of the upper echelon of Sand Hidden. But what attitude does Bentree have? Is this the attitude one should have when coming to do business? Shinji was also quite nervous during the initial discussions about whether to allow Bentree to set up a company in Sand Hidden village. A significant portion of the upper management sitting here disagreed with Maki's handling of the matter. But in the end they still obediently listened, all due to Maki's persistent insistence. However, the people opposing Bentree's arrival in Sand Hidden still harbored malice toward him. Seeing Maki in such a predicament now made them both angry and amused. They were upset that Bentree looked down on Sand Hidden village, yet they felt vindicated in their stance seeing Maki in this state. Left with no choice, Maki returned to his seat. Meanwhile, he formally announced the start of the discussion meeting. "First of all, we warmly welcome the owner of Bentree Group to our village. Secondly, we from Sand Hidden village have a request, which is to hope that Bentree Group can give us 10% of the profits earned in the land of..." Maki's tone was very calm, maintaining a smile throughout. This was quite difficult for him, as he was usually a person with a serious demeanor. However, at this moment he was the one in charge and he had to show the necessary politeness. Upon hearing Maki's words, Bentree became displeased. "Gaara, let's go." "Okay, boss." The upper management were taken aback. Why was Gaara so obedient to Bentree now? This was completely different from what had been discussed before. Wasn't it said that Gaara was being coerced? Now it seemed that it shouldn't be called coercion. It had completely turned into Bentree's ally. Moreover, he was quite willing. Shinji's face was filled with embarrassment as Maki looked at him with a puzzled expression. Did Shinji not notice anything? Why didn't you report it in advance? Gaara was about to stand up when Maki quickly changed his tone and said, "This matter is completely negotiable, Mr. Bentree, please don't be anxious. After all, this involves almost the entire business of the Land of Wind, and we still want to be cautious." Bentree snorted coldly and said, "You, what are you? You have been talking non-stop from beginning to end. Don't forget it was you from Sand Hidden who sought us out. And now Gaara is also my person. What you village can't provide I can. May I ask where is your capital to negotiate conditions with me? Benshu slightly pushed his chair back. The sound scraping against the ground was particularly harsh. Then he directly put his feet on the negotiation table, looking disdainfully at Maki across the table. Don't be too arrogant, kid. Don't forget where you are now. Although our previous Shadow Lord has disappeared, maintaining the village's dignity is our duty. Although Maki did not speak, the other upper management could not stand Benshu's arrogant attitude. Shinji continuously gave Maki signals, sweat streaming down his anxious forehead. He didn't even dare to wipe it off when it dripped into his eyes. He wanted to persuade Maki not to get too worked up. Over here Tsukuyomi was also quietly advising Benshu. You should give them some face. This way we can't negotiate at all. If this continues and it falls apart, it will become a problem for our people to even leave here. At that moment an old woman opened the door and walked into the meeting room. Benshu's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that finally someone who could take charge had arrived. Chiyo, who had been hidden behind the scenes in Sand Hidden, could no longer resist continuing to observe from the back. As soon as Chiyo appeared, the upper management immediately stood up and signaled to her. Maki even proactively offered his position to Chiyo. This young man, don't be so impatient, only communication will make our cooperation more pleasant, right? Chiyo's aged voice carried a hidden pressure, yet Benshu chose to confront her hidden. Hello, since you mentioned the word communication, I would like to ask a question. Is this how you Sand Hidden treat conscientious merchants? Chiyo smiled, her wrinkles trembling with emotion. In front of this venerable elder, the people of Sand Hidden village fell silent. Because once Chiyo spoke, even the shadow had to stop and listen to her opinion. However, Benshu completely ignored this. What does your shadow have to do with me? It's just about the matter at hand. Yet in reality all the upper management were astonished by Benshu's audacity at such a young age. Maki was deeply conflicted. The reason he had been so polite was simply because Benshu's strength was undeniable. Moreover, he had the powerful Konoha backing him. This business deal must be concluded. But if the village really gets no profit at all, it would not sit well with the villagers. Thus these upper management tried desperately, but who knew that Benshu was completely unyielding. Even the newly appointed shadow was listening to his words. Negotiation. What to negotiate with? Chiyo still wore a smile, but her voice was no longer as friendly as when she first appeared. Although our village is not as powerful as your Konoha, since we can stand as a force of the land of wind, we still have the capability for a mutual destruction. Upon hearing this, the fists of the upper management tightened, and some were already prepared to act at any moment. Tsukuyomi was also so tense with the standoff that she had her hand on the hilt of her weapon ready to cover Benshu's retreat. Only then did Benshu remove his feet from the table. Ha ha ha. Chiyo, what are you talking about? Our Benshu group has never been affiliated with Konoha. Don't tie us to the country. I am someone who doesn't rise early without profit. My eyes only see money. So I hope you can understand this. And what I want to say is no one can take away what I have decided regarding the profit share. Even the Hokage of Konoha is no exception. Unlike the murderous intent surging from Sand Hidden, Benshu remained steadfast, allowing the murderous intent to crash against him. As the tension rose and it seemed like a fight was about to break out, Shiju suppressed her racing heart and mustered the courage to say, Grandma Chiyo, everything Boss Benshu said is the truth. You may not know the influence of Benshu group in Konoha. In Konoha, even many well-known jōnin willingly work under Benshu group. Upon meeting Benshu, they all respectfully address him as boss. Seeing that Grandma Chiyo remained unmoved, Shiju continued, during the Chunin exams, the most prosperous commercial street in Konoha was entirely owned by Benshu group. Moreover, according to our intelligence network, all that Benshu has given in return is merely his goods as equivalent exchange. He hasn't profited a single dime from us. Maki turned pale, feeling like he was being hit where it hurt. Which side are you on anyway? However, Grandma Chiyo remained calm and Shoju sighed, helplessly glancing at Benshu. I can only help you up to this point. Benshu's heart was filled with joy. This wave of support was indeed from the allies. This assist was simply perfect. The proposal from someone in her own village, coupled with Grandma Chiyo's resolute attitude, had become utterly ridiculous. Atsuki Seiki also lamented that at such a critical moment Shiju's assist was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The little girl was still too young. After Shoju sat down, Grandma Chiyo casually glanced at her and sighed inwardly, truly a girl grows up too fast. In that case, let's do a favor. Enough, this is still your young people's realm. This old woman only came out to stir the pot. Gaara, you must cooperate well with Boss Benshu. Gaara was taken aback for a moment before replying yes. Additionally, Shoju, you will act as the liaison between Sunagakure and Benshu group. In the subsequent work you must communicate well with Boss Benshu. After saying this, Grandma Chiyo gave Shoju a deep look. How could Shoju not understand Grandma Chiyo's meaning? Lowering her head to hide her blushing cheeks, she said yes. Lastly, Maki, you must take responsibility for finding the fourth Kazekage. You must not slack off. Upon hearing Grandma Kyo's words, Maki felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, the village's higher-ups also felt Grandma Kyo's hint. It was clear she was telling them not to interfere in Benshu Group's affairs any longer. Grandma Kyo also warned them that if they did not diligently assist Maki in the search for the fourth Kazekage, they would face her wrath. After giving these instructions, Grandma Kyo departed. Kanjiro nudged Gaara and said, "Kazekage, what are you still dawdling for? Shouldn't you confirm the cooperation plan with Boss Benshu quickly and then follow up on the process?" Oh, right. Before Grandma Kyo arrived, everything was under Maki's control. But now the power had shifted to Gaara. Benshu silently nodded. The old man understood the situation. He knew when to make the right judgment. Thus this journey in the Land of Wind was basically declared a success. Implementing the rest of the work was merely a matter of time. After taking charge, Gaara directly inquired of Benshu, "Besides the 8 projects you mentioned earlier, is there anything else I need to pay attention?" Benshu's demeanor softened considerably, smiling at Gaara and saying, "When you were in Konoha, you saw it. Our Benshu Group's building is the tallest structure in Konoha. However, if your village is to expend vast amounts of manpower and resources for this matter, it would be unwise. Therefore." Benshu deliberately dragged out his words, provocatively gazing at Maki. "So?" Gaara asked. "Why not let your Kazekage office building serve as the headquarters for the Benshu Group in the Land of Wind?" As soon as Benshu said this, Atsuki Seiki quickly yanked at Benshu's arm and whispered, "What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't you slapping their face?" Benshu shrugged innocently, in thinking of Sunagekire's best interest. Kanjiro, having interacted with Benshu, felt less aversion to his words. Instead, he marveled that Benshu truly lived up to the reputation of being intoxicated with 10 jugs of liquor, so impressive. Maki and the surrounding higher-ups were seething with anger. Provocation. This was outright provocation. It was like tearing off Sunagekire's face to use as a rag. However, now that the village's leader was on the same side as Benshu and with the backing of the old seniors behind them, even if these people were unwilling to accept this reality, it was laid out before them. Denying it wouldn't hinder his development. Now all Maki could do was persuade Gaara. "Kazekage, this office building symbolizes our village. We can't just hand it over to Benshu Group. Otherwise we will lose all face in front of the other villages." Immediately several others echoed Maki's sentiments. "Elder Chiyo hopes we can cooperate with Benshu Group, but this is not how cooperation works." "Kazekage, you absolutely must not agree." A crowd of people frantically emphasized the importance of this office building to Gaara. However, Gaara quietly listened to the group, and when he finally spoke, he slowly said, "Boss, I agree. When will the renovation start?" Gaara had actually intended to agree long ago, but once Benshu mentioned it, it became much more reasonable. Benshu snapped his fingers and said, "Then let's do it today. It's best to quickly boost your village's economy." Gaara nodded and said to Shoju, "Then this matter will be entrusted to you. If there are any procedures to follow, you should consult Maka-senpai." Shoju smiled and replied, "Of course. Maki, can we not keep digging the grave? I've already been kicked out of the core power circle. Must you still come seeking me out?" Atsuki Seiki felt it was quite strange. Reflecting on the entire negotiation process, she was the only one who had been tense throughout. For Benshu, the fluctuations in the middle were merely minor interludes, nothing to fear. He handled everything with calm composure. Since this tree led some followers of Konoha to Sunagekure, a week has already passed. During this week, this tree had only one task: to aggressively promote itself. At the same time, various sample trial products were launched. Among them, the sales of chives were the most explosive. Following that were products like papaya candy, which indeed surprised this tree. Originally, I thought the people of Sunagekure wouldn't be particularly wealthy, but I greatly underestimated their purchasing power. After a careful study, I discovered that Sunagekire's craftsmanship is exceptionally high. Due to the sparse population under the leadership of Granny Chiyo, they fervently researched various puppet techniques to replace the ninjas of Sunagekure in battle, thus significantly improving the survival rate of the ninjas. Similarly, their proficiency in ninja tools is also impressive, with shogi being a prime example. Their economic development is precisely conducted in this manner, exchanging goods with other countries for compensation. So after a week, this tree earned quite a bit, but as a result the stock was almost completely depleted. This tree looked at the system store's newly generated 1 million points and felt pride for coming to the Land of Wind to expand its business. Indeed, chives cannot be harvested endlessly. The best strategy is to change locations. What made this tree feel most comfortable was the special ability of the Wind Eagle armor, which proved to be a tremendous help. With the assistance of the Wind Eagle armor, the areas around Sunagekure had nearly transformed into an oasis. Subsequently, this tree set up a task delegation board right in front of its corporate building, prominently posting a large weeding task. At first, the ninjas of Sunagekure were merely curious, but when they discovered that so much grass had grown outside their village, they were utterly shocked. This is in the desert. Even if there is grass, it would only be some drought-resistant plants such as saxaul trees and camel thorn. But now, as far as the eye could see, it was nothing but lush green. This situation spread throughout Sunagekure like the wind, and this tree became a presence equivalent to that of the Kazekage. This tree's identity and status were infinitely elevated. Many who came to help with weeding did so voluntarily, not asking for a single coin. They simply wanted to thank this tree for its arrival, which turned their surroundings into an oasis. Granny Chiyo, who had originally been in seclusion, would not have come out if it weren't for this extraordinary situation. However, as this tree's reputation in Sunagakure grew louder, Granny Chiyo couldn't help but come out again. Maki, how is the situation in the village now? Maki smiled sincerely and said, your earlier decision was extremely correct. Now with the help of this trees group, every aspect of our village is changing at a rapid pace. The most impressive is this trees would release ability which has greatly improved our village's natural environment. In a while our village could even consider becoming self-sufficient in food production. Granny Chiyo was completely stunned by Maki's report. How could there be so many changes in just a few days? Quick! Take me out to see. Granny Chiyo usually strolled leisurely with a cane, but now she completely disregarded that. She dashed out. Sister, you have a fish on the line. Another old man took a while to realize that Granny Chiyo had already left. However, when Granny Chiyo arrived in the village, her two eyes, now narrowed with age, struggled to open wide. Maki! Is this really our village? In the next moment, Granny Chiyo's tears streamed down her face. Because every face of the people coming and going was filled with smiles, which was the complete opposite of the previously oppressive atmosphere in the village. In less than half a month, why did such a huge change occur? Oh right, this tree. It's this tree. It's the tree group. Where is that boy from this tree? Take me to meet him quickly. Maki frowned slightly and said, how about I first take you for a tour around the village? Granny Chiyo was unwilling. I hope you won't resist my orders. Granny Chiyo was extremely anxious. Her mind now held only one thought. To find this tree and take a closer look at the boy who changed the entire Sunagakure by himself. Then. Let's go. Maki sighed deeply, not expecting to let the old senior find out about this matter. A few minutes later, Granny Chiyo looked at the original 8 clear characters on the foaming office building, thinking she must be seeing things, and rubbed her eyes to take a closer look. Benshu Group Sunagakure branch. When did the representative building of her own village change its name? At that moment she saw 2 ninjas chatting at the task release board. Brother, don't you have any tasks today? Let's go work at this trees group together. Sure. Doing tasks is way too exhausting. It's better to work for a few days in exchange for some chives. Brother, you understand me. Let's go. The conversation between the 2 ninjas left Granny Chiyo filled with confusion. Chives? What chives? Are they more attractive than task rewards? In response to Granny Chiyo's question, Maki was immediately petrified on the spot. How could he possibly explain this? This. Granny Chiyo frowned slightly. Are you planning to hide this from me? Cough cough. Elder Chiyo, this I really can't explain well. Granny Chiyo saw Maki's dilemma and directly went to check for herself. Benshu Group task: weeding 100 pieces. Optional task rewards: a portion of Gene Kila Spinach products. A portion of the Regaining Confidence Papaya products. 1 chive King of Night Serenade. This was the first task panel with the Benshu Group's task delegation placed prominently. No one cared about the other escort tasks and exploration tasks at all. Hey, isn't this Granny Chiyo? How come you're not fishing today? This tree's half-joking voice came. However, before Granny Chiyo could respond, a crowd of people bypassed her and surrounded this tree. Idol, can I get your autograph? After resolving the issues with Sunagakure, Benshu felt an immense sense of relief. And there was a considerate warehouse manager. Ah no, now it's the proxy of the Land of Wind, the 5th Kazekage. As they approached Kanahagakure, Yuzuki Yuin sighed and said, this trip to the Land of Wind feels like a dream. I originally thought your words before coming were just to reassure me. But now it seems you truly possess such ability. The boss Benshu dares to outsmart even the Hokage. Those people from Sunagakure are simply not worthy. Ninja B followed up saying, well, only boss Benshu can act with such impunity, and it seems the daughter of the 4th Kazekage has a crush. He. Yuzuki Yuin grinned and said, when it was time to leave, that little girl was gazing at you with such longing. If you were willing to stay a bit longer, I believe Granny Chiyo would have wanted to play matchmaker for you. After they learned about your contributions to Sunagakure, did you not see how Granny Chiyo seemed to have aged back by decades, fervently trying to set you up with that little girl? Ha ha. As they chatted, for some reason a certain image of Granny Chiyo in a swimsuit flashed in Benshu's mind. In an instant Benshu felt overwhelmed. It was as if he had been force-fed 2 jars of black garlic by Sister Hey. Terrifying. Oh no, that image is now indelible. Benshu wildly shook his head and then turned to hug Yuzuki Yuin. Yuin was initially taken aback by Benshu's sudden action, but the next moment she gently stroked his head and said, oh, I was just joking with you. What's wrong? Is the boss of a multinational corporation feeling shy? Benshu couldn't care less about that. Hadn't he heard that Tanuki would surely die? Sigh. Everyone laughs at Tanuki, yet how many can truly become like him? I am just a little tree. And I can be. Hokage's office. Yuzuki Yuin handed over the prepared report scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Benshu and Yuzuki Yuin sat on the sofa waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's response. However, he had barely glanced at it before standing up in shock, exclaiming, You You can actually use wood release. Benshu waved his hand and said, don't rush Hokage-sama. We can take our time discussing this after you finish. Yuzuki Yuin added, our trip was quite spectacular. I also suggest that Hokage-sama finishes reading before we talk. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't understand why Yuzuki Yuin was so insistent, but he decided to continue reading nonetheless. The more he read, the more astonished he became, and several times he nearly jumped out of his seat but managed to restrain himself. In the end he couldn't sit still and began pacing back and forth in the small office. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, he even bumped his stomach against the desk in the process. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't stop watching the scroll, as if every detail was worth savoring. And indeed it was, for Yuzuki Yuin, having once been in the Umbu, had undergone specialized training in reporting tasks. In addition to detailing the actions Benshu took during this trip, she also added some literary embellishments. It was only natural for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be captivated by it. Yuzuki Yuin looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's engrossed expression and nodded in satisfaction without even realizing it. Benshu directly gave Yuzuki Yuin a thumbs up. He didn't have many other hobbies. He just enjoyed showing off in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. For some reason, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen flustered brought him great joy. This is not a strange hobby. Benshu always felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite unorthodox. Besides, now in this village they keep saying Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest Hokage, which Benshu finds hard to believe. No matter what, as long as there is an opportunity, he will excavate everything hidden within Sarutobi Hiruzen's bones. Jiraiya's obsessive search for material must have been a habit he developed since his youth, right? Does Sarutobi Hiruzen as a teacher have no responsibility? Benshu, I need to tell you something very seriously. From today onward you need to prepare to conceal yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long time to regain his composure after finishing the scroll. He never expected that without noticing Benshu had become an entrepreneur who almost controlled the entire land of wind. How terrifying is that? The crux of the problem is that Benshu's control is entirely the kind that aligns with the public's will. In other words, for Sunagake here, most of the villagers have gradually adapted to this stable life of farming and vegetable cultivation. The more they appreciate the beauty of this lifestyle, the more they will be grateful for what Benshu has done. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen does not see this as a good thing. After the Chunin exams, the reputation of Benshu's group began to spread wildly throughout the ninja world. But at that time it was still limited to Konoha, and Konoha, as the most powerful village in the current ninja world, is without a doubt the strongest. It is perfectly normal for such a business group to appear. At most, what would be worth studying would be the canned spinach or papaya candies brought back to their respective villages. But these are trivial matters. Yet now the fame of Benshu's group has extended to the land of wind. Moreover, if it is in a situation where it is almost on the verge of coexisting with the entire village, it is an extremely terrifying. After all, the current ninja world is not peaceful. Thus, for various considerations, Sarutobi Hiruzen's final decision was that Benshu must undergo rigorous special training. As for the source of those armors, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care. As long as it helped Benshu's strength, there would be no problem. However, after hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision, Benshu was first taken aback, then puzzled, as he asked, conceal? Why should I conceal myself? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply and said, the ninja world is not peaceful right now, so I hope you can grow a bit more. I've already made that decision. Nothing you say will change it. Plus I can help you figure out why you can't use wood release proficiently. Find out for me. Could it be? Benshu was initially puzzled, then he heard someone reporting from the entrance of the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed out a cloud of smoke, looking at Yamato, and said, this tree can use wood release, so you'll need to guide him more. Who is this kid that just popped up? Ever since the first Hokage died, countless people have tried to recreate his glory with wood release. Numerous experiments have been conducted. Yamato is one of those who was experimented on alongside others who were taken by Danzo to have the first cells transplanted. Yamato can hardly remember how many of his companions have died before he emerged. However, the truth is that even if he can use wood release, his combat ability is a different story. But this cannot deny the fact that recreating a ninja capable of using wood release is incredibly difficult. No matter how incompetent Yamato might be, the rarity of wood release cannot be overlooked. This child is. Before Yamato could finish his words, the third Hokage directly gestured to stop him. From now on you will be his mentor, don't worry about anything else. Yamato nodded and stopped asking questions. The tree thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen might not be considered a strong ally, but his authority in Konoha village is beyond doubt. The third clearly wants to cultivate his own without affecting his own earnings, while also sending Yamato, whom the tree has long thought of, right to his door. Truly, the third Hokage has an excellent eye for talent. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had finished his instructions, the tree smiled and patted Yamato on the arm, saying, you have a good build, quite sturdy, a good material for work. Let's go, let's go. There are good things in the back mountain, I'll take you to see them. Yamato looked at the tree's smiling face and felt something was off. A chill crept from his tailbone up to his head. Yamato's face was dark with lines. Didn't the Hokage just say he was going to be your mentor? Why is he dragging me to the back mountain right away? At this moment Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Teaching this child requires great patience, so you must not rush. Iraka expressed, I am familiar with this. Moreover, this is also a test for you, do you understand? Yamato looked deeply at the tree, noting the third's words were all biased towards him. This also sparked Yamato's intense curiosity about the tree. What kind of person is this tree? The information from root should be controlled by Danzo. Readers, please forgive me. Yamato nodded and was about to clarify things with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but he was directly pulled out by the tree. We agreed that you are my person, so why are you still hesitating with the old man? As soon as the tree stepped out of the Hokage building, he said to Yamato. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his office, sighing, am I overly indulging this kid? Sigh, can't he at least avoid talking bad about me? Just then 3 guests entered the Hokage office. They were Tsunade, Midogate and Danzo. Tsunade immediately spoke. Hiruzen, you know about this. Midogate followed up, saying, when the second Hokage entrusted you with the Hokage position, he didn't say you could have everything under your control, did he? Since this kid has attracted attention, it seems you have been taking special care of him, haven't you? Not only have you secretly instructed the Yambu to restrict information about him, but you also sent Yuzuki Yugo as a supposed monitor, while in reality you've been protecting him, covering your tracks perfectly. Danzo stood there expressionless, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems these 3 came to demand an explanation. Sarutobi Hiruzen flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, please take a seat. If you want to hear an explanation, I hope we can avoid any hostility. Upon hearing this, Tsunade took the lead and the 3 of them sat down respectively. At this moment Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, saying, after the Ninetales incident, the strength of our village has been continuously diminishing. To stabilize, the Uchiha clan was completely exterminated. Danzo has been conducting various trainings and experiments, but can you deny that the current strength of the village can't guarantee its safety? The incident with Orochimaru has sounded the alarm for me. I can say that my life was saved by that tree. During my hospitalization I contemplated a lot. This tree is clean like the 4th Hokage, so he won't be too entangled. But I do not want the tragedy of the 4th to repeat itself on him. Therefore I hope his growth takes place under the sunlight. Instead of being influenced by you all, only pursuing the interests of the village. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly said, are you questioning us? Danzo directly confronted him, while Tsunade and Midogate fell into deep thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not in a hurry. After all, he had already expressed his opinion and there were still 2 people who hadn't voiced their suggestions. The Hokage office fell into a dead silence and Danzo turned his gaze to the 2 advisors. Their attitudes would fundamentally determine how to handle this tree moving forward, whether to continue letting it develop as Sarutobi Hiruzen wishes or to intervene directly through village measures, reclaiming all of the tree's enterprises for the village. At this moment Midogate nodded at Tsunade, then Tsunade spoke in a calm voice, I still choose to believe that the second Hokage made the right choice in appointing you as Hokage. However, we hope that this tree can become the second Kakashi rather than another Orochimaru. Additionally, you should start considering candidates for the 5th Hokage. Since you want to rejuvenate Konoha, I hope it can start with you as Hokage. After saying this, Tsunade and Midogate both left. After a while Danzo slowly said, Hiruzen, I am increasingly unable to understand you. Be careful. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, your intelligence network should already know what level of combat power this tree has reached. In the end, what does it matter if you apply pressure? Can you really break through this tree's influence? Moreover, there's Suna behind him as his support. If you really want to take action against him, you might not be able to do it either. So it's no longer just me protecting. Instead, you all should be thinking about how to assist me in ensuring that this tree willingly protects Konoha for 100 years. After that, Danzo fell silent and soon turned to leave. On the other side, Benshu had no means of knowing what was happening inside the Hokage office. Currently he was immersed in a friendly exchange of wood release techniques. No way, with your skills you want to be my mentor. Benshu, clad in Wind Eagle armor, pointed his Wind Eagle sword, causing greenery to sprout wherever it directed. Yamato even needed to form a seal, and without the support of Spinach he stubbornly insisted on competing with Benshu. The result was... Ha! Ha! You! Is your chakra infinite? Yamato gasped for breath, having planted a small grove on his side while Benshu was nearing the creation of an entire green pasture. Then Benshu removed his Wind Eagle armor and looked at Yamato with disdain. By the way, don't you have any more impressive ninjutsu? If it's just about greening the environment, then I really can't compare to you. After all, I can only plant grass. Benshu felt a bit frustrated. It seemed that the wood release of the first Hokage was still an unattainable existence in this world. After repeated attempts, Benshu discovered the characteristics of the Wind Eagle armor. The wood armor brought forth an endless vitality. Wherever a skill using the Wind Eagle armor was deployed, the soil would become exceptionally fertile, perfect for cultivation. However, this was only one aspect of its endless vitality. After donning this armor, Benshu felt as if he were in a healing pod. Moreover, it significantly enhanced his perception abilities, though it was only effective in areas with a considerable presence of trees and plants. In summary, weak in combat but with overwhelming support abilities. However, Benshu also figured out several new functions of the Wind Eagle armor if his attacks were devoid of malice. He could also transmit this healing ability, and its efficiency was far superior to that of ordinary medical ninjutsu. Alright, enough of that, I can't keep making this up. Aside from being able to turn wasteland into treasure, the Wind Eagle armor had no connection to anything related to making money. Back in the land of wind it was even worshipped like a deity. After returning to Konoha, Benshu wearing the Wind Eagle armor was essentially a talisman capable of using wood release. With a long sigh he realized this thing was hopeless as for combat power. Flame Dragon armor, Snow Mastiff armor, Black Rhino armor, which one was not appealing? As for Earth Tiger armor, the surrounding area of Konoha is all forests and wood attributes counter Earth, so even if the attack power was decent it would surely be diminished here. Benshu's plan was to wait until he needed to venture into the land of Earth before pulling out the Earth Tiger armor. By then in the domain of Earth attributes, even if it was an auxiliary attribute like the Wind Eagle armor, its capabilities probably wouldn't be so disappointing as to merely contribute to greenery. Benshu nodded in satisfaction at Yamato, who was already exhausted. Wasn't this the perfect time to turn him to his side? Benshu directly handed a can of spinach to Yamato, saying, "Come on, eat this and it will surprise you." Yamato looked at the spinach can with suspicion. "What is this?" Benshu chuckled, saying, "I'm your student, how could I possibly harm you?" Yamato, half convinced, gulped down the spinach can, and the next moment his nearly depleted chakra was mysteriously stimulated, squeezing out from every cell. Soon after, the squeezed out chakra replenished itself, and before long Yamato felt a surge of energy. "Why do I feel something warm?" Yamato questioned as he touched beneath his nose. His eyes widened in surprise, and at that moment Benshu kindly reminded him, "You feel it right. This is the flagship product of my Benshu group, Gene Cola Spinach. Just a friendly reminder, if you don't release the chakra you've consumed quickly and allow the spinach can to continue activating your chakra energy, your body might explode." In truth, Benshu exaggerated a bit to create a sense of urgency for Yamato. Without this, how could Yamato possibly comply? Upon hearing Benshu's words, Yamato instantly grew anxious, because he could now clearly feel that his body was like a balloon swollen with chakra. What should I do?" Benshu chuckled and said, "Pure wood release energy can indeed promote plant growth. This will not only help you solve your current predicament but also allow me to learn how to control wood release chakra energy." At that moment Zabuza approached, seeing the boss had brought in a new recruit, so he came to join the fun. Earlier Benshu had inexplicably kept him away, now there was no reason to refuse, right? "Boss, is this your new worker? If so, do I need to keep an eye on him all afternoon?" Meanwhile Yamato pressed his hands to the ground, constantly funneling the excess chakra energy flowing from his body into the earth, feeling a bit better. "But what the hell is a worker? What happened to the mentor we agreed upon? Benshu, doesn't this feel a bit off?" However, Benshu was completely focused on the leaks and had no interest in Yamato. The system really didn't deceive people. Even the marked places were so effective. The originally tender leaks had not yet reached maturity. And now, stimulated by Yamato, they were growing at an almost visible pace. Benshu nodded in satisfaction. "A Yamato mentor, did you just say something?" Yamato, speechless, thought, "Is this guy treating me like a tool?" Now he finally understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen said teaching Benshu required a good mindset. "Oh, I get it." Yamato suddenly realized, "So at the beginning when you and I were sparring in wood release, it wasn't to learn at all. You tricked me into exhausting my chakra just to deceive me into thinking this spinach can was a good thing, all to let me strengthen your seedlings." Zabuza couldn't contain himself anymore and burst into laughter. He had been watching Benshu's antics from the side. At first he had some doubts, but soon he understood. Now, seeing Yamato realizing Benshu's schemes, he laughed uncontrollably. Zabuza patted Yamato on the shoulder, saying, "Take my advice, the boss schemes are the longest road I've walked, you won't be able to grasp it. Also, you've experienced the effects of the spinach, and having this as a combat insurance is undeniably helpful for battles. So just follow the boss and work diligently. He has plenty of treasures." Dea stood there wordless, bewildered. What on earth was happening? The whole scene felt oddly surreal. At that moment Zai Bujan asked, "Boss, Kakashi hasn't come by for days, the watering has been delayed. Could you go check on him?" Benshu bristled. So while he was away in the Fingji country, Kakashi had apparently been lying asleep in the hospital the whole time. Zai Bujan continued, "Because Kakashi hasn't come, I had to post missions at the commission to hire water release ninjas to do the watering." Benshu grew frantic. Without Kakashi's oversized watering can and Zai Bujan handling the tasks together, how would so vast a field get watered? How much silver would it cost to hire ninjas to water it all? Where is Kakashi's ward? Benshu asked. 404. The thought sparked an idea, and Benshu successfully developed a new function for the Foaming armor. The Foaming armor is a wood attribute suit that also bears wind capabilities, and among the 5 armors it is the one best adapted to flight. It stands as the embodiment of speed among the 5 armors. In the absence of a phalation mark, the Foaming armor is the most reliable means to make swift travel. Benshu thoughtfully left a phalation mark on the rear mountain, then sped toward my hospital with all possible haste. Arriving above my hospital, Benshu dropped in a free fall and landed in the hospital courtyard, immediately drawing countless gazes. What is that? A new armor. Incredible, it can actually fly. The next moment Benshu unsealed the armor. The crowd's astonishment quickly subsided and was replaced by unabashed adoration. So it's Boss Benshu, never mind then. They say even the Hokage were rescued by Boss Benshu in his black armor. I just want to hug Boss Benshu in his armor. He's so handsome. I love the white and blue palette, perfect. To avoid trouble, Benshu estimated the location of Kakashi's ward and vanished in an instant. Kakashi's ward burst open. Still asleep. Get up and go to work. In the next instant, a green-skinned kappa with a watermelon-shaped head, tears streaming, lunged at Benshu. Ouch. My head. Benshu dodged hastily. Mate Kai, careless for a moment, banged his head against the door and collapsed to the floor, wailing in pain. After rubbing his head, he scrambled up and said plaintively, "Boss, please save Kakashi. He hasn't sparred with me for a week. He's only just begun to sense the essence of youth. I don't want his youth to vanish like this." Benshu felt a vein of exasperation. He was tempted to march to the Hokage's office and register them as married on the spot so they'd stay together forever. He also noticed that Mate Kai's vigil seemed a little off. Was the fellow really keeping watch day and night at the bedside? That intense affection reminded Benshu of the other day when he had seen two green-skinned kappas indulging in their youthful ardor together. Ugh, he couldn't help but retch. The image was painfully vivid. When will those two tormentors be expunged from my mind? System. Hurry. Please purge from my head all memories of those two green kappas. When Kakashi's hair grows back, no longer matters. Aside from serving as a universal watering can, he may as well be useless. The system displayed an image of an old man fanning himself in Benshu's head, which eased his suffering just a little. Only then did he properly examine Kakashi's condition. Mate Kai explained, "Kakashi's bodily signs are all fine, but for some reason he simply won't wake up." Benshu frowned. Putting everything else aside, this copy ninja Kakashi was useful. Leaving him like this was not an option. He switched into the foaming armor and attempted to use wood-release chakra healing to rouse the lazy Kakashi. After some time, Benshu gave up. This was not his area of expertise. Kakashi had likely suffered profound mental damage from Uedo, a powerful genjutsu. The foaming armor's wood-release healing was about as effective as a slug of strong liquor, manifestly powerless against a psychological affliction. Just then Shaoli arrived and, seeing Benshu, urged, "Zuozhu seems to be in the same condition as teacher Kakashi for some reason. Zuozhu is stronger than me now. He'll wait until he wakes to settle it. A genius of the Uziba clan. I will surely defeat him. But if he doesn't wake up, that will be difficult." Benshu felt his mental bandwidth falter. Swimming wasn't enough, now there was another little green kappa. Oh, he understood, a stable romantic pairing always seems to invite a third party. A triangle, it seems, is what gives stability. Mate Kai pleaded again, "Boss, we believe you can find a way. Could you please handle this?" At that moment Mao Yuxian arrived, breathless. "Don't worry, Zealai has gone to fetch Lady Gangsho. He should be back soon. If it's Lady Gangsho, these illnesses would be easily solved." Benshu shook his head and replied, "No, how could that be? My fledgling cash crop on the back hill still needs tending. I can't rely on those two indifferent Zen-like fellows. We must go ourselves." Mao Yuxian leaned on the doorframe, rubbing her temples as Benshu prepared to move again. Following him everywhere was proving to be a thankless task. Benshu had always been fast, and this new armor seemed to further augment his speed. It was now nearly impossible for Mao Yuxian to keep up. Benshu, however, was singularly focused on how to rouse his exemplary workers to labor, and he failed to notice that small detail. After giving a final explanation for Da's task, Benshu left peacefully. This time he finally sensed that the watchful eyes around him had diminished. With the enhanced perception granted by the Wind Eagle armor, his awareness became even clearer. Although he suspected that Sarutobi Hiruzen had done something behind the scenes, Benshu couldn't be bothered to care. If it weren't for those who were secretly monitoring him, it wouldn't have affected his ability to earn some money. Benshu would have swiftly dealt with each of them. Short Book Street, outside an izakaya. Tsunade looked at Naruto across from her and scoffed, "You think you can become Hokage? Come on, defeat me." Jiraiya stood silently beside them, quietly observing the furious Naruto. In the next moment Naruto raised a half-finished Rasengan towards Tsunade. Tsunade's expression shifted slightly, but as she focused, her curiosity quickly faded. She initially thought Naruto could really use the Rasengan, but before it could get close to her it suddenly vanished. Naruto was momentarily stunned, but in that brief instant Tsunade delivered a swift strike that sent him crashing into the wall. "I thought you were stronger than this. You talk a big game, but maybe you should save your breath. Hokage. That's laughable. Even a dog wouldn't take that role." Jiraiya had come here for another task, one that Sarutobi Hiruzen had secretly informed him about. Due to Orochimaru's actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized his own frailty, and the first priority was for Jiraiya to bring Tsunade back to the village. In the distance at that moment someone was standing on a rooftop, carefully sensing the surroundings. Suddenly the commotion from Short Book Street caught Benshu's attention, and he focused his sensing in that direction, quickly discovering Jiraiya and Naruto's chakra signatures. "Sister Ugetsu, I found them. Let's go." Yuzuki Ugetsu looked frustrated, having followed Benshu all day. Although she had been briefly carried by him with the Wind Eagle armor, she still felt completely exhausted. Just when they had rested for a moment, they had to move again. "Wait for me." In no time Benshu jumped outside the izakaya. Naruto was still embedded in the wall and Benshu teasingly remarked tsk tisk isn't this a bit too much? How have you gotten so damaged in just a few days? Naruto held his forehead, the sharp pain shooting through his body. Hearing Benshu's voice, he struggled to rise from the wall. Yet just as he took a couple of steps, the wall, which had a human-sized hole, suddenly collapsed. Boom! Dust and bricks buried Naruto. Inside, Jiraiya, upon hearing Benshu's voice, swiftly dashed out. But upon seeing Benshu clad in the Wind Eagle armor, he was momentarily stunned and then asked in confusion, You are Benshu? Yo Jiraiya. How does it feel without my leaks around? Benshu said with a mischievous grin. Then Tsunade also stepped out along with her subordinate Shizen and the little piglet Tonton. Benshu. I've missed you so much. You have no idea how hard it has been for me while you were away. I've been waiting for your return day and night. Finally you are here. Saying this, Jiraiya lunged toward Benshu. Benshu instantly dodged to the side, saying, Get away from me, you perverted old man. However, Jiraiya reached into his pocket and pulled out a large banknote worth 1,000,000 ryo. Hurry, hurry. Boss Benshu. I want 5 bundles of leeks. Benshu's eyes widened in surprise. Jiraiya was indeed a wealthy man, throwing out 1,000,000 ryo without hesitation. Without a second thought, Benshu tossed 2 bundles of leeks to Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Aren't there supposed to be 5 bundles? Why are there only 2? It's simple, the prices have gone up. I offer door-to-door service, so it's only fair to charge a bit more, right? Wait, isn't that a bit too much? Doubling the price. Benshu pouted. I set the prices for my exclusive products at the Benshu Group. If you don't like it, why don't you return the leeks? As he spoke, Benshu stuffed the 100 ryo note into his pocket and went to snatch the leeks from Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya wore a face as if he had swallowed a fly, smiling wryly. Bye. Isn't it fine if I buy? Saying this, Jiraiya attempted to run towards the brothel. Wait. Jiraiya. Who is this? Aren't you going to introduce me? Tsunade said flatly. After successfully completing a deal, Benshu finally had the chance to examine Tsunade more closely. How to describe her? Just tsk. Benshu instinctively wiped his mouth. The saying that everyone wants to be like the Peach Blossom boy is absolutely true. With that, Benshu approached without giving Jiraiya a chance to show off. You must be Sister Tsunade, right? The villagers say that Sister Tsunade is the most beautiful person in the village. After seeing her with my own eyes today, I realized they were all lying. Sister Tsunade is clearly the most beautiful in the entire shinobi world. Benshu slowly approached Tsunade, marveling at the impressive skills of the Byakugo technique. This is simply stunning. In all of existence, it would be impossible to find another gem like her. Only Shikamaru, who has recently gone through an intense growth spurt, could barely compare to Tsunade now. Tsunade laughed heartily and patted Benshu's head, saying, Are you from Konoha Corps too? Why are you here? Benshu nodded obediently and replied, Yes, I came specifically to find Sister Tsunade. Sister, you smell so good. Can I hug you? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, then casually replied, Sure. I've never met such a cute boy like you before. Benshu's heart raced uncontrollably, and at the moment of the embrace he felt an overwhelming sensation of fulfillment. Moreover, accompanied by a wave of fragrance, Benshu felt as if he had stepped into a fairyland. Tsk tisk Tsunade, my idol. No one else will do. Yet at that moment Benshu suddenly sensed Tsunade's chakra flowing within his body. Benshu's lips curled into a smile, allowing her to probe. Tsunade frowned slightly, slowly releasing her grip on the tree, and gently asked, The chakra aura you emitted earlier is very similar to mine. What is going on? When Tsunade utilized ninjutsu with the Wind Eagle armor, it gave a sense of life force that was ever present. This made Tsunade feel quite familiar, and combined with the tree's appealing appearance, even though Naruto had just made her a bit annoyed. However, after a small hug with the tree, that feeling of familiarity washed away all her annoyance, and even Tsunade herself did not know what was happening to her. So much so that when Tsunade finished speaking, she regretted it. Why did she push away this child with whom she felt such a connection at first sight? Before the tree could respond, Jiraiya interjected, Tree, you've traveled a long way, let's eat something first. The tree knew Jiraiya was helping him out, but how could he refuse a question from such a stunning beauty? Oh, you mean this Tsunade-ni? Saying this, the tree took 2 steps back and casually pulled out a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Wind Eagle armor combine. In the tree's impression, each armor had its signature pose when combining, but he simplified the process. This is the ninja world. Would others remain indifferent while watching you transform and strike poses here? For example, someone like Kisame would probably not have the patience to wait while the tree was combining his armor. The more likely scenario would be him using the Samahata to slash at the tree, right? On the other side, Naruto, witnessing this scene, was no longer bothered. He rushed over to the tree. Wow, tree, you have a new armor again. So cool. When can I borrow your armor to try it on? This armor is simply my dream. The tree directly placed his hand on Naruto's head, a light green glow swirling and slowly entering Naruto's body. Naruto felt a warm sensation starting from his head and slowly extending down. The injuries he had just suffered were swept away in this warm cleansing. Ah. So comfortable. After demonstrating, the tree took advantage of Naruto's momentary distraction to pull out Naruto's frog from his pocket. Am I the little tree someone who offers free healing? But when he got a hold of Naruto's wallet, the tree was stunned. Why was it empty? Not even a single coin was inside. How could Naruto be so absurdly poor? I'm not saying this, Naruto, you're quite diligent when doing missions. Where's the money? Where's the money? Someone like you who borrows money quickly but pays back slowly and shows no awareness of repaying debt. I seem to have a new method to clear your debts. As he spoke, the tree's right hand transformed the Wind Eagle sword into the Wind Eagle crossbow. Then he turned to Tsunade beside him and said, Tsunade, have you ever seen a hedgehog? Today I'll prepare a supersized one for you. And it'll be the glowing kind. Without another word, the tree shot an arrow at Naruto's backside. The sensory ability of the Wind Eagle armor is among the best in the 5 elements armor, and while controlling the power of the arrow shot, the tree also adjusted the details in his mind. It was just like a syringe, just enough force to pierce Naruto's backside. Feeling the arrow hit him, Naruto jumped up in pain. It's not my fault, it's not my fault. My money was taken by that perverted sage. Just go find him, why torture me? Naruto hurriedly tried to distance himself from the tree, but the tree shot another arrow into his other buttock. Ouch. Ouch. I will definitely pay you back, just stop shooting. Naruto cried as he ran. What kind of day was this? Jiraiya awkwardly said, Naruto's wallet is indeed with me. I did this so he could rest well, so tree, please don't make it difficult for him. Without saying another word, the tree extended his hand. Jiraiya obediently placed Naruto's money into the tree's hand. Only then did the tree contentedly put away the small amount of money. Tsunade watched the scene of the tree using sealing techniques, while her curiosity about the tree grew even more. However, Tsunade did not pursue the matter further but continued to chat with Jiraiya about events in the village. As they drank, Jiraiya recounted the tree's achievements in detail. Tsunade's mouth dropped in astonishment several times and her hand trembled uncontrollably with the drink, nearly forgetting to take a sip. Jiraiya truly lived up to his title as a great writer, spinning the tale of the tree seamlessly, and the tree was so pleased that he rewarded Jiraiya with a leek. The next day Tsunade woke up early. Rather than simply waking up, she had not slept a wink all night due to the overwhelming impact the tree had on her. At the same time, Tsunade began to yearn for the village that had changed because of the tree. Thus she gazed at the scattered pedestrians on the street in the morning, lost in thought. Suddenly a kunai flew swiftly in front of Tsunade with a swish. Tsunade caught it, ready to curse, when she suddenly noticed the note behind the kunai. After opening it, her pupils constricted and she jumped out of the window of her room. Meanwhile, the tree was also waking up in the room of Uzumaki Yukaina. After carefully getting up, the tree did not disturb Uzumaki Yukaina. Following Tsunade, he went after her. At the temple on the mountaintop in the northern part of the short book street, Orochimaru was panting heavily with Kabuto beside him and Tsunade facing Orochimaru. Heal my wounds and I will promise to resurrect those two. And then what after you heal? Tsunade retorted. Next time. I will not fail again. I will definitely destroy Konoha completely. Tsunade clutched the necklace left to her by the first Hokage, struggling in her heart. This necklace was also a relic of her lover and her brother Shinjiro. Soon tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. Every day, every minute I think about whether I can meet them again. But after I heal you, you will continuously find ways to harm Konoha. I really want to see them again, but Konoha is the village they care about. So I can't. The tree, listening from afar to Tsunade's heart-wrenching voice, felt a pang in his heart. No matter how strong Tsunade was at this moment, she truly evoked sympathy. Sigh, what a headache. Another troublesome matter that won't yield small change for me to deal with. This tree is very reluctant to get involved in the grudges and entanglements of the Naruto world, but as time slowly passes it feels its mindset quietly changing. Just like Tsunade, now even a brief interaction allows one to sense her charm. This feeling is also present in the current Yuzuki Yuin. However, Tsunade has a different flavor altogether, one that is seasoned by the trials of time yet retains the mature elegance of a flower that never withers. She should be bold and unrestrained, yet this elegance is subtly contained, occasionally revealing itself, and beneath her unruly exterior lies a delicate heart, coupled with confidence stemming from her strength. This tree couldn't help but nod, muttering to itself, yes, this is pure admiration at 99. 99 appreciation, hee. But in the next moment this tree appeared beside Tsunade, softly comforting her. The so-called bonds are never the source of pain, though they have departed, their dreams remain. Isn't there still you, sister Tsunade? Tsunade's eyes turned red as she looked at this tree, remaining silent for a long time. This scene left the tree at a loss. Why did it feel compelled to lower its gaze at her tearful expression? To prevent Tsunade from noticing its wandering gaze, this tree gently wiped her tears and said, now go do what you want to do. That bastard Orochimaru killed quite a few villagers during his invasion of Konoha. This tree still had half a sentence unspoken, all because of that damned Orochimaru. How many lives were lost? How many workers? They are all gone. Orochimaru exploded with rage, roaring, it's all because of you, you damned bastard. Ever since you cut me, my soul feels like it's being scorched by flames every moment. If it weren't for not wanting to disrupt the invasion plan of Konoha, I would have torn you to pieces long ago. Now this guy actually came knocking. Today I will definitely kill you. Just then Jiraiya arrived speaking solemnly to this tree. Boss, I don't know if this counts as my working hours, a bundle of leeks and a good beating for Orochimaru. Can we make this deal? This tree laughed, thinking it was great that it didn't have to lift a finger. With Tsunade and Jiraiya teaming up, how could they not give Orochimaru a good thrashing? As for itself, watching a battle of this level is quite enjoyable. It could just sit far away on a small stool munching on a box of popcorn while enjoying the show, right? However, Jiraiya's expectations were rather high, wanting 5,000,000 Rio for a fight. Was he dreaming? No way, one leak and it can no more. With Sister Tsunade's help, isn't beating Orochimaru a piece of cake? Meanwhile, Orochimaru interjected, hey. I'm still here. Can you not treat the idea of beating me as if it's a product with a price? Are you too polite? Jiraiya sighed helplessly. Fine deal. Tsunade felt she was never afraid of Orochimaru, but with Jiraiya's presence the chances of taking him down increased. Immediately Tsunade sprang into action. With each step this tree felt the ground tremble. When she was about 10 meters away from Orochimaru, she leapt and punched towards him. Orochimaru dodged as best as he could, but Tsunade's speed was simply too fast, landing a solid punch on him. He was sent flying dozens of meters away like a broken sack. However, Tsunade had no intention of stopping, quickly pursuing the direction Orochimaru fled. Jiraiya followed closely while Orochimaru desperately tried to escape to buy himself time. Tsunade and Jiraiya closely followed, eventually reaching a very open area. Orochimaru abruptly stopped, preparing to execute his plan. Summoning jutsu. Suddenly a cloud of white smoke rose and both Tsunade and Jiraiya simultaneously thought this was bad. They immediately halted and quickly retreated. At the same time they also used the summoning jutsu. Gamabunta, Manda and the slug gathered together, creating a scene that truly delighted this tree. Seeing the plot unfold as this tree had planned, it hurriedly found a small hill to sit on from a distance and exchanged for a box of popcorn from the system, beginning to eat. Not forgetting to shout at Jiraiya from a distance, if you don't perform well your reward will be deducted. Crunch, then also cheering for Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, you are the best. Crunch. This tree felt that the popcorn at this moment was particularly sweet and it was enjoying it immensely. Meanwhile the performers in the arena began to engage. Orochimaru, suffering from the aftereffects of the Flame Dragon armor's sealing strike, was lacking energy for everything. However, at this moment, standing atop Manda, he indeed exuded a bit of the three legendary ninjas' aura. Wasn't this better than Boruto? In the special VIP seat this tree wondered who else. Manda, said Orochimaru. After this time you must prepare 100 live sacrifices for me, otherwise I will swallow you whole. All right. Handle today's affairs for me and I guarantee you will be satisfied with your meal. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Ever since receiving that cut from this tree, any thought he had about threatening the lives of others would be torturous. However, if he dared to voice such thoughts, the pain would multiply exponentially. The more he experienced this pain, the more Orochimaru wanted to eliminate this tree. It turned out that while this tree found it hard to act in Konoha, now it just needed to take care of these two in front of him to get his revenge. Even if Orochimaru faced two opponents, he felt no fear. Manda twisted its body and fiercely swung its tail towards Gamabunta. Gamabunta quickly raised his short blade to block, but Manda's movements were incredibly agile. The tail that was initially aimed directly downwards curved slightly, aiming straight for Gamabunta's right eye. Then, using the momentum of the tail flick, Manda dodged Gamabunta's short blade. This is good, this little eel is really impressive. Manda, go for another one. This tree clapped from a distance, also forgetting to amplify its voice through a loudspeaker. This tree thought, what bad intentions could a child like me have? I just want you to know how to fight more enjoyably, alright? Bastard. I will kill this kid, I must kill him. Manda's furious roar echoed. The 10,000 snakes initially held the upper hand, soaring high. But Benshu suddenly remarked about the mudfish turning over, and the 10,000 snakes disregarded Orochimaru's earlier command, releasing Gamabunta and charging towards Benshu at an astonishing speed. The massive jaws loomed closer to Benshu with teeth larger than Benshu himself. Yet Benshu did not evade. Out of caution, Orochimaru warned the 10,000 snakes to be wary of Benshu's potential trickery. However, as the distance closed further, all of Orochimaru's concerns vanished. At such proximity, even if Benshu's sprouted wings, escape would be futile. Die, brat. The 10,000 snakes snapped their jaws, directly obliterating everything in the vicinity of where Benshu stood. Benshu. Tsunade's fury surged. After summoning a small slug, she charged straight at the 10,000 snakes. If Benshu had witnessed the scene, he would undoubtedly have scoffed, calling it a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex 666. At that moment, Benshu stood atop the slug's head. After multiple encounters with Tsunade, Benshu had long since left the Flying Thunder God mark on her. Thus, when the 10,000 snakes charged, Benshu felt utterly fearless, instantly teleporting to Tsunade's rear. Yet by the time he wanted to call out to her, she had already dashed forward. Orochimaru clearly saw Benshu being completely swallowed by the 10,000 snakes. However, he felt that something was amiss. Immediately Tsunade rushed along the tail of the 10,000 snakes, rapidly closing in on Orochimaru, soon reaching the top of the 10,000 snakes' head. What followed was Tsunade's solo performance. Her fierce and unyielding fists showed no mercy. Orochimaru was pummeled with several blows, but suddenly Kabuto launched a sneak attack from the side, prompting Tsunade to turn and throw a punch. In an instant, both Tsunade and Kabuto knelt down, and Orochimaru suddenly spat out a Kuzenagi sword, stabbing directly towards Tsunade. Sigh. Benshu sighed and reappeared behind Tsunade. If Orochimaru had not intended to keep Tsunade alive for treatment, the outcome could have been fatal. This attack was aimed directly at killing Tsunade. Ultimately, he still chose to deviate an inch from her heart. However, Benshu flashed to Tsunade's back, making a face at Orochimaru before the latter's attack could reach. When he returned to the slug's head, Tsunade remained kneeling, not getting up for a long time. Kabuto was in the same state. Tsunade painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. Although it was her own, she felt completely numb. Her eyes were filled with horror as that scene replayed vividly before her. Jiraiya murmured, "Is it hemophobia?" Benshu frowned. Kabuto was indeed a troublesome character. However, it was also Tsunade's carelessness that allowed Kabuto to land his attack. Benshu handed Tsunade a bottle of ergotu. "This can heal your injuries. Drink it quickly." Yet no matter how Benshu urged, Tsunade remained fixated on the blood in her hand, silent for a long time. Now Tsunade seemed as if she had been petrified. Meanwhile, Orochimaru would not halt. He opened his massive jaws again, lunging towards the slug with a terrifying bite. "Bunta! Get ready with the oil." "Got it!" Jiraiya shouted, fire-style toad oil flame bullet. The next moment Gamabunta spat out oil and Jiraiya ignited it. Boom! The fierce flames instantly engulfed everything ahead, consuming the entirety of the 10,000 snakes' body in fire. Jiraiya saw the 10,000 snakes facing the fire ninjutsu hidden and quickly intensified the flames, determined to incinerate the 10,000 snakes. However, as the flames raged, Jiraiya noticed something strange. The 10,000 snakes' body seemed to vanish piece by piece like paper being consumed by fire. Jiraiya then ceased the fire ninjutsu. Once the flames receded, he found only a dried snakeskin left behind, continuously emitting white smoke. Jiraiya scanned the surroundings but could not find any trace of the 10,000 snakes. Not good. Underground. Gamabunta, reacting, immediately leaped into the air. Then Jiraiya and Gamabunta saw the 10,000 snakes erupting from the ground below them, revealing its terrifying fangs. The 10,000 snakes' attack once again proved ineffective. However, at this moment they noticed the slug beside them was motionless. Benshu was nearly frantic. Such a precious healing elixir ergotu was going to waste, as Tsunade couldn't drink it. No matter how Benshu pleaded, Tsunade remained numbly kneeling atop the slug. "Lady Tsunade! Lady Tsunade!" he called out repeatedly. But to no avail. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 10,000 snakes flicked their tongues, leaving long trenches in the ground wherever they slithered. Seeing the 10,000 snakes drawing nearer, Benshu felt utterly helpless. If it were an external injury, he could use ergotu to tend to Tsunade, but now it was clear she was suffering internal injuries, and only by drinking would it be effective. With that thought, Benshu could only say, "I'm sorry, Sister Tsunade." He tilted his head, gulped down a mouthful of ergotu and gently pressed it into Tsunade's mouth. The fiery sensation of the liquor filled Tsunade's mouth. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Benshu sighed inwardly, thinking, "I am truly a good person, intending only to save Tsunade's life with no ulterior motives." This warm sensation felt like a cool pudding combined with the subtle heat brought by the ergotu. The stimulation of ice and fire made Benshu feel exhilarated to his very core. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade's injuries within her body had fully healed. "Tsunade! Lady Tsunade, be careful!" The 10,000 snakes had tightly coiled around the slug, and as the distance closed, Orochimaru's neck extended rapidly. "You too! Die!" The Kuzenagi sword pointed directly at Benshu's back. If Orochimaru's strike landed, it would surely skewer them like a candied hawthorn. Both Benshu and Tsunade would be pierced by this sword. Benshu cursed inwardly, "Why must you ruin my good deed?" Black Rhino armor. Fusion. Clang, 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 clang. The patterns of the Black Rhino armor materialized on Benshu's body, accompanied by the sound of each piece of the armor fitting together. What? How is this possible? The Kuzenagi sword stabbed fiercely against the Black Rhino armor, yet a grinding sound echoed as the armor bore not a single scratch. Benshu ignored Orochimaru behind him and gently removed Tsunade's necklace, placing it around his own neck. "This necklace is something very important to Sister Tsunade, right? As a reward for saving your life, I will take it." Ding! Unlocked nuclear ping-he pineapple. The tree was taken aback, unexpectedly unlocking a new item at such a moment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the relic of the first Hokage, unlocking nuclear pineapple. Nuclear pineapple, it's just an explosion. Exchange price 10,000 taels. Nuclear pineapple, bidding farewell to the worries that hinder your fire. Just shout hee and you will have 10 seconds to dodge the mushroom cloud. The tree was stunned. This system explanation was really short. Besides, who in their right mind would shout hee? Isn't that social death? Ha! Shouldn't I add a line before that for steamed buns for $1? But then the tree thought, with the flying thunder god, what do I have to fear? If I teleport several kilometers away, even if I bomb the heavens, no one will hear right. And what's with needing 10 seconds to dodge? Is this thing really nuclear level? Just then Tsunade's voice pulled the tree back from its thoughts. No. This necklace absolutely cannot be given to you. Tsunade bit her lip and said, her attitude extremely resolute. When the tree wanted to explain, it noticed that Orochimaru was still relentlessly targeting it. With a swift motion, it pulled out the meteor gun and thrust backward. As soon as Orochimaru saw the meteor gun, he decisively withdrew his neck. This thing can even break the 4 purple flames formation. I can't afford to clash Eden. At the same time I gritted my teeth in hatred. Why is this annoying guy always sticking his nose in? I could have easily captured Tsunade. Tsunade, who suffers from hemophobia, only needs to see blood appear in front of her to completely lose her fighting ability. Isn't that just letting someone manipulate her? But it was the tree that messed things up. Not only did I treat Tsunade's injuries, but I also ensured that she was well protected. What frustrated Orochimaru the most was how incredibly tough this dark armor was. Isn't this Kusanagi sword supposed to be an unbeatable weapon? Why is it so useless now? At this time Kabuto's nerves damaged by Tsunade were slowly recovering. He hurriedly advised Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru. Shouldn't we leave first and plan later? Orochimaru shot a fierce glare at Kabuto. If Tsunade really returns to Konoha, will there still be a chance? So if we don't take Tsunade away now, my injuries will continue to persist. The sensation of my soul being constantly scorched made Orochimaru want to endure not even a second longer. Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Please escape. I can't hold on much longer. The slug exclaimed, saying that these two on top of it were truly inhuman. You won't be hurt by Orochimaru, but the 10,000 snakes are constantly squeezing me. Can't you find another place for your flirting? Tsunade then pleaded with the tree first. First, take me away from here. The tree once again vanished, with the flying thunder god technique appearing where it had just watched from afar. The slug's body then scattered, transforming into countless small slugs that gathered together, finally escaping from danger. Seeing that 10,000 snakes was getting more and more agitated, Orochimaru had fought countless battles but had never encountered someone so disgusting as the tree. He simply couldn't hit him. Finally Orochimaru had an opportunity to attack, and what happened? He stabbed with the Kusanagi sword for quite a while, but it was utterly useless. It didn't inflict even the slightest damage on the tree. On the other side, Jiraiya and Gamabunta were also incredibly shocked. This was the divine artifact Amino Murakumo, exclusive to the 8-headed serpent. In terms of sharpness, it could slice through iron like mud, yet just now, no matter how Orochimaru slashed, chopped or thrust, he couldn't break through the tree's defenses. P.S. I checked a lot for this setting, and in that mythology system it said that the Kusanagi sword Amino Murakumo of the 8-headed serpent is the most powerful. Jiraiya had only heard that the tree used that meteor gun to break the 4 purple flames formation, but hadn't had the chance to witness the other abilities of this armor. Today he truly gained deep insights. This terrifying defensive capability could probably withstand even explosive tags. Tsunade in the new location still trembled slightly. Even though her injuries had healed, her hemophobia still prevented her from returning to normal. Seeing Tsunade in this state, the tree realized she simply couldn't fight. Sighing, it could only say, Sister Tsunade, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. Tsunade was shocked to see that the tree actually wanted to take the initiative to attack. Despite trembling all over, she tried to stop the tree, saying, don't go. You can't defeat the combined forces of 10,000 snakes and Orochimaru. Jiraiya. What are you doing? Hurry and help the tree. Slug Sage. I'm counting on you. You absolutely cannot let anything happen to the tree. Jiraiya couldn't understand why this guy without a summoning beast dared to confront 10,000 snakes directly. Isn't this going to his death? However, just 2 seconds later, the massive 10,000 snakes in front of the two beasts suddenly vanished. Tsunade was greatly startled by this scene, roaring, where is the tree? Where is the tree? Orochimaru. If you dare to kill the tree today, I will turn the ninja world upside down for the rest of my life. I will kill you too. From afar, Jiraiya sighed. Tsunade is truly. However, it could be understood that the name of the 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash, is indeed too resounding, even surpassing that of the 2nd Hokage, the developer. Of course, this only refers to the Flying Thunder God technique. Wood release is likely derived from bloodlines, while the Flying Thunder God technique relies entirely on talent. Currently, Tsunade, due to psychological pressure, is even less likely to connect the tree's rapid movements with the Flying Thunder God technique. Several kilometers away, the tree was now standing atop 10,000 snakes facing Orochimaru. During the journey, the tree didn't forget to leave marks of the Flying Thunder God along the way, originally intending to speed up on the return trip. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be useful just now. As the two parties faced off, the tree directly cancelled the dark rhinoceros armor, grinning as it placed the recently exchanged nuclear pineapple into Orochimaru's hand. Hee hee, here's a gift for you. The scene before him suddenly changed. Orochimaru didn't react in time and was stuffed with a black pineapple by the tree. Yes, it's that kind of 360-degree Thomas spin black. The next second, the tree disappeared on the spot just as Orochimaru was preparing to. Roaring about throwing away the damned black pineapple, Kabuto suddenly said, Lord Orochimaru, is there a sound inside this thing? Orochimaru then pressed the black pineapple to his ear. There really is a sound. What a strange thing. On the other side the tree reappeared before Tsunade, grinning widely, and said, remember last night Sister Tsunade mentioned that she likes fireworks. I'm inviting you to watch. When Tsunade saw Benshu in that instant, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. I don't want fireworks. I just want you to be safe. Boo. A brilliant light rose slowly, accompanied by a mushroom cloud followed by a fierce wave of air rushing towards us. The shattered stones and earth were all lifted into the air without exception. Jiraiya exclaimed, could this be the work of Benshu? This terrifying explosive power. At least 1,000,000 level explosion talismans would be required to create such an effect. Yet when Jiraiya turned his gaze towards Tsunade, he couldn't help but smile. In that moment when Benshu disappeared again, Tsunade's concern for him far surpassed the fear brought by her hemophobia. Benshu was the one who helped Tsunade break free from her mental block. On top of the slug, Tsunade tightly embraced Benshu. Benshu expressed, sorry, please be sure to suffocate me. After a long while Tsunade slowly released Benshu and softly asked, was that mushroom cloud created by you? Benshu proudly nodded, of course. It's just Orochimaru, nothing to fear. Tsunade affectionately ruffled Benshu's hair and smiled, with your strength why would the third Hokage still call me back? Just let you take over as the next Hokage and that would be it. Benshu smirked, I have no intention of becoming an. Isn't it more appealing to be the richest person in the ninja world? The charm of small money is far greater than that of fighting and killing all day. At this moment Tsunade bit her lip and said, I can't give you this necklace because its previous two owners both died. Yet Benshu remained confident, saying, since Sister Tsunade has said that I have the ability to become Hokage, why should I fear this necklace? I want to see who can kill me. Tsunade laughed, alright, you're the strongest. Whatever you say goes. In the back mountain of Konoha a month later, Guy, can you speed up your plowing? Shiro, hurry and get me a bottle of papaya juice from the fridge. Kakashi, who had been in a coma due to Itachi's Tsukuyomi, was also cured after Tsunade returned. After reading the mission report written by Jiraiya, the third Hokage decisively handed over the position of Hokage to Tsunade. Konoha is truly a mess right now because of Orochimaru's plan to destroy the village, and the number of ninjas in the village has decreased significantly. Except for the necessary personnel left behind, almost everyone had gone out on missions. Even Kakashi was no exception. Yuzuki Yugo also announced that her protective mission was over and went on a mission. Only when plowing or watering is needed do the jōnin come to help. For this reason Benshu set up a small tent near Hokage Rock, leisurely watching the workers toil industriously. Beside him Shiro acted as a mobile fridge, keeping Benshu cool during the summer. The only thing that truly troubled Benshu now was that not having a phone was really annoying. There were too few means of contact, making it impossible to reach someone at any time. The most talented researcher in the ninja world, Orochimaru, was still in his developmental stage, otherwise Benshu would definitely have him come over as a researcher. If it were urgent to water the fields waiting for Kakashi and Zabuza would significantly impact the yield. The result of not using ninjas is that most of the work is done by civilians and the efficiency is certainly not as good as that of a ninja. Yet even so the Benshu group's warehouse was nearly full of goods. Additionally, within this large field there was a very special place where every single detail of the farming was personally handled by Benshu. That is the planting area for the nuclear level pineapple. This thing is rare and only occupies 1 mu of land. A warning sign 2 stories high in length and width was placed beside it, prohibiting entry. Almost everyone who had a relationship with Benshu had asked what exactly was inside it. But Benshu always had no comment. Every time the pineapples ripened he personally harvested them and stored them in the system space. After truly experiencing the power of the nuclear level pineapple, Benshu decided to use it as his secret weapon. Isn't this much easier than fighting in armor? Just imagine during a battle, as long as Benshu could touch his opponent he could teleport them several kilometers away using the flying thunder god technique. Throw a nuclear level pineapple and run away. How comfortable is that? Additionally, the reason Benshu could be so leisurely is partly because the ninjas were forced to go out on missions. And to buy insurance they almost all carried healing potions and golden Kila spinach. So Benshu didn't have to worry about sales at all. Lying at home while money flows in. Perfect timing. Just then Kamizuki Izumi walked in holding a letter, Benshuku, and a letter from the land of waves. Gangzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi took on the role of assistants after Tsunade became Hokage. Only Benshu could receive such special treatment of having the Hokage's assistant personally deliver a letter. Kamizuki Izumi did not understand why the new generation of Hokage still valued Benshu so highly after taking office. Read it to me, I'm too lazy to get up. Benshu said, drooping his eyes. Kamizuki Izumi. Are you polite? I'm busy as a dog and after going back I still have to move files. You want me to read a letter for you here? Hoof. Kamizuki Izumi snorted coldly, tossing the letter onto Benshu and turning to leave. Benshu wasn't anxious or angry, leisurely saying, just read the letter for me. Hearing Benshu's words, Kamizuki Izumi suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and pointed at Benshu, angrily scolding, what do you take me for? Dressed in casual clothes, Shiro had a steel needle 4 inches long aimed at Kamizuki Izumi's neck. Benshu quickly waved his hands and said, "Shiro, what are you doing? I've told you so many times. We should learn to persuade with reason. Don't always resort to weapons being influenced by that guy Zabuza every day." "Yes, boss." Shiro then retreated to Benshu's side. Kamizuki Izumi was so scared that cold sweat ran down his back. Just now he clearly felt a small needle mark appearing on his neck. Boss. I really have something urgent. Lady Tsunade can't leave her side." Benshu slowly stood up from the lounge chair, took out a can of spinach and placed it in Kamizuki Izumi's hand, saying, "Don't worry, my relationship with the 5th Hokage is very good. By the way, I remember you're good at water ninjutsu, right? Come help me water the plants first. Consider it an apology." At Konoha Hospital, the members of Team 7 had just completed a mission, and Sasuke, who was injured during the task, had been waiting in the hospital ever since. Naruto and Sasuke, unable to see eye to eye, immediately began to quarrel. "I'll take your kidney. You wish." While unleashing their respective techniques, if Benshu were present he would surely call it a domestic dispute. However, Jiraiya's timely appearance stopped them. "You two, is this how you should use your jutsu against your comrades?" Naruto and Sasuke glared at each other and then turned away. Sakura watched her teammates, who suddenly seemed like sworn enemies, unsure of what to do. Suddenly she thought of Benshu, who had rescued them from danger countless times, and hurriedly ran towards the back mountain. On the back mountain of Konoha, Benshu the landlord was still enjoying the human air conditioning provided by Bai under his small tent, savoring the beauty of life. The content of the letter from the Land of Waves praised Benshu profusely, followed by a 2 billion Ryo silver note arriving in the mail. That's right, 2 billion Ryo. When Benshu left the Land of Waves he didn't take a single Ryo. He refrained from taking money to ensure the economy of the Land of Waves wouldn't collapse. After assisting the feudal lord of the Land of Waves in restructuring the country, the economic cycle finally returned to normal. Benshu's good reputation became well known throughout the Land of Waves. Benshu's current plan was simple: to develop quietly. After another month or so he expected to receive profits from the Land of Wind as Konoha recuperated. The current batch of chives had probably grown enough, and Benshu planned to make his move at that time. Just as Benshu was contemplating his flawless plan, Sakura's sudden appearance annoyed him. Sakura then rambled on about Naruto and Sasuke before bowing deeply, saying, "Please, Benshu-kun, you have to help me. Also, could you let Kakashi-sensei out for a while, so he can help mediate?" However, Benshu turned away and indifferently said, "Naruto and Sasuke have never wanted to work for me. Now that trouble has arisen, you remember me." After Benshu finished speaking, Bai added, "Miss Sakura, please head back." Sakura bit her lip. Currently Sasuke and Naruto would not fight each other for the time being. But this issue lingered in her throat. What if it arose again during their next mission? Sakura glanced at Kakashi's direction, who was comfortably watering plants. At that moment Benshu had no intention of letting Kakashi go. Then, gritting her teeth, Sakura took all the money from her wallet and placed it on the small table beside Benshu's rocking chair. Benshu, who had been closing his eyes and preparing to sleep, suddenly caught the scent of money and straightened up, stuffing the bills into his pocket. "Sakura, Naruto and Sasuke are really something. Always worrying me. Leave this to me. I will definitely handle it for you." Benshu patted his chest. Seeing Benshu agree, Sakura quickly replied, "Thank you. Thank you, Benshu-kun." Immediately after, Benshu used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear on the rooftop of Konoha Hospital. To make things convenient for himself, Benshu had left his Flying Thunder God mark on the rooftops of every important building in Konoha. Now it was just the right time to use it. Benshu walked into Sasuke's room without knocking, kicking the door open. He saw Sasuke glaring angrily out the window. Sasuke coldly regarded Benshu. "What do you want?" Benshu contemptuously looked back at Sasuke. "Just a little weakling. If it weren't for someone commissioning me to do this, do you really think I would seek out a trash like you?" Sasuke's face contorted in anger as he jumped off the bed and threw a punch at Benshu. Benshu immediately grabbed Sasuke's fist, applying pressure to his hand. Sasuke struggled to advance, his right fist firmly trapped and unable to escape. Unwilling to give up, Sasuke attacked again with his other fist. However, Benshu was not about to give him that opportunity. He delivered a swift kick to Sasuke's side. The move was clean and decisive, leaving Sasuke feeling as if half his body had been dislocated. In pain, he lay on the ground struggling for breath. Benshu then coldly remarked, "Did you see that, little brother? This is the gap in strength. Still thinking of revenge? Do you think you can even imagine the power of Uchiha Itachi? Wouldn't it be better to stay quietly in Konoha? Stop making yourself out to be the most tragic person in the world every day. Think carefully. Have you ever seen Kakashi or Might Guy's families around?" Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted and the pain in his body seemed to have nothing to do with him. "Think again. Do they live every day consumed by hatred like you? Did they not suffer far more than you have? Their families have all left them. The people they cared about the most are also gone. When have you ever heard them talk about revenge? Instead, you, a weakling, are always shouting for revenge. Is this the so-called genius of the Uchiha? More like a joke." Sasuke roared, but he was beginning to deeply doubt the beliefs he had held for so long. Then Benshu pointed at the curse mark on the back of Sasuke's neck and said coldly, I believe you can feel the influence of this curse mark on you, but I can clearly tell you that if you continue to be so obstinate you will ultimately become a walking corpse. No one can help you. That's all I have to say, take care of yourself. Also I remind you the power brought by my items far exceeds that of the so-called curse mark. The foundation of your Uchiha clan is still enough for you to squander for a while. After saying this Benshu vanished. Standing on the rooftop of the hospital, Benshu looked at the two water tanks that Naruto and Sasuke had destroyed, sighing, 1 against 7. Oh you little brat, you are really troublesome. Clearly they are brothers, why is there such a huge gap? AI. Benshu slapped himself in frustration, recalling how when Uchiha Itachi and Kisame came to the village he had foolishly revealed all of Itachi's secrets. Now this was the result, he had jumped onto the pirate ship. And still had to help protect this foolish brat. Meanwhile Benshu's reward was the 3 divine tools in Uchiha Itachi's possession. The 10,000 Fist Sword, the Yata Mirror and the Asaka Magatama. After Benshu left, Sasuke remained in a single posture, sitting on the ground gazing at the crushed apple beneath him. Originally it had been Sakura who peeled it for him. This continued until deep into the night. Sasuke leaned against the edge of the bed and downed a bottle of ergotu in one go. Although Benshu's items were valuable, he was reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary. However, Sasuke was exceptionally troubled now as the events of the past replayed in his mind. From the massacre of his entire clan by his own elder brother to the torment he endured in Tsukuyami. And the beautiful memories from Team 7. All these feelings intertwined, making Sasuke feel as though his head was about to explode. Even if the help of ergotu erased his injuries completely, the turmoil within his heart would not diminish in the slightest. Damn it! Sasuke jumped straight out of the hospital window, ignoring the direction ahead and just running forward. After a long while he finally rested against a large tree. Suddenly 4 sound ninja appeared, the elite subordinates of Orochimaru. Doya's Wajin Jirubo and Kintumaru. Has Konoha's defense already fallen to such a level? Sasuke coldly observed the 4 around him. But in the next moment he launched an attack without hesitation. Sasuke had a strong sense of battle, but facing off against these foes he quickly fell into an absolute disadvantage. As he lay on the ground taking a beating, Sasuke was relentlessly mocked by the 4. You think you can seek revenge like this? You can't even touch Uchiha Itachi's shoelaces. Staying cooped up in this greenhouse playing ninja games must feel pretty nice, huh? You think you can become stronger like this? Dream on. Lord Orochimaru has given you a chance. How to choose is up to you. We will be waiting outside the village. After saying this the 4 vanished from sight. Sasuke struggled to get up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. In that moment all his struggles vanished. All that remained in his eyes was hatred. Having made up his mind, Sasuke headed straight for the Uchiha clan's territory. At this time Benshu was sleeping soundly under his blanket when suddenly a knock echoed through the room. Benshu reluctantly opened his eyes, cursing, who the hell is it? Can't a person sleep at night? What's wrong with you? Don't you know this is my house? Benshu grumbled as he went to open the door, eager to see who dared to disturb his sweet dreams at such a late hour. Whoever it is, I advise you to run quickly. When I open the door I will definitely give you a beating. No, even if you run I can still catch you. You will still get a beating. When Benshu opened the door he was surprised to find it was Sasuke. Furthermore, his injuries were significantly worse than when Benshu had seen him during the day, indicating that something serious had occurred. Just as Benshu was about to continue berating Sasuke, Sasuke hastily interjected, I want to trade my family's property for items that can enhance my combat power. This is the deed. Benshu's mood instantly brightened as he eagerly took the deed, looking at the Hokage seal on it with satisfaction. He then promptly tossed numerous scrolls at Sasuke. These scrolls were crafted by Zabuza using simple sealing techniques to contain items within. The method of use was also straightforward. Simply open the scroll, infuse it with chakra, and say the word release. These are 20 cans of spinach and 10 bottles of ergotu. What do you think? Are you buying or not? Benshu smiled, thinking that if he calculated for the people outside the village this batch could easily fetch several million. Yet for Benshu, even considering the price of seeds and the subsequent cost of hiring ninjas for farming, everything combined would not exceed 1,000. Sasuke quickly accepted all the scrolls and prepared to turn around and leave. Benshu's voice suddenly turned serious. What's this? Are you preparing to leave? Faced with Benshu's question, Sasuke halted his steps and coldly replied, my world has long been consumed by hatred. No matter what happens, my desire for revenge will not waver. Power. I crave power. I believe I can definitely kill Uchiha Itachi. Then I will come back and kill you. And Naruto too. After saying this, Sasuke shouldered his bag and walked towards the gate of Konoha. Benshu sighed. The description of Erjuzi is indeed not wrong at all. Just a stubborn fool, even a few bulls couldn't pull him back. Then Benshu exchanged for a nuclear pineapple from the system space and tossed it towards Sasuke. Here. This is a gift for your large order. In a dangerous situation it can save your life. Just shout super loudly haha. Trust me, Orochimaru will definitely be scared and disappear from your sight immediately. Additionally, you must quickly leave the vicinity of this pineapple within 10 seconds. Otherwise, if you get blown up, that's your own fault. Sasuke suddenly sensed a strong wind behind him and turned to grab the pineapple in his hand. Sasuke looked at the dark pineapple in his hand and asked Benshu curiously, what is this? I've never seen you sell this before. At the same time, Sasuke caught a crucial piece of information: Orochimaru would have an aversion to this item. It seemed that Benshu had previously crossed paths with Orochimaru and that Orochimaru had suffered losses at the hands of this pineapple. Benshu curled his lip and said, are you joking? If this thing were to explode in Konoha, it could turn Konoha upside down. I don't want to live in constant fear, always having to defend against potential explosions. Let me warn you, this thing has a psychic connection. Once it's near me, every pineapple that grows from the ground will be numbered and it will leave me with a flying thunder god mark. If you leave the village and throw the pineapple back at me, I can't guarantee your head will still be safely on your shoulders. Sasuke, as if having found a treasure, carefully stored the pineapple away. No matter when, he held absolute unconditional trust towards Benshu's items. Otherwise he wouldn't have traded his family's property for items from Benshu. Now with such a secret weapon in hand, Sasuke's fervent desire for power reignited. This time he walked firmly towards the gate of Konoha without looking back. However, Naruto was already waiting there. Sasuke, what are you doing here so late? Because this is the only way out of the village. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was guarding here, cast a glance and then walked towards the window. Naruto said to Sasuke, what are you doing out this late? It's none of your business. In the next moment, Naruto directly blocked Sasuke's path. Sasuke's steps were forced to halt and he swiftly moved behind Naruto, striking down at his neck with a hand chop. Naruto had never expected Sasuke would actually attack him. He had listened to Jiraiya's advice to trust in the strength of his comrades. That was why he had come to the village entrance at this late hour. Though he wasn't sure if he would really encounter Sasuke, he still chose to wait here. As it turned out, his guess was correct. Sasuke was leaving the village. The injuries from their duel in the morning had yet to heal. Moreover, having no guard against Sasuke, he was knocked unconscious on the spot. Sasuke looked at Naruto, whose right arm was bandaged and couldn't bear to leave him like that, so he picked him up and placed him on a nearby stone bench before continuing on his way. As he neared the end of his line of sight, he couldn't help but glance back at Naruto. Benshu, observing from a distance, shook his head. Indeed, in the eyes of these two guys there is no one else but each other. Itachi Uchiha, I've done all I can. There's nothing more I can manage. Saying this, Benshu returned to continue his sleep. If it weren't for his desire for that so-called artifact, he wouldn't have bothered so much. An artifact that could be obtained without spending money, even if it took a bit of effort, Benshu didn't mind. The next morning when Naruto naturally woke up, it was already close to noon. Remembering what had happened the night before, he didn't dare to delay and immediately ran towards the Hokage building. When Tsunade learned that Sasuke had left the village, she was so furious that she smashed the desk in front of her with one hand. At this critical moment, he has to create chaos for the village. It drives me crazy. Naruto had deeply experienced the fierceness of the 5th Hokage. However, since Sasuke was his teammate, he still bore Tsunade's fury and pleaded, Grandma Tsunade, please send someone to chase after Sasuke. He is my comrade. Seeing Naruto's anxious expression, Tsunade sighed heavily and said, you know the current situation of the village, we simply do not have extra ninja resources to pursue Sasuke. At this moment, Shinjitsu Shuin said, isn't Shikamaru just recognized as a Chunin? If it's that kid, he should be able to take on the role of team leader for this task. Shinjitsu Shuin's suggestion brightened Tsunade's eyes, as the Nara clan Shikaku had always been a medicinal herb that Tsunade valued. Thus their relationship with the Nara clan had always been good, and she was also well aware that the wisdom of the Nara clan was truly top-notch in the entire Konoha. Therefore Tsunade made the decision immediately. Shuin, go call Shikamaru. Yes, Lady Tsunade. As Shinjitsu Shuin was about to leave, Tsunade added, also call Benshu, he can use Flying Raijin, so you can go find him first. Shinjitsu Shuin showed a hesitant expression. This Lady Tsunade, he probably won't do this job right. Tsunade rubbed her temples and replied helplessly, just tell him there's money to be made. He will definitely come. However, Tsunade's thought was that the 3rd Hokage had left her a debt of 200 million ryo before stepping down. At worst it would just be a bit more debt, what's the big deal? Considering the relationship between herself and Benshu, she believed he would definitely not refuse. Upon hearing Tsunade's plan, Shinjitsu Shuin reluctantly went to notify him. A few minutes later, Benshu suddenly appeared in the Hokage office. This startled both Tsunade and Naruto. Sister Tsunade. Is there money to be made? Where is it? Where is it? I want to go. I want to go. Before Tsunade could speak, Naruto lunged forward and hugged Benshu's leg, his eyes pleading like a waterfall. Benshu-kun. Sasuke has left the village. Can you help me persuade him to come back? Benshu looked at Tsunade with a puzzled expression. Wait, is it really just this matter? Tsunade nodded, saying that's right. Now the ninja in the village are basically doing the work of 2 people. Those who can be called upon have gone to do missions. There really are no extra hands, which is why I called you here. Benshu shrugged and replied, what does this have to do with me? This guy wants to run away on his own, who can stop him? I received a mission from Sakura yesterday to specifically persuade Sasuke. But that guy still ran away. Besides, he can use the Sharingan to copy ninjutsu. Even if he's a bit slower, he can still use it right. Benshu declared with unapologetic audacity, I act as I please, such is my nature. Shortly thereafter, Kagaya Tsukiyomi brought Shikamaru to the chamber. Upon learning that this crucial mission would place Shikamaru in command, Naruto's face paled with dismay. Lady Tsunade, how could you appoint him as team leader? Shikamaru echoed, voice laced with reluctant protest, respected Hokage, entrusting a mere chunin with such responsibility is utterly unrealistic. At the very least 2 jōnin must be assigned for feasibility. Tsunade furrowed her brows. You both know Konoha's dire straits, we are critically understaffed. Though Benshu's enhancement items have dramatically accelerated mission throughput, every shinobi remains overburdened. Konoha truly has no spare personnel left. Were it not for your leadership, we couldn't even assemble a team, let alone assign shinobi to the pursuit squad. You'll need to recruit them yourself. Naruto clenched his fists, voiced out with urgency, what about Benshu-kun? Why not appoint him as captain? Tsunade remained silent. Benshu was not a shinobi. Shikamaru waved a dismissive hand, then spoke with rare resolve, fine, though it's troublesome beyond measure, and though Sasuke's departure remains a mystery, he is still one of ours. Very well. Go at once, I must consult Benshu on urgent matters. Before departing, Naruto bowed deeply to Benshu. Benshu, please, come with us. Benshu nodded impatiently, his attention already fixed upon Tsunade. Once the office fell silent, she asked him, how advanced is your mastery of the Byakugo no Jutsu? Well. Benshu scratched his head sheepishly, he had never been one for disciplined cultivation. The Wind Eagle armor's capabilities bore striking resemblance to Tsunade's own techniques. During combat, recovery required virtually no conscious effort. Unless decapitated, outright death was impossible. Moreover, Benshu possessed an extraordinary chakra reserve, allowing him to store surplus chakra via the In seal technique. Over time, this accumulation naturally manifested the Byakugo seal. Yet after Tsunade taught him the In seal method, Benshu had never once revisited the practice. After all, why train when one could recline in a rocking chair, breeze in the air, and watch laborers toil? Ding! System alert: Byakugo no Jutsu 1 billion Ryo. Wind Eagle Armor Edition Byakugo no Jutsu only 100 million Ryo. An unparalleled value. He had to purchase it, his armor could turn invisible. Tsunade would never detect the difference. Upon successful acquisition, Benshu felt his physical strength surge explosively. Instantly he became utterly enamored with the sensation. Accustomed to relying on armored combat, this sudden unmediated amplification of raw bodily power flooded his limbs and marrow with profound euphoria. And this was without the Wind Eagle armor's augmentation. The Byakugo's legendary superhuman strength was merely a secondary effect of chakra accumulation. Yet sheer power alone was insufficient, baseline physical conditioning remained essential. Otherwise, delivering a devastating blow might shatter one's own bones while felling the foe, a catastrophic net loss. The Wind Eagle armor resolved this flaw perfectly. Though primarily supportive, it excelled at foundational defense and regenerative healing. That was precisely why the Wind Eagle Armor Edition Byakugo was so affordable. Even without direct physiological enhancement, raw strength alone sufficed. The true advantage lay in its cost, a staggering ninefold saving over the price of a single Amaterasu seal. Still, appearances demanded ritual. Wind Eagle Armor, unite. In seal, release. In one fluid motion, Benshu completed the full Byakugo experience, purchasing a 10 billion Ryo technique for a mere 100 million. Exhilaration was inevitable. At that very moment, an anomaly erupted. The necklace bequeathed by the first Hokage resting upon Benshu's neck rose slowly into the air and settled onto his forehead. Tsunade leapt from her seat in shock. What just happened? How do you feel? She rushed forward, placing her hands on his shoulders to sense his chakra, but an overwhelming repulsive force hurled her backward. Benshu stood motionless. Kagaya Tsukiyomi cried out anxiously, Lady Tsunade, isn't that your necklace? Then how can you be unaware of its nature? Benshu must not come to harm, or Konoha's entire economic system will collapse. Tsunade paid no heed to economics. Benshu's safety was now paramount. Meanwhile, Benshu's consciousness sank deep into the system's inner realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the hidden quest legacy of the first Hokage. And ding! Hidden quest completed. Benshu stared blankly, utterly bewildered. He'd done nothing at all. No briefing, no objective, just abrupt completion. It felt absurdly hasty. In truth, the quest concluded before he could even glance at its description. Ding! Hidden quest reward: all would release techniques starting at 10 of base cost. His eyes widened, then blazed with elation. He grasped it now. The first Hokage's necklace retained fragments of Hashirama Senju's indomitable will, and that will resonated perfectly with the Wind Eagle armor's wood affinity. Thus the convergence of will and affinity had inevitably triggered the quest. Benshu opened his eyes to hear Tsunade berating herself bitterly. I should never have taught this boy the Byakugo no Jutsu. Was it a clash between the wood affinity armor and the Byakugo? I should have supervised his training closely, this is entirely my fault. My fault. Had I spared even a moment Benshu would never have strayed down this path. Then rendering the Wind Eagle armor invisible he exclaimed brimming with excitement, "Come Sister Tsunade, test my newly honed prowess." Seeing Benshu unharmed Tsunade exhaled in relief. "Very well, I shall spar with you." Kagaya Tsukiyomi blinked baffled and turned to Ganshiotetsu. "Has boss Benshu truly mastered the Byakugo no Jutsu already?" Ganshiotetsu cast a disdainful glance at him. "Of course he has. Benshu is Konoha's foremost prodigy, surely you're jesting. He saved the third Hokage himself." This tree of flying thunder god brought Tsunade to his back mountain. The place is spacious allowing for some development. Unfortunately the back mountain has become this tree's plantation and he is somewhat worried about injuring his young little money. "Sister Tsunade, why don't we just arm wrestle directly? That way it won't disturb the surroundings." Tsunade smiled and said, "Are you that confident? How long have you been training? You think you have the same strength as me?" At that moment the 100 Heroes seal on this tree's forehead emerged. This tree helplessly said, "I was already close enough and now I've just finished accumulating." Tsunade looked incredulous. "How is it possible to have trained so well in such a short time?" "I started refining chakra 2 years earlier than children of my age at the age of 3. Then as time passed my exploration went quite smoothly, which also took more than 10 years. But you completed your accumulation in just a few months. I feel I am no longer worthy of the title genius." This tree smiled and said, "If it's about compressing chakra I can use a spinach to compress all the excess chakra down. It goes on like this in a loop, it really doesn't take long." Tsunade was speechless considering this tree indeed has that capability. In the village others use spinach as a trump card, saving it for desperate moments and will not use it lightly. However, here with this tree it can even be used as a meal. If that is the case, Tsunade understood why the 100 Hero seal could condense so quickly. A few months is not impossible. Just like my grandfather, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama with his massive chakra indeed did not need to accumulate the 100 Hero seal to possess such monstrous strength. This tree took a shortcut. Tsunade let out a sigh of relief and said, "Now that I know this, I'm at ease and we don't need to compete anymore. You should understand why I want you to train my techniques right." This tree nodded and said, "I guess Sister Tsunade must think I am relying on external power with my armor. You want to strengthen my personal strength through this method, right?" Tsunade touched this tree's hair and said, "As long as you can understand my worries I leave Sasuke to you." This tree shook his head and said, "I will do my best, but if that guy really doesn't want to come back I can't just tie him up, can I? It's like leaving a time bomb in the village, it's better to let him fend for himself." Tsunade looked in the direction of the village, genuinely unsure how to refute this tree. "Forget it, you have a point. The village still needs to recuperate, so let's not stir up any trouble for now. Remember, your safety is the most important thing and try to bring back Shikamaru and Naruto's team. Alright, I guarantee to complete the mission." After saying that, this tree left this journey would rely solely on his own speed to move forward. On the way to the Sound Village this tree had not a single flying thunder god mark. However, with the perception ability of the Wind Eagle armor this tree could still track Shikamaru and the others' movements. However, after this tree left the village his speed suddenly decreased. Leisurely he took out a papaya milkshake and sat on a nearby tree branch to enjoy it. He was not in a hurry at all. According to the original plot, the Konoha's strong would get a good beating. It is said that the protagonist should make their appearance last. If they don't let them get beaten up and go after them, how would they sell them the emergency buff? Having caught a rare opportunity to make money, he had to ensure that this trip would at least break even. Meanwhile, Shikamaru found Kiba, Choji and Niji, and along with Naruto they formed a pursuit team of 5. Shikamaru occasionally glanced back instinctively. He also hoped for this tree's arrival, but after traveling for so long he still couldn't see this tree there. In the end Shikamaru felt he could give up. The group had been traveling for nearly half a day, and as they approached the afternoon, Kiba and Akamaru at the front of the team noticed something was off. "Wait. There are a large number of scent traces ahead. And some blood." Kiba alerted. Niji stepped forward and activated his Byakugan to observe ahead. Sure enough, a kilometer directly ahead 4 people were resting against a tree stump. "They've stopped. But there are a lot of traps around." Shikamaru pondered for a moment and then said, "Taking a detour could very likely let them escape the land of fire. But if we pursue Hiden we must always be wary of the traps they've set." Naruto decisively said, "Let's go Hiden. I don't want Sasuke to spend even a second longer under their control." The others also expressed that going Hiden seemed more stable when ninjas do their work. If it weren't for the mission crossing the national border it would be very troublesome. When it rises to a political height, even if the mission is completed the village would still be under tremendous pressure from the invading country, which is also a principle for ninjas. Thus opinions quickly reached a consensus. The short 1,000 meters the few of them moved at a very slow pace. Moreover, they had to maintain a heightened sense of tension and could not slack off at all. Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru's base. Kabuto, what is the meaning of a ninja's life? Kimimaro's condition had been very serious and was beyond treatment. All Kabuto could do was prolong his life. Lying on the sickbed, Kimimaro had 7 or 8 tubes inserted into his body. Upon learning that Orochimaru's situation was dire, Kimimaro wanted to request to go into battle but was refused by Kabuto, hence his confusion. But Kabuto didn't know how to answer. After a half-minute of silence, Kimimaro ripped off all the tubes from his body and flipped off the sickbed. Kabuto, let me do one last thing for Lord Orochimaru. He is my faith. After his nap, this tree estimated that it was about time and flew off using the Wind Eagle armor, moving swiftly. Originally the Shikamaru team needed to run for most of the day, but this tree sensed their presence in less than 2 hours. However, the chakra presence was far more than 4. There was one person with an enormous amount of chakra and it exuded an evil aura. This person was Jirubu, who used Earth Release to trap Shikamaru's team in the middle, making it impossible for them to escape. At that moment they were discussing strategies when suddenly a cry of pain came from outside. Immediately after, the earthen cage shattered. Amidst the dust, this tree's voice rang out, "Why are you all so weak? Cough, cough, cough." The earth escape cage of Silangfang was directly smashed through by a punch from Benshu, who declared that the Wind Eagle armor had finally been activated. With such immense strength, I dare ask, who else is there? The opponent, whom Shikamaru's team of 4 could not handle, was knocked unconscious by a single punch from Benshu. Naruto rushed out first, saying, "Uncle Benshu, you finally made it. Hurry up. They've been gone for a long time." After finishing his sentence, Naruto began to breathe heavily. Having been trapped in that earth escape cage for so long, his chakra had been continuously drained. Even though they were now rescued by Benshu, their stamina had significantly decreased. Benshu jokingly scolded, "Hey, how do you talk to your uncle like that?" However, Naruto was too anxious, gasping for breath and unable to utter a word. Shikamaru was more sensible. Since Benshu chose to come here, how could he possibly turn a blind eye? What good were Naruto's words? The urgent matter was to let Benshu know the direction in which those people had left. Next, Shikamaru reported the situation to Benshu. Benshu nodded in satisfaction and said to Shikamaru, "You all did well. You can capture that person and bring him." After giving instructions, Benshu flew directly to Naruto's side and bound him with chakra strings. With one big leap he flew up again, and Naruto found himself swaying in midair like a swing. Within 2 minutes he felt a surge of nausea in his stomach. But in order not to affect Benshu's flying, he hurriedly covered his mouth. However, after half a minute Naruto could no longer hold it back. Vomit. Benshu looked at Naruto in horror. "Damn it. You little brat, Naruto, I'll never forgive you." Frightened, Benshu quickly extended the chakra strings to a full 30 meters. Naruto was in a worse situation. He was already vomiting and now he was plummeting at high speed. "This is the end. This little brat is done for." Benshu shouted, "Naruto, don't ever say you know me again. No, you also owe me for emotional damages, and the labor cost for bringing me out this time must be covered." Then Benshu increased his flying speed, aiming to quickly finish the task and escape. Since he was flying in the sky, he didn't need to worry about so-called traps. As the bright moon hung high in the sky, he finally caught up with Doyu and Zuojin as well as Gatonmaru. The three realized Benshu's arrival almost instantly. Seeing Benshu flying in the sky, they immediately activated the second form of their cursed seal. Faced with a being that even Orochimaru couldn't defeat, they dared not hesitate for a moment. Gatonmaru used the special secretion from his body to solidify into a giant bow, and after locking onto Benshu he shot an arrow. Doyu summoned 3 gigantic demons. One wielded a wolf fawn club, another used bone claws, and the last was wrapped in bandages, lacking arms but exceptionally strong, adept at using body slams. At the same time, the sound of a flute echoed. Ninjutsu magic flute illusionary dance melody. The 3 demons instantly became extremely agitated, howling towards Benshu and climbing rapidly to the top of the giant tree like wolves howling at a full moon. The last one was Zuojin, who was purely close combat capable, quietly concealed himself ready to ambush at any moment. "Hey!" The greeting was quite straightforward. After finding his target, Benshu dove down. The golden arrow coming straight at him seemed to move extremely slowly under the Sharingan's gaze. As he got closer, Benshu swatted the golden arrow away with a single palm. How is this possible? Gatonmaru's pupils contracted. This was his strongest shot in complete form. In order to ensure a one-hit kill on Benshu, he even attached a chakra line to the back of the arrow to ensure it hit accurately. But at the moment Benshu's palm collided, the chakra line was snapped by the terrifying force and Gatonmaru completely lost his ability to control. Benshu descended rapidly and soon reached the treetops. The 3 demons attacked simultaneously. The wolf fawn club, the pale bone claws, and a summoning demon as tall as a small mountain charged at Benshu. With his crimson blood will eyes rotating paired with the super high perception ability when wearing the Wind Eagle armor, the speed of the 3 demons was infinitely slowed while Benshu formulated the best countermeasures. Benshu directly caught the wolf fawn club, then wrapped both hands around the end of the club. He swung the demon along with it. First, the pale bone claws demon was swatted away by the wolf fawn club demon, followed by the armless demon. Doyu frantically played the flute to stimulate the 3 demons, but under Benshu's immense strength the wolf fawn club demon became his weapon. Wherever Benshu swung, the trees would fall in response. Zuojin, who was originally preparing to ambush, hurriedly dodged to avoid being caught in the fallout. "Doyu, what are you doing? Are you helping the enemy?" Doyu's temper was already poor, and after Zuojin said that he directly cursed, "You useless fool, what are you babbling about?" Immediately Doyu saw that the 3 demons were unable to harm Benshu. He switched the tune. Magic Flute Dream Lock. The three demons instantly vanished and the eerie flute sound confused Naruto, who was hanging behind Benshu, and Naruto felt as though he was bound by countless chains surrounded by blood-red Shura fields and bones everywhere. However, the feeling of weightlessness had finally eased a little. At least he wasn't dizzy. But the more awake his consciousness became, the more tormented he was by the reality of this illusionary world. Ah! Naruto cried out in pain and Benshu's chakra line shook, breaking the illusion while also severing the chakra line. As a result, Benshu's descent speed increased once more, and as his blue and white figure clad in the Wind Eagle armor drew closer, Doya's flute playing became frenzied again, but Benshu showed no sign of stopping his attacks. Boom! Doya was directly blasted back to his original form by Benshu. One punch was for Gitong The last punch was for Zwojin, who hadn't even had time to do anything. You! How can you be so strong? After saying that, Gitong gasped his last. Benshu used the most strength on the one who attacked him first, and naturally he was the first to perish. Doya looked extremely confused. Why? Why does my illusion have no effect on you? Benshu didn't want to bother with this poor rookie. It was a joke that the first thing he exchanged in the system store was an illusion, and now this was being played in front of him. After dealing with the three individuals, Naruto pulled out the only bottle of ergotu he had on him. The discomfort he felt instantly diminished, but the mental torment was not something that could be resolved so quickly. Seeing the remaining two individuals still standing, Benshu directly punched Doyo, sending her into reincarnation. Zwojin remarked, "I feel so insignificant." Then the two brothers met their demise together. Ha ha! Among the 5 sound ninjas, the 3 certainly had many valuable treasures on them. Thus Benshu began his serious work, frantically searching through the belongings of these individuals. However, just as he was about to take action, a powerful aura suddenly pierced through Benshu's mind. Naruto, get up! It turned out that Naruto was currently trying to find a way to break Sasuke's seal, but a bone projectile came flying toward him. If hit, Naruto would undoubtedly die. This technique was Junmaru's special ninjutsu. Shikatsumiyako 10-finger piercing projectile. As the name suggests, this technique involved Kagaya Junmaru directly firing his finger bones. The power was akin to a bullet that had been infinitely accelerated, reaching Naruto in almost an instant. Naruto's only response was to slightly shift his body, narrowly avoiding a fatal hit. Naruto's shoulder was pierced directly, but that was not the end. The force continued forward, penetrating a large tree that could be embraced by 5 people before finally coming to a stop. Aside from that one, the other 9 bone projectiles were all aimed at Benshu. He did not dodge at all, swiftly grabbing both Duoyu and Zwojin and shoved them in front of himself. The 2 human shields directly protected Benshu from behind. In the Pure Land world, Duoyu and Zwojin exclaimed, "Benshu you!" After passing through the 2 individuals, the power of the bone projectile had diminished significantly, clanging against the Wind Eagle armor without leaving a single mark. Junmaru slowly walked over, coldly gazing in Benshu's direction. "You are a strong warrior. I truly wish to have a battle with you. However, my body no longer allows me to consider my own desires. I have a mission to fulfill. My apologies." Saying this, Junmaru slightly bowed. Benshu made the Wind Eagle armor invisible and smiled, saying, "You must be Kagaya's Junmaru, right? Yes, I didn't expect that there would still be someone in this world who knows about our clan." Junmaru sighed deeply, inevitably recalling his childhood experiences. But that period was an everlasting shadow for him until Orochimaru appeared and rescued him. This is also why Orochimaru is a figure of faith for Junmaru. Benshu remembered that in the original plot, when Shaoli fought against Junmaru, the overly dramatic Shaoli claimed he needed to take medicine and Junmaru actually waited for him. From that scene, Benshu felt that Junmaru was definitely someone who could be reformed. The infinitely regenerating bones must be incredibly effective for calcium supplementation. Kagaya's ultimate product. Benshu even thought of a product name. With just Junmaru alone, he could support an entire product line even without needing a factory. Each day after Junmaru produced bones, he could simply grind them into bone powder and Benshu wouldn't need to worry at all. With this thought, Benshu believed that if Junmaru were to come under his group, he would surely have a second spring in life. However, before that, Junmaru's health was the biggest issue. Thus Benshu asked, "If you don't mind, may I take a look at your condition?" "Oh. Is my health condition that apparent? You could tell just by observing." Benshu awkwardly smiled, cursing inwardly, "You already provided me with a good reason. What more can I say?" He directly followed the path laid out by Junmaru, saying, "I am the proud disciple of Tsunade, the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world. My teacher once said the face reflects the heart's condition. Your pale complexion must indicate some serious illness. This is the intuition of a medical ninja." "Tsunade, when did I say that? I had no idea." Regardless, Benshu just rambled on, and Junmaru found him quite endearing as he lightly smiled. But I'm your enemy. I want to help Orochimaru take Sasuke." Seeing this side of Junmaru, Benshu found him exceptionally cute. Indeed, strength does not necessarily equate to a matching intellect. However, Junmaru's situation was quite special. He had been mostly isolated by Orochimaru, seldom having the opportunity to interact with the outside world. His simple mind might also stem from a kindness that set him apart from other clan members. Benshu declared, it's time for me to showcase my skills. I wish to treat you because of the benevolence of a healer. So if I cure you, shouldn't you thank me as a reward? Junmaru nodded. That seems reasonable. Then it's settled. As for Sasuke, he will need some time to wake up, so let him choose when the time comes. Moreover, looking at your complexion, even if you were to defeat me in battle, would you have the strength left to take Sasuke back? Junmaru nodded again, feeling that Benshu's analysis was very reasonable. He then slowly walked toward Benshu. So may I ask you to treat me? Benshu smirked. Aha, another one on board. This is great. Naruto, watching from the side, was stunned. How did they go from being enemies to such good friends while chatting? However, it was a great opportunity. Taking advantage of Junmaru's inattention, Naruto stealthily approached the sealing barrel containing Sasuke. Suddenly a sharp bone flew out from behind Junmaru, landing just an inch in front of Naruto's feet. Naruto was immediately frightened into immobility. I hope you don't try anything funny next time, it could fly directly at you. Benshu waved his hand, saying, just stay where it's cool. Even if you bring Sasuke back now, you'll still have to wait for him to wake up. What's the difference where you wait? Naruto could only retreat, helplessly gazing sadly at the barrel sealing Sasuke. Benshu then handed Junmaru a bottle of ergotu, saying, here brother, down it. Junmaru asked in confusion, I've seen Kabuto's medical ninjutsu, aren't you supposed to check first before drinking medicine? Benshu frowned and said sternly, can that guy compare to the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world? Are you questioning Lady Tsunade? Junmaru thought for a moment, and that was true. He then tilted his head back and downed the ergotu. Immediately he could clearly feel the changes in his body. The pain that had long plagued him quickly vanished. The words of enlightenment echo in the mind. Living does not necessarily require meaning, but if one continues to live, perhaps interesting things will happen. Moments later, Junmaru felt his profound pain completely vanish. At that moment, Junmaru had only one thought, that he could serve Lord Orochimaru for a longer time. Junmaru sincerely thanked Benshu, saying, truly you are the disciple of the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. You don't even need medical ninjutsu, just a small bottle of medicine can cure my long-standing ailment. I'm sure Lady Tsunade must be proud of you. Junmaru showered compliments, and Benshu felt that this designated worker was quite perceptive. Benshu kindly patted Junmaru and said, how is it? It's important to be with the right people, otherwise your very life could be at stake and everything else is secondary. Junmaru, with a somewhat dazed expression, replied, the meaning of life. My life's meaning is to help Lord Orochimaru achieve his goals. Benshu frowned slightly, wondering why Junmaru was so stubborn. But I am your lifesaver, the one who gave you a second chance at life. Am I not more important than Lord Orochimaru? Benshu's words plunged Junmaru into deep thought. Meanwhile, Benshu's desire to recruit this guy for himself grew stronger. If brainwashing is successful, how much could it earn for himself? Moreover, at this point Junmaru could probably only fulfill the calcium needs of one village, so shouldn't the boss arrange a good marriage for him? This way the Kagaya clan could not only grow stronger but also become a crucial part of Benshu's business empire. I am indeed a good person. Benshu thought to himself. At that moment the sealing barrel containing Sasuke began to emit purple smoke from the gaps in the wooden boards, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Naruto urgently asked, is Sasuke about to break the seal? Junmaru nodded and said, that's right. Benshu simply stated, in that case just wait. Your task is to ensure Sasuke reaches Lord Orochimaru safe. You must be resolved to die then. If it weren't for meeting me, you would have died long ago. So from now on, follow me. Let following me become the meaning of your existence. Benshu realized that Junmaru was fixated on some sense of mission, so he would give him one. Boom. The sealing barrel containing Sasuke exploded and half of Sasuke's face was covered by cursed marks, his pupils undergoing a drastic change. Naruto was momentarily stunned. Was this Sasuke still the companion he knew? Sasuke glanced around, especially in Benshu's direction, and coldly remarked, I will definitely defeat you. After a brief assessment of his surroundings, Sasuke ran towards the Sound Ninja village. Sasuke, where are you going? Naruto asked, anxiously preparing to follow, but predictably Junmaru once again intervened. This time Junmaru showed no mercy. He extended his left hand and his skin began to writhe, slowly cracking apart. Then an arm bone protruded, forming a bone knife which Junmaru grasped firmly in his hand. Benshu felt a flash before his eyes as Junmaru appeared before Naruto, slamming Naruto to the ground with the back of the bone knife. Naruto coughed up blood and Junmaru coldly said, if it weren't for you following my benefactor here, you would already be dead. Benshu rubbed his forehead. It seemed Junmaru indeed had basic kindness towards people, but he showed no hesitation toward enemies. Moreover, Naruto was still someone who wanted to disrupt Lord Orochimaru's plans. Benshu sighed. He could only help you up to this point. Junmaru, have you misunderstood something? With the power of the cursed mark, if you can't even defeat him, does that mean Sasuke truly deserves to be Lord Orochimaru's vessel? Junmaru suddenly found this reasoning very convincing and decided not to argue with Naruto any longer. Naruto quickly got up and chased after Sasuke, not forgetting to thank Benshu. So how are your thoughts coming along? Benshu asked again, his patience wearing thin. No matter how important Junmaru was, this guy was also quite stubborn if he couldn't be persuaded. then he must be eliminated. Without the threat of illness after entering the second stage of the cursed mark, Junmaru's combat power could potentially rival that of Jiraiya or even surpass it. This could make him an enemy. What if it affected his future business dealings? I hope you can defeat me. As you said, Sasuke has already gone to follow Lord Orochimaru. My task is complete. But I hope to give Lord Orochimaru an explanation. Farewell to the old me. Junmaru stated. Benshu frowned. Although he didn't reject battle, he truly disliked Junmaru's bloodline limit. In the anime, Gaara had buried Junmaru 200 meters underground with quicksand. In such dire straits, Junmaru could still mount a counterattack, showcasing his formidable combat power. Benshu smirked and tossed a can of spinach to Junmaru. Alright, I'll let you say your goodbyes properly, eat this and then let me beat you into submission. Junmaru, holding the can of spinach, exclaimed in surprise, isn't this the treasure Lord Orochimaru studied for months? You healed my wounds and yet. Benshu smiled, genuinely surprised someone believed the spinach ingredients could be researched. It's nothing, the treasures at Lord Orochimaru's place are limitless here. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can have anything. Junmaru fell silent. This was entirely different from his experience with Lord Orochimaru. Since childhood he had been confined by his clan. Although things were somewhat better with Orochimaru, it certainly wasn't good memories. Aside from fighting, it was all about fighting. After falling ill, he spent most of his time lying on a hospital bed. Junmaru looked up at the sunlight filtering through the leaves falling around Benshu as if the shackles in his heart had been half opened. Is this what light feels like? Benefactor, this time I will fight for myself. Benshu saw Junmaru's eyes suddenly filled with determination and nodded in satisfaction. It was worth all that brainwashing as long as it worked. Good. Junmaru tilted his head and downed the can of spinach while Benshu's wind eagle armor also materialized. After consuming the spinach, Junmaru clearly felt the endless power surging within him. He finally understood why Orochimaru had diligently insisted on researching this substance. Benshu twisted its neck and declared, "Here I come." In a sudden burst it charged forward with a speed akin to that of a phantom, leaving Junmaru no time to react before he was sent flying. Yet the shattering sensation that Benshu had anticipated did not occur. Junmaru continued to crash through two giant trees behind him before finally halting his backward flight. I've long heard that Lady Tsunade's immense strength rivals that of the god of shinobi, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Truly her disciple is worthy of such praise. If it weren't for the fact that I had formed a layer of bone membrane beneath my skin, that punch might have taken my life. Benshu's strength defied logic and its speed was astonishingly terrifying. Immediately Junmaru extended four bony protrusions from his elbows curving toward his palms, forming a pair of arm guards. With his arms raised in defense, Junmaru prepared for impact as Benshu charged toward him once more. This time Benshu attacked head-on, with Junmaru firmly anchoring himself, right leg forward, left leg back. However, just as Benshu drew within half a meter of Junmaru, it suddenly appeared behind him. While launching its frontal assault, Benshu had also thrown a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. The fourth Hokage had the Rasengan, but Benshu believed that such techniques required gathering energy. It was far more direct to simply deliver a punch. At present Junmaru could only endure the blows from Benshu, yet Benshu also realized just how terrifying Junmaru's bone defenses truly were. This punch could even shatter granite, yet upon striking Junmaru it still bore some recoil, which was reflected back to Benshu through the wind eagle armor. Benshu observed Junmaru's condition closely, only to find that he seemed to have sustained little damage. This piqued Benshu's interest, prompting him to exclaim, "No wonder Orochimaru has his eye on you, your strength is impressive." The Kagaya clan was inherently warlike. Even knowing they might be walking to their doom, they would charge forward without hesitation. Thus a small clan of merely a few hundred dared to confront the Mist Village, one of the 5 great nations. The strength of the Mist Village was indisputable. Yet the Kagaya clan chose to engage. Initially their surprise attack caused quite a bit of trouble for the Mist. However, once the Mist Village responded, they quickly formulated a systematic approach to handle the situation. Within just one night all the corpses of the Kagaya clan members were gathered together. There was one exception, Junmaru of the Kagaya. Indeed, Junmaru was not imprisoned because he could not integrate with the villagers. Rather, it was due to Junmaru's abilities that even his own clan members were fearful of him. Orochimaru had once lamented that had it not been for Junmaru's illness he might have been the perfect vessel. Whether it was assassinating the Kazekage or silently slaughtering the ninjas of the Grass Village before the Chunin exams, Junmaru played an indispensable role, and the title of Sound Ninja 5 was one he had named himself after defeating the combined forces of Kitanmaru, Jirubu, Sakan and Do. The sole aim was to become Orochimaru's sharp blade. Benshu finally understood why such a being as Orochimaru would feel regret over a mere test subject. For where else could one find such a powerful and utterly loyal subordinate? Especially after Benshu had personally experienced the difficulty of dealing with Junmaru, the only feeling left was Junmaru, the peak warrior that should not have perished. With Benshu's stealthy attacks, Junmaru could only discern Benshu's form when its attacks landed upon him. Benshu found it exceedingly uncomfortable. This creature was like a bony tortoise, utterly invulnerable. Had it not been for the concern that using the Black Rhino armor or Snow Mastiff armor might obliterate Junmaru, it could have shattered his defenses in an instant. Benefactor, your strength surpasses even that of Lord Orochimaru. I can rest easy now. Next I will unleash all my power, and if I accidentally harm you, please do not hold it against me. Just as Junmaru was preparing to fully unleash the power of the cursed seal, several visitors arrived. To Benshu's surprise, they included the Chunin exam participants from the Sand Village, Gaara, Temari and Kankuro. Additionally, there were Shikamaru and Niji. Temari rushed up to Benshu upon seeing the Wind Eagle armor, throwing her arms around his arm. Benshuku, this time we brought you some great things from Konoha. Saying this, Temari produced 10 100 million Ryo banknotes. Then Gaara remarked, after you boss Benshu left, our efficiency and tasks improved considerably after we resolved the food issue. As a result, the village's income increased significantly and the ninjas were more willing to purchase products from the Benshu group as insurance before undertaking missions. These are the earnings from this period. Benshu picked up the banknotes, beaming with joy. He had initially thought that it would take at least half a year for the Sand Village to gather such funds. He never expected the speed to be so swift. Temari grumbled, Gaara, you stole my lines. Surprisingly, Gaara even smiled, albeit faintly, almost to the point of being imperceptible. However, upon witnessing such a Gaara, Benshu felt immense satisfaction. The wind shadow he had personally nurtured would undoubtedly become a pacifist in the future. The land of wind could be said to be completely conquered. Temari then added, there's one more thing, we came to apologize to Konoha. To express our village's sincerity, Gaara came along to forge a friendship between our two nations. Lady Tsunade has already agreed to our contract request. When we inquired about you, we learned that Konoha had encountered some troubles, so we rushed over hoping we could be of assistance. Originally, Junmaru thought these individuals were friends of Benshu, so he had been suppressing the power brought forth by the Spinach can. However, due to the continued suppression, blood began gushing from his nose and the cursed seal unexpectedly unsealed itself. Temari looked at Junmaru in terror. What kind of monster is this? Frightened, Temari quickly hid behind Benshu. Like a half-dragon, Junmaru had a back covered in barbed bone spurs. His chest appeared as if his ribs were protruding, enveloped by skeletal structures. A thick tail sprouted from behind him, revealing more exposed bones. Junmaru instinctively swung it, creating a large pit as it struck the ground. His skin turned a dark red, exuding an aura of chakra that was terrifying. Not only Shikamaru but even Gaara, the newly appointed Kazekage, was greatly intimidated by Junmaru's presence. It should be noted that the fourth Kazekage, Raza, never stood a chance against Junmaru. Moreover, Raza's sand was enhanced, making his ninjutsu stronger than Gaara's, yet it still proved futile. Benshu admonished, you frightened them. Quickly retreat to a distance. After I'm done chatting, you'll fight you. All right, benefactor. After Junmaru hurriedly ran off, Benshu gently reassured Shikamaru, don't be afraid, I'm here. Shikamaru nodded heavily, his gaze fixed on Benshu even though he was wearing armor. Benshu instructed Gaara, quickly arrange seats for the audience. What are you standing around for? Gaara, taken aback, asked, what should I do? Use your sand to lift them up, then float them into the air. The aftermath of our battle might be intense, so ensure their safety. After Gaara nodded in understanding, he controlled the sand to form a mushroom-shaped structure that rose from the ground. Shikamaru, Niji and Kankuro all stood atop it, brought by Gaara to the treetops where they could overlook the entire forest. After observing Gaara's creation, Benshu nodded in satisfaction and turned to Shikamaru, who still held him tightly, saying, beautiful one, remember to cheer for me later. Then Benshu released Shikamaru, and before the astonished gaze of the Sand Village, he took off into the air. Gaara sighed in admiration, thinking as expected of the boss. Kankuro remarked, Lord Benshu's strength is truly a mystery. Shikamaru said, now I understand the concerns of Granny Chiyo. Meanwhile, sensing Benshu's aura reappearing, Junmaru leaped directly to the treetop. Even while wiping his nosebleed, he politely asked, benefactor, can we begin? Benshu nodded, saying any time. From a distance, Niji activated his Byakugan and deeply experienced what it felt like for chakra to surge. Junmaru's chakra burned like a flame doused in oil, constantly rising. Moreover, Junmaru's size had increased even more than before, now standing nearly 3 meters tall. This scene reminded Benshu of how Spinach cans could enhance transformation abilities, making them even stronger. He never expected that when applied to Junmaru the visual effect would be so stunning. With permission granted, Junmaru could finally unleash his pent-up emotions. His right hand reached back to his neck and his spine slowly extended before being pulled out by Junmaru. This scene frightened the onlookers, even Shikamaru, who had always been calm, turned pale, let alone the others. Benefactor, be careful. Ninja Art Ghost Lily. Junmaru swung his bone whip, leaping several times to close in on Benshu, and initiated the attack. At that moment, a notification echoed in Benshu's mind. Congratulations to the host for activating the loan interface. Available products: Barrier Unlimited Swordworks. Exchange price 10 billion Ryo. Annual interest rate 0.00001. To be precise, this was the only item available for exchange on the loan interface. Benshu calculated that with an interest of only 1,000,000 Ryo per year, he could experience something worth 10 billion Ryo. Why not take advantage of it? Exchange. Please wait. Congratulations to the host for a successful exchange. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Barrier Unlimited Swordworks. Immediately a wealth of knowledge about how to use this barrier flooded into Benshu's mind. Unlimited sword works in this inherent barrier. All elements necessary for sword creation are present as long as the prototype has been seen. It can be easily replicated. Weapons that have been replicated once will be logged within the barrier, allowing projections even without activating the inherent barrier. Benshu's eyes suddenly widened as Jun Malu charged toward him, now less than a meter away. In a moment of desperation, only one weapon appeared in Benshu's mind. The Qinglong Yenue Dao. A mosaic-like grid appeared before him as Benshu suddenly increased his chakra output. In the blink of an eye he forged an 82-pound Qinglong Yenue Dao which he grasped firmly in his hand. The sound of the Qinglong roaring echoed softly. Jun Malu's attack was now unavoidable. If it had been the old Benshu holding such a heavy weapon would have been a challenge just to lift. But now it felt weightless. Congratulations to the host for completing the initial experience task of the loan system. Task reward weapon usage scroll. In an instant the Qinglong Yenue Dao in Benshu's hand felt like an old friend, as if it were an extension of his own body. Benshu leaned back slightly, wielding the blade with great flourish, while Jun Malu's bone whip proved to be immensely troublesome. Yet it was forced back, unable to advance even an inch. Shikamaru watched from a distance as Jun Malu relentlessly bore down on Benshu, her heart racing with worry, waiting for Benshu to react. But just at this critical moment a weapon she had never seen before appeared. Followed by a combat style she had never even heard of, instantly resolving Benshu's danger. Moreover, with each swing of this weapon it accurately intercepted Jun Malu's attacks. And every time the bone whip tried to wrap around the Qinglong Yenue Dao, Benshu would break free with force. Dance of the Iron Flower style. After multiple failed attacks Jun Malu quickly distanced himself from Benshu, his bone whip suddenly taut. Then the bones on his right arm guard extended once more, slowly connecting together, completely wrapping Jun Malu's entire arm within them. Meanwhile Benshu reminisced about the sensation of wielding the Qinglong Yenue Dao while observing Jun Malu's body undergo another transformation. Shikamaru said solemnly as he tried to attack Benshu through a different method after realizing he couldn't do so with the bone whip. Kankuro still didn't fully understand and asked, "What is it?" Niji was closely observing the changes in Jun Malu's chakra with his Byakugan. He explained he is continuously extending his bones through chakra, mobilizing all the chakra in his body for his right hand. If this continues... Niji's Byakugan confirmed Shikamaru's suspicion. Junmaru was indeed gathering a weapon more formidable than the great sword in Benshu's hand. As Junmaru's completion rate increased, Benshu couldn't help but admire his cleverness. First he extended the skeletal arm guards and then made the bone whip the core support, forming a gigantic dragon spear adorned with spiral. Benefactor. I apologize. Benshu suddenly wanted to curse this guy, calling him benefactor so affectionately was truly ruthless in action. However, having made a declaration, he had to subdue this guy. Although the giant spiraled dragon spear looked absurd, Benshu felt he had to proceed. Without any hint of retreat he wrapped his right hand around the sword and with his right foot perched on the treetop he lunged toward Junmaru. When he was still a dozen meters away he spun in midair and swung his sword down at Junmaru. Moonfall slash. Junmaru had intended to initiate another attack but did not expect Benshu's speed to be even faster. He could only raise the spiraled dragon spear above his head. Boo! 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 Junmaru's defense was high, but that didn't mean he could completely negate the impact beneath such overwhelming defense. Benshu's strike sent Junmaru flying, tearing off entire branches from the tree as if it were a pine tree split in half. Junmaru's side that fell was completely bare. Not only that, but he also crashed into the ground, creating a large... Kankuro's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. What kind of terrifying attack power is this? To be able to smash someone into the ground from such a height. What if it were someone with low defense? Would they be split in half? The mere thought of this image sent chills down his spine. Gaara furrowed his brows, commenting that they were fortunate to have met Benshu, who could subdue such an enemy. If such a foe appeared in Sunagakure, who could handle him? At least among Gaara's assessment no one could do it. Temari was thoroughly captivated by Benshu's imposing charm, her cheeks flushed and breathing rapid. In her adoring gaze the vast world was occupied solely by Benshu. Shikamaru let out a sigh of relief, finally free from trouble. Looking at this transformation ability, it seemed to share the same power as that fat guy. They couldn't even begin to imagine having such an opponent. If Benshu hadn't come, could they have returned to the village? Niji was in complete admiration of Benshu, truly worthy of being the one to save Lord Hokage. With clenched fists he regarded Benshu as his own target. Just then Junmaru, who was embedded in the ground, unexpectedly leaped back to stand atop the tree in front of Benshu, laughing heartily. Ha ha! What a thrill! This battle! It's making my blood boil. Benshu looked at Junmaru, who had suddenly changed demeanor had he activated the battle instinct of the Kagaya clan. Just like that heavyset guy, usually a harmless nature lover, now activated his curse mark and transformed into a battle maniac. Junmaru's aura surged once more, fully skeletal. He formed a layer of pale skeletal armor. His left hand also pulled out a spine and crafted another spiraled dragon spear. Seeing this scene, Benshu decided he couldn't continue to stall. He began to understand why Junmaru fell ill. If this fight reached a climax he would completely lose rational control. So now Benshu had to force Junmaru to stop, otherwise if he continued to use his power so recklessly the side effects of the spinach would fully manifest, potentially exhausting Junmaru's own vitality. As he sheathed the Qinglong Yenue blade just as Benshu prepared to switch to the black rhino armor, planning to break through Junmaru's skeletal defense. To calm Junmaru down, suddenly Benshu sensed a transmission from the Wind Eagle armor to his subconscious. Summon Wind Eagle crossbow. The next moment a dark blue longbow taller than a person appeared before Benshu. In the middle of the longbow was a vividly depicted eagle beak with a pair of eagle eyes radiating a blood-red glow, full of sharpness. At that moment the necklace of the first Hokage, originally fused with Benshu's body, re-emerged. At this time the necklace slowly transformed into a gemstone radiating a faint green light before Benshu. This made Benshu feel as if the entire Wind Eagle armor had gained sentience. And this gemstone was the core of the entire Wind Eagle armor. Is this necklace the key to the evolution of the Wind Eagle armor? Benshu was stunned. This thing was quite terrifying. If this was the change after the evolution of the Wind Eagle armor, what about others? For instance, what about the Earth Tiger armor which he had never summoned? Thinking of this, Benshu felt a bit grateful to Junmaru. It seemed this battle had completely fused the necklace of the first Hokage with the Wind Eagle armor. Benshu was very happy looking at the Wind Eagle longbow in his hand, muttering to himself, unlimited blade works just happens to be the ability of the class archer Bowman Amiya. What a coincidence. Filled with excitement over the armor's evolution, Benshu formulated his ultimate move to end this battle. With a thought he visualized the appearance and capabilities of the meteor spear. Then Benshu held the bow in his left hand while in his right hand a black mosaic long spear pattern gradually became clear. It was the meteor spear of the black rhino armor. Junmaru, this is my final move. Give it your all. But remember to dodge quickly. If you can't handle it, leave yourself a way out so I can save you. After saying this, Benshu immediately flew upward holding the bow in his left hand and the spear in his right. Soaring to about 3000 meters high, hovering in midair with a slight smirk. So this is how the Wind Eagle armor's perception ability works. I seem to have misunderstood it before. After taking a deep breath, Benshu drew the bowstring back, resting the meteor spear upon it. Ha! Benshu fully drew the Wind Eagle longbow, locking onto the target with his perception. Suddenly releasing his hand. 3000 meters exceeded Niji's Byakugan's range, but as the meteor spear approached within 1 kilometer, Niji shouted, "Gaara, run!" Gaara did not dare to hesitate as he clearly sensed that terrifying pressure, quickly leading everyone to flee far away. The target of this tree is Junmaru, and those watching such as Gaara and others can still feel the terrifying pressure. Locked by the flow of energy as the pirated meteor spear shot like an arrow, Junmaru felt an unprecedented desire surge in his heart. Junmaru leaped down from the treetop, landing steadily on the ground. The two massive dragon spears in his hands merged together, pointing towards the sky. With his left foot as the pivot, he began to spin in place. The whole person resembled a gigantic drill. Indeed, Junmaru chose to confront Hiden. In the previous battles, Junmaru had felt the level of attack power from this tree, understanding exactly where he stood. Therefore he was quite confident in his defensive ability. Moreover, the bloodline of the Kagaya clan urged him to face this battle with all his strength. Thus his instincts drove him to face it. Hiden. Suddenly centered around Junmaru, enormous bone spires rose from the ground, completely covering the original forest. What should have been a forest filled with towering trees was completely ground to dust by the bones sprouting from Junmaru. Following that, these bones quickly closed in on Junmaru, further thickening his final strike. Only 200 meters remained until the Great Terror arrived. Currently Junmaru resembled a small pyramid constantly rotating. The bones sprouted from the dance of the grass and fern were further fortifying Junmaru's defenses. At the same time they also supplemented Junmaru's offensive capability. After shooting an arrow, this tree rapidly approached the ground. However, upon seeing Junmaru's way of dealing with it, he couldn't help but nod. Forming layers of defensive armor with bones and wrapping his body inside was indeed the best method Junmaru could use in such a short time. Nevertheless, this tree smiled. No matter how strong Junmaru's defenses were, the meteor spear projected from the infinite sword control's barrier would not be weak in hardness. This arrow, this tree was confident, could completely destroy Junmaru's defenses. Thus, as Junmaru prepared to receive the blow, this tree had quietly appeared beside Junmaru's massive whirlwind. The goal was to protect Junmaru at the first moment if he found it too difficult to withstand. It's here. The meteor spear blasted through like a bolt of lightning. The pale pyramid formed by Junmaru's bones had no effect whatsoever. The spear pierced through as if it were slicing through tofu, not even feeling resistance. Junmaru looked into the darkness before him, which slowly began to seep with light. The dragon spear on his arm was rapidly breaking apart inch by inch. At this moment Junmaru suddenly became alert. But when he tried to leave, he found himself trapped by his own bones except for directly above. Just then this tree suddenly appeared, stepping directly on Junmaru's shoulder. This tree had switched to black rhino armor, using the genuine meteor spear, aiming at the apex. Because this tree also wanted to feel the power of the evolved Windhawk bow, how terrifying the strike of this arrow could be. Centered around the point of contact between the two spears, an invisible wave of energy spread outwards. Birds and beasts in the mountains 5 kilometers away were startled and fled in all directions. Gaara, fearing he might delay his task of protecting everyone as instructed by this tree, also flew a bit farther away. As this tree helped block the pirated meteor spear, Jun Malu felt the pressure from both shoulders as if he were being flattened into a pancake. Jun Malu initially planned to remove the surrounding bones, but now he did not dare to do so. Because if he did that without this tree's leverage, not only would he say goodbye, but it could also implicate his great benefactor, this tree. Jun Malu could only grit his teeth and hold on. PFF. In less than a second, Jun Malu spat out a mouthful of blood. This tree's expression was grave as he pushed his chakra to the maximum, yet he could only maintain a stalemate with the pirated meteor spear. Thus Jun Malu's originally high defense could only serve one purpose at that moment. That was to provide a solid ground for this tree, allowing him to leverage. Jun Malu continuously reinforced the base of the pyramid, which had been shattered halfway, while blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth. Yet he still gritted his teeth and persevered. Because he knew this was this tree saving him, otherwise he would undoubtedly perish. Simultaneously, Jun Malu looked up at the pitch-black armor, even though his chakra was nearly depleted. However, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this what it feels like to be protected? PFF. Jun Malu spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted, the form of the second layer of cursed seal completely disappearing, returning to— But in that very last second, this tree finally stopped the pirated meteor spear, which had acted as an arrow. Jun Malu, aren't you going to thank me quickly? However, Jun Malu did not respond for a long time. This tree first pulled Jun Malu out from the bone pyramid, then jumped to the ground and removed the black rhino armor. This tree sighed, looking at the unconscious Jun Malu, saying, "The great benefactor little tree is online." With a melancholic expression, this tree took out an IOU and a pen, then used a kunai to make a small cut on Jun Malu's thumb, affectionately pressing his thumbprint onto the IOU and signing it. Debtor Jun Malu. Amount owed 10 million. Debtor's signature thumbprint. JPG. Then this tree painfully retrieved a large wooden barrel half a person tall from the storage room of the system and began pouring ergo to it. After completing all this, he directly tossed Jun Malu into it. This tree clapped his hands, nodding in satisfaction. "In saving your life. This is something I have always been skilled at." Panda head Yao Ming smile. JPG. On the other side, the collision between the two finally ceased its movement. This tree glanced at the sun, pondering that the two guys in the Valley of the End had probably finished fighting. Seeing that the commotion here had settled, Gaara rushed over at Shuju's urging. Shoju came over, circling around this tree first before anxiously asking, "How is it? Are you injured?" This tree's mind sparked, and then he clutched his chest, saying, "Oh, my heart hurts." Shikamaru turned his head away and patted Niji's shoulder. "Don't look." Kanjiro also realized and turned around together. Gaara followed this tree's lead, saying, "Boss, I'll take you back to—" Hearing that Gaara wanted to take me back to heal, I couldn't help but wish to grab a bone from Kimamaro's body in that wooden barrel and throw it at Gaara. What trouble is this guy causing? Ouch. It hurts. Tamari, rub my hand for me, I can recover on my own. Tamari hurriedly complied, rubbing for a while before anxiously asking, "How is it now? Is it better now?" Looking up, I found that I was smiling wickedly at Tamari, who had a worried expression on her face. At that moment, Tamari immediately reacted and punched me in the chest. "You are so bad. I shouldn't have worried about you. You're so strong. How could you possibly get hurt?" Poof. Saying this, Tamari turned her head away, only to see Gaara staring at her. "What are you looking at? Turn your head." I smiled. This is how siblings should be. Now, as the Kazekage, Gaara has become much steadier along with his growing strength. I couldn't help but admire how spirited Tamari is. Then I said, "Shikamaru, I leave Kimamaro to you. After we return, arrange for him to meet Zabuza and wait for my return to handle him. You guys go to Konoha first, I will check on Naruto and Sasuke's situation." "Okay." Shikamaru and Gaara replied simultaneously. Valley of the End. Naruto ultimately lost to Sasuke, who held an empty spinach can in his hand, remaining so close, just a bit more and Naruto would have won. When Naruto transformed into his tailed beast form, Sasuke was momentarily stunned. But in that brief moment, Sasuke was caught off guard and was decisively beaten into the ground by Naruto. Sasuke clearly remembered the warning he received when he was sealed by 4 of the Sound Ninja's 5 members. Each use of the second stage curse mark would slowly lead to mental degradation. When he completely succumbed, he would become a mindless killing machine without any thoughts or feelings. After activating the second curse mark state for a moment, Sasuke was startled by the overwhelming power and greedily enjoyed this sensation, decisively downing a spinach can. Even with Naruto in his tailed beast form, he couldn't even manage to use his last Rasengan. He was directly hit in the stomach by a punch from Sasuke and fell unconscious. Raindrops fell gently and Sasuke tossed the spinach can into the river, splashing some water. In the rain, victorious Sasuke felt no joy whatsoever. He removed his forehead protector and slowly carved a scratch on it with his kunai, splitting the Konoha symbol in 2, then casually tossed the protector beside Naruto. Sasuke closed his eyes, memories of the past flooding his mind. No matter how beautiful that life was, it could not compare to the few seconds that Itachi Uchiha trapped him in the world of Tsukuyomi. Sasuke slowly raised his head and stood up, feeling the raindrops falling on his face. "I hope you can avoid losing yourself in hatred. I said in a cold voice. Sasuke opened his eyes looking at me standing atop the statue of Uchiha Madara and said the choice I've made will not be regretted. I didn't kill Naruto. I just don't want to do the same thing as that person. Moreover, after I kill that person, the only ones left will be you and Naruto. Hearing Sasuke's words, I scoffed, is that so? Your skill with empty words is comparable to Naruto's. I will wait for you to find your opportunity in this lifetime. Sasuke looked at my indifferent gaze, clenched his fist and turned to leave. I then jumped down and checked on Naruto's condition. After a brief examination, I shook my head in resignation. If it weren't for the Nine Tails, Naruto would have been dead by now. Then I brought out a large wooden barrel and arranged a similar treatment for Naruto that I did for Kimimaro. Except this time I changed the death note to 99 million Ryo. According to Konoha's pricing, it was just short of the cost of a spinach can, which is reasonable. Hokage's office. Tsunade watched as the individual sent on the mission returned unscathed and couldn't help but smile, confirming that letting that rascal take care of things would ensure no issues arose. After saying some comforting words to everyone, she first had Shinjitsu arrange accommodation for the people from Sunagakure. Finally, she also sent out Genko. Once the office was empty except for two people, the usually serious Tsunade stepped down from her seat and directly gave me a big hug. Ha 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 ha. You are amazing. I never expected you not only to bring everyone in the village back safely but also to bring back 2 hostages. This is incredibly important for us to gather intelligence on Orochimaru. Then Tsunade kept ruffling my hair. Ugh. Ugh. I was suffocated and couldn't speak until Tsunade finally released me. I grinned and said, don't say anything, this task must be of super strength difficulty, right? Sister Tsunade, can you at least give me a few million Ryo as a token of appreciation? I rubbed my hands together, my face filled with anticipation. Tsunade's face turned red and she awkwardly cleared her throat, saying, well, the village's finances are so tight, you know that. Moreover, Sarutobi sensei, I still owes you money. I'm truly out of funds. I sighed helplessly. Indeed, it turned out like this. However, I was not worried at all. The Hokage's IOU could be directly used in the system. I simply took out an IOU for 10 million Ryo and placed it in Tsunade's hands. Tsunade froze. Could she really not escape this? But she knew that if she didn't write this IOU, I would probably not let her. Tsunade did not want her commission task scroll to contain another batch of tasks for collecting debts from the Hokage. Even just hearing the descriptions from former UMBU members during task exchanges felt terrifying. The key was that I wasn't even the one getting my hands dirty. I was just providing funds from behind the scenes. With the villagers of Konoha pressing for debts, Tsunade, who had just taken office as Hokage, couldn't afford to accumulate a mountain of debt. How could that be allowed? Wouldn't she just be laughed at by the villagers? Tsunade held the IOU, feeling increasingly uneasy, and finally sighed helplessly, saying, I agree to that spokesperson deal, but you have to give me a higher share of the profits. My eyes lit up. The spokesperson for papaya juice is finally online. Hokage endorsement. Wouldn't sales soar? No problem. Orochimaru did not wait for Sasuke to arrive and had already been reincarnated. The 3-year cooldown period for reincarnation gave Naruto and Sakura time to diligently train. As for me, during these 3 years my only task has been to supervise the hard-working workers on the back mountain. At this moment I realized Orochimaru's merits. Had it not been for his invasion plan against Konoha, almost all ninjas would have been busy with continuous tasks and jobs. Otherwise, if I had brought those ninjas to farm, they would probably have gone on strike in 2 or 3 days. However, after enduring various tasks, the ninjas eventually developed a deep affection for farming. This left Tsunade with a terrible headache every time she wanted to send someone on a mission. She felt like a great villain. Not only did she cut off their source of income, but she also disrupted their pleasant lives. Overall, these 3 years have been remarkably peaceful. I am also approaching 13 years of age, standing at 1.7 meters tall, which is slightly taller than Tsunade. Moreover, my savings have reached a staggering 100 billion. Do not think this figure is exaggerated, it's simply because money is easy to make during wartime. The number of missions entrusted to Konoha ninjas is a reflection of that. Regardless of whether it is a large or small nation, if something happens they will prioritize hiring a ninja as a bodyguard or protector. Some are even willing to pay a huge sum to hire ninja teams for missions. Consequently, the funds from the Land of Waves, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Fire eventually flowed into my hands. There's no denying that earning money from ninjas is incredibly easy. Every ninja wants to have a survival package at the ready consisting of spinach, canned goods, and ergotu. However, what satisfies me the most is the sales of papaya. Originally, spinach was the most commonly grown crop in the fields on the back mountain. But since Tsunade endorsed papaya juice, every batch of papaya has sold out immediately. There is simply not enough supply to meet the demand. From the wives of local wealthy merchants to the concubines of feudal lords, everyone has taken a liking to papaya juice. Additionally, a significant contributor to my profit plan is Kimimaro. My product Gai Zhongai ranks second only to papaya juice in terms of sales. Who would refuse to make their bones stronger? Even for commoners, I considered not allowing my products to become overly noble. Thus I launched a low-end version called my Golden Partner. As for the spokesperson, I personally took the role at 13 years old and standing 1.7 7 meters tall. Who else could it be? My height is already close to the average height in the ninja world, and with the absolute priority of papaya juice in my marketing strategy wherever there is Gai Zhonggai endorsed by me. Other men could drink papaya juice until they vomit, yet they cannot overshadow the charm that comes from me. For this I am quite satisfied. The only trouble is that no matter where I go I am surrounded by a crowd of people. So nowadays I prefer to squat on the back mountain. I want to be a local tycoon who only seeks to earn a little money. Additionally, I am waiting for news from Jiraiya. Recently the Akatsuki organization has also begun to show signs of activity, but their whereabouts are elusive and Jiraiya has been unable to gather more information. The only thing I can ascertain is that everyone in this organization possesses near shadow level strength. The leader of the organization is even more mysterious, with no information available about their abilities. Therefore each village can only remain vigilant and increase their defensive watchtowers. This time I declare that I will quietly observe your various displays while I have my little funds prepared. If anyone dares to come and disrupt my money-making endeavors, it's simple. The system space has stored over 9,999 nuclear pineapple ready for action. Today, just like any other day, I arrived at the back mountain early in the morning. Arrangements have been made for a human-powered refrigerator and air conditioner. Around noon a group of visitors from Konoha arrived. It was time for the Chunin exams. After the formation of the Fire-Wind Alliance, the strength of both countries has been rising rapidly. Even if I extracted a majority of the profits, the radiating effect brought by my group is extremely considerable. Just the village of Konoha has doubled in size. The Sand-Hidden village in the Land of Wind has tripled in size. Originally the biggest issue for the Sand-Hidden was the unresolved food supply, but now the Land of Wind has turned into an agricultural powerhouse. This has also attracted many ninjas from nearby small villages to join the Sand-Hidden, making it the second largest nation after Konoha in terms of overall strength. Moreover, it is now time for the Chunin exams, and leading the team from Sand-Hidden is Temari. After reporting to Tsunade, Temari dashed towards the back mountain. The students were left in the care of Ino. Ino originally wanted to come, but now she is busy preparing her students for the competition and has no time. It is worth mentioning that Temari and Ino's personalities unexpectedly match well. If I had to put it in my words, they are like twin chili peppers. I half closed my eyes, feeling the cool breeze, suddenly feeling thirsty, and asked Bai, "Is the tea ready?" I did not hear Bai's response, but tea was served. As I sat up to take it, I noticed my legs. This fishing net. Oh my god. How do you understand these so well? I looked up sharply, and it was Temari. What? Can't I drink the tea I brought? She said in that slightly domineering tone. Drink. Of course I must drink it. Even if it's just pepper water, I would find it delightful. Temari couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why, can we consider the feelings of the tool person? After a while Temari noticed that I was staring at her intently. And then she proudly straightened her posture and said, "See. This is what we call having reason and evidence." I stood up directly, my height towering half a head over Temari, making her feel somewhat at a loss. The most annoying thing is... Are you testing me on the edge, little chili pepper? Temari felt the warm wind from my breath and the refreshing fragrance emanating from me, instantly blushing to the roots of her ears. I greedily enjoyed this even more youthful fragrance compared to a year ago. And that even prouder pride. Temari bit her lip and directly leaned in. Humph, who was afraid of whom? I warned her for 3 years, quickly stepping back 2 paces, then smiling as I said, "I must say I'm afraid of you." Just as Benshu was about to continue chatting with Shoju, suddenly his aura changed drastically. He vanished into thin air. Hey! Where did you go? Shoju stomped her foot in frustration. When Benshu reappeared, he had already arrived at the office building of the Benshu Group in the Land of Wind, which was also the conference hall of Sunagakure. Lord Benshu, Lord Fu has been captured. Maki said anxiously. Benshu frowned. Explain in detail. There are 2 intruders. They are indeed from the Akatsuki organization, as Jiraiya mentioned. The person who came to capture Lord Fu is alone, and their ninjutsu is extremely strange. Whatever they throw will explode. The key point is that these items approach our sentries like puppets silently. Thus by the time that person infiltrated the group's office building, Lord Fu only then realized their presence. After a fierce battle, that person unleashed a super large explosion intended to destroy the village. Lord Fu used his own strength to protect the village. However, he exhausted too much chakra and was consequently captured by that person. Since he was airborne, we had no way to pursue. And he would keep exploding things. Benshu slammed the table and said, "Then why did you only crush the Flying Thunder God seal now?" Maki lowered his head. Lord Fu was originally in the upper hand. By the time Lord Fu fell into a disadvantage, the intruder had already taken him away. Maki felt extremely guilty. If he had reacted sooner and called Benshu over, none of this would have happened. Moreover, if Lord Fu hadn't intercepted the intruder's attack with the determination to protect the village, he definitely wouldn't have been captured. At that moment, a large group of people suddenly entered the conference hall. All of them looked anxious. "Boss Benshu, you must go save Lord Fu. As long as we can rescue Lord Fu, I am willing to work for the Benshu Group for free for a year." Me too. I am willing as well. All right. Everyone shut up. Benshu shouted and everyone obediently closed their mouths. I will handle this matter. What you need to do now is quickly assess the village's casualties. Then restore the village's order as quickly as possible. And do not delay the situation in the surrounding fields. If the profits for this quarter decrease, I will hold you accountable. After saying this, Benshu vanished again. Maki smiled bitterly and said, everyone, let's act quickly. We should trust Boss Benshu's strength. He will definitely bring Lord Fu back. In fact, everyone felt reassured by Benshu's words, serving as a strong boost to their morale. Although worries still existed, it was much better than the previous confusion. They each returned to their posts and began to act according to the directives given by Benshu. Meanwhile, Benshu returned to Konoha village. He could no longer be at ease. One of his most loyal workers, Gaara, who also held the highest position among workers, must not encounter any issues. Otherwise it would definitely affect the productivity of Sunagakure. But Benshu had learned his lesson this time. After understanding the situation, he rushed to Tsunade to request a mission. Upon hearing that Gaara had been captured, Tsunade was taken aback. Although Gaara's strength was not as terrifying as that of veteran powerhouses, his strength had undoubtedly reached the level of a Kage after these years of growth. Yet he was still captured by members of the Akatsuki. This was indeed a very frightening matter. Jiraiya's intelligence was not wrong after all. But was this intruder's strength a bit too strong? Tsunade immediately ordered Benshu. Kakashi just happens to be available. Naruto has returned and Sakura is now my prized disciple. This mission will be entrusted to you. As for the mission rank, let's temporarily set it as rank. The mission reward 1000000 Ryu. Benshu was very generous towards Tsunade regarding this. How could a mission of this difficulty not be worth 1000000 Ryu? This is a mission to rescue Lord Fu. Benshu nodded and didn't argue with Tsunade, then directly used Flying Thunder God to disappear and find Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi was sparring with Sakura and Naruto, who had just returned from training and had changed significantly. This time the target of their assessment was set as Kakashi, who would test Naruto and Sakura to see how much they had grown. Benshu's sudden appearance instantly disrupted the battle among the three. He briefly explained the situation to them and Naruto anxiously said, let's hurry and save Gaara. Benshu smirked internally. This would save him some trouble. At this moment he needed to fully guide out Naruto's inner drive, making him take the initiative to accept this task. Immediately after, Sakura expressed her desire to go as well and Kakashi added, one can is always ready to serve. Benshu nodded in satisfaction and said, come on, all three of you, grab my shoulders, I'll take you there. Sunagakure Benshu group office building. Maki saw that Benshu had returned and even brought Kakashi with him. Then Benshu frantically signaled Maki, but Maki took a long time to react. Finally Kakashi couldn't help but say, if Boss Benshu can bring back Lord Fu this time, you will give 1000000 Ryu. Only then did Benshu nod in satisfaction, patted Kakashi's shoulder and said, as expected of someone who has been with me the longest, you understand me well. Maki frowned. 1000000 Ryu was no small amount and he certainly didn't have that much money on him. But Lord Fu was the most important. If he knew Maki's good intentions, he wouldn't make it difficult for him. So Maki gritted his teeth and directly said, deal. Benshu continued with his IOU business, watching as Maki ended up writing down Gaara's name in the debtor's position. Benshu almost couldn't help but laugh. When would he be able to bring Gaara over to communicate properly and see if they were long-lost brothers? This operation is simply identical. Benshu contentedly put away the IOU and told Kakashi, alright, you all hurry up and chase them. If anything happens, just destroy the spare Flying Thunder God seal and I will come immediately. Maki! Did this money-grubbing person not plan to go? Kakashi was not surprised by the words of the tree. Whenever the tree was willing to offer a can, he would never willingly lend a hand. Report. Lord Maki Kanjiro is severely injured and unconscious. All the puppets have been dismantled into parts. What? Maki suddenly felt overwhelmed by the information. He had hoped Kanjiro would bring back valuable intelligence, but instead he was rendered useless by the enemy. A ninja who uses puppet techniques has lost all his puppets. Isn't that a devastating defeat? Is there no information about the enemy at all? The ninja shook his head and Kakashi frowned, saying, in this case we have no leads on the enemy's whereabouts. Pursuit will be difficult. Maki hurriedly looked at the tree, saying, Tree boss, do you have any ideas? The tree was displeased. Hey, why do you always come to me when there's a problem? I'm the boss, you're the boss. At least be someone responsible and think of a solution yourself. With that, the tree tossed a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. Every time the mark disappeared, the tree would promptly replace it. This kunai was given to Maki by Kakashi. Sakura suggested, I'm a medical ninja, why not let me check on Kanjiro's condition first? The reporting ninja quickly led the group to Kanjiro's hospital room. After examining him, Sakura sighed in relief, saying, fortunately the strong liquor has kept Kanjiro alive, the internal injuries have been treated. But if the poison isn't detoxified in time, he still can't survive. Scorpion. Suddenly Kanjiro showed a flicker of awareness and Maki quickly leaned in to listen closely. His face changed drastically and he immediately exited the hospital room. Sakura said, Kakashi-sensei and Naruto, could you please step outside for a moment? Kanjiro must undergo surgery immediately. Meanwhile, back at the rear mountain, just as the tree was about to lie down, the system's prompt sounded. Unlock detoxifying cucumber. Cucumber is good. Cucumber is wonderful. With a cucumber in hand, poison won't fall. Effect: no poison is unsolvable. Wherever you least want to shrink, it will shrink. Redemption price 500 Rio. Cucumber seeds 1 Rio. The tree's eyes lit up. This thing is great for dealing with Scorpion. Then the tree instantly teleported to Sunagakure with the previously mentioned flying thunder god Kurenai. However, this place was shrouded in mist, looking nothing like a desert. Maki stared blankly at the tree beside him, and the tree then realized that there were still Chiyo and Kyo's advisor Elder High in front of him. Maki quickly conveyed the information he had just received from Kanjiro to Chiyo. Scorpion's poison. Chiyo was taken aback, not even having time to greet the tree before running out. Elder High was about to chat with the tree when the tree teleported back inside the Kazekage building. Rather than follow those guys, it was better to rely on oneself. The tree had now grown accustomed to using invisibility when merging with the armor, allowing for greater speed. With the exceptional perception of the Windhawk armor, the tree arrived outside Kanjiro's operating room before Chiyo. Tree, you should wait a bit before going in. Sakura is performing surgery on Kanjiro, Naruto reminded. However, the tree waved his hand and walked straight in. This is a crucial surgery area. Please step outside, tree boss. The medical ninja at the door rushed forward to stop the tree, but this ninja felt a flash before the tree vanished. When he reappeared, the tree was right in front of Sakura. A medical ninja directly said, tree boss, please hurry and go outside. Don't delay our surgery. Kanjiro is in grave danger. The tree paid no mind to them and pulled out a detoxifying cucumber, saying to Sakura, feed this to him. A small cucumber about the size of a pinky finger appeared in the tree's hand. No way. We've already tried all existing detoxifying medicines with no success. How can we give the patient random things at this time? Time is already tight. Tree boss, can you not joke with us? Sakura looked at the smiling tree, gritted her teeth, and finally said, prepare. Crush the cucumber and feed it to the patient. As a medical ninja, Sakura's skills had gained the recognition of Sunagakure's medical ninjas, and she was the main physician for this emergency rescue. Since Sakura made this choice, the other medical ninjas had no choice but to follow suit. Only then did the tree quietly step aside. After the medical ninjas delivered the entire cucumber through a nasogastric tube to Kanjiro, his eyes instantly opened. Although he still felt a bit weak, his divine sense was already awake. Where am I? The medical ninjas looked at Kanjiro, who had actually woken up, stunned, not knowing what had happened. We used every detoxifying medicine available with no results. How did Tree Boss solve it with a mere cucumber? As expected of Tree Boss. As long as he is around, no problem is a problem. Tree Boss is indeed formidable. But this thing must be very expensive, right? Sakura speculated, could this be some kind of special detoxifying medicine? The tree snapped his fingers and said, that's right, this cucumber may look ordinary, but it can detoxify all poisons in the world. Kanjiro is the best example. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and give him another bottle of strong liquor. The medical ninjas now regarded the tree as a deity. Not to mention the liquor, as long as a person's limbs are intact, broken bones can regenerate. This significantly reduced the mortality rate of ninjas on missions and greatly alleviated the shortage of medical ninjas. A medical ninja quickly handed a bottle of strong liquor to Kanjiro, who downed it immediately. Fully restored, he jumped off the bed and prepared to rush out. The tree directly blocked Kanjiro's path, extending his hand and saying, I saved your life. Hurry, the detoxifying cucumber costs 1,000,000 Rio each. Kanjiro was instantly dumbfounded, suddenly recalling that he had been poisoned. Was it the tree boss who saved him? Sorry, Treekin. I have to go save Gaara. I'll pay you back when I return. Saying that, Kanjiro sidestepped the tree and opened the surgery room door. Chiyo looked at Kanjiro, who had actually walked out, and asked in surprise, weren't you poisoned? How come? The tree directly pulled out a cucumber and stuffed it into Kanjiro's hand, lifting his arm and saying, with the detoxifying cucumber in hand, Mommy no longer has to worry about me being poisoned. A dead silence enveloped the surroundings, and the tree felt as if a crow had flown over its head, leaving behind a trail of black dots. Sakura then approached and said, this little cucumber's detoxifying effect is indeed remarkable. It has surpassed many detoxifying medicines. In the future we can keep it in stock for ninjas to handle complex task requirements. Chiyo Granny was straightforward and took out a small pouch from her waist, extracting a needle that emitted a faint purple glow and pricked her hand. After waiting for a couple of seconds, she directly took the cucumber from Kankoro's hand and ate it. Moments later, Chiyo Granny exclaimed, the effect is indeed miraculous. I never expected that at my old age I would still encounter such a wondrous object. With such things in existence, a ninja's life can have an extra layer of security. Hiriko's two eyebrows resembling caterpillars shot up in surprise as he remarked to have elder sister acknowledge the detoxifying properties of this cucumber. It must indeed be extraordinary. Chiyo Granny, who devoted her life to puppetry, is also a master of poison. Her acknowledgement is the best proof. The tree kindly reminded Chiyo Granny, "Oh, I forgot to tell you this cucumber costs 1,000,000 Rio." After saying this, Chiyo Granny suddenly coughed twice. "I don't have that much money." Maki quickly interjected, "Well, charge this to the Sand Village's finances." Chiyo Granny then breathed a sigh of relief. Maki added, "Kankuro, quickly share all the intel you've gathered." Kankuro then described everything in detail, resembling Deidara and Sasori, not skipping any specifics. Everyone fell into deep thought, and Chiyo Granny sighed. It seems Sasori is indeed very confident in his poison, otherwise you wouldn't have made it back alive today. Kankuro clenched his fist, feeling very guilty. But his eyes suddenly brightened as he said, Even though I no longer have much combat power, I can still guide everyone. Please take me with you to find Gaara, okay?" Maki nodded and replied, "No problem, but according to what you said, those two are quite powerful. Can Kakashi's team really bring Gaara back?" The room fell silent, with only the sounds of medical ninjas tidying up surgical instruments in the operating room. "Since it's Sasori, I must personally take a trip." Maki clenched his fist. The moment Gaara was kidnapped, the higher-ups of the Sand Village convened a discussion meeting. However, the final outcome of the meeting was that most chose to give up on pursuing Gaara and decided to nominate a new Kazekage. They wanted to take advantage of the situation and abandon Gaara, citing the risk of him going berserk at any moment. Maki was very angry, but after the incidents with the third and fourth Kazekage, the Sand Village had endured a long period of darkness, especially during the third Kazekage's era, thus the unanimous choice of the high-ranking officials was not without reason. But Chiyo Granny's willingness to retrieve Gaara immediately silenced those guys. At that moment, the tree handed out 3 cucumbers to everyone. "You must not be restricted when battling Sasori with these. You must bring my worker back." Kakashi smiled wryly. "Is this considered strong-arming?" The tree smirked and replied, "If you don't want to use it, I can take it back." Kakashi hurriedly stuffed the cucumber into his ninja tool pouch, waving his hand, "No need, no need. Boss, you're showing concern for me, how could I refuse?" The tree nodded in satisfaction. "Alright, you all set off." After Chiyo Granny, Sakura, Naruto, Kankuro and Kakashi's team left, Maki approached the tree and said weakly, "Boss, you see we in the Sand Village have also sent people. Can the debt be reduced by 2 million? The tree quickly dodged far away. "Once a deal is made, there's no turning back. Hoof. Don't even think about it." At the border of the Land of Wind, Deidara and Sasori were waiting here to reduce troubles for their journey ahead, wanting to play a little longer. The second wave of Sand Village ninjas sent to investigate was completely wiped out, with none surviving. When Kakashi and the others arrived at the outer defensive structure of the village, they had to stop. Because this place was entirely filled with traps set by Sasori, the Sand Village ninjas were continuously checking. Some areas could only be triggered by detonating tags, however Kankuro, being someone who had walked this path before along with Chiyo Granny's assistance, managed to maintain their speed. The arrangement of these traps can also be considered a form of mechanization. Even Kakashi was deeply impressed. The mechanisms of the Sand Village are undoubtedly the best in the ninja world. Just watching Chiyo Granny dismantle the traps was a sight to behold. Soon everyone swiftly approached Deidara and Sasori along the route. After half a day they finally saw the border. Kakashi then destroyed the Flying Thunder God mark that the tree had reserved for notifying him. The alliance between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire in recent years, along with Gaara's support as Kazekage, is inextricably linked. If Gaara were to encounter trouble, this alliance would not only likely be affected, but the tree's business could also be implicated. At that time, given the tree's nature, it could very well lead to war. Whether it be Zabuza Haku or the recently arrived Kinshiki. The combined strength of these three along with the tree's own power should not be underestimated, and it could certainly deal a heavy blow to the Sand Village. But no one wanted to see the scene. Having become accustomed to peace, who would want to continue sinking into the quagmire of war? Yet the chaotic Land of Wind seemed very likely. The tree yawned, feeling the mark of the Flying Thunder God, and instantly teleported there. As a result, he happened to see 2 figures wearing black cloaks with red cloud patterns, Deidara and Sasori, in front of him. He walked directly to Kakashi's side and flicked his forehead. "Wasn't it said to only call me in case of an emergency?" With the 2 opponents intact, if I were to act, wouldn't Kakashi think this salary is a bit too easy? Kakashi awkwardly smiled and replied, "Isn't it because I thought the boss would be quicker to act? Besides, you're earning 1,000,000 Rio on this trip. How could you mind me asking for a small can of spinach, right?" "I'm sorry, but I do mind." "Kakashi, can we start now?" The tree casually tossed a can of spinach. Kakashi quickly caught it, saying, Yes, let's go now." "Naruto, Sakura, get ready." The tree expressed that as the boss he had no special skills, just the freedom of spinach. Naruto hurriedly ran to the tree's side and asked, "Can I have a try?" Without a word, the tree pulled out a blank IOU and waved it in front of Naruto. Naruto quickly ran away, not forgetting to make a funny face at the tree. Sakura, being more straightforward, directly took out money and helped Naruto buy one. This really moved Naruto to tears, but Sakura also warned him, "Don't think too much. If you don't do well in the battle later, you'll still have to pay me back." Naruto's expression instantly turned black and white. Shio then said, "Tree, I've heard about the effects of your spinach, but I haven't tried it myself. Now I have the chance. Give me one, and when I go back, let Maki reimburse you from the village's finances." The tree chuckled, "Chio, what are you talking about? Talking about money hurts feelings. After we defeat these two we can talk slowly. Saying this, the tree forcefully stuffed 4 cans of spinach into Chiyo's hands. Chiyo. So you're making it clear that you know I won't owe money and just shoved them into my hands, right? However, Chiyo focused more on Sasori and put away all but 1 can of spinach. Kakashi and the others immediately sprang into action. Sasori said to Deidara, you go back first, leave these guys to me. Sasori, there are so many of them, won't it be a bit tough for you alone? Sasori replied in a deep voice, are there many of them? They're just a few puppets. Deidara nodded and said, then I'll leave it to you. Make sure to come back quickly, the boss is still waiting. Just as Deidara was about to fly away, Kakashi's forward motion suddenly halted. He initially intended to target Deidara, but from behind Sasori a tail made of special metal lunged directly at Kakashi's face. The tip of the tail emitted a faint purple glow, clearly containing deadly poison. Kakashi quickly retreated while Naruto and Sakura, who were beside him, intended to take this opportunity to launch an attack. However, unexpectedly the tail was extraordinarily agile, sweeping swiftly to both sides, forcing all 3 of them to a standstill. Seeing that he could no longer advance, Kakashi's Sharingan in his left eye suddenly transformed, resembling 3 interlocking sickles. As he focused on Deidara, the tail of the giant bird began to twist. However, Deidara flew faster and faster while Kakashi's Kamui had limited range, merely tearing off a single feather from the tail made of explosive clay. The tree covered his forehead and complained, Kakashi, you let the enemy escape right under your nose. Why do I feel like you're acting like me? Also, your move is just too weak. Let me show you the correct way to use this technique. Mangekyo activate. Chiyo initially wanted to help Kakashi but suddenly saw that the tree had also activated his Sharingan. Shocked, she took 2 steps back, saying, are you also from the Uchiha clan? Impossible. How could someone so young have awakened such eyes? My goodness. Among the Uchiha I've battled, I've never seen anyone so young. Kakashi turned in disbelief, discovering that the pattern in the tree's eyes was identical to his own. However, in his memory the tree had always stayed in the village. The third Hokage had always kept an eye on the tree, and later Tsukuyami Yuin monitored the tree. At no point had he heard of the tree possessing Sharingan. Moreover, he awakened the Mangekyo because the tree's growth had been smooth sailing. What kind of hardships had he gone through? The only notable hardship was when he first started growing spinach, and he did it all by himself. But that had nothing to do with the pain of losing a loved one. Kakashi couldn't understand why the tree possessed those eyes, no matter how hard he tried. He initially felt that the secrets surrounding the boss were already numerous, but over time they had all become well-known secrets among the first batch of workers. Yet no one knew that the tree had Sharingan. Plus the tree was just too young. Thinking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but worry about the tree. While the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was indeed formidable, Kakashi increasingly felt that his eyesight was deteriorating over time. It's easy to predict that one day he would surely go blind. The tree was so young, with endless potential in every aspect. Were those eyes truly a good thing for him? At that moment, Kakashi no longer felt that the battle was of utmost importance. Instead, he wanted to have a good heart-to-heart talk with the tree. In terms of Sharingan, he still had a say. Naruto and Sakura stood frozen in place, watching the tree's crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. Especially Naruto, who was engulfed by a wave of intense fear. The Sharingan users he had encountered brought him the beautiful Sasuke, who almost beat him to death and betrayed him. The other Itachi Uchiha nearly captured him directly. Whichever it was, they were all unequivocal enemies to him now. He had never fought Sasuke at the Valley of the End and nearly lost his life to him. In front of Itachi Uchiha he had no chance to resist at all. In Sakura's eyes the tree's mystery increased a few more degrees. Just standing there, the tree exuded a male charm that she felt at all times. Deidara, did I let you go? With the tree's commanding voice, the bird beneath Deidara suddenly plummeted from the sky. Gaara disappeared without a trace. Deidara didn't understand what was happening at all. In the extreme tension of the situation, he hurriedly made 2 birds to slow down his fall. In the end, he still crashed headfirst into the sand. When he got back up, he immediately stood alongside Sasori. Baka Yaru. I will make you truly appreciate art. Where is Gaara? Upon seeing the eyes of Benshu and recalling the words he had spoken earlier, Kakashi had already surmised that Benshu's Sharingan ability was likely similar to his own. Thus Kakashi was in such a state of anxiety. Did Benshu lose control of his power and crush Gaara? Benshu looked at the ground before him, and with a twist of space, Gaara lay there before everyone. Granny Chiyo was at a loss for words to describe the scene. Having lived for so long, this was the first time she had witnessed such a peculiar ability. Her mind raced through past events, and suddenly she realized something and exclaimed, is this a space-time ninjutsu? Benshu glanced at Granny Chiyo and couldn't be bothered to explain, thinking, however you interpret it is fine. He simply nodded and said, that interpretation works too. On the other side, Kakashi felt as though he had opened the door to a new world, beginning to reassess the abilities of his Sharingan. Naruto rushed over, and Sakura, driven by her instincts as a medical ninja, hurried to check Gaara's condition. Heart rate extremely low, serious injuries all over, possible internal bleeding in multiple organs. If treatment isn't administered promptly, it could very well. In this situation, medical ninjutsu won't be sufficient. The only solution is to use Benshu's Ergwotu. Naruto, reminded by Sakura, quickly pleaded, Benshu, you must save Gaara. I'll cover the cost of this bottle of Ergwotu. What about an IOU? I'll sign it right now. Seeing Naruto's anxious expression, Benshu calmly began to feed Gaara some Ergwotu. Then in the incredulous gazes of Deidara and Sasori, Gaara stood up as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? Deidara's mouth dropped open and Sasori's pupils constricted as they both exclaimed, though Deidara's voice was louder. TCH, what a fuss. You two bumpkins have never seen anything like this. Benshu retracted his Sharingan and chuckled, what a joke. Deidara's anger flared once more as he continuously spat out small spiders from his mouth. Then Deidara tossed them in the direction of Benshu. Under the sunlight's reflection, the speed at which Deidara created the small spiders increased as a swarm of them surged toward Benshu and the others. Revived Gaara swung his hand and directly shielded everyone behind a wall of sand. Boo! 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 A series of explosions erupted, but against Gaara's absolute defense they had no effect whatsoever. It was the same when he was in Sunagakure. If Gaara hadn't been determined to protect the villagers, he wouldn't have attracted attention and ended up being captured by Deidara. Gaara bowed to Benshu and said, thank you, boss. Benshu patted Gaara on the shoulder and said, what thanks are needed between us? Your actions were absolutely correct. It seems that your understanding of being a Kazekage has deepened. After you return to the village, I'm sure the villagers will hold you in even higher regard. Gaara was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Yo, yeah. This should mean yeah, right. Naruto often says this when he's fired up. That's amazing, Gaara. In becoming Kazekage, I will definitely catch up to you. At this moment Sakura sighed in relief, as expected. Benshu was as reliable as ever. Boo! 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 Deidara began his second wave of attack, this time using sharp-beaked birds that aimed to first create small holes in Gaara's sand before detonating. This method had been tested by Deidara. Each explosion left some detonating clay residue within Gaara's sand. Deidara was confident that during the third wave of explosions he would surely penetrate that damned defense. Sasori, on the other hand, quietly observed the dust from the explosions. Because he could sense that Granny Chio was also watching him. Just as Deidara prepared to unleash his third wave of attack, he suddenly realized that he had run out of detonating clay in his pouch. TCH, damn it, there's no clay left. Sasori then said, I told you to be prepared when you came out, but you wouldn't. Fine. Brother Sasori, next time I will definitely listen to you. But if that's the case, you are forcing me to use that technique. C3 number 18. Gaara noticed that Deidara's attack speed had slowed down and he removed his absolute defense to see what was happening. He was instantly startled by what Deidara was holding. Not good. Boss, we need to run. Saying this, he used sand to lift everyone up, preparing to fly away. Deidara laughed heartily. Now you want to run? It's too late. He hurled the number 18 towards Benshu and the others, immediately forming hand seals. When the distance was about right, he shouted, crack. Ha 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 ha. Art. Bloom. Deidara spread his arms wide, laughing with his eyes closed, waiting for the beautiful sound of Art's bloom. However, after waiting for a long time without anything happening, he looked toward Benshu and the others, puzzled. Benshu, holding the small ghost-like number 18, clicked his tongue and said, tisk tisk, how can such an ugly thing be called art? Before number 18 could reach the crowd, Benshu directly used Kamui to pull the little ghost into his Kamui space. After Deidara's technique was completed, he took this ugly thing out again, constantly inspecting it, making faces of disgust. Deidara was so furious he jumped up and down. I won't allow you to criticize my art. Aha! I will tear you apart. Sasori in a low voice said, then what do you think art is? Your question made Deidara perk up and he countered, you insult my art, does that mean you think your art is better than mine? If you're not afraid of embarrassment, show it to me. Kakashi patted Benshu on the shoulder and whispered, now that we've saved everyone, should we head back and stabilize the situation first? While speaking, Kakashi wiped his nose. After using spinach cans for too long, he had found the quickest way to expend excess energy. That was to keep his Sharingan spinning, which consumed energy rapidly. But the nosebleed wouldn't stop. If this continued, he would truly be left with no face. Kakashi was determined to return when Sakura stepped forward and said, our Lord Tree is also a member of the Akatsuki. We can take this opportunity to inquire about Orochimaru's information. As he spoke, Naruto clenched his fists tightly. Seeing this useless, Naruto, Lord Tree approached and gave him a sharp blow to the head. Lord Tree did not offer much explanation. After all, he had already told Naruto more than once that Sasuke left the village willingly, and no matter how much he struggled, it was futile. However, Naruto refused to listen. Granny Chio solemnly said, it seems that guy Scorpion has learned to be clever. He knows that our Lord Tree is a powerful enemy, so with his unwillingness to wait, he is held back until now without making a move. Lord Tree raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Suddenly he found this guy who had completely transformed himself with puppet techniques to be somewhat endearing. His eyesight is indeed decent, knowing who the protagonist is. Since you sincerely want to witness art, I shall properly discuss art with you. Deidara's eyes sparkled with fervor, and Scorpion was no exception. Although their views on art differed, they were the only two in the organization with a passionate pursuit of it. Thus when Lord Tree brought up the topic of art, their impulsion for battle far surpassed their mission to capture the tailed beasts. The mission could wait, and at worst they would return to face punishment from the leader, but if they missed the chance to understand what true art is, both Deidara and Scorpion would regret today's actions. Lord Tree countered, by the way, before you inquire about others, shouldn't you introduce yourselves first? Or why not share your understanding of art? Deidara raised his palms up with all 10 fingers slightly bent, excitedly saying as he looked at the 2 mouths in his hands, art is the brilliance and beauty of a moment. Poof. Can that kind of explosion be called art? Art is the beauty that endures over time, and that is what can truly be called art. Scorpion scoffed. I don't think so. Uncle, while I have great respect for you, the fleeting beauty of a moment is the true art. Art is not like the puppet shows you perform, Uncle. The two grew more heated in their argument, and Deidara produced a shadow clone, its robe swelling as if it was about to explode at any moment. On the other side, Scorpion's puppet, the Scarlet Flow Ruby, swayed its tail back and forth. The reason he hadn't used other abilities was that at such a short distance he was absolutely confident he could take down Deidara here. Just as the two were about to beat each other up, Lord Tree shouted loudly, I believe. True art should be this. As he spoke, Lord Tree pulled out a black pineapple and the scene instantly fell into a dead silence. A black crow flew overhead once again, its rear trailing a string of black dots, and while flying it complained, squash. 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 Scorpion's low voice mocked, you think a dyed fruit can be called art? Who is insulting art here? Scorpion felt as if he was being played with. If it weren't for his caution towards Lord Tree, he would have made a decisive move. On the other hand, Deidara burst into laughter. I thought you understood how powerful artistic techniques can be. Your thing is even less attractive than my little bird. It's pitch black, like something just dug up from a coal mine. Ridiculous. I've decided you this guy. You simply don't understand art. After each sentence Deidara will add an which is his catchphrase. I apologize for forgetting to write it earlier. Lord Tree laughed louder than Deidara. He then pointed directly at Scorpion and said, based on your recent pursuit of eternity and your definition of art, why are you hiding in a puppet? Why not transform yourself into eternity? Upon hearing Lord Tree's words, the Scarlet Flow Ruby made a loud clattering sound, eventually transforming into a pile of parts, and then Scorpion stepped out. This time it was a very youthful voice. Scorpion slowly removed his hood, expressionless, and said, is this what you meant? The clattering sound continued as Scorpion showcased his so-called eternal body. Lord Tree felt that when watching the anime before it was merely a slight sense of wonder, but now seeing Scorpion demonstrate his own human puppet up close, he found it incredibly exquisite and desperately wanted one as a toy. Lord Tree laughed again and said, so how is the combat power of this puppet? It seems a bit lacking. May I ask, can you guarantee that this puppet's strength can withstand my pineapple? What is there to be afraid of? Deidara replied, does this mean you acknowledge Scorpion Senpai's understanding of art? I've decided. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will prove that my art is not wrong. Saying this, Deidara's clone and his original body quickly flew towards Lord Tree. Lord Tree, however, calmly said, my art is natural and unrestrained, a product of nature. It embodies the beauty of power and the brilliance of instant bloom. True art is an eternal obsession, but when the time comes, even if it is fleeting, it must bloom the most beautiful fireworks. And my pineapple holds a profound darkness encompassing all. As the sun rises and sets, there will also be clouds that obscure the light, but the night will endure. Is that not eternity? As for the beauty of fleeting moments, please pay 5 million Ryo and everyone can be invited to watch at any time. Kakashi and Sakura immediately reacted, suppressing their laughter as they turned their heads away, covering their mouths to stifle any sound. At first they thought that Lord Tree genuinely had some special understanding of art. Upon hearing the 5 million Ryo, the two, deeply affected by Lord Tree's influence, instantly understood. A pyramid scheme. This guy is just brainwashing these two art-obsessed individuals in front of him. What does that black pineapple have to do with art? Unbelievably, the two in front of him were genuinely stunned by Lord Tree's words. Kakashi ran to Naruto's side and said, Naruto, I bet a can of spinach. They will definitely take out money. Naruto pouted and said, bet. Such an obvious scam, I believe they won't agree. Kakashi-sensei, you will definitely lose. Here, this is 5 million taels. If I do not witness true art, both I and Brother Scorpion will ensure you meet your demise here. Initially the duo intended to have Benshu monitor his art, however after hearing Benshu's understanding of art they were intrigued. Deidara directly sent a clone to hand Benshu a 5 million tael banknote. Naruto's eyes turned green. Benshu was a fraud. He is deceiving you. This is 5 million taels of silver. Couldn't you hesitate a bit when handing it over? However, Deidara gave Naruto a look of pity, disregarding him. Naruto dejectedly lowered his head and Kakashi snatched the unopened can of spinach from Naruto's ninja tool pouch. Thanks, Naruto. A bet is a bet, I won't be polite. Sakura timely added, Naruto, remember to pay me back the 10,000 taels you owe me for the spinach cans when we return to the village. Naruto, feeling miserable, squatted in a corner drawing circles with his finger on the ground. What is this? I had no chance to fight back and was defeated by the enemy. Moreover, I paid a price of 10,000 taels, a complete failure. After receiving the banknote, Benshu flicked it and nodded in satisfaction. This sound is quite pleasant. Since you are so sincere, I will show you what true art is today. When I return, you can start counting down from 10. After 10 seconds, art will surely be revealed before your eyes. Deidara, with disdain in his eyes, feverishly prepared explosive clay while chatting. After a period of time, he would be able to fight in his most perfect state. On the other side, Scorpion and Deidara shared similar feelings. Benshu's interpretation of eternal art indeed gave him different thoughts about eternity. However, Benshu must provide corresponding persuasive evidence. Otherwise, without artwork supporting his perspective, it would be mere fallacy. It is precisely because of their rigorous attitude towards art that they are willing to spend a large sum even knowing that Benshu is likely deceiving them, yet they still press on. Benshu vanished from the spot as he did not allow Kakashi to throw a few kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique on the way. Even running with his legs, Benshu felt that this trip was worthwhile. If all 5 million taels were exchanged for coins, it would not be impossible to cover the entire road with them. As the only person in the ninja world who achieved freedom with Spinach, he lamented that the high from Spinach was nowhere near as exhilarating as small sums of money. After waiting for such a long time, Scorpion and Deidara were not worried about the delay. 5 minutes later, Benshu reappeared before everyone. Kakashi approached and patted Benshu on the shoulder, whispering, "Boss, shouldn't we prepare to run? Don't get entangled with them too much. These two clearly have some strange quirks, we should be cautious." Benshu smirked slightly and initiated the countdown. Prepare to the southeast. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The hay pineapple exploded and the intense light caused everyone to squint painfully. Boom. The ground trembled from the explosion as if an earthquake had been triggered. Boom. Following that, the tremendous sound of the explosion reached everyone's ears. Once the sound wave passed, Benshu sat down contentedly in the air. Deidara was shocked, but seeing Benshu's posture, he quickly formed a sofa behind him before he fell. The true sans sofa. Benshu crossed his legs and glanced sideways at Deidara and Scorpion. Deidara's dazed expression made Benshu nod in approval. Forget about Patrick Star. Benshu believed that the mushroom cloud was the true faith. When it comes to instant explosions and the sense of eternal power, this hay pineapple could definitely blow the minds of this art duo. The colossal mushroom cloud slowly billowed upwards. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, upon seeing the enormous mushroom cloud, their first thought was that the rescue mission might have failed. They believed that this explosion must have been caused by Deidara. "Lord Wind Shadow, you won't leave us forever, will you?" "Oh. Don't do this. I still want to apologize to Lord Wind Shadow. Please, Lord Wind Shadow, don't let anything happen to you." However, everyone knew that if they were caught in such a massive explosion, it would be like opening Pandora's box of nature. There would be absolutely no chance of survival. Meanwhile, the instigator Benshu admired the mushroom cloud rising slowly and painted the most magnificent picture against the blue sky. Shaking the papaya juice in his hand, he sighed, "What a pity. Had I known to bring the refrigerator with me, how could I let such a good one stay in Konoha?" Chio, with her drooping eyes, stared intensely at this irreverent young man. It felt as if he was very close yet incredibly far. Close because Benshu was right in front of her, and far because his power far exceeded her expectations. This pineapple, like a bomb, could instantly turn any core area of a nation into ruins if Benshu wished it. Even the 5 great nations would likely be flattened by this pineapple, utterly nuked. In other words, Benshu already possessed enough power to threaten an entire nation. Yet looking at Benshu's leisurely demeanor now, there was no trace of fatigue from battle. Chio secretly nodded. After going back, she must urge that girl Shijun to be more proactive. Holding onto Benshu's heart tightly. On the other side, Deidara watched the mushroom cloud dissipate slowly in the sky until it transformed into a shuttle-shaped cloud and plopped down, kneeling on the sandy ground. Subarashi. Shimarashi Shibarashi. This is the ultimate art. This astonishing light. This terrifying energy. This is art that can shake the heavens and earth. In my lifetime I have witnessed it. There are no regrets. Scorpion was silent, though this was somewhat different from the art he envisioned. However, he understood that what he had been studying about eternity was overshadowed by Benshu's ephemeral ultimate art. Looking at the fervent Deidara beside him, he finally had some understanding of why Deidara pursued this so fervently. Even several kilometers away, one could still sense such a terrifying explosion. Scorpion's only feeling was that perhaps he was progressing quite well on the path of pursuing eternal art. However, just as the tree mentioned during the fleeting bloom of a night blooming, serious Scorpion felt there were still many things he needed to accomplish. Deidara was watching the tree from a distance as if a deep radiance was emanating from behind him. "Kami. Kami. My Kami. Please accept me as your disciple." "Whom? No, no, no. How could I possibly qualify to be a disciple of a god?" "Whom? Kami. As long as you can teach me the true ultimate art, please allow me to be your loyal follower. To be your herald." "Whom?" Deidara immediately stood up and quickly approached the tree in a hurried manner. Kakashi directly drew his kunai and positioned it in front of the tree. Gaara's defense instantly blocked Deidara. However, Deidara got closer and suddenly knelt down again. Kakashi and Gaara were both taken aback as Deidara, who originally attacked from a distance, had not expected to approach the tree in this manner. Moreover, the shadow clone that could have been used as an attack method remained in place and was not brought along. Kakashi immediately lowered his guard, putting away his dagger, and Gaara also withdrew his sand defense. The tree stood up from the sofa and walked step by step to Deidara's side, then helped him up. He said, "Deidara, Senior Deidara. No. I should call you Senior. Your mastery in the field of art exceeds mine. It should be this way." Alright, I'll listen to you. Deidara, your task this time is to capture the tailed beasts, right? Deidara nodded and said, yes. Is it that Senior wants to know about the Akatsuki's intel? The tree shook his head, but Deidara proactively said, it's not that I doubt Senior's artistic mastery, but everyone in the organization has strength similar to or even greater than mine. I believe if there were only 1 or 2 people, Senior would definitely handle them with ease. However, there are simply too many of them. Relying on just Senior alone would be somewhat difficult. And even I and Scorpion don't know the name or abilities of our organization leader. It's just a task to capture a tailed beast. Sakura heard Deidara's words and hurriedly took out a scroll to jot them down. Chio was doing the same, as this was important intel regarding the Akatsuki. Even if it lacked substantial content, it was still invaluable to them. The tree patted Deidara's shoulder and said, can you not be so self-important? When did I say I wanted the Akatsuki's intel? Just kidding. Who in your group don't I know? I am fully aware of your ninjutsu abilities and the certainty of dying when stripped. Do I need you to report that? Hearing the tree's words, Deidara instantly became anxious, hugging the tree's leg and saying, Senior. No. You can't do this. In the name of my sincere pursuit of art, please don't just give up on me. Whatever I can do, please assign it to me. At that moment, the tree suddenly had a brilliant idea, leaning in close to Deidara's ear and saying, with my current strength, you and Scorpion probably can't do anything to me, right? Deidara nodded heavily. Then the tree continued, then I will assign you a task. You should continue capturing the tailed beasts. I won't interfere too much. The only thing you need to do is to accurately inform me of the time when those people are going to capture the tailed beasts. Do you understand? Deidara frowned, but without much thought he patted his chest and said, no problem. Then the tree helped Deidara up, nodding in satisfaction. Spy 1. Moreover, he is a very passionate follower, completely obedient without the tree needing to do much. At this moment the tree turned to Gaara and said, Gaara, you take a nap and let that guy out. I have something to discuss with him. This statement startled Chio beside him. Boss Tree, what are you planning to do? Do you intend to voluntarily release Shikaku? No way, that is absolutely unacceptable. Once the tailed beast is not constrained by the Jinchuriki, it will surely become a killing machine. All of us here would become its food. The tree looked at Gaara in surprise and asked, what? Did you not tell Chio about my battle with you? Before Gaara could answer, Chio took the initiative to say, I know. But times have changed. Now Gaara's compatibility with Shikaku is getting higher and higher. And back then it was in the forest of Konoha where Shikaku's abilities were also restricted. But now we are in Shikaku's home ground and its combat power is at least doubled or even tripled. Upon hearing Chio's words, Gaara hesitated, not knowing what to do. The tree frowned slightly, wondering why these two were so timid. The person involved don't feel anything yet. One by one they don't know what they're afraid of. The tree rubbed his temples and said, since I dare to let Gaara do this, I definitely have a way to control Shikaku, so don't overthink it. Additionally, if you're worried about unexpected events, you can stay a bit farther away, and when I handle things here you can come back, no rush. Immediately Chio was the first to express her desire to leave. I can't take risks with you all, I'll be ready to seal from a distance. Kakashi followed suit and said, I'll cooperate with Chio. After all, we need to be cautious with the tailed beasts. Sakura, having been beaten by Shikaku earlier, felt some pressure and said, I'll provide cover for Chio and Kakashi-sensei. Naruto snorted, crossing his arms defiantly, and said, it's just a tailed beast, I have one in my belly too and not afraid of it. Seeing the reactions of his companions, the tree felt quite satisfied, at least they did not strongly oppose him. The tree understood that it was entirely because of the terrifying power of that explosion that had conquered them. Otherwise they wouldn't allow Gaara to transform into Shikaku so easily. Once Kakashi and Chio were prepared, Gaara immediately formed hand seals. The technique of feigned slumber. Gaara's head slowly drooped down, but immediately Shikaku let out a roar. I'm coming out. Boom. The massive Shikaku landed on the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Looking around the desert, it first spotted Chio and the others, but just glanced past them. It briefly paused at the sight of Scorpion, but when it saw the main tree, the entire raccoon was thrown into a frenzy. Its front paw struck out directly. You little brat, how dare you show your face in front of me? Last time it was an accident. This time I will shred you into pieces. At that moment a black pineapple appeared out of nowhere in the main tree's hand. Without a word it threw it straight into the roaring mouth. Shikaku hadn't even grasped the situation when it felt its throat constrict as if something was stuck inside. After gagging twice with no effect, it simply swallowed it down. He. The main tree pretended to perform a hand seal, which was actually a mimicry of Deidara's. Seeing the main tree's strange movements, Shikaku became even angrier. You bastard, what did you make me eat? Why do I feel like something is stirring in my stomach? At this moment the main tree smiled even more brightly while Deidara had hearts in his eyes. Art. It's art. I never expected to witness the ultimate art twice in one day. Ah, I'm enamored. Gah. Overwhelmed with excitement, Deidara collapsed, leaving the main tree utterly exasperated. You've gone a bit overboard, haven't you? To prevent this excellent follower from being blown to bits, the main tree donned the Windhawk armor and flew off with Deidara. Kakashi, Kanjiro, Naruto, Sakura, Chio and Scorpion were all terrified and swiftly distanced themselves from Shikaku. Upon seeing this, Shikaku burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Is this the power of my intimidation? Who else? I am the strongest tailed beast. 2. 1. Boom. As the 10-second countdown ended, Shikaku suddenly felt something strange explode within its belly. Immediately it felt as if it were an inflated balloon continuously expanding. Bam. In less than a second, Shikaku's head along with the sleeping Gaara was blown away. Technical guidance by Grey Wolf. Damn. Damn. You little brat. I will definitely kill you. Even Shikaku's voice had diminished significantly, its momentum now lacking. The main tree then jumped onto Shikaku's nose and said, while you were being arrogant in front of me, I gave you a thorough lesson. How come you haven't learned your lesson at all? Raccoon, politely you. The high-flying Shikaku finally ceased its ascent. The next moment it began to fall freely downwards. The main tree, unfazed, said, now I give you two choices. One, let me beat you up, then I will cut off one of your tails. The second option is that I beat you up and then I will go cut your tail myself. Along with your big, but how about that? Shikaku. Shikaku's rage surged as it prepared to swat the main tree with its claws. But discovering it had no body at all. The main tree noticed Shikaku hesitating and pulled out another black pineapple, weighing it in hand. Shikaku was instantly frightened and hurriedly said, I only have a head left. Even if I wanted to cut it, I can't. Besides, you've already beaten me. Now that I've turned out like this, please let me go. This scene left everyone around dumbfounded. Although Chio had anticipated it, she never expected the pineapple to be so terrifying. It directly blew Shikaku to pieces. Truly a nuclear strike. No doubt about it. Now the main tree is the only one after Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama who can make the tailed beasts obedient solely through personal strength. Indeed, the only one. At this moment Chio put away the seal she had prepared to seal Shikaku at any moment. Kakashi, seeing this, leisurely took out a small book from his ninja tool pouch. Kanjiro and Sakura were left with their jaws nearly hitting the ground. They had both experienced Shikaku's terror and never imagined that it would be subdued so easily by the main tree. On the other side, Scorpion momentarily found himself at a loss for what to do. However, if he went back and threw Deidara away then announced the mission failure, he would probably not come out unscathed. Scorpion was instantly caught in a dilemma. Wait, what does this kid want with cutting off Shikaku's tail? Scorpion suddenly focused on the critical point, choosing a safe spot to continue watching. At this point Deidara also woke up, looking at the blown-up Shikaku that had only a head left, frantically shook the main tree's arm and said, as expected of a senior, Art is an explosion. You are standing at the pinnacle. The main tree exclaimed, goodness, everyone I've met before just boasted. Now Deidara is outright praising me. But I must say, please do come again. But could you please take your filthy hands off me? The next moment the main tree yanked up Deidara and spun around 720 degrees before tossing him away. Don't. Senior. Don't leave me. I will definitely come back. Not a chance. Deidara turned into Little Star's technical guidance Grey Wolf. The main tree finally enjoyed a moment of peace, took a breath, and without a second thought poured a bucket of Ergwotu into Shikaku's mouth. This was the bathing water meant for healing Naruto. From afar Naruto saw the scene and quickly turned away, whistling, indicating he knew nothing, really nothing. Gaara, don't blame me. In an instant Shikaku's body materialized. With a loud crash it landed back on the ground. Shikaku dared not delay and decisively abandoned its large, then deep within its soul it roared Gaara's name. As the surrounding sand dispersed, Gaara was slowly lowered to the ground by the main tree. At this moment the main tree waved to Scorpion, saying, come, hurry over, let's make a deal. Business. Just moments ago Deidara had grasped the ultimate essence of art for 5 million Ryo, now Sasori found himself harboring a sliver of trust in Bentry. After all, they were both artists, and Bentry's artistic mastery Sasori conceded truly surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Perhaps only when his own puppets could withstand Bentry's ultimate art would Sasori finally deem his own craft truly peerless. Precisely, a business transaction. Bentry strode forward and seized Shikaku's tail, declaring, if you intend to seize a tailed beast from me, you've already seen for yourself such a thing is plainly impossible. Yet I doubt your leader would be satisfied if you returned empty-handed. And frankly, it is my honor to encounter individuals who revere art as deeply as you do. It is precisely through this exchange with you that I am reaffirmed, my path in art is neither mistaken nor misguided. Benshu spoke with solemn conviction, though had Sasori submitted as readily as Deidara had none of this charade would have been necessary. Still persuasion remained indispensable, after all Sasori's purse was undoubtedly heavy with coin. And Sasori nodded gravely, I too am deeply honored. It was witnessing your ultimate art, the towering peak before me, that reignited my resolve to delve deeper into its mysteries. Now subtle smirk flickered across Benshu's lips. Hooked. Shikako's tale is modestly priced at 100 million ryo. And you've witnessed it yourself. The great Tanuki willingly severed it from his own body. Authentic beyond dispute. Pay the sum and your mission is complete, not only fulfilled but enriched by the forging of a new alliance. What could be more auspicious? Sasori glanced toward Deidara, who stood enraptured, dancing with quiet ecstasy at having once again drawn near the sublime radiance of ultimate art. Hey, Deidara. Do you still have funds on you? Let's pool them and purchase the tale to report back in. Without hesitation Deidara began rummaging through his robes. Far away Lady Chiyo could scarcely believe how today's confrontation had unfolded. And she had anticipated a brutal grueling battle against this formidable shinobi who had dared abduct Gaara. Compounded by facing her own grandson Sasori, she had steeled herself for certain death, determined to rescue Gaara at any cost. Yet now that grim resolve felt absurd, utterly meaningless, for no battle would be fought at all. With Benshu present, the explosive and techniques were rendered impotent before Benshu's Sharingan, every detonation nullified before it could take effect. The moment the blast neared Benshu's facial distortion would twist its trajectory, banishing it elsewhere entirely. As for Sasori, he fought with meticulous caution. Knowing full well their odds of victory had evaporated, he would never recklessly attempt a frontal assault. Benshu, however, had offered an alternative path, one they would naturally embrace. Yet that path, and Deidara searched frantically, then stripped off his long cloak and patted every seam and fold. In the end he produced only a single silver note worth 1,000 ryo. Flustered Deidara extended the note to Benshu. My apologies, I'm utterly penniless, and Sasori watched inwardly exasperated. Was he truly expected to shoulder the remaining 99 million ryo alone? He cut through the tension with cold finality. Deidara owes me 40 million ryo, and then with silent efficiency he supplied the remaining 99 million. Only then did Benshu hand over Shikako's tail, satisfied, serene, and ready to depart. And well then, mission concluded. In a flash of flying thunder God Benshu vanished, only to reappear an instant later pressing two kunai inscribed with flying thunder God seals into Deidara's palm. Should intelligence arise, shatter the seal. I shall arrive without delay. And Sasori said nothing, merely observed impassive and aloof. Once assured all was in order, Benshu departed at last. And moments later both parties withdrew, each along their separate ways. Gaara, host to Shikaku, felt the abrupt loss of one tail keenly. His chakra reserves diminished sharply. Yet such exhaustion was transient, easily restored with time. Compared to forfeiting his very life, this was mercy incarnate. Land of Riverson, inside a mountain cavern, Sasori and Deidara transported Shikako's tail, transformed into an unconscious Gaara, and delivered him to their base. At first their leader Pain detected nothing amiss. But as the tailed beast extraction ritual progressed, the fully drained tail of Shikako suddenly, poof, vanished without trace. Kisame chuckled darkly. So this is the Jinchuriki you captured? Two elite shinobi deceived, truly impressive sleight of hand. An awkward silence descended until Deva Pathpain spoke, voice glacial. I require an explanation. Deidara shot up his hand like a student eager to answer, beaming. Boss. Boss. We encountered an extraordinary adversary, an artist whose comprehension of art borders on divine. Indeed, my explosions proved utterly futile against him. He counters my very nature. Yet his ultimate art, it is cataclysmic, capable of unmaking nations in the blink of an eye. A single instant, sufficient to obliterate an entire sovereign realm. All turned stunned by Deidara's fervor. Even Deva Pathpain, though visibly shaken, remained impassive as he turned to Sasori. Is this intelligence verified? Sasori's voice was low, measured, confirmed. He bears no village insignia, and maintains cordial relations with both the land of fire and the land of wind. According to the sovereign himself, the sole limitation of his explosive technique is its 10-second ignition delay. Should one fail to flee its blast radius within those 10 seconds, death is absolute. And most critically, he possesses the Sharingan and commands spacetime ninjutsu. He can displace objects across dimensional boundaries, precisely why Deidara's art was neutralized. And Sasori's gaze shifted toward Itachi Uchiha, whose comrades followed suit. Itachi Uchiha replied calm and unfazed. So, you've met him then? Uchiha Itachi, do you know this person? Hearing such praise from his organization members, for whom intelligence was extremely scarce, was quite surprising. Tendo Pain was also stirred with curiosity. This person is a genius from Konoha. When I and Kisame went to Konoha, he had already awakened the second tomo of his Sharingan. According to Scorpion, he should have already unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, this person is very low-key, seemingly running a multinational company while in Konoha, with his biggest hobby being making money. He is not a ninja. Haiden laughed loudly, saying, Kisame, it seems you found someone with a common interest. So according to you, that guy must be very wealthy. Uchiha Itachi glanced in Kisame's direction and said, from what I know, he is someone who holds the economic lifeline of the three countries. These are the fire country, wind country, and water country. As for the exact amount of assets, no one knows the precise information. When Uchiha Itachi finished this statement, everyone fell silent. Deidara burst out laughing and said, as expected of my idol Kami. Indeed, it is not just about combat strength. Haydn also chimed in, Kisame, aren't you tempted? The master of the economic lifeline of the three countries. How much money must he have? Isn't that more than what you earn from your hard work as an assassin? If we can just kill this person, we can solve everything at once. Kisame felt a bit uneasy but calmly replied, Scorpion, tell me the details of your battle. Deidara, however, interjected, you can never catch my Kami. He possesses the ability to teleport. Moreover, he has the ultimate art. If he wishes, he can bury everyone under that ultimate art. Kisame coldly said, then if it were me, I would need about 5 ultimate arts, right? Haydn expressed, I worship the lord of the evil gods, he would never abandon me. I am immortal. This time Tendo Pain was also moved teleportation. Uchiha Itachi said that shouldn't be a Sharingan ability, right? It should be the Flying Thunder God. At the same time Scorpion threw out a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God. At this moment the meeting turned dead silent. Almost everyone in this organization was a genius among the genius of the ninja world. Yet even so, hearing so many legendary traits converged in one person was truly hard to comprehend. After a full 5 minutes Uchiha Itachi said, there's one more thing, he is the same age as my Yodu. This time the silence among the crowd lasted even longer. For half an hour no one spoke and no one left the meeting, quietly sitting there. They were all waiting for their leader Pain to speak. In the land of rain, Conan and Pain looked at the man who called himself Masked Man Uchiha Obito and said, it seems our plan has encountered an unprecedented enemy. There's no need to rush, this person has a fatal weakness, which is his love for money. If that's the case, we might as well do business with him. If we can successfully awaken the Ten Tails. At that time with our absolute weapon we can easily flatten anyone. Pain nodded and said, your idea is quite good since that's the case. The meeting resumed and Pain said, Kisame, Haydn, go meet him. As he spoke, Pain marked Kisame's and Haydn's shadows with a seal. If you can't win, destroy this mark and I will come at once. Additionally, everyone else should pay more attention while capturing the tailed beasts. Before executing the mission, go to Kisame to obtain enough funds for trading. If you encounter that guy obstructing you, prioritize peace. Of course you can also exchange a few moves with him, it could help us gather more intelligence for eliminating him in the future. After saying this, the outer path golem and Pain's shadow disappeared together. Yes. Scorpion put away the Flying Thunder God kunai given by Obito and Deidara with a somewhat awkward expression, said, hey. Should we go take a look at the Wind Country? It's so prosperous there now, even if we just visit it would be nice. Scorpion snorted coldly and said, so do you still have money on you? Deidara pouted and said, in doing this for the organization. If you don't hurry and return my money, he'll kill you. Alright brother Scorpion, let's hurry and find Kisame, we should have asked him for some operational funds earlier. In Takigakure, Kisame and Haydn were on their way to capture the Seven Tails. Suddenly receiving such a task, they could only head toward the Land of Rain first. On one hand they wanted to connect with other members as soon as possible, on the other hand they were also heading toward the Land of River to see if they could intercept the people from Konoha. They planned to capture 1 or 2 hostages to force Obito to come out. After standing up from the meeting, Haydn laughed heartily and said, it seems our mission is quite arduous this time, but for your financial freedom I'm willing to accompany you. Kisame glanced at Haydn and coldly said, let's hurry, I hope we won't have to use the mark left by the leader. In the Land of Rain, Tendo Pain and Conan had seen off the masked man. Tendo Pain asked, soon. Very soon. We will be able to help Yahiko fulfill his dream. However, the amount of money needed to buy all 9-tailed beasts is quite difficult to measure. Conan bit her lip and finally said, I have kept a trump card originally intended to be saved for the final battle against Uchiha Obito, but now as long as I can contribute to everyone's dreams I will start to liquidate those 600 billion explosive tags. 600 billion. Pain was momentarily stunned, but then he burst into laughter. Good, very good. This way our plan will be easier to accomplish. On the other side, Obito, who had returned to the village, was unaware that the Akatsuki organization had secretly begun to take action. Since Deidara and Scorpion had already captured a tailed beast, they had a brief holiday. Just at this time Obito had also given them a task and they were preparing to mingle among the various organization members to gather intelligence. Not for anything else but to gain the opportunity to engage in deeper artistic exchanges with Obito. Shoju stared at the 2 pieces of intelligence in her hands, unsure of what to say. The first piece was a top-secret document regarding Gaara's abduction. The second piece was something given to Shoju by Benshu. The time between these 2 pieces of intelligence was less than 2 days. Just moments ago Shoju was in a frantic state, but now the heavy stone in her heart had finally lifted. So with me around nothing will go wrong. Well, the wind is a bit stronger now. Yes, that's the right strength. Comfortable. Benshu lay on the rocking chair rolling over and speaking lazily. Shoju quickly ducked down right in front of Benshu. Benshu closed his eyes, enjoying the comfort brought by the human-powered air conditioning, when suddenly he caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze. In the next moment his eyes widened. Sweet, soft and sticky, what a delight. Damn. So this is what it feels like to be proactive. Benshu quickly used a flying thunder god technique to dodge with the word start at 3 years echoing wildly in his mind as a red warning. Shoju stamped her foot in anger. Hey you. Am I that scary? Benshu scratched his head awkwardly and replied, how could that be? I'm still young. Hoof. Then I'll wait a few more years. I will definitely not let you off. Benshu sighed. It's really not easy for Shikamaru to survive. But the taste of a mature woman, those who understand know. At that moment Jiraiya smacked his lips and said, as expected of you boss Benshu, such a young age and already a master in the game of romance. Seeing that one of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya had arrived, Shoju hurriedly bid farewell to Benshu, her heart racing non-stop. How embarrassing to be seen in such a situation. Bye. After Shoju left, Jiraiya teased, actually I suggest you enjoy what you can while you can, or you might regret it later. Benshu pouted and said, I call this passing through a garden of flowers without touching a single petal. Unlike you old peeper always sneaking around. Jiraiya's face darkened at Benshu's remark and he spoke in a low voice. I'm here to warn you. My intelligence shows that this organization seems to have taken a great interest in you. After receiving this intelligence I hurried back to inform you. They are very likely to appear in the land of rivers. Benshu raised the corner of his mouth. Are they trying to rob us? They dare to stand on the main transportation route between the land of wind and the land of fire. Jiraiya nodded and said, therefore although Tsunade didn't say it, I hope you go take a look. If a battle really breaks out in Konoha, it won't be good for you or Konoha. Benshu firmly agreed. Of course my main business is in Konoha. What if it gets destroyed? Hearing Benshu say this, Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. Benshu was particularly afraid of troubles, especially those unrelated to money. In that case let's call my 4 heavenly kings and we will meet them. Jiraiya asked curiously, 4 heavenly kings? Yes, Kakashi, Might Guy, Yui, Kurenai and Asuma, aren't they the 4 heavenly kings? Jiraiya looked troubled. That might be a bit difficult, they all have missions. It won't be easy to gather them right away. I see. They'll give you 2 stalks of leeks and you go tell them that this time those who accompany me on the business trip can each receive a can of spinach and a bottle of ergwotu as a reward. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly lit up. Can I go with you? Just give me a few more stalks of leeks. Benshu patted Jiraiya's shoulder with satisfaction. You're a good student. 5 days later in the Hokage's office. Damn. Benshu. You little brat took away so many jōnin. What about the mission? Tsunade and Sakura stood trembling beside him. Table HP 999. In a certain desolate area of the land of rivers, Deidara, Sasori, Kakuzu, Haiden and Itachi Uchiha along with Kisame Hashigaki were gathered. Opposite them stood Benshu with the 4 heavenly kings of Konoha and Jiraiya, who was ranked among the workers. Kakashi looked at the luxurious lineup opposite him. Although he had not seen 2 of them, the fighting capabilities of the other 4 were almost enough to crush him. Kakashi quietly explained to Might Guy and the others, and they finally understood why their boss had been so generous this time, offering them such a high business trip fee. So they really ran into tough opponents. Jiraiya's face also turned serious as he saw the 4 in front of him. At this moment Kakuzu, the first to join the Akatsuki organization, stepped forward and said to the youngest Benshu, we of Akatsuki do not interfere with your affairs, yet you are obstructing our plans. What does this mean? Benshu picked his nose and replied, how can you say I'm obstructing your plans? I'm a businessman and businessmen seek profit. I merely noticed that your organization seems to be quite profitable. Kakuzu was immediately infuriated by Benshu's words, casting a cold glance at Deidara and Sasori. If it weren't for these 2 guys having used money to buy lower-tier tailed beasts, would Benshu be so fearless? A businessman, huh? How coincidental. I'm also very interested in money, but I'm into assassination and prefer to speak with strength. As soon as Kakuzu said this, the atmosphere immediately froze. At this moment the 4 heavenly kings also realized what kind of enemy they were facing. Asuma hurriedly ran to Benshu's side and whispered, how about we just let this go today? Our boss isn't short on that little bit of money, so let's not hold it against them. With just the few of us, we're probably not enough to even be their punching bags. Asuma didn't want to fight, but the key was that his little lover was still there. If they lost, it would be a case of giving away something for free. Benshu turned his head and gave Asuma a whack on the head. When have you ever seen your boss back down? Saying this, Benshu directly pulled out a pineapple and Deidara shouted, art. That is the ultimate art. As Deidara shouted, he formed a large bird and rode on it, while Sasori, who had always held different views on Deidara's concept of art, suddenly jumped up and sat on the big bird as well. Kami. I want to see the ultimate art too. Itachi, Uchiha and Kisame glanced at the 2 sitting on the big bird, still looking towards Benshu, wanting to hear what Kakuzu would say next. However, Haiden spoke first. I'm going to offer a sacrifice to the evil god. Let's get them. Seeing Fadewan charging forward with his scythe, Jiaodu did not intervene. Even for negotiations, it is essential to ensure that both sides are on equal footing. That is the foundation. Benshu looked at the crowd behind him and said, support each other's shoulders and I will lead you out. Immediately after, Benshu chuckled and left behind a pineapple before using Flying Thunder God to disappear. 20 seconds later, Benshu returned and looked at the once wind-eroded Yodin landform, now completely transformed into a massive hemispherical pit, nodding in satisfaction. Every time he witnessed the effects of this pineapple, Benshu felt a sense of comfort. Jiraiya looked around marveling at the large area that had been edited by Benshu, exclaiming, "Although I've seen the power of this pineapple once, it still instills a sense of fear in me from the bottom of my heart." Asuma, startled, dropped his cigarette and exclaimed, "Boss, is the field over there with the 2-story high warning sign growing this stuff?" Benshu pulled out a papaya lollipop and began to suck on it, puzzled, and asked, "Yes, what's wrong?" Kakashi, having witnessed the power of this pineapple before, maintained a semblance of calm. Might Guy and Kurenai were both in shock. After seeing this, they finally realized just how dangerous their workplace truly was. If they were not careful, the entire village could be flattened. The most concerning thing was what would happen if they were to perish due to an explosion. Fadewan crawled out of the dirt covered in blood with many bones displaced, yet he remained alive. Jiadu spat out the dirt from his mouth, straightened his black lines, and tossed a discarded heart to the ground. "So how is it?" Benshu looked at the two people whose clothes were tattered from the explosion, mocking, "It seems you both have skills to save your lives. How does it feel to get blown up?" Before Jiadu and Fadewan could respond, Deidara returned with Sasori, Uchiha Itachi, and Haiden. "Did you see that? This is the ultimate art of Kami. If he wishes, he can completely flatten any country." "Yes. Art is an explosion. It is the moment of absolute beauty." Uchiha Itachi and Haiden jumped back to the ground. At that moment, a creature with a pitcher plant growing from its neck slowly emerged from the ground. It was Zetsu. Benshu coldly regarded Black Zetsu. This was the true mastermind behind the scenes. Though lacking in strength, he was skilled at inciting discord. But in the next moment, Benshu suddenly felt a strong sense of foreboding. In the distance, a figure approached them at an incredible speed. It was so fast that even the eyes could hardly perceive it. With yellow hair and black metal rods piercing through his nose and ears, it was Pain from the Six Paths. Jiraiya trembled as he looked at the last person to appear. "You. Are you Yahiko?" "Oh. Jiraiya Sensei. Long time no see. Wait, how do you have the Rinnegan? What happened to Nagato? You didn't kill him, did you?" Jiraiya's aura suddenly changed, instantly entering sage mode. "Jiraiya Sensei, I didn't come here to reminisce, please exercise restraint." An invisible aura emanated from Pain, signaling the Shinra Tensei. Exchange bloodline limit. First Hokages would release. Exchange would release Birth of the World Tree. Exchange would release Wood Dragon Technique. Exchange would release Wooden Man Technique. Exchange would release Flowering Tree World. Exchange Sage Technique Mastery. Exchange Sage Technique True Thousand Hands. Exchange Transformation of the Buddha. Benshu instantly spent 800 billion directly completing the entire first Hokage package. At the same time, he felt as if something within his body had been unlocked in an instant. With each beat of his heart, a violent synchronization occurred in Benshu's mind. The intense stimulation caused him to clutch his head tightly. A force more terrifying than Pain's Shinra Tensei erupted around him. Shinra Tensei didn't even have the chance to touch Benshu and his companions before Pain was sent flying. Why didn't Sasuke utilize the powerful combination of Universal Pull and Shinra Tensei in the final battle against Naruto? The reason is that if the repulsion of Shinra Tensei is unresistible by the opponent, then that's acceptable. But when faced with the current situation, the repulsion of Shinra Tensei could only be borne by Pain himself. The aura around Benshu grew stronger. At first, he deliberately avoided harming those from Konoha. However, as time passed, it became harder for him to control. The Konoha members quickly retreated, distancing themselves from Benshu. At that moment, Benshu finally understood why there was no bloodline limit such as Kekai Genkai in the system store. It turned out that the power originally belonged to those whose fates intertwined, serving as an Easter egg within the system. When the power of Uchiha Sharingan encountered the wood release of Senju Hashirama's level, the power of the Six Paths was completely activated. Benshu's mind suddenly became much clearer. He slowly raised his head, and the patterns of the Wind Eagle armor briefly revealed themselves before fading away. "Originally I wanted to interact with you as a normal person, but now I will no longer be human." Benshu's body began to slowly float. "Isn't it just the Rinnegan? I have it too." Everyone from Akatsuki turned their gaze toward their leader upon witnessing this scene. Pain, who had been sent flying, quickly formed hand seals and slapped the ground. Summoning technique. Boom 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 boom. With 5 consecutive sounds, 5 individuals dressed in Akatsuki uniforms appeared. They were the Six Paths of Pain. Benshu's eyes turned towards the direction of the Land of Rain, completely ignoring the Six Paths of Pain, and flew straight towards the Land of Rain. With the power of the Wind Eagle armor and his strong perception, Benshu could already sense Nagato, who was remotely controlling from the Land of Rain. If something is to be discussed, it's better to do it face to face. However, at this moment, Nagato also sensed that Benshu had captured his consciousness. "We control the Six Paths of Pain and surround Benshu. I never expected there would still be someone capable of awakening the Rinnegan. My teacher once said I was the only one who possessed the Rinnegan. It seems my teacher was wrong. If that's the case, then you must also be able to summon the Outer Path Golem, right? Then today's battle will determine who truly deserves the strongest power in this world." Jiraiya and the other Konoha shinobi retreated far from the battlefield. The clash between two Rinnegan wielders was beyond their participation, only distant observation remained possible. Kakashi asked Lord Jiraiya, do you know the leader of this organization? Jiraiya sighed deeply, his eyes clouded with nostalgic sorrow. Regardless of motive, their path to this point bears my profound responsibility. Our only recourse now is to meticulously gather intelligence on Pain. May Bentry succeed in defeating him, then every dilemma will dissolve. Kakashi glanced at Jiraiya, then turned to Bentry, forcibly suppressing his own desperate urge to intervene. Meanwhile, Might Guy, Asuma and Kurenai declared firmly, we must lock onto Akatsuki members, no interference with the boss. The group moved as one, circling wide to flank the battlefield from the side. Jiraiya made no attempt to stop them, even he edged closer toward the epicenter of combat. In that instant, Pain's full power converged. First, the animal path summoned its beasts, the Hellcrab, Chameleon, Splitting Hound and Yatagarasu, each unleashing its signature assault. Hellcrab Water, Release Foam, Turbulence. The Chameleon vanished, then surged behind Bentry at blinding speed, seeking to seal every angle of escape. Each head of the Splitting Hound split into a full-bodied clone, dripping foul saliva as they charged Bentry. Meanwhile, the 5-meter-long beak of the Yatagarasu struck from above. Bentry stood encircled on all sides, yet even as this unfolded, the Deva Path completed its jutsu Chibaku Tensei. Dust swirled outward from the ground, replaced by massive coalesced boulders hurtling toward Bentry. Pain opened with his ultimate technique, clearly intending no prolonged duel. Pain struck with breathtaking speed, yet Bentry remained utterly still, allowing Chibaku Tensei to fully envelop him. Only at the final moment of entombment did Pain glimpse mockery gleaming in Bentry's gaze. Kami. No. Uchiha Itachi felt a pang of regret, perhaps Bentry, newly awakened to the Rinnegan, had yet to master its power. A true pity. Given more time to adapt to the Rinnegan's combat rhythm, the outcome might well have been uncertain. Kakuzu, watching Bentry seemingly fall, already plotted his next move, a raid on Konoha. Rumor held that Bentry Group's headquarters stood within the village, first stop for plunder. Haydn shook his head. What a waste, a perfect sacrifice for the deity of chaos. Still, to perish by the boss's hand is honor enough. Jiraiya's eyes widened in horror, he had not anticipated Nagato's strength. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned a toad and secured his pre-written intelligence scroll upon its back. My failure to walk beside you as you grew, that was my fault. Now let me atone. With those words, Jiraiya lunged forward to rescue Bentry, and called out to Kakashi's team, the moment I free him, flee immediately without hesitation. Kakashi and the others met Jiraiya's resolute gaze and grasped the gravity of the moment, ready to vanish at an instant's notice. Would human technique. Among Akatsuki, relief mingled with quiet resignation. The boss had taken charge, their suffering was over. Konoha watched in dread as Jiraiya steeled himself for sacrifice, until suddenly the ascending Chibaku Tensei cracked open, thrusting forth a thick gnarled branch from its core. More branches erupted, splintering the celestial sphere entirely. Boom! A 50-meter wood human crashed to earth. The summoned beasts, lacking sentience, sensed only an enemy, and lunged, jaws snapping wildly. Yet no matter how fiercely they attacked, the wood human stood unmoved. Bentry spoke calmly, I merely swapped my contact lenses, must you greet me with such fanfare? And truly, these grotesques aren't even fit as appetizers. Can't you conjure something from the mortal realm instead? Bentry stood atop the wood human's crown, gazing down with biting disdain upon the diminutive Pain. Jiraiya froze mid-stride, stunned. That colossal wood human, what in the world is happening? Kakashi turned toward Jiraiya and shouted, Lord Jiraiya, we must always trust the boss. Instantly Akatsuki descended into chaos. Deidara roared triumphantly, his kami could never fall so easily. His celebration earned him a swift, brutal beating from fellow Akatsuki, not out of opposition to Bentry but sheer exasperation at his deafening noise. Pain stared up at the towering wood human, then down at his own summoned beasts, suddenly overwhelmed by their pitiful fragility. Once invincible, the four great summoned beasts were now seized like hatchlings, one snatched left, another squeezed right. Pop! 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 They vanished entirely, returning to the Pure Land. Far away, Nagato found himself utterly lost, unable to conceive his next move. Should he deploy the Azura Path's puppetry? Or invoke the Naraka Path for judgment? Absurd, the 50-meter wood human glowed under sunlight like a titan forged of light itself. How then shall we fight it, with our heads? Bentry declared, now, shall we speak properly? The Deva Path tilted his head upward, holding Bentry's gaze in silent intensity for 3 full minutes before replying, come to me. Bentry immediately dispelled the wood human technique, smiling toward Jiraiya and the others, I'll be right back. Then he vanished, leaving behind a scattered cohort of bewildered subordinates. At that very moment, Deidara and Sasori reached identical decisions, were resigning from Akatsuki. Deidara had long idolized Bentry as perfection incarnate. Sasori, witnessing the wood human technique, finally grasped eternity, not in stillness but in mastery. This was the pinnacle of puppetry. Their artistic pursuit, pure, unadulterated. Yugakure Village. Drizzling rain and brooding clouds soured Bentry's impression of the place. Yet for the sake of his grand financial enterprise, endurance was non-negotiable. Bentry flew directly to Yugakure's tallest tower, hovering outside. Every raindrop evaporating inches from his body, vaporized by his outward radiating chakra. He did not enter, he sensed the entire perimeter sealed with explosive tags. It seems you possess no sincerity whatsoever. I'd intended gradual negotiations, first extracting your wealth then engaging in dialogue. But now, I prefer nuclear peace. With that Benshu dropped 10 pineapples directly over the village's geographic center. Ha ha. The 5 Kage Summit. Anoki I endorse trade cooperation with Konoha Zero Tariffs. May Terumi Kirigakure agrees. A 4th Hokage so does Kumogakure. Tsunade glanced back at Benshu, who had brought his reclining chair to the summit and could only shake her head in resigned amusement. May Terumi Kirigakure agrees. A 4th Hokage so does Kumogakure. Tsunade glanced back at Benshu, who had brought his reclining chair to the summit and could only shake her head in resigned amusement. Thus peace settled across the shinobi world.